A courtyard is bathed in a blinding golden light. Countless bodies lie scattered across the ground. A woman screams desperately for help. "Help me! Help!" Text appears within the light. "Your sect has been annihilated by the evil dragon's demonic flames. Try harder next time." A young man with dark circles under his eyes clutches his head and screams. "Wiped out again. How many times is that now?" Inside a bedroom. The window is wide open. A breeze makes the curtains flutter. A young man stares at his computer screen. He lets out a hearty laugh. "My name is Zhang Tianlin, and I'm a huge fan of management sim games. And now, it's time to tackle the brand new release, Legacy of Wu." The computer screen displays several options. "Would you like to start a new game?" "Yes, no. I heard this game is supposed to be insanely hard. So hard that no one's even beaten it yet. I've already lost count of how many times my sect has been wiped out." His long, slender fingers move. A click of the mouse. On the word yes, a single tear slides down his cheek. His face is a mask of frustration. "One more try. I felt like I was so close last time." Asterisk beep. 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 Asterisk. A sound rings out. A notification appears on the screen. "System, congratulations. You have received the special title, the Gravedigger. This title is awarded to the first player to die 100 times in this game. Upon reloading and logging in, the standard management simulation limits will be removed. Even the strongest wall will eventually break, if you just bang your head against it hard enough." Zhang Tianlin furrows his brow in confusion. "Remove configuration limits? Never heard of setting like that before." His hand moves the mouse restlessly. "Besides, I can't shake the feeling this game is making fun of me. Whatever. Let's go again." The character creation screen appears, along with various stat options. Please select your character's initial attributes. Aptitude, muddled. Physique, frail and sickly. Comprehension, dull-witted. Reputation, complete nobody. Status, commoner. Something feels off. Are these stats supposed to be random? Wait, why can I adjust them this time? The cursor clicks on a max icon on the screen. It all clicks into place. Could this be what they meant by removing the configuration limits? Of course I'm maxing everything out. There's nothing to even think about. Aptitude, peerless genius. Physique, a dragon among men. Comprehension, prodigious savant. Reputation, living legend. Status, grandmaster. He hums in satisfaction. His hand rests on his chin. He's brimming with confidence. With stats like these, what's there to be afraid of? This is a guaranteed win. The cursor hovers over the Start Game button. He's about to click. A powerful light bursts from the screen. Zhang Tianlin's form begins to fade. A voice rings in his ears. Setup complete. Searching for a suitable host. He gasps. "Who? Who's talking?" The screen flashes with a blinding light. The voice continues. "Suitable host found. Mode limitations removed." He watched it all unfold. He was terrified. This was the system alert for the Martial Chronicles. It was the exact same startup sound. A brilliant, 5-colored light burst from the computer screen. A crimson space. A fearsome dragon soared through the sky. The ground was a mountain of corpses. This was the Primordial Age, the tyrant dragon. Everywhere it went, countless lives were turned to ash. These dark days drag on for who knows how many years, until a hero, a masterwork sword in hand, appeared. He fought bravely against the great tyrant dragon. Though the hero's figure was small, his fighting spirit was no less than the dragon's. He was a peerless sovereign, a genius the likes of which the world had never seen. A true dragon among men. A prodigy who could grasp 1,000 concepts from a single lesson. He was destined to be a grandmaster whose name would echo through the ages. The dragon was finally struck down by the hero's countless sword strikes. Mankind and its allies joined forces, and together they sealed the evil dragon. Afterward, because the tyrant dragon was immortal, unable to be truly killed, the sovereign and his allies could only divide its body into 13 parts. They then sealed the parts of the evil dragon within the divine towers of the 13 prefectures. Only then did an era of peace and prosperity begin. The sky is a clear, deep blue. The grass and trees are lush and overgrown. A stone stele is carved with a single line of text. Demonic bones that once blotted out the sky. An ancient evil dragon of a primordial age. 13 prefectures founded on its fall. Heroic souls gathered in this tower's stage. The stele is almost completely covered by weeds. This is the glorious seal of the void spirit sacred ancestor from ages past, who is enshrined within this very tower. A young man with white hair and handsome features clenches the book in his hands and speaks. Anyway, our 23-character sect will endure for all eternity. The young man's gaze turns serious. Besides, not just anyone can get into the Wuzhou Tower. You definitely won't regret coming here. The orange-haired girl across from him replies. Yeah, I know. She smiles, hiding the object in her hand. The azure cloud pill. This stuff isn't half bad. The young man reminds her. Don't take too many. We might be getting a new member in our sect. Leave some behind. The girl sighs. Ugh. I know. Seriously. Besides me, what makes you so confident that anyone else would even want to join our sect? The young man flashes a bright smile. You never know. Your arrival this year proves that we've still got what it takes. The girl immediately flares up, shouting. That's only because you tricked me into coming here. She waves her arms, recounting her woes. You said that if I joined the sect, I'd be a core disciple, that I'd have countless magic treasures and elixirs, that I'd be the next head senior sister. You even said something about how it's better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big sea. And what's the result? Counting me, this entire sect has exactly 3 people. I want to be the big fish, but the problem is a fish only has one head. His words leave the young man a little embarrassed. He tries to cover it up. Hey now, I wasn't exactly lying, was I? Didn't I bring you here to get some elixirs? Her face darkens. She walks over to a coffin. She continues her accusations. Forget it. Who would have thought that countless elixirs and treasures you mentioned would involve digging through the tombs of our ancestors? Just then, the body in the coffin opens its eyes. Zhang Tianlin fumbles around him. Where am I? Damn it. Where am I? Why is it so dark and cold in here? A sharp voice yells from outside. It's Xiao Yun. What do you think you're doing? Inside this mystic ice coffin is the venerable one I just told you about. Show some respect. He thought in surprise. There are people talking outside. A white boot slams down on the coffin lid. Gu Xiao Yun completely ignored the warning. You have the nerve to lecture me? What a bunch of ungrateful descendants. If you got the guts, then let this peerless master of yours come out and teach me a lesson. As she taunted them, she kicked the coffin lid open with her foot. The movement revealed the lace trim of her underskirt. This unexpected sight made Zhang Tianlin jolt. His head hit the side of the coffin. His eyes went wide as saucers. Blood gushed from his nose. Damn, are you serious? Getting a huge fan service moment the second I wake up. A sound came from inside the coffin. Gu Xiao Yun was startled. He's really moving? The white-haired young man shouted in alarm. Watch out. It's corpse reanimation. He leaped forward, shielding her. She looked at him, surprised. Corpse reanimation, the white-haired man replied. I've seen this happen before. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Hearing the incessant knocking from inside the coffin, Gu Xiaoyan asked, Did your venerable one really have to get this pissed off? With a loud bang, the coffin lid exploded into pieces. They both stared intently as the dust settled. A hand reached out. Coughing, Zhang Tianlin crawled out of the coffin. Cough, cough. Freezing. Why is it so damn cold? He looked down at his clothes. He couldn't help but get excited. What kind of outfit is this? Wait, wasn't I just playing a game? Does the new version of the game have AV? Is this full dive VR now? His gaze shifted to the other two. Huh? Are these NPCs? The 3 of them stared at each other. Zhang Tianlin broke the silence. Hello? Can I ask, where is this? An arrow flew through the air, striking him squarely in the chest. He was stunned with pain and disbelief. He looked down at the arrow buried deep in his chest. His eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell is happening? All 3 of them froze. The white-haired young man held his bow in the firing position. He said, Vile creature, return to whence you came. Zhang Tianlin lay on the ground. His thoughts hazy. This can't be it. I just woke up, and now I'm dying again? His eyes shot open. A brilliant light flooded his vision. How pathetic. My luck ran out the second I opened my eyes. But what is this blinding light? The path to heaven? He found his body floating in a blue void. An exclamation mark appeared over his head. Before him was a golden book. I don't get any of this. Huh? The golden book in front of me can talk? This isn't my mindscape. The book's cover read, The 5-3 Development Guide. It spoke. I'm a system that brought you here. You've got a pretty arrogant attitude, don't you? Zhang Tianlin reached for the book and opened it. A system notification appeared. System initialization complete. Greetings, host. This system was trained by a top-tier domestic services enterprise. Once he understood, he cheered with joy. Holy crap, a talking dictionary. The golden book immediately smacked him across the face. Correction. It's a system. Have you never read a novel before? Watch your mouth. He winced in pain, his eyes squeezed shut. Ow. The decorative flower by his cheek was now joined by a bright red handprint. Zhang Tianlin said, I just wasn't ready for that. So what does this system do? The golden book flipped through its pages, presenting its features. This is the Sect building and development system. It will help your Sect grow bigger and stronger. Sect scale, assets, skills, reputation, and influence. As these stats increase, you will earn Sect development points. You can also level up your Sect's rank. Sect scale refers to land, buildings, and other infrastructure. Assets means having a ton of money. Skills are martial prowess or the ability to get things done. Reputation means having many disciples and being well known. After your Sect levels up, you can use Sect development points to unlock more advanced facilities and skills. Keep this up until you slay the evil dragon. Beat the game and go home. After that long-winded explanation, his face went completely blank. Wait, hold on. Zhang Tianlin questioned it. The problem is, I'm just one person. What Sect are you talking about? The book was genuinely surprised. You don't have one? This system is usually assigned to hosts who already lead Sect. Did I get the wrong guy? And it flew higher. Whatever. It's a minor detail. If you don't have one, just build it. Or wipe out someone else's Sect. And take theirs. Simple. You're a transmigrator. Could you at least try to act the part? He was about to argue, but the golden book showed no mercy and slapped him again. Figure it out when you wake up. Now get going. Zhang Tianlin sat up, holding his face. So painful. Xiaoyan was shocked. Uncle Du. He's not dead. The white-haired young man's eyes widened. Huh? Afraid of getting shot with another arrow, Zhang Tianlin quickly said. Wait. Let's talk this out. The white-haired man's gaze locked onto the golden book behind him. He stared at it, thinking, a sentient spirit artifact. He must be a grandmaster, at least at the Ascension realm. Zhang Tianlin turned to look. So you can appear in the real world? The book scoffed. Obviously, this system isn't some cheap piece of junk that can only exist in your consciousness. The white-haired man raised his hand in a defensive stance. He warned her, Xiaoyan, go, now. We're no match for someone with a spirit artifact. Run. I'll hold him off. Xiaoyan replied. Uncle Su, I'm not leaving. We go together. The young man's temper flared. What are you talking about? If I can't even protect a new member of our Sect, how can I still call myself a protector elder? Then, he began giving his final instructions. When you get back, tell the Sect master, I won't bring shame to the 23-character Sect. Her eyes welled with tears. Uncle Du. Both sides were wary of each other. Zhang Tianlin staggered to his feet. A proposition. The atmosphere was a bit strange. System, shouldn't you be doing something right about now? The golden book spoke arrogantly. Sorry, this is a domestic-type system. Fighting and killing are outside my service parameters. He looked at it and asked, I remember choosing the highest-level talent before I transmigrated. Shouldn't that come with some combat skills? The system explained. What do talents have to do with skills? You're a high-level character who's been reset to start over. You're at the very first and lowest level of body tempering. After finishing its explanation, the golden book slapped him across the face. Ignorant. The white-haired young man raised his bow. How about a weapon? Watch it, or I'll shoot. The arrow was aimed straight at his target. A threat. Don't you dare curse at me. One more word, and I'll put an arrow through you. Zhang Tianlin frowned. He's coming this way. Is there really no other way? He already shot me once, and I didn't die. The system replied. The only reason you didn't die is because your innate physical talent is absurdly high. If he uses a powerful technique, you won't be able to take it. Zhang Tianlin clenched his fists. Looks like I'll have to risk it all. Even if I die, I'll die with some dignity. I'm not going to waste this new life. I'll take you down with me. The moment he finished speaking, the white-haired young man lowered his weapon, and with a thud, he dropped to his knees. Zhang Tianlin was stunned. The white-haired young man cupped his hands in reverence. Senior, you are the ancestor of my sect. Even as a vengeful spirit, you would never harm your own descendants. The young man's gaze grew somber. For the ancestor to rise from the dead, you must have an unfulfilled wish. This junior is willing to fulfill it for you, ancestor. Zhang Tianlin was reeling inside. What the hell? What is going on? That attitude of his changed way too fast. But on the outside, he maintained an air of profound mystery. Ahem. If you could do so, that would be for the best. Beside him, Miss Xiaoyan looked on with contempt. Uncle Du, where did your pride go? The white-haired young man shamelessly justified himself. Xiaoyan, this is what you call recognizing a superior power. If you can't win, you concede. There's no shame in it. You should learn a thing or two from this. A loud cough cut through the air. It was a clear bid for attention. To stop their private conversation, Zhang Tianlin clasped his hands behind his back. He struck the pose of a seasoned master. It is true that I have an unfulfilled wish. However, I can't remember any of it. Huh. Ancestor. So that means I'm their ancestor? Isn't this like having a powerful backer delivered right to my doorstep? The white-haired young man looked doubtful. You can't remember anything? Ancestor, why don't you both follow this junior back to the sect? Perhaps something there will jog your memory. The arrow was still sticking out of his chest. The scene between the three of them was utterly bizarre. Zhang Tianlin replied, That is a very reasonable suggestion. I was thinking the very same thing. He smirked inwardly. I'll have to play this carefully. If I really am their great ancestor, shouldn't I be taking over as sect master? The white-haired young man immediately shot to his feet. Excellent. Then we mustn't delay. Let us be on our way. Zhang Tianlin stopped him. Wait. He gestured to the arrow piercing his side. Can you help me pull this thing out? If I just leave it in, I'm going to scare someone. The mountain roads were treacherous and winding. Inside a luxurious inn, Zhang Tianlin inquired. So tell me, how is our sect doing these days? The white-haired young man bragged with a straight face. Rest assured, ancestor, our 23-character sect is quite renowned in the world of cultivation. Our reputation is legendary. We haven't brought any shame to your name. A short distance away, a few people were gathered, gossiping. Hey, they're from the 23-character sect. They're pretty famous. Within 100 miles, there isn't a soul who doesn't know them. Shoo, don't let them hear you. Zhang Tianlin listened to their discussion with a deadpan expression. But inwardly, he was grinning from ear to ear. Looks like this sect is pretty powerful. So being its ancestor really gives me some face. The sound of pleading came from a table behind them. Can't you make it a little cheaper? Zhang Tianlin sat up straight. He picked up some food with his chopsticks and asked, What was that sound? The white-haired young man immediately put down his chopsticks. It's nothing. Ancestor, please wait a moment. I'll go check it out. Zhang Tianlin said, I'll go with you and see what's happening. The young man glanced outside. Yes. Outside. Gu Xiaoyan stood before the front counter. Her hands on her hips as she argued. This definitely wasn't the price before. The innkeeper was not one to back down. Before was before. Now is now. If you can't pay, then get lost. Furious, she was about to retort. You. When a voice from behind cut her off. Xiaoyan, let me handle this. The white-haired young man, his robes hanging open, spoke in a syrupy, sweet voice. Big sister, it seems I didn't bring enough money with me today. He slinked closer, turning on the charm. If you could just give us a little discount. This whole display left Gu Xiaoyan completely frozen on the spot. The young man gazed soulfully at the innkeeper. Licking his thumb, he purred suggestively. I would be more than willing. The innkeeper stared at the young man, practically drooling. Her eyes narrowed with delight. 3 superior rooms, was it? No need to be so formal with your big sister. Someone, show this young master to his rooms. A waiter who had been watching the commotion immediately scurried over. Yes. Right away. A crowd began to form. Zhang Tianlin also came out to see what the fuss was about. His face darkened. Something feels very wrong here. I have a really bad feeling about this. On a bustling market street, someone asked, Xiaoyan, is this town always this lively? Gu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she replied. Not usually. It's because the Tailang sect's Immortal Inquiry Convention is about to start. So people from 100 miles around have all come to try their luck. Zhang Tianlin looked at her and repeated the name. Tailang sect? She immediately began to explain. Yes. The Tai Lang sect is a cultivation sect that's gotten really famous recently. The Immortal Inquiry Convention is when they hold massive public recruitment for new disciples. The sect is huge, and it's filled with powerful masters. He frowned. Their sect is that good? I remember there was a Tai Lang sect in the game, but it wasn't very famous. Gu Xiaoyun answered honestly. No idea. But I heard that if you get picked, you won't have to worry about food or drink. Plus, you get 2 spirit-gathering pills every month. Zhang Tianlin asked curiously. Where do you hear all that? She made no attempt to hide it. I was planning on going there myself. If Martial Uncle hadn't stopped me, that is. Zhang Tianlin turned and looked around. Where's Nan Yushu? Where'd he go? Just then, the white-haired young man came running from a distance like a purple butterfly. I'm here. Ancestor. Nan Yushu pointed to the lipstick marks on his chest. He said shyly, Sorry. The shopkeeper was a little too enthusiastic. I got held up. A cold sweat bead the size of a golf ball formed on Zhang Tianlin's brow. But he pretended to be calm. It's fine. It's fine. Inside, however, he was scared witless. I'm starting to think this sect is getting more and more unreliable. Did I just get on the wrong ship? Someone in the crowd shouted. They're here. This caught the attention of the 3 of them. Up ahead, a man on horseback was approaching. The surrounding crowd automatically parted to either side. They knelt. We greet the High Immortal. We greet the High Immortal. The man they called High Immortal was dressed in pale yellow robes. His voice was cold. Those participating in the immortal inquiries up ahead, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes, are not to cause a disturbance. Violators will be executed. Nan Yushu gestured toward the group, scoffing. Humph. For such a minor sect, they sure talk big. Zhang Tianlin asked, confused. Aren't you going to go say hi? Nan Yushu frowned. Go say hi. Gu Xiaoyan exclaimed. Of course. That's the Tai Ling sect. We should go visit them sometime. Then she rushed out in front of the horse, waving her arms wildly. The sight made Nan Yushu feel utterly mortified. Gu Xiaoyun. She paid him no mind, standing in the middle of the road, waving like she was greeting an old friend. Huh. We're all friends here. It'll be good to know each other, so we can look out for one another in the future. This left the High Immortal on the horse, speechless. She introduced herself. I'm number 23. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand clamped over her mouth and dragged her back. Nan Yushu held her tight and said to the man on the horse, So sorry. My apologies for the disturbance. Please carry on. The 2 of them struggled back and forth. Even the horse narrowed its eyes, looking at them with contempt. One of the subordinates spoke up. Didn't you say not to cause a disturbance? Should we execute that person? The High Immortal's face darkened. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? He then spurred his horse onward and said, the elder said, to ignore them and begin the immortal inquiries directly. This left all the subordinates stunned. Meanwhile, Nan Yushu lectured Gu Xiaoyun, pointing at her troublemaking mouth. What was that saying hi nonsense? I told you to keep that mouth of yours in check. And where did you even learn to act like? She said stubbornly. I was just trying to be friendly. Zhang Tianlin asked, completely lost. What's wrong? Nan Yushu replied. Never mind. Ancestor, let's not waste any more time. We should head back to the sect right away. But Zhang Tianlin points in another direction. Hold on a minute. Go find out what's happening over there. A venerable master stands in the middle of a crowd, holding a platter. He stands among them and speaks with arrogance. This year's offering fee is 500 taels of silver. If you don't have enough, don't waste our time. A man, kneeling on the ground, tries to bargain. Venerable master, could you possibly lower the price a little? Last year, it was only 300 taels. The master glares and snaps at him. Scram, how do you expect to cultivate without money? An old man clasps his hands and begs. Venerable master, our entire family only has 470 taels. Please, can you let my son participate? My son has been eager to learn since he was a boy. It was I who held back his studies. His son, standing beside him, pulls his arm to stop him. Father, Dad, don't say that. The venerable master sneers. Seeing how pathetic you are? Fine, hand over the offering fee. Overjoyed, the old man pulls his son forward. Quickly, hurry, let the venerable master see your aptitude. Nan Yushu watches the commotion from the side. He explains to Zhang Tianlin. The offering fee is money collected by cultivation sects. To test whether a commoner has the aptitude to cultivate. Zhang Tianlin asks. They could just do that? Does our sect do this too? Nan Yushu immediately adopts a righteous tone. Ancestor, please don't misunderstand. We would never stoop to scamming commoners like this. Meanwhile, the old man is pleading with the venerable master. Please look, I'm begging you. The old man's face falls in disbelief. My son can't possibly have no talent. Please check again. The venerable master waves his hand impatiently. I already told you. If I say he has none, he has none. Now stop pestering me. He then sends the old man flying with a kick. Get lost. The son is horrified. He cries out. Nan Yushu exposes their true colors. That disciple isn't checking anyone's aptitude. He's just tricking people out of their silver. Zhang Tianlin demands. Then why don't we stop them? Nan Yushu shakes his head. Ancestor, look over there. Another venerable master walks by with a platter. Who else wishes to inquire about the immortal path? A crowd of adults, children in tow, kneels around him. Venerable master, please test my child. Venerable master, test my son. Nan Yushu explains. Cultivators hold a revered status. To them, mortals are no different from ants. Becoming a cultivator is a chance to change one's destiny. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, they will desperately grasp onto it. As he speaks, his voice grows grim. If we were to interfere, they would only end up resenting us for it. In that moment, Zhang Tianlin's idealized vision of the world shatters. This world, it's nothing like I imagined. The sun from before roars in anger. Give us our money back. You swindler. That was my parents' life savings. His father frantically tries to calm him down. And yo, don't do this. The venerable master's eyes fill with killing intent. You're courting death. He draws his sword. The blade flashes with a cold, unforgiving light. Those two shrieked in terror. Huh? When he opened his eyes, Harv realized, I'm still alive. Gu Xiaoyan's expression was grim. As she gripped the tip of the immortal master's sword, he was bewildered. And then, her eyes hardened with resolve. Cut the act. Give them their money back. As the onlookers saw Gu Xiaoyan's bold stance, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Who is that? Defying an immortal master. The person next to him tried to stop him. Shoo, keep your voice down. This enraged the immortal master. You wretched peasant. The absolute nerve. How dare you interfere with the business of my Iron Ridge sect? Gu Xiaoyan met his glare and laid the truth bare. You weren't even checking their spiritual aptitude just now. You were just scamming them. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. What? The immortal masters are scammers? Is it true? Their deception exposed. The group of immortal masters flew into a rage. Drawing their swords, they charged forward like a pack of street thugs. You insolent brat, you're courting death. Nan Yushu immediately rushed out to mediate. Everyone, please calm down. This is all just a misunderstanding. Gu Xiaoyan was confused. Martial uncle? Nan Yushu turned around. His face pale as he glared at her. Martial uncle? What martial uncle? Do you honestly think you can fight all of them? Just then, she slapped her forehead. A sudden realization hit her. Oh, right. There are a lot of them. I totally forgot about that. Her eyes widened as she charged forward again. She pointed at one of them. According to the code of the martial world, we settle this with a one-on-one duel. Nan Yushu clapped a hand over her mouth before she could say another word. He spoke for her. I am so sorry. My disciple isn't quite right in the head. We'll be leaving right now. Right now. Seeing the two of them about to leave, someone called out, Where do you think you're going in such a hurry? Elder Nan, seeing that man, the color drained from Nan Yushu's face. We're in deep trouble. But he composed himself and bowed respectfully. Not all. Elder Gu, with his hands clasped behind his back. Elder Gu spoke. Well, I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the renowned 23-character sect. The people around them started pointing and whispering. So they're from the 23-character sect. It's really them. Standing in the crowd, Zhang Tianlin was secretly pleased. Could my sect really be this famous? Before he could even puff his chest out with pride, he began to overhear what the crowd was saying. That sect is something else. I've heard the stories. They're unbelievably stingy. I heard they'll haggle for an hour just to buy a single goose. And that's not all. They claim to be from some ancient, orthodox lineage, but they got completely wrecked by a local martial arts dojo. On top of that, they're always out performing on the street, claiming it's to earn a little extra money. They're no different than a traveling circus. Zhang Tianlin's face froze like a block of wood. What the? The golden book in his mind hastily tried to absolve itself of any blame. Host, your choice of sect was based entirely on your own merits and bloodline. This system had nothing to do with it. Zhang Tianlin snapped back internally. Shut up. The golden book turned its attention elsewhere. System reminder for the host. Your first mission has arrived. Zhang Tianlin's eyes shot open. Meanwhile, Nan Yushu and Gu Xiaoyan were completely surrounded by a group of powerful cultivators. Sect mission. Rescue your disciples. Mission reward. 300 development points and 1 sect blueprint of your choice. Failure penalty. Loss of a core disciple. Loss of a core disciple? What does that mean? Zhang Tianlin was confused. Elder Gu's lecherous gaze landed on Gu Xiaoyan. I've heard your so-called sect is a disgrace to the world of cultivation. And seeing you today, even your female disciples are this unruly. Why don't you just join my tiling sect? Gu Xiaoyan raised a hand to shield her face. Her mind a million miles away, she thought. Uncle Yu, thank you for stopping me back then. Nan Yushu frowned. Is this really the time for that? Looking at the mob in front of them, Nan Yushu thought to himself, what are we going to do? The tiling sect is too powerful. We're no match for them. And we don't have any masters on our side. Wait a minute. Nan Yushu whipped his head around, searching the crowd. He saw their ancestor standing there. His face was as black as thunder, but in Nan Yushu's eyes, it was as if Zhang Tianlin was a radiant beacon of hope, shining brilliantly. Nan Yushu's heart leaped with joy. I knew it. The ancestor is watching us. But Zhang Tianlin was just racking his brain, his gaze distant and unfocused. How am I supposed to complete this mission? I have to save those two, but there's no way I can fight them head-on. I'm completely outmatched right now. Somehow, Nan Yushu felt he could understand the meaning behind Zhang Tianlin's gaze. He thought to himself, Ancestor, I understand your will. Then he called out in a loud voice, Xiaoyun, straighten your back. She stared at him, confused. Nan Yushu shot her an arrogant look. The revered ancestor is watching us, and there's nothing he despises more than cowardly disciples. Let's show the ancestor our fighting spirit. Her eyes widened. I understand. Nan Yushu raised his sword. His eyes filled with resolve. Tiling sect, you haven't just insulted us. You've insulted our sect, and you've insulted all of our forefathers. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Gu Xiaoyan raised a fist and chimed in. That's right. Even if we die, we'll fight you to the very end. Zhang Tianlin slapped a hand to his forehead. I'm speechless. Elder Gu exploded in a fit of rage, his eyes turning bloodshot. You worthless backwater sect, since you have such a death wish, don't blame us for what happens next. He pointed a finger contemptuously. Disciples on my command. Kill them both. Then dump their bodies for the fish. The disciples roared in unison. Yes, Elder. Gu Xiaoyan's eyes went wide. Martial uncle, let's go. Nan Yushu's eyes bulged. A cold sweat trickled down his spine. He stammered. Wait. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed through the area. Who dares lay a hand on them? The disciples of the Tilang sect froze, startled. They frantically looked around. Elder Gu demanded in a stern voice. Who goes there? A golden book shot out from the crowd, clearing a path before them. Everyone make way. A golden book circled overhead. Zhang Tianlin walked out, his head held high. My disciples, since when did they need the likes of you to tell them what to do? Elder Gu's face was etched with terror. A spirit-imbued artifact. In that moment, Zhang Tianlin found himself surrounded. Everyone was armed. Only he stood empty-handed. In the last game, he had annihilated countless sects. He was incredibly experienced when it came to wiping them out. Even so, he wasn't alone. He always had comrades fighting by his side. And because of that, he knew all too well, for a trash-tier sect in its early stages, what losing its core disciples truly meant. Not long after, in the dead of night, the entire palace was engulfed in a sea of fire. There was no doubt about it. It would all start with their collapse. Then, annihilation. Finally, the ancestor would make his move. Gu Xiaoyan scowled, a smirk playing on her lips. Seeing this, Elder Gu broke out in a cold sweat. He stared, stammering. Who in the world are you? Hearing the question, Zhang Tianlin put on a solemn expression. With a furrowed brow, he replied, It feels like a long, long dream. I never imagined this world. Old friends have long returned to dust. The seas have turned to mulberry fields. At the same time, a book glowing with golden light appeared in his hand. Now, all that's left are these young disciples. I suppose there's some small comfort. Zhang Tianlin turned his head. He asked in a chilling voice, "What were you just saying? You want to kill my disciples?" He asked the question, but he couldn't be bothered to wait for an answer. He simply turned and walked away. The crowd behind him began to murmur, "May the High Immortal protect us. May the High Immortal protect us." Just then, Zhang Tianlin started walking toward Elder Gu. Everyone in his path bowed their heads in reverence. They were all shaking with fear. We're done for. Everything we were gossiping about. Did the High Immortal hear all of it? No way, right? Please, High Immortal, spare us. Zhang Tianlin paid them no mind. Stroking the golden book in his hand, he thought, the Sect prestige is rising. That's a lot of prestige. The master is quite the showman. At the same time, a notification sound rang out. Prestige +1. Prestige +1. Prestige +1. Prestige +1. Prestige +1. Prestige +1. When Elder Gu heard his words, he immediately bowed respectfully. May I be so bold as to ask for Senior's esteemed name? Zhang Tianlin asked coldly. You're from the Iron Wolf Sect? Is Hong Jingtao here? But inside, Zhang Tianlin was thinking, if I remember the game correctly, the Iron Wolf Sect's master was named Hong Jingtao. Man, I'm terrible with names. On the outside, Elder Gu's face went stiff, but he still answered politely. Sect Master Hong passed away many years ago. Right now, our current Sect Master is, but inside, the Elder was reeling with suspicion. This man knew our Sect's founder. Just who is he? Zhang Tianlin appeared nonchalant. He waved his hand dismissively and said, no matter. For Xiao Hong's sake, I'll spare your lives today. When they heard him say the immortal's name, everyone present was stunned. Xiao Hong. Elder Gu was far more experienced than the others. Without any unnecessary words, she took the initiative and addressed Zhang Tianlin. Senior, we'll leave right now. Right now, seeing how smoothly things were going, Zhang Tianlin smiled, pleased that his mission was complete. But inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing my acting is top-notch. Elder Gu watched him warily. TCH, I have to report this to the Sect Master. Otherwise. But just then, several streaks of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Strange. A bolt of lightning struck the ground right in front of Elder Gu, startling her into a shout. Gah! The others yelped in fear, shielding their faces. A moment later, Elder Gu cautiously approached. What's this? Sticking out of the ground was a black, unmarked spirit tablet. She frowned and said in surprise, a spirit tablet? Elder Gu turned her head and asked uncertainly, who? But another voice cut her off coldly. Did I say you could leave? Zhang Tianlin, holding the book in his arms, reminded them with a displeased look. You still haven't returned what you took from the people. Otherwise, my disciple wouldn't mind lighting a stick of incense for each of you every year. Hearing this, Elder Gu broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, sir. With that said, she turned and roared at her lackeys behind her. What are you all standing around for? Give the money back to the people. What have I always taught you? You must cherish the common folk. Do you understand? They flinched and hastily replied. The townspeople got their money back, and their faces lit up with smiles. Thank you. Thank you. This is wonderful. Everyone was overjoyed. A young man happily reported to his white-haired father. Father, we got our money back. It's all thanks to the great immortal. Once everything was settled to his satisfaction, Zhang Tianlin coldly dismissed them. Now you can get lost. Elder Gu backed away and replied, Thank you, Senior. We'll get lost right away. They didn't dare to linger, replying as they went. They scrambled to flee. Let's go. Hurry. Once they were a safe distance away, Zhang Tianlin finally let out a huge sigh of relief. That scared the hell out of me. Wu-san, you didn't even warn me that the mission reward would literally fall from the sky. Good thing I'm quick on my feet. Just then, the golden book reminded him angrily. This is a high-efficiency system. It operates using the most scientific delivery methods. Furthermore, this system has an official name. Not to be outdone, Zhang Tianlin roared back. Don't talk to me about science right now. Suddenly, someone called out from behind Zhang Tianlin. Ancestor. He jumped and turned around. Right then, Gu Xiaoyun and Nan Yushu bowed respectfully with their hands clasped. We thank you, Ancestor. But before Zhang Tianlin could answer, Yushu spoke up. Ancestor. Actually about the Sect's affairs. But before he could finish, Zhang Tianlin cut him off, annoyed. We can discuss this later. Let's head back to the Sect first. With that, he walked off on his own, leaving the two behind to stare blankly at his retreating back. Gu Xiaoyan was a little puzzled. She nudged Nan Yushu and asked, Martial Uncle, is the Grandmaster angry? Nan Yushu glanced at her. He explained, for his descendants to have run the Sect into the ground like this, how could he possibly be in a good mood? He looked at Zhang Tianlin's steady back and thought, perhaps it's because we, the younger generation, are so utterly useless. That's why the Ancestor couldn't rest in peace. He had to come back. But in reality, Zhang Tianlin's thoughts were completely different from theirs. Zhang Tianlin asked excitedly, is there a new quest? The book immediately confirmed, yes. A notification instantly appeared before his eyes. Sect quest. Return to the Sect. Officially become the Sect leader. Quest reward. 1,000 Sect development points. Unlock Sect development authority. Suddenly, Zhang Tianlin looked at the spirit tablet on the ground. He asked curiously, speaking of building up the Sect, what exactly is that spirit tablet that fell earlier? Seeing him staring at the tablet with curiosity, the book explained, that is an ancestral worship tablet. Developing the Sect requires obtaining Sect development points through ancestral worship. Zhang Tianlin frowned in confusion. An ancestral worship tablet? Then he suddenly froze, because a line of text had just appeared on the tablet, and it included his name. Sacred Ancestor of the Void Mausoleum, Zhang Tianlin. What the hell is this? Zhang Tianlin sat under a large tree, holding the golden book. Wu San, what's this Sect Development Authority? It immediately replied, the Sect Development Authority is this system's primary function. Only the owner of the Sect has the right to unlock it. Currently, the system can only infiltrate the consciousness of others to operate in a trial version. He was confused before, but that explanation just made him even more lost. He decided to give up. Zhang Tianlin gripped the spirit tablet in his hand. He tried again. All right then, explain this to me. What exactly is this tablet? The book didn't hesitate. It answered fluently. To put it simply, when other people bow and offer rites to your spirit tablet, you will receive Sect development points. The more sincere their worship, the more development points you'll receive. This time, Zhang Tianlin's face instantly went pale. He asked, horrified, don't you see how messed up this is? Are they supposed to burn some spirit money from me, too? But the book replied nonchalantly, that's perfectly normal. After all, you did just climb out coffin. Hearing that, Zhang Tianlin immediately jumped to his feet, fuming. Not a chance. I could have crawled out from under a rock. I could starve to death out here, but I would never, ever resort to something so humiliating. Just then, Nan Yushu appeared out of nowhere. Grandmaster. Seeing him approach, Zhang Tianlin was a bit surprised. You're back? Gu Xiaoyan walked up to Nan Yushu. Behind her was a horse-drawn carriage. I found us a carriage. We can head back to the Sect now. She excitedly held up a stack of spirit money she just bought. She proudly explained her plan to Nan Yushu. I just bought some gold ingots. I saw the Grandmaster carrying his own spirit tablet, so I thought I'd burn some spirit money for you while I was at it. Before she could even finish her sentence, Nan Yushu rapped her on the head, scolding, don't be disrespectful to the Grandmaster. Gu Xiaoyan cried out in pain. Ow! Suddenly, a voice drifted over from a distance, interrupting them. Ahem. It's fine. Go ahead and bring it. They turned around, stunned. Zhang Tianlin walked over. He said with an air of indifference, it's just paper money. If you insist on making an offering, I'm not one to object. Then, he gave an order. All right, let's get going. Nan Yushu was a bit taken aback, but he quickly recovered. Yes, sir. Beside him, Gu Xiaoyan was gloating cheerfully. See, I told you the Ancestor would like it. Moments later, the carriage carrying the three of them began to move. Zhang Tianlin sat inside the carriage and asked the two sitting across from him, so, can you tell me about the state of our Sect now? Nan Yushu quickly replied, Ancestor, He began to recount the tale, his mind drifting back in time. Actually, I wasn't lying to you before. Our sect was once truly powerful. But that was a very, very long time ago. The story begins with the calamity of the evil dragon 1,000 years ago. Back then, the evil dragon brought disaster upon the world. So 13 great masters joined forces to defeat it. They decided to seal the evil dragon within a divine tower. The group of masters looked magnificent and united. But then, Nan Yushu's tone shifted, a hint of regret creeping into his voice. But the evil dragon launched a final counterattack before its demise. It was incredibly dangerous. Right before it was sealed, it cast a vicious curse upon all the masters. It doomed their sects to have no successors and to fall into ruin. He then thought of the leader of their own sect. The situation was dire. The immortal ancestor of our sect single-handedly blocked the evil dragon's retaliatory curse. After the battle, everything slowly returned to normal. From then on, the other sects all became supreme powers, revered by the people like gods. They stood guard over the divine tower. Only our sect, that immortal ancestor, died from the curse. Nan Yushu thought of his sect's increasingly dilapidated tower and said sorrowfully, "After that, it was as if our sect was cursed. We suffered one disaster after another. Barely any disciples were left, and the sect became a shadow of its former self." After hearing the story, Zhang Tianlin scowled and snapped. "Was your sect's immortal ancestor an idiot? Facing a life-or-death crisis, and he just runs off to die alone?" He noticed the other two weren't responding, which only made him more certain of his words. "Am I wrong? What's the point of playing the hero at a time like that?" So he died, and didn't that just screw over generations of his descendants? After a long pause, Nan Yushu dazedly pointed at Zhang Tianlin. He stammered in response. "But that immortal ancestor was you." The finger pointed directly at him. Zhang Tianlin froze solid on the spot. The three of them fell into an awkward silence. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoyan decided to add, "I heard from my martial uncle that back when you blocked the evil dragon's curse, you even shouted something." She recalled Zhang Tianlin's heroic appearance at that moment. "Everyone get back. Leave this to me," she finished with an excited tone. "And then you blocked the curse, and I broke." Nan Yushu quickly cut in. "Xiaoyan, what kind of thing is that to say?" Realizing she'd misspoken, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." Then Nan Yushu turned to comfort Zhang Tianlin. "Ancestor, please pay her no mind. The sect's historical records say that, even as you fell in battle, you managed to say one last thing." She recalled the image of the calm, injured immortal from the texts. Not bad, but contrary to their expectations. Zhang Tianlin just waved a dismissive hand. "That's enough. You don't need to say any more." "I remember." He was mortified. "I can't believe I set myself up like that. So damn embarrassing." Just then, the driver outside called to them. "You three, we're here." Zhang Tianlin responded. "We've arrived. Let's get out." Nan Yushu looked up at the entrance. She asked tentatively, "Ancestor, this is our sect. It's not too bad, is it?" Zhang Tianlin's eyes went wide. He stammered, This is our sect." To the right of the entrance, a line of characters was carved. Wealth and riches, peace and health. And to the left, another line. Endless fortune, glorious ancestors. But the name above the main gate was even more stunning. The bountiful land of treasure returned to Origin Sect. After a long moment of silence, Zhang Tianlin wore the expression of a man having an existential crisis. What is with this name? Suddenly, a man sweeping the ground nearby spoke up. A name is the very soul of a sect. Fate is decreed by the heavens, but a name determines fortune. That's the logic behind it. All in all, our sect's name has 23 characters. That's why people call us the 23-character sect. Zhang Tianlin was taken aback. Lu Hao turned around, broom in hand, and addressed the three newcomers. "You look familiar, friend. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. May I ask your name?" Nan Yushu and Gu Xiaoyan quickly bowed with respect. "Sect leader, we're back." Hearing what they called him, Zhang Tianlin was stunned. "He's the current sect leader?" Lu Hao smiled in response. "I know Xiaoyan is a new disciple, but who might this be?" Gu Xiaoyan happily ran over to introduce him. "Grandpa sect leader. This is the ancestor who woke up in our ancestral tomb. He had just woken up when we got there, Seeing this unfold, Zhang Tianlin made an assumption. In my experience, these old guys sweeping floors are always some kind of legendary master. Looks like becoming sect leader myself isn't going to be so easy. After hearing the introduction, Lu Hao laughed. No wonder. I knew you looked familiar. But before he could finish his sentence, he froze. It was as if he had seen something utterly terrifying. His eyes bulged with horror. And a second later, to the complete shock of the other three, Lu Hao fell straight backward. He was out cold. Nan Yushu rushed to his side, shouting, "Sect leader! Xiaoyan! Quick, press under his nose!" Gu Xiaoyan cried out in a panic. "Grandpa sect leader! Look at me!" Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed in his head. Zhang Tianlin bit his lip. His face pale, but resolute. The janitor is a demon. The Tai Lang sect. Inside the Great Hall, there stands a statue of an incredibly ferocious wolf. A voice echoed through the hall. "You're telling me that some small sect in these desolate mountains has produced a master of the Qi Ascension realm?" The wolf's eyes glowed a fierce red. Just like the statue, it turned its head to look at the sect master. "Everything I said is the truth. The man's cultivation is unfathomably deep. Not only does he possess a spirit artifact, he's also an acquaintance of Headmaster Hong." Tianlang Yuanji stroked the wolf's head and asked with a hint of curiosity, "How powerful is this artifact? And what exactly does it do?" The one making the report at this time was Elder Gu. Hearing the question, he stammered. "Well," Tianlang Yuanji's face was impassive, but his voice was tinged with mockery. "He's truly unfathomable, you say? Then why would he allow us to hold the Immortal Ascension Tournament in Zhun Bai Shui?" Beads of cold sweat dripped down Elder Gu's face. Terror was written all over it. "My lord, please forgive me. I'll send men to investigate immediately." But Tianlang Yuanji seemed completely uninterested. He waved him off nonchalantly. "No need. This isn't your fault." After all, his appearance was rather coincidental. Elder Gu let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Sect Master." Suddenly, Tianlang Yuanji's demeanor shifted. His expression turned grim. However, he should not have mentioned Headmaster Hong. He let out a sneer, but it looked more like a mask for his rage. The moment he spoke, the wolf lunged and sank its teeth into the man. A blood-curdling scream tore from the elder's throat. "Art!" His pleas echoed through the hall. "Help me!" But after only a moment, there was silence. Crunch. Blood splattered everywhere. Problem solved. Tianlang Yuanji offered a cold reminder. "All of you remember this. The headmaster of the Tai Lang sect is me, Tianlang Yuanji." He rose to his feet and strode past the pool of blood. "Someone." His expression was a mask of menace and intimidation. "His cultivation realm may be a lie, but that spirit artifact could be real. Inform Shan Luo. Tell him to wipe out that little sect and bring the artifact to me at the Air Shi Sanzi sect." Gu Xiao Yun approached Zhang Tianlin. "Ancestor, Martial Uncle is taking care of the headmaster. Please have some tea." He heard her and simply declined. "That's quite all right." Then, Gu Xiao Yun asked hesitantly, "Ancestor, may I ask you a question? What cultivation realm have you reached?" Zhang Tianlin didn't try to hide anything. "My memory is quite hazy. I'm afraid things aren't the same as they once were. Why don't you tell me how you all classify the cultivation realms these days?" Gu Xiaoyan didn't press the issue. Instead, she began her explanation. "Oh, of course. Then allow me to explain, Ancestor." She earnestly began to introduce the different levels to him. The major cultivation realms are divided into body tempering, spirit tempering, Qi Ascension, the celestial realm, and the Empyrean realm. There are 5 major realms in total, and each major realm is further divided into several minor realms. For instance, the body tempering realm is divided into 9 stages. Then she thought about the people she'd met. For the major sects, ordinary disciples are in the body tempering realm. Someone in the spirit forging realm could be an elder, and an ascendant realm master could even be a sect master or one of those old reclusive masters. But then, her expression suddenly changed. A look of uncertainty crossed her face. "I heard our old sect master was in the ascendant realm. Back then, the small town at the foot of the mountain was still our territory. But before I got here, The old Sect master had already passed away. Gu Xiaoyan thought of something. Her eyes lit up with excitement. That's right. The founder was so powerful back in the day. He might have been even stronger than the old Sect master. Zhang Tianlin was taking a sip of water. He choked when he heard that. His face was a mask of bewilderment. Cough. This is... He vaguely recalled. I think Wu San said, I'm at the first stage of body tempering. The absolute lowest level. At that exact moment, the system's alert sounded. Host has received 10 Sect development points from the ancestral tablet. What? Zhang Tianlin froze. Wait a minute. Didn't the Sect master already place the ancestral tablet in the Ancestor Hall? Could it be? But on the outside, he frowned and asked Gu Xiaoyun with a serious expression. You are far too fixated on cultivation and realms. Caught off guard by the question, Gu Xiaoyun didn't know how to respond. Seeing her expression, Zhang Tianlin clasped his hands behind his back and began to explain. A single leap cannot cover 10 steps. Even a slow horse can travel for 10 days. Its strength is in its persistence. A person should not be too hasty. The most important thing in cultivation is to cultivate one's character and temper one's mind. From now on, you must read more books. As Gu Xiaoyan listened to his lecture, her eyes were wide. Read books? But why? The moment she finished speaking, a book smacked her on the head. It came with Zhang Tianlin's admonition. Remember this. Knowledge is power. Finally, he turned away. He gave a cold command. Go stand for a full watch and reflect. And I want a written self-reflection submitted tonight. I will be checking it myself. Gu Xiaoyan wasn't angry about being punished. She was just a little surprised by Zhang Tianlin's sudden sternness. Why did the founder suddenly get so scary? After he had walked some distance away, the book spoke up indignantly. Host, this system is a system, not a weapon for hitting people. Zhang Tianlin replied nonchalantly. You look like a dictionary. It'd be a waste not to hit people with you. He frowned. He stated his next move. The ancestral tablet. Just now, it reacted. That's why I had to send Gu Xiaoyan away. I need to go check on the Sect master by myself. Meanwhile, in the chamber holding the spirit tablets, a desperate voice cried out, Oh, great ancestor! You really didn't have to do this. Lu Hao was weeping and pleading desperately. I mean, why couldn't you just rest in peace? Why did you have to teach me a lesson? Nan Yushu looked at him. He calmly reminded him. Sect master, senior brother. Do you think maybe it's because we're always taking things from the great ancestor's tomb, and now he's finally angry? The moment Lu Hao heard this, he confessed in terror. Great ancestor, I really didn't mean to take your things. After master passed away, we were completely out of options. We couldn't recruit any disciples, so we thought of using the great ancestor's belongings. After he finished his explanation, he didn't forget to drag someone else down with him, specifically Nan Yushu, who was right beside him. This was all my junior brother's idea. Every grievance has a source, and every debt has a debtor. You should go after him. Don't blame me. Nan Yushu couldn't take it anymore. He finally spoke up. Lu Hao, the man who was called out, flinched. Nan Yushu glanced at the kneeling man and reminded him coldly, as his descendants, we should be figuring out how to let the great ancestor rest in peace. The way you're acting, even if the great ancestor's spirit is watching from the heavens, you wouldn't want to be worshipped by someone like you. Chastised, Lu Hao stammered. Well, meanwhile, Zhang Tianlin was leaning against a nearby wall, piecing together everything he had overheard. The old sect leader died. They can't recruit any disciples. So this is the start of some chaotic story, huh? He suddenly let out a sly grin. Now, this is a challenge. For a high-level player like me. As long as I can get loyal disciples, developing the sect won't be hard at all. With his mind made up, he turned to leave, satisfied. Clear the game, and I can go home. All right then, let's have some fun with this world. In front of the sect's main hall, Lu Hao hesitantly asked the person beside him. So, what on earth are we supposed to do? Nan Yushu answered honestly. Actually, for the past few days, I've been thinking, why did the great ancestor suddenly awaken? And then I came to a realization. Lu Hao stared at him intently. Nan Yushu ignored his reaction and coldly presented his theory. To die and come back to life. With no memories. Senior brother, do you really think that's our ancestor? Or is it something else? He then reminded him of how Zhang Tianlin once saved the world. Don't you forget. The Ancestor's body was used to suppress the demonic energy of the evil dragon in the Divine Tower. What if something evil has possessed his body? Hearing this, Lu Hao's face went pale. Possession? Nan Yushu suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. But even if it is the Ancestor resurrected, are we really going to let our great forefather die with regrets? Unable to find peace in the afterlife, Lu Hao dropped his flippant attitude and affirmed with a serious expression. Junior brother, I understand now. At that moment, Nan Yushu suddenly dropped to one knee. He proclaimed loudly, Your unworthy descendant, Nan Yushu. His senior brother was no exception, crying out as well. Your unworthy descendant, Lu Hao. Together, they kowtowed before Zhang Tianlin's memorial tablet, vowing aloud, We will devote all our strength to helping our great ancestor find peace at last. Sometime later, at the foot of the mountain, the sun shone brightly. The scenery was breathtaking. Lu Hao stepped forward, his hands clasped together, with the utmost respect. Great ancestor, this is the place where your cultivation techniques and magical artifacts were kept. Nan Yushu and Zhang Tianlin stood at the front, looking at the cave at the mountain's base, a place of great importance to the sect. The hidden treasure pavilion. Nan Yushu spoke up. Perhaps we can find something here to let the ancestor remember. Zhang Tianlin's brow furrowed. Some treasure pavilion. It's just a cave. Lu Hao looked like he was about to cry. Ancestor, we're just so poor. Yushu stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Senior brother, don't take it so hard. Seeing this, Zhang Tianlin said awkwardly, My apologies. Then he addressed the two of them. May I go inside and have a look? Of course you may. But to avoid disturbing our ancestor, we'll wait out here. Zhang Tianlin turned to go. In that case, wait for me out here. The moment he stepped inside, he muttered to himself, What kind of treasure pavilion is this? It's freezing in here. Suddenly, he noticed a sword placed carefully on a table. He walked over. There's only one sword in the entire treasure pavilion? Zhang Tianlin picked up the sword to examine it. This sword, however, seems to be of exceptional quality. And yet, the instant he touched it, the sword sent a surge of spiritual energy through him. He cried out in surprise. Huh. In the next moment, his body was lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. His eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. I can't move. Under the influence of a strange power, the sword slowly slid out of its sheath. Before his astonished eyes, it flew into the air. For some unknown reason, the sword shot straight toward Zhang Tianlin. His eyes widened in shock. The sword was getting closer and closer. Outside, Yushu asked, Senior brother, can that sword really slay the evil spirit possessing him? Lu Hao slowly closed his eyes. Rest assured. He then turned and said with absolute certainty, That sword is our sect's most sacred treasure. 300 years ago, our sect was attacked by the demon realm. We were on the brink of annihilation. Our sect master at the time knelt before the divine sword for 3 days, begging for the ancestor's protection. Just as our sect's grand defensive array was about to shatter, the divine sword appeared in the sky. It slaughtered every last disciple of the demonic sect. Although its spiritual power has waned since then, and it pays us no mind, it is the ancestor's sword. It has saved our sect from peril time and time again. When faced with a true evil, the divine sword will undoubtedly strike it down. After hearing this, Yushu said in amazement, So it's an arrogant sword, one that won't let just anyone touch it. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianlin stared at the sword, completely baffled. The sword wasn't trying to harm him. Instead, it hovered right in front of him. Does I want to take it? He hesitantly reached for the hilt. He gripped the sword. He thought, Well, here goes nothing. The moment his hand closed around it, a strange spiritual energy radiated out. A stream of that energy flowed slowly into his mind. He suddenly felt a flood of information rush into his brain. He stared intently at the sword. So that's what this is. This sword, it holds the memories of the sacred ancestor Su Ling. Outside, they saw a blinding flash of light from the cave. Yushu thought to herself, Looks like the evil creature has been vanquished. Suddenly, a grief-stricken cry echoed from within. Grandmaster, Martial Uncle, we're in trouble. They all turned in shock. Xiaoyan came running, out of breath. The ancestor, he's missing. I've looked everywhere. Yushu tapped her on the head. Sigh. Xiao Yun. The ancestor has already passed on peacefully in the treasure pavilion. She lowered her head. Passed on? The ancestor is gone again? Lu Hao spoke up. Xiao Yun. Everyone has their time. Our forefather had complete faith in our sect. He had no lingering regrets. He has passed on. But rest assured, he left this world peacefully. Suddenly, Xiao Yun turned around. Is that so? She stared at the beam of light shooting from the treasure pavilion. Suddenly, a sword flew out, shocking everyone. What is that? As the sword shot toward them, Lu Hao yelled, Look out! He shut his eyes tight, his face a mask of terror. After a long moment, he slowly opened them. Hey, what do you all think you're doing? Seeing Zhang Tianlin walk out, his expression darkened. Ancestor, Ancestor, over here. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. Ancestor, you're not dead. Yushu immediately rapped her on the head. Watch your mouth. But you all said. Yushu bowed and said, Ancestor, your power is magnificent. For 1,000 years, no one has been able to tame this sword. Zhang Tianlin waved his hand. The sword began to circle around him. Oh, really? Feels to me like this thing just won't leave me alone. Hey, would you stop poking me like that? Is that really our clan's proud, 1,000-year-old divine sword? I guess so. Reminds me of the big yellow dog I raised as a kid. He asked nonchalantly. So, what are you all planning to do with this sword? This sword was the ancestor's personal weapon. Of course, it is yours to command, Ancestor. He chuckled. All right then. I'll take this back and study it for a bit. See if I can remember anything. Xiao Yun chimed in excitedly. Me too. I want to study the sword too. After that, the two of them left. Senior brother, that arrogant sword seems to have accepted his identity. Could it be that he really is the ancestor? I'm not so sure. The divine sword may be powerful, but it's still just a magical artifact. Besides, after 1,000 years, it has been severely worn down. Its spiritual essence is not what it once was. I doubt it can even tell a human from a demon anymore. Yushu waved his hand dismissively. The very survival of our sect is at stake. We must be absolutely certain. We'll have to use more drastic measures. Junior brother, get all of our savings. He looked off into the distance and said, Don't worry, the ancestor is mighty. If he really isn't a demon in disguise, our methods won't be able to harm him anyway. Lu Hao said anxiously, But isn't that blasphemy? Yushu replied, The ancestor. Everything we do is for the sect. Xiao Yun stared at the sword, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ancestor. Ancestor. Can I touch this sword? Just Zhang Tianlin glanced at the sword. How about it? Why don't you let this girl give a try? The moment he finished speaking, clang, the sword plunged itself straight into the ground. Xiao Yun pouted. What the hell is wrong with this sword? I know my aptitude is a little lacking, but does it have to look down on me so much? Then, she turned back to the ancestor, pleading, If I can pull it out, you let me play with it for a bit, right? With that, she stepped forward, ready to pull the sword free. Just watch me. But no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't budge the sword even an inch. This sword clearly recognizes me as the Su Ling holy ancestor. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't unleash any of its true power. He glanced back toward the palace. Still, I've been out here for a while. Those two should have found something by now, right? Just then, a voice echoed from within the treasure pavilion. Senior brother, did you get it? They stood before a pile of items. Everything from the storage items is here now. Go ahead and pick. Yushu selected a few things. These should be enough. Next, I will explain the details of the plan to lay the ancestor to rest. Suddenly, one of the items began to buzz. Beep, beep, beep. Breaking news. Just as Zhang Tianlin was lost in thought, a voice called out to him. Ancestor. Xiao Yun stomped her foot excitedly. Look, she was overjoyed. I lifted it. However, Zhang Tianlin was scared out of his wits. Damn it. Put the sword down. The heavy stone was quickly set back in its place. He looked at Xiao Yun puzzled. Your physique seems extraordinary. You must have trained incredibly hard in the past, right? Her expression dimmed. I guess you could say that. I just got beat up a lot. Zhang Tianlin slowly walked closer. What do you mean by that? It all happened back when I was trying to join other sects. She recalled that day. Miss Xiao Yun. Physique, superior. Next, we will test your cultivation aptitude. Focus your mind, gather your chi. sense the spiritual energy and absorb it. Whispers filled the air around her. What good is being strong? She has zero talent. We're cultivators, not a bunch of brick haulers. Exactly. I heard that besides her physique, she has no innate talent or comprehension whatsoever. She'll be stuck in the body-tempering stage for the rest of her life. She's nothing but a muscle-brained woman. Huh. Good thing the elder was wise enough to kick her out. Faced with their words, she could only fume in anger. She sat on a rock, arms crossed. I couldn't take it, so I got into a huge fight with them. Then their elders showed up, beat me to a pulp, and threw me out. As she spoke, her eyes lit up again. After that, I went to another sect, and the result was pretty much the same. Every time, I'd end up fighting those disciples, and then I get beaten up by their elders. That is, until I met you, Martial Uncle. Honestly, I know my aptitude isn't good, but I just can't stand those people. No matter how worthless I am, what business is it of theirs? Suddenly, a voice rang out. How foolish. Zhang Tianlin spoke. Your constitution is 1 in 10,000. They must be blind to have overlooked a genius like you. Xiaoyan shot to her feet. You call me a genius? He held out the sword. People always try to judge others by a single, rigid standard. They have no idea how many hidden treasures they miss because of it. Then, he handed her the sword. Go on, try it out. When I get the chance, I'll personally forge a weapon that's right for you. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the sword. Really? Of course. She began to practice her forms, a look of pure joy on her face. Whoosh. This is amazing. Watching her joyful expression, he thought to himself, she's grown up. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the incredibly rare primal physique of strength. It's a type of constitution with extremely poor aptitude and comprehension, but they're born with divine strength. If cultivated properly, they could become virtually invincible. He thought with a hint of frustration. However, Xiaoyan is a girl. This feels a bit brutish. What am I going to do? Suddenly, the book flew right in front of his face. This system is gone for 1 second, and you beast, are already making a move on your disciple? Annoyed, he grabbed the book, squeezing it with all his might. Easy. Do you want to hear about the little scheme your juniors are plotting? A plot to betray their master and defy their ancestors? He released his grip, so my guess wasn't wrong. The system spoke. You have no idea what they've cooked up to deal with you, do you? Zhang Tianlin replied, although their intentions might seem to come from a place of filial piety. I've always felt something was off about those two, especially after I acquired this sword's memories. Now, I'm more certain than ever. He turned to leave. No matter. Their heads might be a little messed up, but as long as I know what they're planning, I have all the time in the world to teach them a lesson. But the book immediately shot forward, blocking his path. Swordmaster, you don't have that kind of time. HM? The pages of the book flipped open, because something else is about to happen. Urgent mission. Deal with the invaders from the Direwolf Sect. Mission reward. 500 Sect development points. 50 Sect reputation points. Failure penalty. Sect annihilation. Invasion time. Today, at the hour of the rat. Elsewhere, Lu Hao exclaimed in shock. What? Ancestor? You're planning to leave? Zhang Tianlin stated firmly. That's right. I've given a lot of thought. I'm preparing to leave the sect and travel for a while. And along the way, I'll find out the reason for my revival. Yushu also tried to dissuade him. Ancestor, please reconsider. But his mind was made up. Say no more. My decision is final. He left with a parting word. Tonight, I will enter seclusion. I will depart tomorrow morning. On the road, the book asked him, Swordmaster, by saying that, you're just forcing them to move against you even faster. That's exactly what I want, to force their hand. He chuckled. Even though I'm not some resurrected spirit here to steal a body, with my current cultivation level, there's no way I'd survive if they got suspicious. And so, he let out a great shout. He called for his sword brother and reached behind his back, drawing his blade. With his long sword in hand, Zhang Tianlin looked absolutely majestic. So let's make good use of these lovely people from the Iron Ridge sect. Night had fallen, a dark and windy night. The perfect time for murder and arson. Yushu was carrying someone on his back. His body was weary. This girl is getting heavier and heavier. If I'd known, I wouldn't have used the knockout incense on her. Then, Yushu signaled to Lu Hao, who was hiding behind a tree. The Ancestor is in seclusion. Let's begin. Immediately after, Lu Hao clasped his hands together. He began to channel his power. A bright light enveloped him. 2 arrays. The light spread toward the palace. Within the light, talisman-like objects began to fall. Lu Hao took a look. The formation is set. Anyone who touches the array will be instantly struck by the mountain thunder behind it. Junior brother, let's go. This grand array has a wide range. We need to get farther away. Yushu replied. Got it. Senior brother, give me a hand. Yushu knelt. He kowtowed repeatedly. Ancestor, please forgive this disciple for his offense. If he's the real deal, he'll be fine, he thought. He definitely won't be harmed. After that, they called to each other and left. Let's go. Inside the room, Zhang Tianlin was still sitting cross-legged, as immovable as Mount Tai, the very picture of a great master. He slowly opened his eyes. Wu San, how long until the midnight hour? About an hour. They're gone. He quickly relaxed his posture. He couldn't stop complaining. Damn it, that almost killed me. Pretending to be in meditative seclusion. My back is killing me. Suddenly, the book spoke. I must remind you, you are only at the first level of body tempering. Your disciples used half their life savings to activate that protective array, and they're planning to kill you. Aren't you the least bit nervous? Relax. After I merged with the sword's memories, I've already got a plan. He set his feet on the floor. He began pacing around the room. Frankly, the best way forward is to become the Sect master as soon as possible. That way, this system will have a method to raise your cultivation level. Don't rush it. We're almost there. Suddenly, a chair caught his eye. This chair isn't half bad. The book reminded him again. What are you doing? A slight smile played on Zhang Tianlin's lips. The real show is about to begin. We have to own this stage, of course. Outside, a plume of black energy billows in from the distance. 3 assassins rush out from within. Once they land, they stare intently ahead. One of them speaks. The 3 elders. So, this is the 23-character sect. Xianlang bursts out laughing. Just as I thought. A complete wasteland. Doesn't have a shred of presence. He Lang chimes in. To think a dump like this requires 3 of our 4 elders to handle it. This is serious overkill. Zhilang adds with a smug grin. It's for the spirit-guiding treasure, after all. If Shouling hadn't died, all 4 of us great elders would probably be here. Elders, we have the perimeter secured. No one can escape. Shan Lang frowns. Follow me. We'll slaughter them all. Then, we find the spirit-guiding treasure. Suddenly, a voice rings out. To act with decorum is the way of a gentleman. The voice startles them. Who's talking? It's Zhang Tianlin. He lifts the lid of his teacup and continues speaking. But to act with malice is to be less than human. They begin to mutter amongst themselves. So he's one of them. Kneel and surrender now, and we might just spare you. But he simply places his teacup down gently. Guests who travel far to visit should be greeted with a smile. But if unwelcome guests appear at my door, he remains seated completely at ease. They must be eradicated. In the courtyard, a group of men surrounds the lone figure sitting in the center. They're held back by a barrier of white energy, unable to get any closer. The sight of this white energy makes Zhi Lang cry out. Everyone, be careful. Another of the men asks, confused. Zhi Lang? What is it? He replies, we can't act rashly. Look at him. His expression is completely unchanged. He's radiating all this spiritual pressure without a hint of effort. He continues to describe Zhang Tianlin's that relaxed, unbothered posture, and those eyes as deep as an ancient well. Only a true master, an unparalleled figure, could be like this. So, he's not just some nobody. A hand gently cups, gathering power. Entry-level technique. Gentle wind dart. Xianlang roars in fury. What the hell is this? Why can't I see anything? Get him. One of the elders tries to stop him from afar. Don't be reckless. But Xianlang has already charged forward, sword in hand, letting out a furious roar. Zhang Tianlin closes his eyes and utters a single word. A giant, golden character materializes in the sky, pressing down on the men below. A wave of golden pressure descends. The lesser soldiers are thrown into chaos. Their weapons clatter to the ground. It's so heavy. I can't get up. The 3 elders of the Tai Ling sect gather together. Even by combining their power, they can barely resist the force. This pressure is immense. I can't move. Third brother, You're supposed to be the smart one. Hurry up and think of something. The three of them are drenched in sweat, straining to hold on. Su Ling remarks in awe. A master. He's an absolute master. To channel the power of the Earth's ley lines with just a few words. This aura, I fear not even our sect master could compare. Just who in the world is this man? Zhang Tianlin strode forward, his hands clasped behind his back. You're from the Iron Wolf sect? The light from the formation lit up half the sky. Nan Yushu gazed in that direction. The mountain formation is active. Lu Hao stroked his beard. The mountain formation gathers spiritual energy, crushing everything with the weight of a mountain. Unless you're in the eye of the formation. Otherwise, anyone caught inside will be crushed by a force several times their own weight. It's impossible to even take a single step. Nan Yushu added coldly. Trapped by the mountain formation. The second layer, the killing formation, will activate next. The lightning formation. Even I've only witnessed it a few times. Gu Xiaoyan regained consciousness. Just in time to hear a chilling statement. Don't worry. If he's truly some kind of monster, he'll never survive this formation. The immense pressure forced the men to their knees, unable to even stand. They were slammed to the ground. The ground beneath his feet had become the eye of the storm. Zhang Tianlin sighed. You can't even get near me. Is this all the disciples of the Iron Wolf sect have to offer? Shan Lang was the only one who could barely remain on his feet. He retorted, Don't you dare look down on us. He roared. Raging wolf's howl. A wave of energy, taking the form of a giant red wolf, surged toward Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin's brow furrowed. In a flash, smoke and dust billowed from the point of impact. Shan Lang thought his attack had landed. He yelled, I got him. But Jilan, at his side, sensed something was wrong. She said, Wait, that's not right. Just as He Lang shouted out, He's up there. Everyone's head snapped up. Zhang Tianlin stood upon a flying sword, hovering in midair. Not bad. It seems Hong Xingtao's disciples aren't completely useless after all. The sword beneath him suddenly wobbled. Whoa, hey. Come on. Just hang in there a little longer. You've got this. Don't you dare let me fall. Outwardly, however, he maintained an air of profound mastery. Well then, I suppose I'll have to warm up a little. Jilan watched with a look of pure admiration. To walk on air, he really is a true Qingxi realm master. Lu Hao smirked as he watched from afar. It's almost time. The moment is here. He let out a great roar. Summon lightning. Countless bolts of lightning crackled into existence, engulfing his sword. A blinding white beam shot straight down. Shan Lang immediately raised his immovable mountain defense. A circular barrier formed, shielding the men of the Iron Wolf sect. Lightning rained down from the heavens, slamming into their fragile shield. A spiderweb of lightning stretched across the sky, blanketing the entire mountain. From a distance, Nan Yushu watched the second formation activate. The spiritual energy is overwhelming. It's transforming into 10,000 bolts of lightning and striking everything trapped by the mountain formation. Lu Hao lamented from behind her. This move used up more than half of the energy I've stored. Nan Yushu turned back to him. That vile creature must have been destroyed by now. Senior brother, let's take Xiaoyan home. They glanced over to the now empty spot where she had been. Both of their eyes widened in shock. Their faces fell. Where's Xiaoyan? Gu Xiaoyan's heart was pounding with worry as she ran back. She had run back. Ancestor, please be okay. Her steps faltered. She stared ahead in utter disbelief. What is this? There stood Zhang Tianlin, sword in hand, among the fallen members of the sect. She whispered, Ancestor, the Iron Wolf sect, peerless under heaven. Watching the crowd before him get wiped out by the formation, Zhang Tianlin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. A cough suddenly came from the ground, making him frown. Jilan said joyfully, Cough, cough. I'm not dead. The others also started to get up one by one. Huh, I'm still alive? My whole body feels numb. My back. Zhang Tianlin looked utterly bewildered. Is this sect-protecting formation a fake? An attack that big, and it didn't even kill them? Shan Lang got to his feet, glaring with rage. It seems he was about to, but Jilan quickly stopped him. No, big brother. Wait, big brother, you don't understand. Humph. Jilan analyzed, sweating profusely. Big brother, that last sword strike of his, its power was sky-shattering. It summoned the thunder of the 9 heavens. for us to survive an attack of that magnitude. This means he must have thought that his power had reached its absolute peak. Su chimed in. There's only one possibility. His cultivation has reached a transcendent realm. He can even control its power at will. Su Ling frowned. So what? Lan said in a grave tone. Don't worry, big brother. Next, it's my time to shine. Nan Yushu and Lu Hao hurried after her. Seeing her, they asked, Xiaoyun, why did you run off here by yourself? Xiaoyun was still in a daze. She pointed ahead. Sect Master. Grandmaster. Look, over there. Lu Hao looked where she was pointing. He said in amazement, Is that? The people of the Tai Ling sect all knelt down in unison. Thank you, Senior, for sparing our lives. Zhang Tianlin instantly understood what they were thinking. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk. He put on an air of profound mystery. So you figured it out. Jilan spoke up. Senior, with a single wave of your hand, you rent the heavens. You summoned millions of divine lightning bolts. Such power is something we juniors have never witnessed in our lives. Therefore, this junior dared to speculate that with a master of your stature, you surely wouldn't deign to take our insignificant lives. He nodded. You're sharp one. But inside, he was ecstatic. Damn, this guy's a genius. I hadn't even come up with an excuse yet, and he's already filled in the blanks for me. Zhang Tianlin clasped his hands behind his back, playing the part of a grandmaster. However, you trespassed on our grounds and caused us damages. Jilan immediately kowtowed, admitting his fault. Rest assured, Senior, we will handle this matter. His forehead was bleeding from the impact. He turned and ordered, Take out everything you have. We must satisfy the Senior. Don't hold anything back. His subordinates immediately complied. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Turns out, these guys were quite rich. Gold ingots. Gold leaves. A pile of spirit gold. It all glittered brightly. Jilan presented the gold. Gulp. Senior. All of this. I hope it's enough to compensate your esteemed sect for its losses. Zhang Tianlin feigned reluctance. Fine. Seeing as you all are so sincere, I will not pursue this matter any further. But inwardly he thought, this guy's not bad. Quite sincere. Beside him, Chunlang offered his praise. Third brother, as expected of the Iron Wolf sect strategist. Absolutely brilliant. Jilang put on an act of humble devotion to the sect. Eldest brother, you flatter me. With me, Jilang here, I will never let the Iron Wolf sect's legacy of hundreds of years be ruined on my watch. I really don't get it. With brains like these two, how has the Iron Wolf sect not been wiped out yet? The gold, silver, and jewels left the other three stunned speechless. In disbelief, Lu Hao pinched the person next to him. Junior brother, look at this. It's so much money. Nan Yushu yelped in pain from the pinch. Senior brother, ow, I'm not blind. A red light flashed. Someone cried out in alarm. Junior brother, watch out. A sleeve was pulled back. Lu Hao yanked Nan Yushu to the side. Senior brother? What's wrong? Lu Hao coughed dryly. It's nothing. Nan Yushu looked ahead. It turned out He Lang had seized Xiaoyun. With a hostage in hand, he issued his threat. Don't move. Zhang Tianlin watched the scene unfold and frowned. All right, I forgot there was one more. Nan Yushu drew his bow and arrow. Lu Hao shouted, You bastard. Let Xiaoyun go. He Lang glared at his kneeling comrades. He roared, Chunlang, Jilang, you gutless cowards. Aren't you tired of living like this? He Lang's face was covered in scratches. He yelled, I don't believe he's that strong. Otherwise, why would his sect be so dirt poor? Xiaoyun struggled in his grasp. Let me go. Jilang was panicking. This is... Zhang Tianlin frowned and asked quietly, Brother Sword, how much spiritual energy do you have left for an attack? The Gaolung sword flickered with a faint, weak light. He thought to himself, I only have a sliver of foundation, establishment-level spiritual energy left. I have to find a way to bluff my way through this. If I get exposed, and these elders realize what's happening, I'm in deep trouble. He Lang said menacingly, Who is your sect master? Hand over your spirit-connecting magical artifact now. Or else, not only will this girl's life be forfeit, but when our sect master arrives, personally, your entire sect will be annihilated. Watching this unfold, Chunlang didn't know what to do. Third brother, what do we do now? Jilang said, Don't be rash. Let's just watch how things play out. Don't do anything reckless. Lu Hao reasoned to himself. The Iron Wolf sect came for the spirit-connecting artifact. Could they be after the Gaolong sword? Nan Yushu kept his bow drawn. No wonder the Iron Wolf sect attacked us. And with all three of their elders, no less. Lu Hao spoke up. I'm a sect master. I should be the one to handle this. Nan Yushu hesitated. But, senior brother, the sect master of our sect is... That would be me. A voice rang out, startling the two of them. Zhang Tianlin, a golden book in hand, declared haughtily, just release my disciple, and this spirit-connecting treasure. He threw the book towards them, as he announced grandly, is yours for the taking. But inside, he thought, the sect's primary lightning twin formation has been depleted. But I can't let the Ancestor's reputation crumble. That only leaves one last option. As the golden book flew towards them, Hei Lang was momentarily stunned. Under the moonlight, a young man stood with his sword. In the world of martial legends, spirit-connecting treasures are of the utmost importance to cultivators. A sword was stuck in the ground next to a corpse. If a spirit-connecting treasure is destroyed, no matter how high their cultivation level, the cultivator will suffer grievous injuries. Hei Lang triumphantly snatched the golden book. The spirit-connecting treasure. I got it. I got it. Huh. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes filled with emotion. Ancestor, Zhang Tianlin said calmly. I've given you the spirit-connecting treasure. Can you release my disciple now? A wicked glint appeared in Hei Lang's eyes. Huh. You're so naive. Even if you were once in the breath-gathering realm, without your spirit-connecting treasure, what threat do you pose? Hei Lang's eyes glowed red. He raised his hand and roared. Spirit sever, heart devour. Chun Lan exclaimed in shock. That's the sect master's 7 absolutes spirit severing lock. Ji Lang broke out in a cold sweat. This spirit sever, heart devour technique is specifically designed to counter treasures. Not only does it corrode a treasure's spirituality, it also inflicts excruciating pain on its owner. It seems the sect master came prepared. Zhang Tianlin clutched his chest and grunted in pain. Hei Lang's grin grew even. Ha ha ha. How's that? Feels like 10,000 ants are eating your heart out, doesn't it? And this is just the beginning. He then roared at his companions. Disciples of the Iron Wolf sect, what are you waiting for? Kill him now. Are you going to defy the sect master's orders? This left Shan Lang and Ji Lang at a loss. It's not the godlike enemy you should fear, but the pig-headed ally. Nan Yushu furiously drew her bow. You bastards! A golden arrow whistled through the air. With a shout of rising rock shield, a small mound of rock shot up from the ground, blocking the arrow. Shan Lang threatened from behind the rock. You two, don't move. Nan Yushu's face was ice cold. So you're choosing to fight? Ji Lang hesitated. That senior's power is unfathomable. It's only right for us to be cautious. But if we refuse to act, we'll be charged with insubordination when we get back. Hearing this, Nan Yushu broke into a cold sweat. What do you say, Elder Nan? The weakest link has to give. Hei Lang glanced at his 2 idiotic companions and cursed. You two are truly useless. When we get back, I'm reporting both of you to the sect master. Hei Lang sneered. Oh, great master. Weren't you so powerful? Now that your treasure is sealed, let's see what you can do. Gu Xiaoyun, being choked, gasped out. Ancestor. Lu Hao and Nan Yushu cried out in panic. The founding ancestor. Zhang Tianlin's vision went black. He thought to himself, the time is almost right. It's time for my performance. The one pretending to be Zhang Tianlin spoke. Ugh, so this is what heartache feels like. The disciples were bewildered. What's wrong with you? Zhang Tianlin's gaze was calm. Too bad. This little bit of pain pales in comparison to being betrayed by one's own disciple. It's not even close. It's hardly worth mentioning. A bombshell went off in Lu Hao and Nan Yushu's minds. What? The founding ancestor. Zhang Tianlin looked at the sword and said, Go. As soon as the word left his lips, the sword soared into the sky. He looked at the disciples of the Teeling sect and spoke. I gave you these spirit artifacts to see just how formidable the descendants of Hong Jingtao could be. Unfortunately, Zhang Tianlin frowned. You're just like my own disciple. You have all been a great disappointment. A disciple clutched his sword and yelled, My sword. Immediately after, Everyone cried out in unison. Why is my sword flying away? Shan Luo stared at the trembling sword in his hand. He was in a panic. What's happening? My sword too. Jilan watched as the sword in her hand also began to tremble. She added frantically, it won't obey me anymore. As they watched their two swords fly into the sky, the two became even more bewildered. The swords, they're gone. What in the world is going on? Lu Hao spoke. The third formation. Nan Yushu asked, what did you say? Lu Hao closed his eyes and sighed. Do you remember what I told you? About how years ago, the Gao Ling sword wiped out the demon clan with a single strike, saving our sect from the brink of destruction? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianlin waved his hand. Forget it. The younger generation these days is utterly worthless. Keeping these trinkets around would only make me a laughingstock. After this move, I will depart. You're on your own. Hearing this, tears welled up in Gu Xiaoyun's eyes. No, don't. He continued. This is the last time I will help you. The path that lies ahead is one you must walk on your own. With a thud, Nan Yushu dropped to her knees. She cried out, Ancestor. Lu Hao recounted the tale. The ancient texts say that on the day the demon sect attacked, the sect master led the disciples of the Sword Pavilion into battle for days on end. A divine sword appeared in the world. 10,000 swords followed in its wake. The demon sect was annihilated, and the sect master died from exhaustion. This is the third killing formation passed down by the sacred ancestor Su Ling. The sword formation. As he spoke, countless swords gathered behind Zhang Tianlin. Gu Xiaoyun found herself floating in a space of swirling colors. Where am I? A golden book hovered before her. This is your world of consciousness. Sect disciple Gu Xiaoyun. This system now belongs to you. Seeing her wide-eyed in astonishment, the system immediately corrected itself. Damn it. That just slipped out. Force of habit. Let me try again. This is your ancestor's bonded spirit artifact. The Xiantian creation grand tome. She was bewildered. It was the ancestor's artifact? Weren't you chained up? How are you not sealed? A line of text appears on the golden book's cover. The 5 virtues and 4 developments. It cuts her off. Are you kidding me? You think this piece of junk can seal a grand tome like me? Gu Xiaoyun looks around. No, wait. This isn't the time to be asking about that. How is the ancestor? The book emits a brilliant golden light. You disciples, you've truly broken this old man's heart. She is stunned. As an image of Zhang Tianlin appears in the space, she listens to the scolding in silence. Just look at yourselves. The man was dead, and you went and robbed his grave. He comes back to life, only to get stabbed by the likes of you. At this point, the system pauses for a moment. It continues. The old man was afraid of causing you trouble, and was planning to leave, but in the end, you just wouldn't let him go. Hearing this, she immediately protests. It's not like that. There's been a misunderstanding. I can explain. It moves closer. You have a way. That's right. A little comfort from his disciple might just be enough to cheer the old man up. Gu Xiaoyun's expression turns glum. But I'm being controlled. I'm only in the body-tempering realm. I can't fight people in the spirit-severing realm. I'm just dragging the ancestor down. The book immediately encourages her. Of course there's a way. It clearly displays the plan before her. Never underestimate the power of knowledge. This divine treasure can harness the very power of creation. So naturally, it can deal with them. Next, all you have to do is, before it can finish, Gu Xiaoyun clutches the book tightly, exclaiming with joy, That's it. I get it now. The Grand Master taught me. Knowledge is power. This startles the book. Wait a second. What did you get? At the same time, countless swords fill the air. Jilan is on her knees. What do we do? We're so dead. Shan Luo angrily points at Luo and yells, You damned fool. If you wanted to die, you shouldn't have dragged us all down with you. What were you thinking attacking a senior? Gu Xiaoyun collapses to the ground with a thud. Luo is in disbelief. No, that's impossible. His divine treasure was bound by the 7 absolutes spirit-severing chains. How can this be? Jilan pleads with Nan Yushu for help. Elder Nan, please, you have to talk to your sect master. He can't do this. Tell him not to be so angry. Seeing their desperate pleas, Nan Yushu kneels. Old ancestor, this isn't what you think it is. Please hear this disciple out. Zhang Tianlin frowns. Yushu, are you trying to tell me That you didn't intend to kill me? Nan Yushu shamefully admits the truth. Well, we did, in fact, have that intention. Ji Lan is livid. Do you even know how to talk? What kind of disciple are you? I don't know either. Nan Yushu loses his temper, too. If you're so smart, then you go talk to him. If it weren't for you all, things never would have gotten this bad. Zhang Tianlin roared. That's enough. All of you shut up. He frowned, putting on a weary expression. I gave you a chance, but you've disappointed me time and time again. This generation of disciples is utterly pathetic. But inside, he was frantic. Wuxi, are you done yet? You said if I just threw it over, you'd have a way to save Xiaoyan. Looking at the hundreds, even thousands of swords poised to strike, he made a mental calculation. The sword of aloofness doesn't have enough spiritual energy left to activate the complete sword formation. The most I can do is stall for time. And at this rate, I can only keep this up for 10 more seconds tops. Zhang Tianlin raised his hand. Countless bolts of lightning shot from his palm into the sky. A terrifying sight to behold. Don't even try to persuade me. My mind is made up. But inwardly, he was on the verge of panic. I can't keep this act up for much longer. Su Ling trembled as he lamented. To think that I am master strategist would meet my end here today. He counted down silently. 8 seconds left. He Lang was still in disbelief. He screamed. It's all fake. It's a lie. You're trying to trick us. 7 seconds. Xian Lang closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Ah, what a cruel twist of fate. 6 seconds. When his silent count reached 3 seconds, Nan Yushu also gave up. I understand now. We disciples have been disrespectful. Su Ling was terrified. You. Hey, don't just give up. Gu Xiaoyun, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. She stared at the sword of aloofness. He braced himself, ready to have his cover blown. But just then, a loud shout echoed through the air. Ancestor, don't. Zhang Tianlin snapped out his trance. He looked over. What the? Xianlang also glanced over, curious. What is that thing? He saw a book tied to the end of a string, swinging around in a circle. A flicker of determination flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. This is it. She forcefully whipped her wrist, sending the book smashing straight into He Lang's face. It knocked one of his teeth clean out. Then, she declared loudly, the power of knowledge. The power of knowledge caused a massive explosion. Xian Lang was stunned speechless. Zhang Tianlin was no exception. Huh? Only the golden book was fuming. Who told you to use the system like that? Why didn't you let me finish talking? Gu Xiaoyan gripped the book tightly. The book. Her presence was overwhelming. Ancestor, don't go. Then she explained. The sect and the sect master never intended to harm you. I heard them. They were just worried that a demon was impersonating you. Lu Hao and Nan Yushu were both stunned. They couldn't believe this was the same Xiaoyan. She said with a pout. Besides, you promised you'd find me a suitable weapon. You can't go back on your word. If you dare go back into that coffin, she threatened menacingly. I'll smash your tomb, and I'll crack open your coffin. Zhang Tianlin's face darkened. He let out a grunt. Fine, forget it. Just then, the proud, aloof sword, its power exhausted, began to fall. It returned on its own to the sheath at his waist. The other swords followed, descending one by one. The crowd erupted in cheers. They're coming down. The swords are back. Zhang Tianlong turned and walked away. This matter is now concluded. Gu Xiaoyun was overjoyed. The immortal master made it out alive. Qi Lang and Shanla were so happy they started crying. They hugged each other in celebration. Wow, we're alive. Big bro. Easy. Take it easy. Heh. The surrounding underlings also cheered. The senior is finally calming down. Nan Yushu clutched her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. You scare me to death. He's withdrawing the sword formation. I command all disciples of the Iron Wolf sect to put your efforts into rebuilding this sect. Shan La was urging his men on. Hurry up. What? You haven't eaten all day? Gu Xiaoyan observed from a high vantage point. They look a lot more skilled at this now. Nan Yushu added. Yeah, with construction skills this good, it's a real waste for them to be cultivators. Zhang Tianlin was lounging leisurely on a chair. I never expected Xiaoyan to come up with a plan like this. The system was still furious. Don't you dare mention her to me. There's something seriously wrong with that woman's head. He narrowed his eyes. Still, it's all thanks to her. It might not have been our plan, but we didn't have to pay any price. Right? He recalled the moment Black Wolf had threatened them. Who is your sect master? Hand over your spirit-connecting treasure now. If you don't, not only will you die today, but when our sect master arrives, personally, he will slaughter every last one of you. Zhang Tianlin had been urging the system on, his heart racing. Wu-san, you're a system, for crying out loud. Can't you be useful for once? Think of something quick. The system proposed an idea. It's not that there's nothing I can do. If you're willing to spend your sect development points and simultaneously forfeit the use of this system for half a year, I can grant you the temporary authority of a sect master. That should get you out of this. It didn't forget to add a warning. Think it through carefully. In your current state, this is basically suicide. He fell into thought. Is that so? Then, he made his decision. Then I'm counting on you. The memory ended. The others were still marveling at the outcome. Su Ling had finished directing his men. Senior, is this to your satisfaction? Zhang Tianlin grunted, feigning reluctance. It'll do. You may all rest now. However, I'll be keeping the 7 absolutes spirit severing lock. If your sect master wants it, tell him to come and get it himself. Su Ling was instantly ecstatic. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. We will be sure to pass on the message. A notification appeared from the system. Urgent mission. Repel the Iron Wolf sect's attack. Complete. Received 500 sect development points. Received 50 sect reputation points. He thought with a smirk. Finally completed the mission. Then he looked over at the other 3. And now, it's time to deal with other matters. A chill ran down their spines. They all dropped to their knees, bowing their heads. The 2 of them spoke in unison. Ancestor, please forgive us. Gu Xiaoyan stammered. And me. I heard you. Stop kneeling. Always kneeling at the drop of a hat. She raised her head. Zhang Tianlin clasped his hands behind his back and walked over with the air of an elder. I know why you 3 acted against me. I was angry, not because of what you did to me, but because you should have had more faith in your own ancestor. Hearing this, Nan Yushu and Lu Hao stared with wide eyes. Ancestor. In their eyes, it was as if a light bulb had appeared behind his back. His entire body glowed with a holy light. Every word he spoke was golden. You must remember, if the sky falls, I'll be here to hold it up. With your ancestor here, would I ever let you juniors face danger alone? Together, we will rebuild our sect and make it more glorious than ever before. This moved Lu Hao to tears. He thought to himself, Grand Ancestor, this feeling of being protected like a child. How many years has it been since I last felt this way? Then, he kowtowed forcefully. Sect disciple Lu Hao pays his respects to the sect master. The other 2 followed his lead. Nan Yushu pays her respects to the sect master. Gu Xiaoyan pays her respects to the sect master. Zhang Tianlin smirked. Phew, managed to bluff my way through that one. The system announced through a loudspeaker. Main quest complete. It offered no further explanation. It reported directly. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the sect master's authority. This system will now reboot into the official version in 3 seconds. 3, 2. This left him confused. Asterisk reboot? What does that mean? Asterisk. Lu Hao was still kneeling on the ground. He looked up, about to say something. Ancestor, from now on, I hope you will. But then he saw Zhang Tianlin stiffen and collapse. He cried out in alarm. Ancestor, Ancestor, what's wrong? Nan Yushu cut in. Let me see. She crawled over and placed a hand on Zhang Tianlin's chest to check him. She shook her head and told the other 2. His heart is still beating. At that moment, Zhang Tianlin found himself in a different space of consciousness. He frowned. What is this place? Before him stood a massive, grand estate. A voice rang out from behind him. So what do you think? Not bad for a mindscape I remodeled for you, right, host? Startled, he whipped around. He froze. Holy crap. It was Wu-san. She raised both hands in a wave. Hee, she giggled. Zhang Tianlin pointed a finger at her, demanding an explanation. You? Why are you a girl? Wu-san blushed as she explained. This system doesn't have a gender. To make communicating with you easier, I took a form based on your subconscious and your personal tastes. So, feeling a little flutter in your heart. Hearing that, his face turned green as he roared. Don't you dare slander me. There's no way my taste is that bad. Wu-san sighed. All right, fine. I also have a model for a brawny, muscular man. I'll switch to that one in a bit. At that, Zhang Tianlin's attitude did a complete 180. You know, this form is actually much better. Her only response was a scornful snort. He pointed curiously and asked, "So after the upgrade, what exactly do you do now?" Wu San enthusiastically introduced, "I have lots of new functions. This is the Sect interface you were just thinking about." His eyes widened. The Sect interface. As he saw the detailed information panel, the wealthy, prosperous, healthy, auspicious, wish-fulfilling, resource-abundant, ancestor-glorifying, feng-shui-blessed, return-to-origin sect. Zhang Tianlin exclaimed in shock. Sect missions. Level 1 Wilderness Sect. Reputation. 18 out of 100. Wealth. 35/100. Scale. 4 out of 100. Sect development points. 2,207 points. Wu Sen added, "From now on, you can check the sect's basic stats at any time. The average of these 4 stats determines the sect's current level." He felt his head spin. Never mind that. Why is the sect's name so damn long? She continued, unfazed. Sect development points can be obtained by completing missions or through sect construction. Like that ancestral spirit tablet you acquire. Then, she pointed to a slightly ajar iron door. As for how to use your sect development points, look over there. She led the way. Come on, let's go take a look inside. He could only marvel at the sight. Pointing to the items in the room, Wu Sen said, "These are the 3 main functions of a system." Zhang Tianlin stared, captivated. "This looks amazing." He heard her say, "Don't worry, I'll walk you through it this first time. After this, you won't need to enter this consciousness space anymore. You can just use these functions directly." Then, Wu Sen began to introduce them one by one. The first was a spherical object, glowing with a golden light. In the center, a dragon-shaped scroll could be faintly seen, held up by a dragon's claw. This is the creation instrument. You can use sect development points here to exchange for sect construction items. The higher the sect level, the more items you can unlock for exchange. She brought her hand close to the object, demonstrating on the spot. For example, Mountain Guarding Grand Formation, Immortal Slaying Sword Formation Diagram. Anyone who steps into this formation dies. Costs nearly 5 million sect development points. Of course, with your sect's current level, you basically can't afford anything good. Her words made his face darken. Thanks for nothing. She immediately touched the second item. It was a fierce dragon clutching a round object. Its surface was divided into many small, multicolored triangles. In the center was a round dome. She said reassuringly, "This one's different. Even with a low sect level, you can still get good stuff." This made him light up. Wu San pointed and said, "Each pull costs 200 sect development points. Pull 10 times, get 1 free." This is the celestial wheel. Standing before the celestial wheel, Wu San gestured wildly, chattering on. "Oh right, I should explain something. When you get a common item, it'll glow white. If it's a magic treasure, it'll glow purple. If it's a spirit treasure, that's a golden glow. And if it's an immortal grade item, then that's Seeing her stammer, Zhang Tianlin turned and walked away. He said impatiently, "Yeah, that's enough. I know this song and dance all too well." She immediately ran after him. "Hey, wait." He placed his hand on the creation instrument and commanded, "Let me see what else I can exchange for." Search, cultivation techniques. A green-covered book materialized. It startled him. What the hell is this? Even a body-tempering fist technique costs 500 development points. Wu Sen covered her mouth and chuckled. "I told you, this exchange machine is a total ripoff. At your sect's current level, you can't get anything good from it anyway. The lottery is the only way to go." Zhang Tianlin held up a hand. "Shut it. Just tell me about the last function." She immediately agreed. "All right then. The last one is the limit breaker. It symbolizes the immense power of the void spirit sacred ancestor. It was a sword stuck in a stone, wrapped in numerous iron chains." She explained, "As you can see, it's currently sealed by 7 chains. You can use sect development points to break them. But be warned, the more seals you break, the more development points it will consume." Zhang Tianlin stared at it intently. "This is my kind of thing. But breaking all the seals must be incredibly difficult." Wu San casually waved her hand. "1 chain. Seal broken." Hearing this, he asked, "What did you just say?" He was shocked. "Wait a minute. It was that easy? This makes no sense at all." The sword suddenly began to glow. A powerful current of electricity enveloped his body, making him scream. Gaia! Wu Xin playfully twirled the broken chain. She laughed smugly at him for falling for her trick. Whenever your sect levels up, one chain will break on its own, and a portion of your cultivation will be restored. Of course, as a little bonus for the sect master, the first one's on the house. His face was pale, and smoke billowed from his mouth like a steam engine. And yet, she still had the nerve to ask, "You're now at the peak of the body-tempering realm. Happy?" Zhang Tianlin wanted to punch her. "Happy my ass." Wu San's eyes sparkled. "Oh, right. You can also use sect development points to unlock the chains at any time. For example, the first chain would have cost you nearly 200 points. The second one will cost 400. It doubles each time after that, so try to spend them wisely." He clapped his hands together. He said, a look of understanding on his face. "I get it now. This function is basically an emergency panic button. The most important thing is still leveling up the sect, right?" She gave him a thumbs up. "You're a quick study," Zhang Tianlin said. "Looks like the best option for me right now is the lottery." Wu San skipped cheerfully over to the Celestial Forge. "You got it. One lottery pull costs 2,000 sect development points. Drawing for items." The large disc immediately began to spin. A white light shot out from its center. Wu San commented from the side. Auspicious signs from the east. A dark, swirling mass appeared. Countless cleavers, pots and pans, spoons, and rabbit-like creatures rained down at their feet. Two of them even landed right on their heads. Zhang Tianlin grabbed one. "What is this thing?" Wu San cheerfully hugged one and explained. "Squeak. This is a Fei Chiu, a very cute type of spirit beast." "Haha," he asked skeptically. "Is this it? Is it powerful?" She answered vaguely. "It's not about being powerful. It's a type that's incredibly rare." Just as his hopes began to rise, she shot them down. Aside from acting cute, it's useless. The most useless kind of spirit beast. This sent him into a rage. He roared. "So, the 2,000 sect points I saved up got me nothing but a useless creature that only knows how to act cute." Wu San pointed to a pawn behind them. "Azar. But isn't this thing still useful? Item. Grade. Magic treasure." Suehu pawned. After suffering so many blows, he didn't have high hopes for the pawn, either. "This name is so weird. It looks like something for kids to play in." She didn't explain it. Instead, she urged him on. "Hey, you still have one bonus draw left. Hurry up and use it so you can leave. Your disciples are getting impatient." He reluctantly did as he was told. Via mumum. "Fine." This time, the wheel spun wildly and erupted in a blinding white light. Wu San stared, completely stunned. A spirit treasure grade cultivation method. You really hit the jackpot. Hearing this, an excited Zhang Tianlin rushed over. Let me see. What kind of ultimate technique is it?" His eyes lit up. Countless colorful manuals swirled in front of him. Wu San said, "It's the beginner's cultivation starter pack." Outside, his 3 disciples had already set up a memorial for him. They were gathered today. "Our great ancestor has truly left us. Though he is gone, his face and smile will forever be in our hearts." Lu Hao gazed at the portrait. He said mournfully, "Our beloved ancestor, may you rest in peace. We will carry on your legacy and build this sect to be greater than ever." Nan Yushu held a torch, tears welling in her eyes. "And now, the guardian elder will send the ancestor on his final journey." The 3 disciples gathered around a coffin. Nan Yushu brought the torch close, ready to set it alight. "Ancestor, this time you can finally rest. We won't make you work so hard running around anymore." But someone stopped her. "Wait," Lu Hao asked. "Disciple Gu Xiaoyan, do you have something to say?" Gu Xiaoyan's face was a mask of fury. She stepped forward, fists clenched. "I already told you, if you ever dared to lie in coffin again, I'd smash it to bits. And I'm a woman of my word." She swung her fist with all her might. "You fraud. Eat this." Lu Hao's face went white as he screamed. "Wait." KRAKOM. Splinters rained down on the ground. A cloud of dust filled the air. Nan Yushu covered her mouth, coughing. "Cough, cough." What was that? Countless pink, fluffy balls leaped out. One of the balls hopped onto Gu Xiaoyan's head. "What are these things?" Someone answered. "There are Sect's guardian spirit beasts. A symbol of good luck." Her eyes immediately lit up. Top story. As the smoke and dust settled, a golden book was the first thing to appear. Then, Zhang Tianlin materialized amidst a swarm of floating orbs. Today, I have finally discovered the secret to developing our sect. Knowledge changes destiny. Hard work forges greatness. Before a stone gate, a few children were gathered. Every one of them looked terrified. A little girl squinted, a glint of fear in her eyes. Maybe we should go home. I'm so scared. The chubby boy in the lead, holding a stick, chimed in. Yeah, I heard there's a monster around here that eats kids. We shouldn't be out here. The strongest looking of the two, who seemed to be in charge, turned and scolded them. Oof, what bunch of cowards. I don't believe in any stupid monsters. And if there is one, we'll just fight it together. He couldn't even finish his sentence. His face went pale. Trembling, he pointed behind his three friends. The boy with the stick saw his expression and asked with concern, Wu Dali, what's wrong with you? But all he could do was stammer. Behind, the other three turned their heads to look. They saw a giant with blood-red eyes. They were scared out of their wits. Lan Yushu, she shouted. Book 2. Vanquishing Evil. A circle of light appeared. For talismans floated around it. Gu Xiaoyan's face was filled with awe. Lan Yushu chanted the incantation. With a flick of his hand, the talismans flew out. For floating, orbs appeared on the ground, each with a talisman on its head. He pulled his hand back. Go. The floating orbs were immediately sucked backward. Squeak. Perhaps because they were untrained, they slammed right into each other, crying out in pain. Watching the floating orbs spin with Lan Yushu's gestures, Gu Xiaoyan was incredibly excited. Uncle Yu, hurry and tell me what you're doing. Seeing the smug smile in Lan Yushu's eyes, she exclaimed, the recall talisman can forcibly pull someone to you, but people can only use one at a time. How can you use 4 at once? Lan Yushu stacked the floating orbs into a neat pile. He said smugly, it's all thanks to the homework-based cultivation method the Ancestor taught me. It helped me figure it out. He held up 4 fingers, revealing the secret. The character for return has 4 different ways to write it. At a desk piled high with books, a sigh was heard. I can't believe Junior Brother figured out the Ancestor's assignment in just 3 days. The Ancestor's homework-based cultivation method is just too incredible. Lu Hao said, annoyed. I really thought the Ancestor would be furious, knowing Junior Brother has such an abysmal innate constitution. I never expected. Zhang Tianlin suddenly appeared, praising the boy. He may be a little weaker than our supplier, but his comprehension is excellent. A top student like him, a talent like him, is much stronger than you. Then he shot him a sidelong glance. So, get back to your homework. You haven't even finished copying Chapter 2 of An Introduction to the Basics of Cultivation. You're not allowed to go out. This left Lu Hao not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But it's just so hard. The Golden Book suddenly spoke. See? What did I tell you? The gotcha can drop some really good stuff. He nodded. You're right. These materials get straight to the core principles of cultivation. For a cultivator, finishing one of these is equivalent to a month of arduous training. It replied, this is the power of knowledge. Those cultivation methods like sitting in meditation or going into seclusion are just so inefficient. Doing homework is the real deal. So, have you thought it over? Which mission will you choose? This is your chance. With that, it turned to the page listing the available missions. Mission 1. Improve the sect's financial capabilities. Mission 2. Expand the scale of the sect. Mission 3. Our sect is already invincible. I want to challenge the evil dragon. Zhang Tianlin was stunned. Hey, I gotta ask, are these 3 missions for real? The Golden Book replied. Well, I can't assign missions that are too difficult. What if you actually wanted to give a shot? Hearing someone call out for the founder. He turned his head. Gu Xiaoyan burst out, full of energy. I want to learn too. This homework cultivation method. It seems really powerful, but Uncle you won't tell me about it. And Sect Master Lu Jiara is in seclusion. There's no one to teach me. He smiled. Don't worry. You'll get plenty of homework to do later. He agreed. Her eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Tianlin patted her head and instructed. All right, enough talk for now. Go pack your things. We're heading down the mountain to recruit disciples today. Gu Xiaoyan cheered. I'm coming too. Watching her leave, he said to the Golden Book. Wu San. I choose main quest too. Seeing him skip a step, it spoke up. Ahem, host. Just a little reminder. Following the standard progression, it's best to develop your economy first. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to support everyone. Zhang Tianlin said arrogantly. Who says I have to follow the standard progression? Wusun asked curiously. What are you planning to do? His eyes narrowed. First, I'll bathe and change. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Gu Xiaoyan stood at the door, scratching her head awkwardly. Uncle Yu, the founder has been getting ready for a whole hour. Why isn't he done yet? Uncle Yu replied. You don't understand. For the great ancient sects, recruiting disciples is an incredibly important event. That's why one must consider the opportune time, the favorable location, and the harmony of the people. Not to mention feng shui, the 5 elements, and matters of fortune and fate. Nan Yushu added, resting her chin on her hand. Some sects even have blood oath rituals to welcome new members. Although our sect has fallen on hard times, for the founder, this is not something to be taken lightly. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes went wide. Oh, really? Nan Yushu guessed. The founder is probably performing a cleansing ritual and praying for our sect's good fortune. The chamber door slid open. Nan Yushu and Gu Xiaoyun looked on, full of anticipation. The founder is here. His long, carefully combed hair flowed. His blue robes fluttered with every step. In his hand, he held a golden fan. Zhang Tianlin appeared, completely transformed. Yushu, Xiaoyun, you've been waiting long. Looking at the carefree figure before them, the two were stunned and uncertain. Who are you? Inside a carriage, traveling down a lush, tree-lined road. Ancestor, can I ask you something? Why are you dressed like this? Zhang Tianlin casually fanned himself. Clothes make the man. We're recruiting disciples. As the ancestor, of course I have to look the part. He flipped his hair, a matter-of-fact look on his face. So, it's only natural that I'd spruce myself up a bit. Nan Yushu closed his eyes, a disdainful look on his face. Really? Just a bit? Gu Xiaoyun's eyes widened. This is a huge change. Zhang Tianlin tapped his fan against his palm. Relax. This time, we're sure to recruit plenty of suitable disciples. The 3 of them arrived before a massive stone gate. The desolate scene before them made Gu Xiaoyun sigh. It's so deserted. Ancestor, how are we supposed to recruit anyone? Nan Yushu was also puzzled. Strange. Even if the inquiry conference is over, the town shouldn't be this empty. He then turned and suggested, Ancestor, let me go ask around. You two wait here. Zhang Tianlin replied. Fine by me. Gu Xiaoyun asked worriedly. Martial uncle, should I come with you? Nan Yushu gave a thumbs up. No need. I'm going to find that innkeeper lady. Hearing this, her face darkened as she waved him away. Then just go by yourself. Seeing Nan Yushu gleefully dash off as if he were rocket-powered, Gu Xiaoyun thought with contempt. A sect elder acting like this. Is this really okay? Zhang Tianlin looked off in a certain direction. He said to Xiaoyun, looks like there's someone over there. Her eyes widened as she looked. She saw a young woman standing quietly by the lake. She spoke up. There really is. I'll go ask her. The young woman had a sorrowful expression on her face as she stared at her reflection in the water. Gu Xiaoyun came up behind her with her recruitment pitch. Miss, are you interested in joining a sect? Come learn about the 23rd sect. The young woman didn't answer. Instead, with a splash, she jumped into the water. This left Gu Xiaoyun stunned. She stood frozen on the spot, clutching her head in panic. If you don't want to join, that's fine, but why jump in the lake? Zhang Tianlin rushed over, shouting, Don't just stand there. Save her. Only then did she snap out of it. A red-tipped shoe skimmed across the water's surface. A flash of pink zipped by. A golden rope shot straight into the water, wrapping around the waist of the girl who had jumped. With a sharp cry, the golden rope was whipped upward, flinging the girl onto the shore. She landed in Gu Xiaoyun's arms. The heroic woman leaped onto a nearby tree branch, revealing her full appearance, dressed in a pink gown. Her white hair fluttered in the wind. She held a golden whip in her hand. Zhang Tianlin watched, assessing her. She's a cultivator. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled. So cool. Amidst the crowd's praise, the cold swordswoman let out a huff. She turned away. A sharp crack echoed as the branch beneath her feet snapped in two. The swordswoman gasped. Birds scattered in a panicked flurry. A small pink book tumbled down after her. Zhang Tianlin asked, concerned, Are you all right? The swordswoman, who had landed squarely on her rear, tried to comfort herself. I'm not hurt. It doesn't hurt. Not one bit. Then she asked, "How's that young lady?" Gu Xiaoyan, the girl who'd leaped from the lake, answered from her spot by the tree. "She's fine, but she seems very weak." She fainted. A small boat pulled up to the shore. Someone on the boat called out loudly, "My lady." Her eyes welled with tears as she rushed over. "Are you okay?" She took the pink-clad swordswoman by the hand and said urgently, "How could you let yourself get hurt like this? Let me put some medicine on that." The swordswoman in pink tried to reassure her. "When you're a hero fighting for justice, a broken bone or two is just part of the job. So what's a little scrape? I'm fine." As the cotton swab, soaked in alcohol, touched her scraped arm, the pink-clad swordswoman burst into tears. "Wah! Ow, ow, ow. Be gentle. Qinglan." Meanwhile, a hand picked up the fallen pink book. Curiously, "What's this?" Zhang Tianlin opened the book and began to read. Orchids, plums, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, all flowers in bloom. Spring, summer, fall, and winter, each season a sight to see. A beauty, like a flower, shouldn't be left to admire herself alone. So why shouldn't a rogue like me have a taste? He seethed with disgust, his face a mask of contempt. What kind of trash is this? Face beet red, the pink-clad swordswoman scrambled toward him. "Hey, don't look at that." In her haste, her foot caught on a stone. She cried out in alarm. As her whole body pitched forward, Qinglan cried out in worry, "My lady," while Gu Xiaoyan, looking thrilled by the drama, yelled out, "Ancestor." Seeing her ancestor pinned beneath another woman, beneath a sprawling tree, Shanla asked, "Third brother, why do we let the other disciples go back first, while we're stuck here in Baishui town?" Jilan leaned against the tree, arms crossed. He countered with a skeptical look. "Eldest brother, why don't you tell me, what exactly did we accomplish on this trip? Anything at all?" Chunlang began counting on his fingers. "Let's see. We paid the 23-character Sect 2,000 taels of gold in reparations. We failed to retrieve the spirit-connecting artifact." His expression grew darker with every word. "We lost the Sect Master's 7 Absolutes spirit-severing lock. We lost several elite disciples and a number of the Sect's artifacts." At this point, Shanla was on the verge of a complete breakdown. "Stop. Don't say any more. We're dead. We're so dead. There's no saving us now." Jilan tried to rally them. "Eldest brother, don't give up. There's still a way out of this. If we can just handle the matter of the Grand Assembly and find the Sect Master a few disciples with excellent potential, we can atone for our failures." Chunlang, calming down a little, brought up another problem. "But Baishui town is the territory of the 23-character Sect. If that old monster finds out we're here..." A sharp glint flashed in Jilan's eyes. "That's why we had to split off from the others. It's easier to operate with fewer people. As soon as we find some suitable disciples, we get out. That way, even if that old monster wants to catch us, he won't be able to." He finished with an arrogant smirk. "As the story continues, you have to make an entrance with some real flair. Only then will these mortals be awestruck, and they'll willingly join us." Shan Luo praised him with a wide grin. "Third brother, with a mind like yours, our Tailang sect has truly struck gold." Meanwhile, the red-clad swordswoman was apologizing shyly. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. It's just, you can't read that book." Zhang Tianlin cleared his throat. "It's fine." But inwardly, he was thrilled. Why would a female cultivator be carrying a book of love poems? What in the world is going on here? The swordswoman introduced herself. "My name is Xia Jiao. This is my handmaiden, Qinglan. I was being rude just now." Seeing his master speak, Gu Xiaoyan chimed in. He then said, "I'm Gu Xiaoyan, a disciple of the 23-character Sect. This here is my master ancestor." It was the first time she had ever heard such a title. Xia Jiao's eyes widened. "Master ancestor?" A powerful gust of wind swept through, whipping Xia Jiao's hair into the air. A voice came with it. "Ha ha ha. Gao, when you has arrived. I never thought I'd run into a few mortals with such sinful roots." Xia Jiao frowned. That voice. Su Ling appeared, holding a fresh flower, striking a cool pose as he recited a poem. "The universe is unfathomable, its secrets hard to break. With wisdom beyond all, I see the threads of fate." Shan Luo held his sword, a carefree look on his face, treading on snow in search of plums. "I ascend the peaks and never fall. The 3 mountains and 5 peaks suppress all ghosts and demons. He then pointed and bellowed. The two elders of the Tai Lang sect are here. You mortals, are you not going to kneel and pay your respects? Qing Lan whispered. Young miss, be careful. It's the Tai Lang sect. Xia Jiao asked, puzzled. Are they a troublesome sect or something? Qing Lan, imagining them charging in for the kill, quickly explained. The Tai Lang sect is a major, well-known sect in this region. Those two are their elders. Not only is their cultivation level incredibly high, but they're also known for being ruthless. This could be a bit of a problem for us. But to her surprise, she saw Su Ling and Shan Luo kneeling on the ground. Qing Lan was dumbfounded. What is going on? Su Ling didn't dare to look up. He stammered. Senior. We were just joking around. Shan Luo's face was pale. He spoke. His declaration somehow even more dashing than his last. This foolish junior was blind and failed to recognize you. Please forgive us, senior. There is no crime. Zhang Tianlin sat leisurely in a chair, letting Xiaoyan fan him. He looked completely at ease. Seems you two have learned your lesson. Seeing this, Qing Lan grew intensely curious about the man's identity. This man, who in the world is he? Xia Jiao, however, had a different question. Where did he get that chair? Zhang Tianlin looked up at the two men. You two came at the perfect time. I'm here to take care of a small matter. Would you be willing to lend a hand? But what he was really thinking was, I happen to be short a few people to make a good show of things. These two would do nicely. Su Ling and Shan Luo enthusiastically agreed to help. Suddenly, a timid voice spoke up. This, esteemed senior. Zhang Tianlin frowned. Xia Jiao continued cautiously. It appears you two are no ordinary people. We have important business to attend to. Can I sit this one out? He happily agreed. Of course. Until we meet again. Then he sized them up in his mind. It seems these two young ladies are more than they appear. Zhi Lang and Shan Luo took the reins as carriage drivers. Hold on tight, he announced. Let's ride. Watching them leave, Qing Lan finally spoke. The elder of the Iron Wolf sect was terrified of him. But I've never even heard of a sect called the 23-character gate. Xia Jiao's eyes sparkled. The world is full of wonders. Why worry about other people's business? She turned back to remind her. Don't you forget. We came to Bai Shuai town to find a certain Master Hua and get his autograph. Nothing else matters. Qing Lan reminded her nervously. My lady, your father gave explicit orders. You are forbidden from reading these kinds of scandalous books. Besides, I hear that many heartless scoundrels use these sweet nothings to deceive women. Xia Jiao said stubbornly. If there's a wicked way, there must be a righteous one. Besides, if I read more, won't I be better prepared to see through their tricks? In Bai Shuai town, a voice rang out from within an inn. I heard every house in town is locked up tight, and no one's daring to go outside. It's because of a man-eating demon. A voluptuous woman gestured for them to quiet down. Hush, keep your voice down. I'm still hoping to get some guests, you know. Yelling like that. Are you trying to ruin my business? Take a word of advice from me. Your sect has no future. You'd be better off staying here at my inn. I'll take care of you. Nan Yushu's face turned beet red. I can't do that. I'm a cultivator, after all. I have to have some dignity, the proprietress advised him while pouring wine into a bowl. Some exalted immortals came to slay the demon recently. In the end, not a single one of them came back. As for you people from your sect, everyone in this town knows. You might be good enough to use as demon bait, and that's about it. Swaying slightly, Nan Yushu asked, Other cultivators have already been here? Were they invited by someone in town? The proprietress sighed. They were invited by the wealthy merchant, Yang Shan. Times have been tough lately. Not only did he hire doctors and distribute food to everyone, but he also spent a fortune hiring exalted immortals to get rid of the demon. Everyone is incredibly grateful to him. With that, she lifted the wine jug and took a long swig. Startled, Nan Yushu rushed to stop her. Just drink a little. By now, the proprietress's face was flushed. It's a shame, she chuckled, that good deeds don't always pay off. I heard Boss Yang's daughter has gone missing. Nan Yushu guessed. Missing? Could she have been taken by the demon? I need to report this to the founder Ancestor immediately. He turned his head in shock, only to hear an ah. My little lover. What's the matter? The proprietress was so drunk she'd lost all her inhibitions. Puckering her lips, she leaned in close. I've told you so much. Shouldn't you give me a little something in return? Nan Yushu was absolutely terrified. Whoa, wait a second. He struggled to push the proprietress away. Don't come any closer. I still have questions. The proprietress lunged at him again, desperate to have her way with him. Come here, you. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Quick, look. It's the exalted immortals. More exalted immortals have arrived to slay the demon. This immediately caught Nan Yushu's attention. He ran to the window and looked out. He saw a familiar horse-drawn carriage. Isn't that our carriage? A resentful cry echoed through the inn. I'm so damn mad. The innkeeper smashed a wine jar, sobbing. She screamed, all of you, get the hell out of my sight. She drank and cried, her words spilling out. Nan Yushu, you are one heartless bastard. All you care about is that pathetic sect of yours. She sobbed. You just had to save the Yang family's precious little miss, didn't you? So what am I? Am I any worse than her? Go on then. Go find your precious monster. And don't you dare come back when you're dead. Bai Shui Town, the Yang residence. It was a grand and magnificent estate. Thank you all for saving the young miss. The master has been informed. He is on his way. A butler in a purple robe spoke with formal courtesy. Honored guests, if you would please wait a moment. The master will be here shortly. Zhang Tianlin replied with a dignified air. It's no trouble. We can wait. The butler replied. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. And with that, he withdrew. Zhang Tianlin asked Nan Yushu, did you manage to find out anything in town? Nan Yushu cupped his fist and reported. Ancestor, the reason Bai Shui Town is so deserted is because a monster called the Night Fiend has appeared here. Gu Xiaoyun, who was gnawing on an apple, cried out in surprise. The Fright Fiend? Nan Yushu explained in detail. This monster only appears at night. It preys on children under the age of 16. I heard 2 children actually saw the Night Fiend's true form and were lucky enough to escape. The children who saw the monster screamed in terror. Mommy, help me. They cried as they scattered in every direction. Because of this, a wealthy merchant in town, Yang Shan, has been constantly hiring immortal masters to get rid of the demon. All the masters who came made bold promises. Just some measly little fiend? Leave it to me. Master Yang, just make sure you have my payment ready. Not 1 coin less. But forget killing the Night Fiend. Those masters were lucky to escape with their lives. The immortal masters, bruised and battered, knelt on the ground, begging for their lives. Big Brother Night Fiend, please spare us. We were wrong. We'll never do it again. Nan Yushu sighed as he concluded. So now, no one in town dares to let their children out of their sight. They're terrified that one moment of carelessness could mean losing their child forever. Zhang Tianlin thought to himself, this is a problem. We came here to recruit disciples. I have to figure something out. Gu Xiaoyun slammed a foot on the table. This is outrageous. How dare it cause trouble right under our sect's nose? Ancestor, it's a total slap in the face. Let's go destroy it. Nan Yushu waved his hand dismissively. Get your foot off the table first. We're guests in someone else's home. Zhang Tianlin chimed in. I'd say you're the one being outrageous. A beaming Master Yang appeared. My saviors. My deepest apologies for making you wait. He said with a wide smile. My name is Yang Shan. I was told you were the ones who found my little girl. I am eternally grateful. Seeing Gu Xiaoyun still perched on the table, he asked, my saviors, is this? Zhang Tianlin explained with some embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing. This disciple of mine. If I don't knock her around every few days, she starts trying to tear the roof off the house. A good smack usually sets her straight. Master Yang let out a hearty laugh. Not at all. You saved my daughter. If there is anything you need from me, you have only to ask. He then gave a thumbs up, impressed. But I never expected that a sect with a reputation as bad as the 23-word sect would be the one to find my daughter. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Nan Yushu's expression soured. I mean, seriously? Does this guy even have a filter? Zhang Tianlin got straight to the point. We heard that Bai Shui Town has been troubled by a night demon recently, and that Boss Yang is looking for cultivators to deal with it. Yang Shan sat down and had his steward pour the guests some tea. He said, that's right. However, you may not be aware. I've invited quite a few esteemed immortals here before, but they were all powerless against that night demon. So what hope does your 23-word sect have? Zhang Tianlin crossed his legs. He ordered, Yushu, tell him. Yes, sir. Nan Yushu replied respectfully. He then pointed to his sect's grand ancestor and began to boast dramatically. Allow me to make a grand introduction. This is the grand ancestor of our sect, the founding patriarch of the 23-word sect, a peerless master from 1,000 years ago, one of the 13 supremes of our people, the dragon-slaying, pavilion-settling supreme, wielder of the heavenly Dao Mind Sword. He is the void tomb sacred ancestor, Zhang Tianlin. Hearing these words, Yang Shan and his steward were stunned speechless. Even Nan Yushu felt a bit embarrassed saying it all. Ahem. I know this is all very hard to believe. He worried. I have no idea why the ancestor wanted me to say all that. It's bound to scare people off. Yang Shan stroked his beard, a look of sudden realization on his face. So that's how it is. Nan Yushu's jaw nearly hit the floor. He actually believes it? Yang Shan laughed, patting his belly. Excellent. If you are truly that powerful, then coming back from the dead is certainly possible. I just wonder what it would take to hire you. What kind of payment do you require? Zhang Tianlin tapped his fan against his palm. He said decisively, not a single coin. All we need is for Boss Yang to rent us a courtyard large enough to use. Then, he said with a serious expression, gather all, the townspeople. The scene shifts to a large courtyard. A large crowd has gathered. The people murmured amongst themselves. Do you know why Boss Yang gathered everyone here? I heard Boss Yang hired the 23-word sect to get rid of the night demon. Some people were skeptical. Isn't that sect completely unreliable? What do you know? I heard the 20-3-word sect is really powerful now. Even the Iron Wolf clan has to show them respect. In the crowd, Xia Jiao watched the commotion with interest, while beside her, Qing Lan was nagging nonstop. My lady, your father has already sent 2 letters. He's urging you to come home soon. He says to watch what you eat and get plenty of rest. Don't stay up late. Eat more fruit. Don't get into fights with people. And if you do fight, try not to kill them. She waved her hand dismissively. Ugh, just ignore him. This demon is keeping me from finding Grandmaster Hua to get his autograph. I'm definitely going to catch it and take out my frustration on it. Zhang Tianlin stood on a high platform and announced. Everyone, the 23 words sect heard that Bai Shui town is being terrorized by a night demon. We have come here specifically to protect all of you. His expression was solemn. Exterminating this demon will not be an overnight fix. But as long as you join our sect, we will guarantee your complete protection. Another murmur went through the crowd below. Easier said than done. Becoming a high immortal isn't that simple. Yeah, my family has no aptitude for cultivation whatsoever. If we can become high immortals, what's there to fear from a few wild ghosts? That's right. I thought this was going to be something good. Turns out it's still about becoming an immortal. Qing Lan was a little disappointed. It seemed this little sect was just taking advantage of the chaos to recruit disciples. I guess I overestimated them. But Xia Jiao wasn't so quick to judge. Not necessarily. Let's just wait and see. Hearing the words, disciples of our sect, need no innate talent. Xia Jiao let out a gasp of surprise. And when he said they needed no special aptitude, even Gu Xiaoyan and Nan Yushu's eyes went wide. They were completely baffled. You don't need anything? Boss Yang and his steward were also utterly astonished. They don't need anything at all? Zhang Tianlin laid out his terms. He stated the one and only requirement. As long as you are under 16 years of age and possess the will to follow the Tao, you may join our sect. After his announcement, a long line of people formed to register. A man led his son, who was still losing his baby teeth, and had a runny nose, up to the table. Great immortal. My son's name is Nangong Taiju. He's 14 this year. Do you think he'll do? Before the man could even finish, Nan Yushu had already written Nangong Taiju on the list. Nan Yushu replied, no problem. Your son has been accepted. Head on in, the father said emotionally. Son, you have to bring honor to our family from now on. You must live up to your name. A bald man slammed his hand on the table, looking for trouble. Since when did your pissant sect get to steal business from us? Guess that kick in the ass last time wasn't enough for you, huh? Nan Yushu said with a smile. Well, if it isn't Head Wong Fengtu from the martial arts hall. What's wrong? You want to join our sect too? The muscular Wong Fengtu snorted aggressively. I know exactly what kind of shady sect you're running. I'm here today to shut you down. Nan Yushu couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. Is that so? Security. Shan Luo and Jilan appeared on either side of him, clapping him on the shoulders. Heard someone was causing trouble. Want to play with us? This terrified Wang Feng too, and he was promptly dragged away. Nen Yushu waved goodbye. Take care now. Zhang Tianlin watched the scene unfold, feeling pleased. I never would have guessed those two girls from outside the city were from the Yang family. This will make recruitment much smoother. The system display flashed continuously. Contribution points +1, +1, +1. Hey, listen, host. Isn't this method of yours a little unscrupulous? Who on earth expands their sect like this? So ruthless. Is there a problem? The system display continued to flash. Contribution points +1, +1, +1. Other sects hold grand initiation ceremonies, things like martial arts tournaments or bloodline tests. The stricter ones even hold martial arts conferences. But what you're doing is just too casual. Oof. Like I'd ever follow their worn-out path. Just watch what I do. The brilliant colors of sunset washed over the pavilion. Nan Yushu announced, Everyone, that's all for today. Next, we will hold the initiation ceremony for the new disciples. Several anxious parents crowded around, asking, Elder Nan, will your sect really teach our children properly? Yeah, that's right. My kid doesn't have any talent. Mine neither. Nan Yushu immediately reassured them. Please, rest assured. To make cultivation easier, our sect will operate on a live-in basis with some strict rules. I wonder. The parents all started talking at once. Elder Nan, that rascal of mine is a real handful. Don't go easy on him. Yes. Teach them however you see fit. Don't mind us at all. Nan Yushu beamed, his eyes crinkling. He replied graciously, Since you've all said so, then I can proceed without worry. The children gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Wu Dali, do you think we've really joined an immortal sect? Wu Dali frowned. Ling Bawan, don't be such a coward. Even the Tai Lang sect had to treat us with respect. We're definitely disciples of an immortal sect now. Ling Bawan remained unconvinced. But I have a feeling it's not that simple. We're just ordinary people. How could becoming an immortal possibly be this easy? Don't tell me they just brought us here to be manual laborers. A voice cut in, refuting him. That's not it at all. Our sect will definitely train us properly. The two boys jumped in surprise. Who's there? Gu Xiaoyan stood before the two boys. I am your eldest senior sister. Seeing such a beautiful senior sister. The boys were instantly thrilled. Really? It's Senior Gu Xiaoyan. I've seen her before. Is she going to be training with us? Oh my god. She's a real immortal. Gu Xiaoyan replied. That's right. I will be cultivating alongside all of you. So rest assured, they definitely won't be making you do manual labor. Inwardly, she was feeling incredibly smug and being the eldest senior sister feels amazing. Someone shouted, Elder Nan is here. She quickly reminded everyone. Quick, stand up straight. Make a good impression on our martial uncle. The children immediately obeyed. Hurry up. Stand straight. Nan Yushu walked over, carrying a stack of clothes. He looked at them and admonished. Form a proper line. He announced. Greetings, new disciples. I am the guardian elder of the 23-character sect. From now on, I will be in charge of guiding your cultivation. He walked over to a table where an ancestral tablet was placed. He said, But the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship. Our sect does not prioritize innate talent in cultivation. Instead, it values your courage and perseverance. Written on the tablet was, Sacred Ancestor Su Ling, Zhang Tianlin. Under the watchful eye of our ancestor, we will face many trials. At this point, Nan Yushu's voice grew more forceful. Anyone who lacks the conviction to see this through to the end may leave now. Otherwise, I will absolutely not permit any of you to give up halfway. The boy, Ling Bawan, trembled in fear. He thought to himself, I heard initiation ceremonies are supposed to be really grand, with a lot of trials. Even the bravest of them, Wu Dali, was afraid. They say if you don't pass the trials, you can't become an official disciple. I wonder what kind of trial it will be. He picked up 3 incense sticks from the table. Very good. It seems you have all made up your minds. Then, next up, is our sect's most important initiation ritual. Nan Yushu raised the 3 incense sticks. He pointed to the ancestral tablet and declared, Our initiation ceremony is to pay respects to the ancestor. This left the children dumbfounded. He watched as the children, in unison, knelt, and kowtowed. He waved his hand. The ceremony is complete. Nan Yushu was beaming. The initiation ceremony is over. Next, we will begin our first cultivation lesson. Wu Dali's fighting spirit was burning. Bring it on. No matter what the challenge is. I won't back down. Luambawan was wondering. Why would cultivation training not prioritize one's natural aptitude? Gu Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I'm so excited. It's finally starting. I waited so long for this. A book titled An Introduction to Basic Principles appeared, shattering all their fantasies. Nan Yushu slapped the stack of books. The most important priority is not your innate talent, nor is it your comprehension. It is. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he put on a fierce expression. He roared, memorizing the text. The courtyard immediately filled with wails of despair. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianlin was also in his room, reading a book. He was quite pleased with the results. Looks like Nan Yushu is handling things smoothly. System. Host, you've really got some moves. You're one clever man, host. You just finished the ancestral rites for new disciples, and you've already raked in 1,000 sect development points. System. With these disciples, you'll have a stable income of sect development points from now on. Next is the matter of your own cultivation level. When he saw the words entrance exam questions for the divine severing stage printed in the book, his face darkened. He complained, but why do I have to do homework to break through to the next realm? System. While innate talent can save a person a great deal of cultivation time, breakthroughs must be achieved on your own. Hearing the system, he realized this was what true cultivation meant. If you don't even understand how to circulate spiritual energy, what the hell are you even cultivating? The first day was filled with groans. The more I do, the more my head hurts. Zhang Tianlin's gaze hardened as he looked in a certain direction. Huh, what's that? A massive shadow appeared on the roof. He smirked. So you've finally shown yourself. The dim moonlight pierced through the clouds as a dark figure deftly leaped across the rooftops. The figure wore a long cloak and a hood, its eyes glowing a fiery red. The children are all gathered in one place. He listened at the crack in the door. Hey, are you sure we should be doing this? A chubby disciple asked, trying to talk him out of it. Dolly, the elder martial uncle said. We can't give up halfway through. A girl with twin pigtails said worriedly. Yeah, last time we went exploring, we ran into a wild demon. Let's not take any more risks this time. Okay, Wu Dali yelled angrily. Xin, Xiao Pippi, do you two really want to die? The word die made his friends' faces turn pale with fear. Liang Bawan said frantically. Right, Dali, don't you think you're overreacting a little? Wu Dali put on a mysterious air and listed off the horrors. Huh. Today, we only have 20 pages of homework. We haven't even finished the 3 basic principles of immortal cultivation. How many characters of the great talisman script have you even learned? And this is just the beginning. Later, there's advanced talisman studies. Spiritual energy equations. Can you handle something even more terrifying? The 3 children immediately clutched their heads and screamed in terror. That's horrifying. That's even scarier than a wild demon. We want to go home. The cloaked figure listening and was also stunned. What the? Scarier than me? Wu Dali's eyes were filled with resolve. So, as long as we run, we won't die. You guys in? The 3 kids broke out in a cold sweat. They all nodded at once. Yeah, we'll do what you say. A dark shadow fell over the 3 of them. Well, Mama, trying to skip class on the very first day? Nan Yushu appeared behind them like a demon king. It seems I haven't given you enough homework. The kids shrieked and scattered. Nan Yushu pulled out a few paper talismans. Hith. Think you can run? With a flick of his wrist. The talismans flew and stuck to the children's backs. He began to chant. The kids were lifted into the air. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't move an inch forward. With a whoosh, they were dragged back inside. The door slammed shut with a thud. The man in black was utterly horrified. What kind of sacred beast is homework? It sounds terrifying. I'd better keep my distance. I need to be careful. Can't afford to make a reckless move. A voice called out from behind. Hey, you're the night demon everyone's talking about, right? The sound made him jump. He whipped his head around. All he saw was Gu Xiaoyun, sporting 2 massive dark circles under her eyes. Gu Xiaoyun looked completely drained. stumbling as she walked. In her hand, she held a large flask. Perfect. I finally found you. He yelled. What the hell is wrong with your eyes? Oh, you mean these? It's nothing. Just stayed up the last 2 nights, memorizing new vocabulary. She patted her cheeks to wake herself up. Wait, why am I even telling you this? She slammed her flask on the ground. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. My martial uncle promised me that if I can catch you, he'll let me skip homework for 3 days. He was horrified. Wait a second. Why is your mace so damn big? Gu Xiaoyan raised the mace and leaped into the air, bringing it crashing down right where he'd been standing. The floorboards exploded into splinters. The kids from earlier huddled together, trembling. What's that sound outside? Nan Yushu calmly lit a candle. The night demon. A series of shrieks echoed from outside. Qing Lan clutched her head. Tears streaming down her face. Wah! Is that what the night demon sounds like? It's terrifying. Xia Jiao tilted her head. So the night demon's here? That's an awful lot of noise. Sounds more like someone's demolishing the place. Then she moved to open the window to get a look at the commotion. Qing Lan scrambled to stop her. Miss, don't open the window. They say if you hear the demon's cry, you'll be forced to walk right to it against your will. Xia Jiao's eyes went wide. So that's supposed to be the cry of the night demon? Gu Xiaoyan, lugging her massive mace, was chasing him relentlessly. My homeward pass. Don't you run. Take this. The night demon ahead was running for his dear life. What in the hell is homework? And what in the hell is with that mace? Xia Jiao vaulted out the window. From inside the room, Qing Lan cried, Miss, wait for me. But Xia Jiao didn't even look back. Xia Jiao landed lightly on the roof. She scanned the area. Her eyes widened in surprise. Is that? She saw a young woman sneaking around outside. The same one from before. The two chased each other all the way to a stone door. My assignment. Don't you dare run. They arrived in a forest. The night ghoul finally stopped. Gu Xiaoyan was surprised. Giving up already? He gave a sinister smile. I lured you here on purpose. You're nothing more than a body-tempering cultivator. As if I'd be scared of you. Then he turned around, looking smug. What can that little thing do to me? He hadn't even finished his sentence when a painful blow from a mace sent him reeling. He was struck yet again. The blow left him seeing stars. The power of the Suehu Qi was immense. It created a blast of light that sent him flying. Amidst the deafening explosion, the ground shattered. Gu Xiaoyan slung the large mace over her shoulder. She put her hands on her hips and asked doubtfully, What were you mumbling about? Why didn't you dodge? Seeing him lying motionless in the rubble, she asked, Hey, you still alive? A wisp of white smoke wrapped around her ankle. Then, countless threads coiled around her. She gasped in surprise. What is this stuff? Seeing Gu Xiaoyan bound hand and foot. A voice rang out. I told you, this was all part of my plan. The night ghoul sat up from within the rubble. I pretended to be weak and lured you into attacking, just to get you to fall into my trap. His face was covered in blood, his eyes glowing red. His voice was grim. Unless you have a spirit treasure, you'll never escape my Jade Maiden's affection silk. Gu Xiaoyan looked at him, completely unamused. You call this Jade Maiden's affection silk? He roared in anger. I like it. That's what it's called. He had a black eye, looking like a panda. He coughed, clutching his stomach. Anyway, you're not getting out of this. Gu Xiaoyan said impatiently. Let me go. Now, a flash of light appeared. The strands of the Jade Maiden's affection silk instantly snapped. In a flash, they crumbled to dust. She stared at her now free hands in astonishment. He, on the other hand, was utterly terrified. Who's there? A questioning voice called out. So you're the night ghoul of this place. Zhang Tianlin used his sword as a table, leisurely drinking wine and reciting poetry under the moon. 100 years of glory fade, a mortal life so hard to hold. 2,000 blossoms, worldly ties are severed, to sweep the land of evil and bring peace to all 9 states. I walk the world with a laugh, my name unknown to all. Gu Xiaoyan called out happily, Ancestor. The night ghoul broke out in a cold sweat. This aura and this poem, this is definitely a true master. Gu Xiaoyan advised him, you should just surrender. Our ancestor is incredibly powerful. He put on a fierce face, baring his teeth. Have you ever heard the saying? The night ghoul looked up at the moon and recited a poem. Let the prodigy fall before their prime. A broken song will still stir the frosted branch of time. This made Zhang Tianlin's eyes light up. Could this man be? The night ghoul explained. This line is from 300 verses for courting beauties. It means that when a romantic rogue faces a prodigy, he naturally can't help but soften his heart. But even in the face of humiliation, he will never surrender. He introduced himself with a flourish. And I am the author of that very book. Master Hua, have some respect. Please let me go. Zhang Tianlin was at a loss for words. He gave an order. Xiao Yun, hit him. The same girl who had jumped into the lake before appeared in secret. No one should be here. She closed her eyes. Beads of sweat dotted her face. Then she took out a dagger. She stared at it fixedly. Her mind made up. She thrust it toward her own chest. A vine shot out through the air, knocking the dagger from her hand. She stared at the blade, now embedded in the ground far away. With tears welling in her eyes, the girl looked around. She saw Xia Yao pulling back the vine. The girl spoke. It's you. Xia Yao walked up to the girl. I don't know why you're always trying to kill me, and I can't be there to stop you every single time. She said fiercely. But if I just let you die without knowing why, then saving you last time would have been a complete waste. Seeing the girl shrink back in fear, she continued. So listen to me. Xia Yao reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair, comforting her. Come on, tell me everything that's bothering you. Maybe I can help. The girl was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak, only letting out. She collapsed to the ground. Xia Yao rushed to catch her. Hey, whatever it is, just take it slow. Don't you dare pass out on me. Tears streamed down the girl's face. Big sister, I don't want to die. I want to live. Meanwhile, outside the stone door, the pleas for mercy were endless. Why? I was wrong. I won't pretend anymore. Stop hitting me. Master Hua's head was covered in lumps. What in the world are you hitting me with? This master has spent years cultivating his indestructible diamond body. This is the first time I've ever been hit by something so painful. Gu Xiaoyun proudly held up the golden book. Smugly. This is my ancestor's special brick. It's the best for beating people up. Being called a brick. The system cursed to itself. I really want to hit someone right now. Zhang Tianlin interrogated him. Start talking. Why were you putting on that whole act and kidnapping children? Steam rose from the bumps on Master Hua's head. He retorted. You, how dare you slander me? I am a man of letters. Gu Xiaoyun slammed the heavy book down in front of him. He immediately threw his hands up in surrender. Wait, I'll talk. He breathed a sigh of relief and began to tell his story. This all started a few days before he was traveling alone, carrying his belongings down the road. At the time, I was promoting my masterpiece, the 300 flower plucking techniques. So, I was traveling day and night, when suddenly, I heard a cry for help. My child, he recalled with indignation. I looked up, and I saw a bizarre, dark figure flying through the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, I gave chase. I shouted, let those children go. The dark figure had tentacles wrapped around the children. Seeing that it was being followed, it swung its long tentacles to attack. Back then, all Master Hua could see was a monster. I raised my hand and unleashed the world-annihilating, earth-shattering palm. But I was in a perilous situation, so I had no choice but to use the 99 Origins demon-breaking light. At this point in his story, he started to boast. I fought it for 800 rounds. The battle was so intense, it shook the heavens and split the earth. The sun and moon themselves went dark. Even space itself was shattered. Zhang Tianlin quickly cut in. Hey, can you please stop with the over-the-top theatrics? Gu Xiaoyan sneered. Don't forget, I knocked you out with one hit just a minute ago. He quickly snapped out of it. Sorry. Force of habit, force of habit. Then he continued, his tone serious. That monster was kidnapping children in town. Its cultivation level was higher than mine. But I had a magic treasure given to me by my sect, the Jade Maiden Silk. When it wasn't looking, I managed to rescue the child. The silk flew out and severed its tentacle. The child fell, and Master Hua caught them. The dark figure seized the chance to escape. Blood splattered everywhere. But before Master Hua could do anything, he heard the shouts of villagers approaching with torches. The child is over there. Get him, surrounded by the villagers. Holding the child in my arms, I couldn't talk my way out of it. Master Hua sighed. From that day on, the people in town saw me as a wild demon. They even hired other cultivators to come after me. He clutched the shattered remains of his jade made in silk and wept. I'm just a friendly scholar. I was only following the children to protect them, and now my treasure is broken. Gu Xiaoyan eyed him skeptically. What part of you looks friendly? No matter how I look at you, you don't seem like a good guy. Zhang Tianlin said. We could trust him for now. This made Gu Xiaoyan's eyes go wide. Ancestor. He spoke toward the darkness behind him. Friend, since you're already here, why bother hiding? A figure stepped out from the shadows. As expected of the sect master of the 23-character sect. No wonder the old master treats you differently. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. You're the butler from the Yang estate. He stepped into the moonlight. He greeted them. Benefactor. We meet again. Zhang Tianlin narrowed his eyes. It seems, this business of hiring cultivators to deal with a wild demon was just your plot to let us do the dirty work. The Yang estate's butler placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The night demon's treasure is quite troublesome, and he's extremely cautious. That's why we needed someone to lure him out. Only then would we have a chance to strike. Gu Xiaoyan pointed her massive finger at the bruised and battered Master Hua. She demanded, Whoa, so you just hid there and watched me beat this guy up with my finger? He drew his sword. He admitted it without hesitation. That's right, but I never expected that you from the 23-character sect would be even stronger than I imagined. Zhang Tianlin finished the thought for him. So, you want to risk your life against us? The young butler's eyes flew open. I wouldn't dare. Then, he plunged the sword through his own chest. Gu Xiaoyan gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Blood sprayed from the wound. A ritual array flared to life around them. He knelt in the center. Lifting his head, he said, All I can do is drag you all down with me. The book cursed aloud. Damn it. System has detected the power of an evil dragon. The color drained from Zhang Tianlin's face. What? I'm still just a damn beginner. How am I supposed to fight a final boss? The system offered a word of comfort. It is merely an extremely faint trace of its aura. A strange, crimson aura enveloped them all. The system posed a question. For some reason, this guy became a follower of the evil dragon. He sacrificed his own life in exchange for power. And that Yang Tian fellow, something's definitely wrong with him too. The old butler was still smiling, even as he was about to die. Even if you're at the concealed breath realm, you'll still be trapped in here for 6 hours. With his last words, it is done. He went to meet his maker. Gu Xiaoyan couldn't believe it. She drew her bow. Watch this. An invisible, net-like barrier materialized and threw her backward. Oof. Gu Xiaoyan cried out in pain. This thing is solid. Master Hua assessed the situation grimly. This formation is very strange. He said that even someone at the concealed breath realm would be trapped here. I'm afraid he wasn't lying. Zhang Tianlin closed his eyes and consulted the system. Is there a way to break this? The system replied, Yes. Your sword has an effect that counters the evil dragon. But first, you must break through to the god-severing stage. Shatter your bottleneck. Then, use your sect development points to reach the peak of the god-severing stage. Only then can you destroy it. He orders everyone to fall back. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes lit up with hope. Ancestor. Countless golden characters began to swirl. I need time to gather the spiritual energy to break this formation. The three of you, guard me. Master Hua was stunned. You can actually break this formation? As Zhang Tianlin wrote with his brush. He thought to himself, I have to make it in time. Elsewhere, Shan La sat on the steps, sighing. Third brother. Are we really going to be stuck doing manual labor for that old ancestor? At this rate, when will we ever get home? Ji Lang beside him asked, Big brother, don't you realize that what we're doing right now is our true great achievement? Shan La was confused. Ji Lang pointed to his head. We've infiltrated their inner circle. We've already obtained critical intelligence. Do you really think the sect master will care about a minor failure? Like ours? Shan La clapped his hands together. Brilliant. We might even get a chance to steal back the 7 Absolutes spirit-severing lock in that book. Now, that would be a true accomplishment. A man in red robes walked in from outside. You two elders seem to be in quite high spirits. Shan La and Ji Lang shot to their feet. They shouted warily. Halt! Who are you? It was Boss Yang, now in a different set of clothes. I've only come to see the children. Shan La was suspicious. Yang Tian? Ji Lang frowned. What do you want with the children? He waved a hand dismissively. I heard everything you two just said. If you let me pass, We can all mind our own business. How about it? Ling immediately sensed something was wrong. He burst out laughing. Huh. It seems Boss Yang is not as simple as he appears. Shanla turned to Ling, who whispered a plan. Let him pass. Yang Tian said with a laugh. Ha! Not at all, not at all. I'm just an ordinary merchant. Suddenly, a shadow wolf lunged at Yang Tian from behind. But he caught it by the throat with one hand. A loud explosion erupted. A brilliant flash of light. A terrifying power still pulsed from his palm. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Their eyes glowed red. Their hands rested on the hilts of their swords. They said in unison, Our apologies. We just happened to believe. The two figures charged forward together. That only the dead can keep secrets. They charged toward Yang Tian, the one radiating an orange aura. A candle tumbled to the ground. A series of explosions erupted outside, frightening the studying children who covered their ears in fear. What was that noise this time? Is the night fiend still here? Nan Yushu reassured them. Don't be afraid. I'll go check it out. Before he left, he didn't forget to give them instructions. All of you behave and finish your work. I'll check it when I get back. Stepping out onto the porch, he looked toward the source of the noise. A timid voice called out from behind him. Xin spoke shyly. You have to come back safely. Her words warmed Nan Yushu's heart. Don't worry. I'm a protector elder, after all. The two sides were locked in a vicious battle. Su Ling faced him down. I never imagined Boss Yang was a cultivator. Ling attacked from behind. In other words, you're not as fast as us. Yang Tian gave a wicked laugh. Black, root-like veins spread across his face. Is that so? A pitch-black hand, as long and thin as a tentacle, shot out, snatching at the horrified Su Ling. Su Ling and Ling were caught in the mutated hand's grasp. What the hell is this thing? This, he demanded menacingly. What was it you just said? Ling immediately switched to flattery. We were just saying how incredibly powerful Boss Yang is. By now, both of his eyes had turned completely black. Seeing this, Yang Tian paused for a moment. Ling continued to lay on the praise thick. I can see that Boss Yang is a man of extraordinary caliber. You're destined to become even greater in the future. Why don't we establish a friendly relationship? We could keep in touch from now on. Su Ling quickly agreed. Right. Boss Yang, you truly are magnificent. From now on, we'll stay out of your way. What do you say? He sneered, gritting his teeth. You two thick-skinned bastards. A gleaming golden arrow shot through his arm. Crying out in pain, he dropped the two men. He whirled around, only to see Nan Yushu's second arrow, already loose from the bow. Yang Tian barely dodged it. A volley of golden arrows flew at him. Yang Tian leaped onto the roof. Dark power exploded from his body. A golden arrow whistled through the air, aiming for Yang Tian's back, but his figure had already vanished. Su Ling asked, Third brother, what do we do now? Leaning back to back with him, Ling answered. His cultivation is at the god-severing stage. But after growing those claws, he's become impossible to deal with. Getting hit by one of those, it really hurts. The two of them shared a single thought and vanished. Nan Yushu stared up at the empty rooftop, his guard still raised. He called out, to think that the night fiend of Baishui town was actually Boss Yang. Yang Tian reappeared, a golden arrow in his hand. He let out a loud laugh. I heard that the Nan elder of the 23-character sect was a frail man, and a piss-poor strategist. His mutated hand snapped the golden arrow in two. He continued, but meeting you today, you're far stronger than the rumors claim. Nan Yushu was unperturbed. He simply knocked another arrow. My ancestors just taught me well. Just then, one of Yang Tian's eyes turned completely black. The sight was terrifying. His eyes were now a horrifying mix of black and red. Too bad. But even so, you're not going to stop me from finding those kids. Power erupted from his entire body. Two giant, black arms sprouted from his back. He roared. You must die. Down below, a worried voice called out. Old man, I think the night fiend is here. Will our child be okay? The man, though trembling, tried to comfort his wife. Don't worry. The High Immortal is here. We just have to wait. In a brightly lit room, a terrified crowd scrambled under a table, shouting in fear. The night fiend is here. Quick, barricade the door. This is terrifying. A meat cleaver slammed down onto the table. The innkeeper roared. Don't be scared. There's no night fiend here. Not while I'm still standing. Like a lioness, the innkeeper swung her cleaver and bellowed. Let me tell you something. You dare scare my customers? I don't care if you're a night fiend. I'll beat the living daylights out of you myself. Now get your asses back to work. The staff was more afraid of the innkeeper than any night fiend. They all replied in unison, yes, ma'am, and scrambled back to their posts. But the hand holding her cleaver trembled. Her gaze drifted into the distance, filled with worry. You damned old fool. Don't you dare die on me. Meanwhile, back in the fight, countless gleaming golden arrows shrieked through the air. Yang Tian struggled to fend them off. His eyes widened in shock. Elder, you can't beat me on your own. A brilliant light flashed before him, making him recoil in horror. What the? Nan Yushu, completely unharmed, lowered his bow. He said, did you know? The books say, this stuff is highly flammable. Watching the golden flames burn ever more fiercely, he thought, damn, the energy drain is huge. I can't keep this up for long, but it's enough to buy some time. Seeing him panting heavily, Yang Tian spoke. Elder Nan, you're just full of surprises, aren't you? One of Yang Tian's arms turned a glowing red and began to smoke. I never expected you could actually detonate your arrow. However, you have to be careful not to hit the homes in town. Nan Yushu's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. From his position, his attacks might hit the civilians. In the room below, two people hid under a blanket, trembling uncontrollably. How interesting. So even a mighty high immortal can feel fear. His mutated claws crushed the roof tiles. Yang Tian lunged forward with terrifying speed. In that case, his eyes were ferocious. He struck out at Nan Yushu with his palm. He roared. D. Nan Yushu was slammed to the ground. The earth beneath him instantly cracked. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, his companion cried out in horror. Hua Ling Bawan asked, Dolly, what is it? Wu Dolly stammered. The elder. He lost. Yang Tian's limbs had mutated. His entire body pulsed with a red light. To think a high immortal could be as foolish as you. His face had lost all trace of humanity. Meaning, if he had shown up sooner, on the very first day, his fangs bared, his eyes bulging, bloodshot veins filled his eyes. Yang Tian clutched his head and roared. Ayarg. Then he quickly turned around. No more time to waste. Wu Dolly held club. He sat trembling in front of the others as he spoke. He's coming. A giant claw smashed through the door. Seeing this terrifying sight, the children screamed in fear. Wu Dolly was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut, brandishing the wooden club in his hands. You don't come any closer, or else I'll take you down with me. Tears and snot streamed down his face. He opened his eyes to look and was instantly stunned. Yang Tian's 4 giant black arms were restrained by a golden light from behind. What is this? Golden talismans were stuck to the backs of the arms. Nan Yushu was chanting an incantation. A golden light glowed from his fingertips. I'm not dead yet. Yang Tian turned and roared. Then die. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. For giant hands pierced through Nan Yushu's chest. Blood gushed out, pooling on the floor. He was pinned to the wall by the 4 claws. Blood poured from him like a fountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Tian asked, unable to understand. Why did you save them? He saw the children hugging each other for comfort. Dolly, are you okay? I'm fine, he said. They have no spiritual roots. They can never become cultivators in their entire lives. He then looked at the children trembling under the table. Are we going to be eaten? Su remarked. They are weak, only fit to be bullied by others. They're cowardly and fearful. They are of no value to anyone. Remembering the terrified faces of the children's parents, Yang Tian roared, uncomprehending. You'd throw your life away for these people? Nan Yushu looked at him. His eyes were resolute. Cough, cough. As a protector, elder, I'm a complete disgrace. A golden talisman appeared on his chest. He grabbed 2 of the claws in his chest with both hands. His eyes widened in fury. But if anyone dares to bully my disciples, countless golden arrows materialized, all turning to face one direction. Yang Tian was terrified. Wait, what are you doing? The countless golden arrows surrounded the 2 of them. Nan Yushu roared, his face a mask of determination. I'll take you down with me. Boom. The fiery explosion lit up half the sky. Nan Yushu was covered in wounds. He staggered forward and then collapsed, A red power erupted from Yang Tian's body. 2 horns had now sprouted from his head. You cultivators, you clearly treat mortals like livestock. His expression was savage. And yet, you died for these useless, cowardly, damn mortals. Just then, something hit Yang Tian. There was a flash of metal. Yang Tian's eyes widened in fury. The innkeeper stood with her hands on her hips, waving a knife. She roared furiously. Get the hell off of him! Being yelled at by a mere mortal. Yang Tian gritted his teeth. You. The innkeeper brandished the knife in her hand threateningly. You what? You dare hurt one of my people? You'll have to get through this old lady's cleaver first. See if I don't chop you to pieces. I'll chop off those claws of yours and pickle them in wine. He looked down at Nan Yushu on the ground. Yang Tian's voice was ice cold. Even he lost. What can a bunch of worthless mortals like you possibly do? At that moment, a crowd of townspeople, armed with farm tools, rushed in. The innkeeper's voice was the loudest and fiercest of them all. I don't give a damn if you're a mortal or some celestial being. All I know is that he protected the children of this town. And I can't stand the sight of a monster like you. The other villagers chimed in, their voices rising. The innkeeper's right. That immortal protected my son. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Cries of that's right filled the air. Take down the serpent demon. Yang Tian's face contorted with rage. You. White pustules erupted across his face. No, I can't waste any more time. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed. Wait a minute. Is that Boss Yang? The others stared in disbelief. No way. It really is him. Yang Tian roared, unleashing a wave of purple energy. You mortals are all useless. You can't stop me. Did you really think I was the same man you once knew? He whipped one of his monstrous arms backward, and the limb, glowing with red power, tore through a nearby wall. Its grip tightened around. A screaming little girl. A woman charged forward desperately. Let go of Xing. Let go of my daughter. Insolence, he roared. And in the same motion, his claws shot through the woman's chest. Tears streamed down Xinger's face. She screamed, her eyes wide with horror. The mother collapsed to the ground, reaching a hand toward her daughter. She tried to comfort her. Xing, don't be scared. Mommy's here. Yang Tian, now completely blackened and monstrous, sneered. For decades, Yang Tian, performed good deeds. His claws flexed over the child. His claw flexed over Xing. Also, I could one day rip out your hearts. His head was now as black as an ox's, with long, protruding fangs and gleaming golden eyes. You should all be thanking me. The innkeeper was the first to charge, shouting, Everyone get him! We'll take him down, even if it costs us our lives. Suddenly, a flash of light severed Yang Tian's arm. His golden eyes widened in shock. It was Zhang Tianlin, sword in hand. Yang Tian, are you looking to die? The severed arm slowly began to regenerate. Yang Tian glared back, his eyes burning with fury. That sword, it looks familiar. The Golden Book spoke up. Just as I thought. It's an infectious type, and a powerful one at the peak of the soul-severing stage. I fear Boss Yang became a puppet of the evil dragon many years ago. It urged him on. Host, you must destroy him now. This is an emergency quest. The reward is... Zhang Tianlin gritted his teeth, seething with rage. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Zhang Tianlin roared. For Nan Yushu, I will destroy you. The innkeeper sobbed uncontrollably. You bastard. Don't you die on me. Nan Yushu was cradled in her arms, his voice raspy and broken as he tried to comfort her. Suehua, I'm not going to make it. You have to take care of yourself from now on. But the innkeeper refused to give up. She raised a fist the size of a clay pot. There's no other choice. I'll have to use the Mao family's legendary life-saving fist. Nan Yushu was instantly revived. He shot up, stopping the sledgehammer-like fist in its tracks. Mao Suehua, calm down. I think I'm going to make it. The proprietress was instantly overjoyed. That's wonderful. You're going to be okay. The Golden Book spoke. Swordmaster, system has detected a sharp decrease in your motivation for revenge. Witnessing Nan Yushu's reaction, Zhang Tianlin felt his face fall. He slapped his forehead. Don't even ask. Damn it. All my righteous fury just evaporated. Yang Tian had completely transformed into a demon. He charged forward, blazing with crimson power. System notification. However, this system detects that the opponent's motivation is extremely high. Zhang Tianlin said helplessly. Yeah, no kidding. A flash of black and red light shot toward him. He raised his sword high. Perfect timing. A wave of golden sword energy split the very ground. As it hurtled forward, the proprietress shook Nan Yushu's shoulder. Look, it's your ancestor. Nan Yushu's eyes widened in awe. It is. The ancestor is so magnificent. Yang Tian's body was riddled with sword wounds. Who are you? Zhang Tianlin stepped forward. I already told you who I am. The golden book above his head spoke up. Sword Master. The source is upgrading. Be mindful of the time during your breakthrough. Zhang Tianlin said nonchalantly, don't worry about it. In the past, Nan Yushu always made his students bow to the ancestor before they were allowed to enter the classroom. A golden light shot into the sky and suddenly plunged down. Yang Tian was slammed to the ground, immobilized. He struggled to get back up. He collapsed back onto the ground. This sword, it's wrong. You're not him, the golden book said. Sword Master. Yang Tian's consciousness has been completely eroded. It's mainly just the physical body that remains. In other words, the parasitic minion, the tainted dragon, is controlling him. Zhang Tianlin said with a smirk. So that's how it is. Looks like the Su Ling sacred ancestor really did a number on him back in the day. He swung his sword again and again. You're nothing but a worthless pawn, and you dare attack my sect? Each slash delivered a sentence. For harming my disciple. With another strike. Who gave you the audacity? He raised his sword above his head. His hands forming a seal. The sword began to spin, shooting toward Yang Tian with a torrent of golden power. He frantically raised his hands to block it. The golden tip of the blade sent him staggering backward. His hands closed around the blade. His eyes burned with defiance. You are not him. Without that sword, you're nothing to me. Zhang Tianlin's brow twitched. He raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Zhang Tianlin's figure vanished. He reappeared on Yang Tian's back, holding the golden book high. A cruel look spread across his face. Then let's see how you handle this. He slammed the book down. The blow made him cringe. He brought it down again, sending him flying. Yang Tian broke out in a cold sweat from the sheer pain. His eyes bulged in shock. What? What is this thing? Zhang Tianlin held the golden book, approaching him with a casual stroll. That was payback for my guardian elder. A brutal expression darkened his face. And now, it's time to settle the score for the people of Bai Shui Town. Yang Tian was beaten into a daze. Meanwhile, Master Hua asked with curiosity, Miss Yun, what kind of person is your sect's ancestor, exactly? With a quiver on her back, Gu Xiaoyan chimed in. That master, he's not just powerful, he's also incredibly kind. Remembering the scene back at the sect, her eyes sparkled. That moment when 10,000 swords flew out at once. Oh my god, I just about died. Master Hua's eyes were filled with admiration. I never thought I'd find someone with such an otherworldly presence here in Whitewater Town. If only fate would let us meet again. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. She grabbed the person next to her. The immortal master is right over there. Master Hua looked over, only to see Zhang Tianlin furiously beating someone with a book. He'd already broken both of Yang Tian's horns. Even if you kill me, my master will still. Zhang Tianlin's eyes were savage. When your master gets here, I'll beat him down myself. But for now, you could just die. He slammed the book down. The stone tiles beneath him exploded. The force of the blow reverted Yang Tian to his human form. Master Hua stood there, stunned. So, this is the true bearing of a great master. It seems my understanding was far too shallow. His expression left Gu Xiaoyun. Suddenly, a small, weak voice cried out, Mama, please wake up. Master Hua was startled. The old doctor sat beside Han Han and her mother, letting out a helpless sigh. Her injuries are too severe. I've done all I can. Master Hua stepped forward. He was a tall, imposing figure, dressed all in black. He puffed out his chest and said, Ahem, I happen to know a little about the healing arts. His appearance made Han Han and the old doctor tremble in fear. It's another night demon. He's going to eat us. You little monster. Get away from her. Tired from the beating, Zhang Tianlin sat to the side, fanning himself. What kind of evil remnant was that anyway? Well, I guess that takes care of that. The book, the golden book in his hand, spoke smugly. Pathetic. Even a god-level evil remnant is no match for this system, let alone the lingering will of some long-dead lackey. It glanced at the dying Yang Tian and said, as for him, he may still be breathing, but after being a host to that remnant for so long, he's beyond saving. Zhang Tianlin frowned. The question now is, why did the remnant of a mere henchman show up here? Suddenly, a young woman appeared in the sky, riding a giant bird. She called out loudly. Zhang Tianlin stared, stunned. Is that a flying spirit beast? Only the great sects have those. The giant bird descended. On its back were Xia Yao and Yang Tian's daughter. Hearing his daughter's voice, he forced his eyes open. Tianer. Xia Yao crossed her arms. Saving this young lady must have been quite the ordeal. I didn't expect you to have everything handled by the time I arrived. Zhang Tianlin narrowed his eyes. You seem to know something about this. Xia Yao didn't bother to be coy. She asked him directly, have you ever heard of the evil dragon? 8 years ago, the Yang estate. A young girl lay on the bed, writhing in pain. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? Mrs. Yang gently stroked her daughter's hair, comforting her. My child, don't talk like that. Your father has gone to find a grandmaster to cure you. You have to remember, no matter what, you must never give up on life. The young Xinger obediently replied, yes, it doesn't hurt anymore. A voice calling my lady made her turn her head. Yang Tian entered, leading a venerable master behind him. I brought the grandmaster inside the spacious Yang residence. The young lady's acupoints are blocked, her 3 celestial meridians, and her life force is incredibly weak. A large hand rested on the little girl's faint pulse. With my level of cultivation, the grandmaster shook his head. At most, I can only keep this young girl alive until she is 15 or 16. To cure her completely, you would need the help of a great sect. Furthermore, this method will cause her body to be racked by spiritual energy. The pain will be like 1,000 needles. Have you thought this through? Yang Tian and his wife fell to their knees. How could Xinger possibly endure it? Grandmaster, is there truly no other way? From the bed, a weak Xing smiled. Father, I could take it. Yang Tian and his wife were sent outside the door. Wait out here. Do not disturb me while I perform the technique. A hand glowing with green energy rose. The Grandmaster sat behind Xinger's small figure. He said, Little one, I will now channel spiritual energy through all of your organs to clear your acupoints. It's not too late to change your mind. Determination shone in Xinger's eyes. It's okay. I can endure it. Hearing this, he began. Very well, then. First, Tears streamed down Xinger's face from the pain, but she bit down and endured. The little girl remembered her mother's words. Mother said, I must never, ever give up on life. She remembered her mother, rushing everywhere in search of medicine. Doctor, can you prescribe something for the pain? Money is no object. She remembered her father, kneeling and begging everywhere he went. Grandmaster, can you please save my daughter? But all he received was contempt. Get lost. This is a place of cultivation. How dare a mortal set foot here? The little girl clenched her teeth even harder. I just have to endure this. When she heard the Grandmaster announce the next organ was the liver, Xinger's hands gripped the blanket tightly. The little girl thought of her parents, sparing no expense as they traveled far and wide to ask for help. Esteemed masters, do you know of any sect that excels in the healing arts? Please accept this small token. The little girl thought to herself, for mother and father, I will persevere just like them. Even when ignored, Yang Tian refused to give up. Grandmaster, when she heard the next organ announced, the lungs, Xinger coughed up a mouthful of blood, but she held on. I still want to live with my mother and father. When he spoke of the kidneys, it was at that same moment that Yang Tian was being berated by an arrogant cultivator. A mere mortal with no cultivation foundation dares to beg for our sect's elixirs? He was shoved back several steps. With tears in her eyes, Lady Yang cried out, My lord, are you all right? Though he was in pain, he didn't give up. I'm fine. Let's go to the next sect. Xinger is waiting for us. The little girls will grow even stronger. I want to live, just like her parents, who persisted through the harsh winter. When faced with an impossible demand, they were told they could have the elixir they pleaded for. But first, you must serve our sect as slaves for 3 years. If you perform well, we will grant you the elixir. And they happily knelt, kowtowing in gratitude. Thank you, High Immortal. Thank you, High Immortal. We're willing to work ourselves to the bone. While Cindy trembled from the excruciating pain, she never once cried out. I still have to believe, right? Her resilience deeply impressed one of the High Immortals. I've never seen a little girl with a will as strong as yours. Don't you worry. Just hold on, and I will take you in as my disciple. Drenched in sweat, Cindy replied, I just want to wait for my parents to come home. She spat out a mouthful of blood, with a single thought in her mind. They promised me that once I got better, they'd take me to town to see the Lantern Festival. The scene changes. Two despicable cultivators are pounding on a door with their fists. They see Cindy's mother, her forehead slick with blood. You bitch! I did you the honor of choosing you, and you dare to try and kill yourself? She's just a mortal. We'll just say she slipped and fell. All we have to do is kick that husband of hers out. I doubt he'll have the guts to fight back. In the freezing cold of winter, the cultivator waved his hand dismissively. You're a dim-witted man, with no resolve, and you still want elixir? Get out of here, or you'll be punished. He roared. Now get the hell out, and threw Cindy's mother's body onto the snow. Swallowing his grief, Yang Tian knelt beside his wife. Yes, I immortal. His fists were clenched so tight they bled. Yang Tian carried his wife away. A long trail of blood stained the white snow. After hearing the entire story, Zhang Tianlin's expression was a storm of emotions. So, because he hated himself for being a useless mortal, he came into contact with the dragon's will, and his mind was corrupted by it. Xia Jiao explained, the evil will deceived him. It told him that a child's heart could cure his daughter's illness. But in reality, its goal was to break the seal on the evil dragon. The scene shifts back to Cindy, and that is why this poor girl had to suffer in silence for all those years. Forced to face a father who became more and more of a stranger, she finally decided to take her own life. But Cindy could not accept this truth. She would spend all day staring at her reflection in the mirror, constantly thinking of ways to die. Now, looking at her dying father in her arms, she cried without a sound. Xia Jiao's voice continued to narrate. The little girl thought that if she just killed herself, Yang Tian would no longer have to kill people to save her. Yang Tian asked weakly, Cindy, is it you, my girl? She held her father's mutated hand. Father, it's me. Tears welled in Yang Tian's eyes. Your illness, is it cured? Cindy couldn't hold back her tears. Yes, a very powerful big sister cured me. Yang Tian's lips were cracked and dry. That's wonderful. One of Yang Tian's arms crumbled into dust. You must hate me, don't you? I couldn't avenge your mother. And instead, I became a terrible villain. Tears streamed down her face. Cindy cried back. You're not a bad person. Everyone in town knows you're a good man. Yang Tian was stunned. Then he closed his eyes. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Good man or evil man? None of it matters anymore. Yang Tian struggled to sit up. He looked at Zhang Tianlin and spoke. Young Master Zhang, right? Since you saved my daughter, let me give you a word of warning. The ones affected by the remnant will. It's not just me. Xia Jiao was stunned. How can there be so many of those remnant wills? Zhang Tianlin was just as shocked as she was. Yang Tian explained. Although it controlled me, I could also sense its thoughts. So I learned a great many things. He said, back when I could still completely control my own actions. I wrote down its plans and its secrets, all of them. I was planning to use this to threaten it later. Then I put it all in a wooden box and hid it carefully in a cabinet. The remnant will use me, so I had to use it to get my revenge. In other words, ha! Zhang Tianlin frowned. You will not have died in vain. Yang Tian leaned into his little daughter's embrace. Tianer, do you remember our family's promise? The little girl wiped her tears and answered. Mom and Dad said that once I got better, we'd all go up the mountain to see the flower lanterns together. Yang Tian's mutated hand caressed his daughter's face. That's right. Now that you're all better. Tianer could only watch helplessly as her father turned to dust. We can finally go see the flower lanterns. A wish for a happy family of 3 to watch the flower lanterns together. One that could now never be fulfilled. In Tianer's arms, Yang Tian's body dissolved into a wisp of green smoke and drifted into the air. Xia Jiao's eyes welled with tears. What do you think? Can someone like him be considered innocent? Zhang Tianlin shook his head. He knew the remnant was using him. but he still chose to accept its power. The two of them stood side by side, looking toward the light on the horizon. He continued, "The important thing is, he chose the wrong target for his revenge. But still, what is that?" It was the golden book, throwing a furious tantrum. "Master, this system is going to fight you to the death today." Zhang Tianlin grabbed it tightly with both hands. He said through gritted teeth, "Whoa, calm down." The golden book grew even more ferocious. "Calm down, my ass. This system is covered in blood. It's your blood. Do you get it?" The two of them continued to bicker. "This system is a book. To wash. To get this bloodstain out, I'd have to take a bath. Just feel this. I'm all soggy now. All right. Just stop rubbing all over me." This piqued the curiosity of Xia Jiao, who was standing nearby. "Is this your magic treasure?" Zhang Tianlin's face darkened. "My magic treasure has a bit of a strange personality." Hith. Xia Jiao's eyes lit up. "How interesting." This left him at a loss for words. Gu Xiaoyun came running over. Her voice was frantic. "Young master, it's terrible. Something happened to Uncle Yu." Zhang Tianlin was shocked. "What?" Meanwhile, Sui Hua was frantically shaking Nan Yushu. "Nan Yushu, don't you scare me." Zhang Tianlin wore a grave expression. "What's going on here?" Master Hua replied. "He's too badly injured. He has several fatal wounds. Conventional methods won't work. I'm afraid we'll need a cultivator who specializes in the healing arts to have any hope." He Jiao stroked her white bird. "Use my spirit beast. If we fly to a cultivation sect, we might still make it in time." She frowned, looking at the man before them. "Yihua, you must have a way." Hearing the name, Yihua, He Jiao's eyes lit up. Master Hua rubbed his bald head, a sly grin on his face. "Hith. Have you all ever heard of Lu Hua Valley?" All three of them gaped in astonishment. Lu Hua Valley. Gu Xiaoyun pictured a vibrant land filled with fluttering butterflies. He explained, "Lu Hua Valley is one of the 6 great immortal sects. They say it's a true paradise for immortals. The Iron Wolf sect can't even compare." She thought of the women who used acupuncture to heal. He Jiao added, "And Lu Hua Valley specializes in the healing arts. Rumor has it they can even bring the dead back to life. Of all the sects in the world, not even the imperial family dares to offend them." Thinking of those beautiful women, Zhang Tianlin blushed as he continued, "I heard Lu Hua Valley is filled with celestial beauties of the highest order. They have admirers all across the land. Anyone who dares to touch them would face the wrath of the masses." Gu Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled. He said in admiration, "I can't believe you actually found one of the sisters from Lu Hua Valley. Then Martial Uncle can be saved." Master Hua clasped his hands together, turning his back to them. "There are no sisters from Lu Hua Valley nearby." Zhang Tianlin's face fell in terror. He guessed, "Sisters? Wait a minute. The Jade Maiden's thread of affection. Could it be?" Master Hua pulled his black cloak up to cover his face. "The sect master once told me, when traveling the martial world, survival is paramount." He threw off the black cloak. "Unless it's a dire emergency, you must never reveal your sect's origins." A muscular arm emerged from beneath a delicate pink sleeve. "However, Elder Nan's spirit of self-sacrifice for his disciple has truly moved me." Beneath the silk skirt was a calf as thick as a pillar, covered in a thick mat of dark hair. "Though I rarely make a move, if it's for someone like Elder Nan." Master Hua, now in a pink dress revealing his bulging muscles, struck a delicate pose. "A disciple of Lu Hua Valley, Meng Xiaohua, is honored to offer you this dance." It was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone was stunned speechless by the sudden turn of events. Nan Yushu's consciousness drifted. "Am I dying?" Images of everyone appeared like a series of floating bubbles. They say that right before you die, memories flash through your mind, and then your soul returns to the heavens. Nan Yushu closed his eyes in contentment. "That's fine, I guess. It's just that this feeling of death." Nan Yushu's whole body flushed. "It's euphoric, so incredibly pleasant. Why does it feel this good?" He imagined a beautiful woman tending to his wounds. "This feeling, it's like when I was a child, resting in my mother's arms." A hand stroked his cheek, checking on him, making his face blush. Her gentle hand is cradling my face. That same hand then moved to the wound on his chest, gently massaging it. "My wound." Nan Yushu peeked his eyes open. "Is this a mother's love?" In his line of sight was the face of a bald man. His lips were painted with brown, heart-shaped lipstick. His eyeliner was drawn into perfect circles, like two marbles. The shock was immense. Nan Yushu shot backward, practically seeing stars. Gu Xiaoyan didn't notice his horrified expression. As he continued, he rushes over, overjoyed. Uncle Du. Thank goodness. Are you okay, Uncle? Nan Yushu pats himself down. And only then does he realize. Wait a minute. My wounds, they're healed. Nan Yushu asks, his eyes still hazy. Oh, right. Just now, when I was unconscious, I think I saw a celestial fairy. Gu Xiaoyan glances around awkwardly. The men all around them are vomiting nonstop, scared out of their wits. It hurts so much. Oh, great immortal. This is horrible. Dad, wake up, Dad. Taking in the entire scene. Nan Yushu breaks out in a cold sweat. The shock is immense. When the world happened here. Master Hua pulls his black cloak back on, muttering resentfully. The Sect Master was right. The martial world is a dangerous place. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you really shouldn't reveal your sect. 3 days later, on a small road, a man speaks respectfully to a group of people. Esteemed immortals, Baishui Town is just a little further ahead. The guide explains, squinting his beady eyes. The people of Baishui Town are simple folk. Plus, there aren't any major cultivation sects nearby. It should be exactly what you're looking for. One of the men tosses a silver ingot into his hand. Good work. Now get lost. The guide thanks him profusely. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you, esteemed immortal. The three mustache men look at each other and grin. Looks like we came to the right place. Hith. They swagger forward. From the sound of it, this 23-word sect is nothing special. Who cares what sect it is? Before men like us. No secret is safe. The leader says smugly. His spirits high. The Iron Wolf sect paid a fortune for us to investigate this sect. As he sees the giant stone statue up ahead, he is stunned. What the hell is that? Inside the town, people are rushing about. You, changing the sign. Hurry up. Get all these changed out now. The owner stands below, directing. Over here. Get the new sign hung up. Another man hammers nails relentlessly, saying with excitement, from now on, my smithy is called the Starforge Pavilion. Elsewhere, two people point at a new sign, discussing it. Ma'am, what do you think of this name? I love it. Another man kneels in the middle of the street and shouts. Everyone, from this day forward, our Treasure Street has a new name. It's now the Myriad Coins Merchant Guild. The Market Street is abuzz with excitement. People are singing and dancing everywhere. The three men are completely baffled. Hey, doesn't the vibe in this town seem a little? What? They grab a passerby and ask, what is everyone doing? The passerby answers cheerfully, you folks must be from out of town. The 23-word sect, right here in our town, is preparing to accept every last one of us as disciples. So everyone is renaming their shops. The three men are so shocked, their jaws hit the floor. They all talk at once, accepting the entire town as disciples. Sect attribute statistics. Fame, 235 points. Wealth, 50 points. Technique, 69 points. Scale, 369 points. Wu San scowled, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. Host, aren't your stats a little outrageous? Zhang Tianlin said shamelessly. Outrageous. Baishui Town has 800 households in total. This is barely half of them. Wu San scoffed. But have you ever considered that your sect is full of ordinary people? It would only take a few cultivators to wipe you all out. His face went pale as the prize machine spat out yet another batch of quacking flying balls. His lips curled into a thick pout. He started shaking the prize machine with all his might. That's why. I'm trying to see if I can get anything good out of this thing. Fireworks burst from the machine, and out came another flock of flying balls. Zhang Tianlin was furious. He chased after the balls. Why are these things so damn annoying? He spun the prize machine's crank like a pinwheel. I refuse to believe it. I've got so many development points right now anyway. Let's keep pulling. Wu San sighed helplessly. What a headache. Zhang Tianlin held a golden scroll in his hand. A greedy look spread across his face. I got it. I finally got something. Sect development points, 306. The golden book complained helplessly. This is basically a rigged game. And with special effects, too. Looking at the mountain of bronze coins. It lamented. He even pulled a whole stack of textbooks. Zhang Tianlin held the shimmering golden scroll. He gloated. This is the SSR explosion effect. What do you know? This is called luck. Get it? He excitedly unrolled it to see what it was. The golden book guessed. Looks like a map. The image depicted range after range of mountains. My God, a map is an S. S-rank item? Where is this place? Zhang Tianlin was overjoyed. He felt like he'd struck treasure. I've hit the jackpot this time. A voice calling for the Ancestor cut through his joy, pulling him back to reality. Nan Yushu walked in. His expression was serious. As you commanded. Recruitment efforts have been launched throughout the town. Everyone is very enthusiastic right now. But there's a small problem. Zhang Tianlin frowned. A problem? Nan Yushu held up 5 fingers. Ancestor. Although the townspeople are mostly self-sufficient, the town has begun renovations these past few days. Rebuilding. I've had to hire people. In total, we've already spent about 5,000 taels of silver. He began to list off the expenses on his fingers. You also said you wanted to hire tutors to teach the disciples basic subjects. And after establishing the town guard, all of these things cost money. Nan Yu. Shu sighed. To sum it all up, in short, we're out of money. Zhang Tianlin's face darkened. The street was bustling with people. A subordinate leaned in and whispered to his boss. Boss, I've got a bad feeling about this. Maybe we should pull back. The boss immediately flew into a rage. Pull back? Are you kidding me? We received our orders from the Iron Wolf Sect. The Sect master himself gave us this mission. To investigate the true strength of the 23rd Sect. You want to die running away now? He slung his arms around his 2 little brothers, pulling them close. Listen up. People mock our whispering wind pavilion, saying we make mountains out of molehills, that we love to stir up trouble. Well, this is our chance to prove what we're really made of. He looked at the bookstall in front of them. He scoffed. What kind of sect in this world recruits a bunch of ordinary people? I'm telling you, there's definitely something fishy about this sect. A cheerful father pointed to a book. Here you go. Sweetie, Daddy's buying this workbook for you as a gift. The child burst into terrified tears. The 2 underlings, thoroughly brainwashed, were practically vibrating with excitement. You're right. Once we expose the truth about this sect, our reputation will reach a whole new level. The boss, lost in his delusion, declared, we have to tear its phony facade to shreds. They stood before an impressive-looking storefront. The 3 members of the Whispering Wind Pavilion crossed their arms, gazing up at the sign. It looked suspicious. Of all the places along the street, this clinic was the grandest, occupying the best location. It even had a shameless couplet written on it. One of them sneered. Oomph. If this were a real Immortals clinic, why would it be so flashy? There's definitely something wrong here. Then like a gang of thugs, they burst in. Let's go take a look. Inside the clinic, Master Hua held up a mirror, studying his own bizarre face. Could it be that everyone's too shy? Is that why they don't dare come here for treatment? He wondered, speaking to his reflection. Maybe I should practice a bit, to give off a more friendly vibe. The 3 men kicked the door, open with a bang. Who's in charge here? Master Hua's eyes lit up. He rushed out, his joyful expression looking like the king of hell incarnate. A customer has arrived. The 3 men were instantly scared out of their wits. In the legends of old, a stable mind represents a person's ability to reason. When faced with a terrifying event, will they descend into madness? Nope. Before Master Hua could even get out a second sentence, they had already kicked the door down and vanished. Outside, their faces were still deathly pale. Boss, what? What kind of monster was that? The boss tried to compose himself. Don't be afraid. Calm down. We're the Whispering Wind Pavilion. What's there to be scared of? We have to be brave. A crowd was gathered up ahead. Quick, let's go see. A performance of breaking a stone on someone's chest had caught their attention. Huh. Over there is, in the middle of the crowd, Xiao Yun lay under a large stone slab. She said cheerfully, bring it on. The 2 assistants holding the large sledgehammer were unsteady on their feet. They cried out nervously, we can't hold it steady. We're going to miss. The large sledgehammer fell right onto Xiao Yun's face. The crowd cried out in shock. It hit her in the face. Everyone was too scared to look. Miss Xiao Yun, however, was completely unharmed. She pushed the large sledgehammer aside and sat up, asking, "So, how's that for a strong chest? Come on, everyone, take a look. Any coin will do, even just a penny." The three from the Whispering Wind Pavilion broke out in a cold sweat. "Boss, so, is that supposed to be impressive?" The boss wagged his index finger. "This sect is absolutely no joke. Let's go check out the final category. And the most important one." He imagined mountains of treasure. The boss was certain, no matter what sect it is, its true power comes from its wealth. With money, you have everything. In a large, well-appointed room, this one, Xia Jiao picked up a comb, examining it. The shopkeeper beside her held up 5 fingers, eagerly making his sales pitch. "Miss, if you like it, miss. It's only—" She set the comb down and said, "I won't be taking this one." Then, with a sheepish smile, "But wrap up everything else." The shopkeeper was beside himself with glee. He replied, "Yes, madam, bring out the best things in the house." A finger poked her arm. Qinglan whispered in her ear, "Miss, everything in this shop is just ordinary. Aside from its intimidating name, that is." Xia Jiao cut her off. "But don't you think it's fascinating? This is the sect of the Void, Ian's sacred ancestor. I want to see what he's really up to. If I buy out this entire street, maybe I'll figure something out." Xia Jiao touched her index fingers together and sighed. "It's a shame. Someone like the sacred ancestor would never care for these mundane things. Otherwise, it would have been a great way to get a little closer to him." Qinglan, her hands tucked in her sleeves, replied, "As you wish. But, miss, you should be mindful. I heard your allowance for this month is already down to less than 200,000 taels." The 3 men from Tingfeng Pavilion were in utter despair. The 2 subordinates clutched each other's hands, stammering, "Boss." The boss bellowed, "Shut up." Their eyes lit up. "We are cultivators. What haven't we seen before?" He collapsed to the ground. The 2 subordinates said, "Boss, you're clearly trembling." He shouted in embarrassment, "Shut up." I, drenched in a cold sweat. He took out a message talisman. In short, "Hurry and send this message." He wrote in red characters on the yellow talisman, then threw it, sending it flying. The boss finally gave in. "Let's get out of here, quick. This place is too dangerous to stick around." The subordinates felt a wave of relief. They replied, "Yes, sir." The yellow talisman flew out and struck the finger of a stone statue. The statue was of Zhang Tianlin. A glint of golden light flashed in its eyes. The 23 words sect is nestled in the scenic Baishui town. Built amidst the mountains, it possesses the powerful feng shui of a coiling dragon and a crouching tiger. Azure clouds filling the heavens. This was their description of that colossal stone statue. Its customs are fierce, and its nature bloodthirsty. They enjoy settling duels by fighting with enormous rulers. This referred to the scene of Gu Shaoyan using his giant ruler. The sect has thousands of disciples, all from powerful, wealthy families. Their monthly income is in the tens of thousands of gold. This line described the wealth of Xia Jiao. Sealed deep within the sect is an incredibly terrifying demonic beast. Even cultivators will find their spirits thrown into turmoil, and their very souls destabilized in its presence. This was a misinterpretation of the image of Master Hua as a sealed monster, a terrible injustice to the divine Dr. Meng Xiaohua. In summary, the 23 words sect is unfathomably powerful, with wealth that rivals an entire nation. Assessment: extremely dangerous. Zhang Tianlin held the transmission leaf in his hand. Stunned. This has to be fake, right? The golden book snapped. "What do you mean, fake?" This was intercepted by the sect's defensive array. The second phase of the main quest, Develop the Sect, has one more objective. Only after eliminating the baleful spirit will the rewards be issued. This function is completely reliable. "It's talking about that statue," Zhang Tianlin retorted. "I don't think it's reliable at all." He took out a talisman. "Yushu, I have a mission for you. The mountain's defensive array has a recording function. Just follow its instructions." Nan Yushu replied respectfully, "Yes." Then he asked, "Ancestor, what do we do if we don't have enough manpower?" Zhang Tianlin replied shamelessly, "There are many things that we don't necessarily have to pay for ourselves." Nan Yushu's jaw dropped in surprise. He waved the talisman in his hand, explaining, "Have you ever heard of a point system?" A man holding a piece of paper yelled out. "Did you hear? The High Immortal of the 23rd Sect has issued a new decree. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing. They all gathered around. Hurry, read it. What is it? Old Joe can read. Quick, read it for us. Yeah. Weren't they recruiting disciples? Don't tell me they changed their minds. Listen up. It says here these are the benefits for new members. A man read from the paper. First, free spiritual root assessment and 1 free health checkup a year. Elsewhere, several men hauling goods also stopped to read the notice. Complete sect missions or hold a position within the sect to accumulate sect points. These can be exchanged for sect resources. A group of women who had been chatting huddled together to read. Join the sect, and your children will receive a basic cultivation education. Tuition and materials can all be paid for with points. A group of elders read excitedly. Once you reach a certain number of points, you can be promoted to an inner disciple. There are even regular group outings every year, and you get free rice on holidays. The crowd immediately surged forward. Elder Nan, I want to accept a mission. Let me see. I'm an expert at hauling bricks and tiles. Move it. I was here first. The well-digging mission has my name written all over it. The chaos sent Nan Yushu into a panic. Just then, Zhang Tianlin shamelessly held up a finger. Sect rule number 853. The Golden Book was speechless. Host, this is just a temporary fix. The sect's current development points can only provide resources for 800 people. He smirked. That's enough for now. The only thing I'm short on is time. Gu Xiaoyun, her face bruised and battered, rushed over, startling him. Who did you get into a fight with this time? She opened her palm. Inside was a small pile of loose silver. I heard from Marshal Uncle that the sect is out of money. So I went out and set up a stall to earn some. I made a few dozen taels. Zhang Tianlin steadied her. He waved his hand dismissively. Go wash your face. If you have free time, go help your Marshal Uncle. She beamed. Okay. Zhang Tianlin smiled. This kid may be reckless, but her heart's in the right place. Gu Xiaoyun, carrying a large water jug, headbutted him in the chest. Oh, I almost forgot. Ancestor. Master Hua seems to have something he wants to discuss with you. I believe it's about the academy. His face darkened as he shot her a sidelong glance. Can't say a single good thing about him. A new scene begins. Master Hua stands like a stone-faced guardian at the classroom door. The children were so intimidated they didn't dare make a sound. Why is he still here? I have no idea. Elder Nan is over there, too. This is terrifying. Master Hua stomped away, fuming. But when he heard someone call him Iwa, that creepy, gleeful smile immediately returned to his face. He bellowed. The sect master is here. Zhang Tianlin rushed over to stop him. Stop. Stay right where you are. If you have something to say, just say it. Master Hua rubbed his bald head, a grin spreading across his face. Sect master. Well, it's like this. I heard you're recruiting disciples. Is that right? Are you, by any chance, in need of a healer? Zhang Tianlin asked curiously. Why are you asking? Don't you already have a sect? Master Hua's expression turned grim. Actually, this was our sect master's idea. He flashed back to when he'd contacted his sect master. Hua, you called for me? What is it? Master Hua's face was determined. Sect master, senior sister. This disciple has been out training in the world. And it's been a long time since I've seen you or the other senior sisters. I have decided to return to Lu Hua Valley soon. The sect master answered instantly. I see. Master Hua was visibly surprised by her quick response. His sect master cleared her throat. Ahem, it's nothing. Everything in the valley is perfectly fine. Hua, as a practitioner of our sect, you should focus on tempering yourself in the outside world. So unless it's an emergency, there's no need to come back. Master Hua replied, his voice full of excitement. Yes, sect master. Oh, by the way, recently, in order to save someone, I heroically performed the dance of the mystic maiden. I showed off our sect's tremendous power in front of disciples from many other sects. The sect master's shadowy figure trembled violently. Master Hua asked, concerned. Sect master, are you all right? The hazy figure immediately replied. I am fine. Hua, I have a task for you. Back in the present, Master Hua took a carved wooden box from his sleeve. My sect master told me to give this to you. She said that from now on, I am to follow your orders. Zhang Tianlin opened it. Inside was a lustrous pearl and a note. Mystic ice pearl, worth 1,000 gold. It calms the spirit and dispels poison. I pray the esteemed Sect Master will take good care of our dear Huar. I will be eternally grateful. Zhang Tianlin was speechless. Is she seriously pawning him off on me? Master Hua called out nervously. Sect Master Zhang? Zhang Tianlin cleared his throat. From now on, you can stay here. Thrilled, Master Hua pounded his chest. Don't you worry, Sect Master. My senior sisters used to say I really like to drink milk. Zhang Tianlin cut him off sharply. Go register with the guards. So this is just hush money. Whatever. Later, in a room piled high with treasures, the space was filled with all sorts of valuables. Qinglan held up a wok and a ladle. Young miss, is there anything you won't buy? Xia Jiao, however, was completely absorbed in her book. Am I wrong? Her eyes were sparkling. According to the plot, this is exactly the kind of place where you have some incredible, once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Her imagination ran wild. Like, you wander into a totally normal-looking shop on the side of the road and buy an ancient divine artifact that nobody else recognizes. Then her thoughts turned to becoming a thief, or maybe stealing a sacred treasure left behind by an old ancestor, and then having every major power in the world try to hunt you down for it. A life-or-death adventure. She gazed down at the book in her hands. She sighed wistfully. This kind of plot is totally the Ancestor style. Qinglan was all too familiar with this. Miss, perhaps you should read a few less of these stories. Xia Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. She grabbed Qinglan's hand and dashed outside. What if we go spy on the Ancestor? The thought alone made an expression of pure dread cross Qinglan's face. She was speechless. But, Miss, that's the void spirit sacred ancestor. The one who crushed the other 6 great immortal sects. He died and came back to life that day. He must have a reason. Maybe it's all part of some grand plan. Zhang Tianlin is painted as a man who will stop at nothing. Xia Jiao points at the book. A mischievous glint in her eye, she adds. Besides, aren't you curious if what's written in this book is true? Qinglan chimes in. So this is your real motive, isn't it? Xia Jiao winks playfully. Don't worry. I was on my best, most ladylike behavior earlier. That old ancestor definitely has a good impression of me. The door opens. A dark figure appears in the doorway. She looks out in surprise. The person outside looks in, just as surprised. He asks, confused. The door's open. Miss Xia? I came here because I wanted to. Recognizing the person at the door is Zhang Tianlin. Xia Jiao slams the door shut with a loud bang. It smacks him right in his bright red face. Blood streams from his nose. Zhang Tianlin rubs his face. What in the world was that? He presses his hands against the door and asks worriedly. Miss, are you all right? Maybe I shouldn't have come today? The door opens again. Xia Jiao appears, the very picture of a virtuous and gentle lady. Prim and proper. Senior, you've come to visit. How may I help you? Zhang Tianlin looks at her. He suggests, Miss Xia, I was wondering if we could speak somewhere private. Her eyes widen. She stammers. Speak about what? Then, feigning shyness, she says, I never would have guessed, Senior, that you're a man of culture as well. I have plenty of materials, right here. Which volume would you like, Senior? Zhang Tianlin is baffled. I just meant we should find a quiet place to talk. This is something not many people should know about. Xia Jiao covers her blushing face. Of course, this kind of thing is best enjoyed in secret. Why would we let anyone else know? Qinglan can't bear to watch this anymore. Are you two even talking about the same thing? Hiding behind a tree, I need to borrow your spirit beast for a bit. Zhang Tianlin replies. Yes. I need to scout a certain place. But it's quite far. That makes things a little difficult, doesn't it? Xia Jiao covers her mouth, bursting into laughter. Her cheeks are still flushed. No, not at all. So that's what this was about. Huh. She clutches a scroll tightly. But there's one more thing. Actually, I have to head home tomorrow. My family has been urging me to come back. He replies. Is that so? Xia Jiao purses her lips. But there is another way. By Shui Town. The next day, several men are carrying logs. Red banners hang from the trees. Let's go. We can't lose to those rock-digging guys. Gu Xiaoyun, carrying a log, cheers them on. Come on, everyone. Just a little more effort. Nan Yushu smiles. Xiaoyun is always so full of energy. I guess that violent little scholar is good for something. The Golden Book says with the air of an experienced elder, You young-uns are still too green. Today, I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. Nen Yushu clasps his hands and bows. Senior Wu has a point. It just keeps nagging. First off, your sect-building strategy is scientifically unsound. Furthermore, you're too cautious. You lack a bold spirit. Do you even know what exploitation is? This greatly annoyed Nen Yushu. This ancestral tile is great in every way. It just talks way too much. A voice calls out, Elder Nan. A panicked young woman runs over. Something's wrong. Nen Yushu narrows his eyes. It's starting. He runs to support her. Miss Qinglan, calm down. What happened? Qinglan recounts the events. I was packing our things, getting ready to go home with the young miss. But then, Qinglan sees words written in blood. Her eyes widen in terror. Your little strategist is coming with us. Don't bother looking for her. Belongings are strewn everywhere. Qinglan sobs. What do we do now? The young miss has been kidnapped. If her family finds out, it'll be a disaster. Nan Yushu looks indignant. How could this happen? Qinglan, don't worry. No matter who it is, our 13th character sect will risk everything to bring Miss Xia Jiao back safely. Qinglan weeps, reassured. Oh, thank you. We will definitely repay you all. The Golden Book scoffs. Host, have you no shame? On the back of a giant white bird. It soars through the clouds. It's Zhang Qianlin's first time riding a bird. He's dizzy and disoriented. Miss Xia, this plan of yours is a little questionable. Xia Jiao pats her chest confidently. Don't worry. This trick of mine is foolproof. I wrote it exactly like it said in the book. His face darkens. What I mean is, next time, could you maybe use a more normal book? Sect Master. Dozens of voices plead earnestly. Ringing out. In the great hall, a crowd of people are all prostrated on the floor, begging desperately. You must reconsider. An old man, his face pale with fear, speaks. According to the urgent report from Tingfeng Pavilion, the 23rd character sect is terrifying. We can't afford to offend them. A young man chimes in. Sect Master, I heard their ancestor is unbeatable. We don't stand a chance. Tianlang Yuan Ji rests his chin on his hand. He looks at the pleading figures below. His expression slowly turns ugly. Sect Master, please don't court death. The enemy is too strong. Attacking them is just throwing our lives away. That's right, Sect Master. This is far too reckless. He loses his patience. Enough. Tianlang Yuan Ji waves his hand dismissively. Drop it for now. All of you leave. A while later, the prison gate slowly rises. Tianlang Yuan Ji steps inside. He looks at the two people locked within. Seeing him enter, Shan Luo and Jilan immediately light up with joy. It's the Sect Master. Tianlang Yuan Ji smiles down at them. It seems what you said was true. The 23rd character sect is unfathomably deep. Shan Luo prostrates himself on the ground, stammering. Yes, my lady. My lady, we were only thinking of the sect when we risked our lives to gather intelligence. My lady, I've bled for the sect. I've served the sect well. Please, let our contributions atone for our failure. Zhilang desperately listed his accomplishments, pleading for his life. Surprisingly, Tianling Yuanji seemed to agree with them. Indeed, you have all suffered enough. The matter of the severed spirit lock, I will not pursue it any further. Shanla and Zhilang were overjoyed to hear this. Tianling Yuanji opened his hand, revealing a scorpion. This is a sect guarding goo. If you swallow it, you'll die instantly. With just a thought from the goo's master, it will sever your heart's meridian. Since you've been at the 23rd sect for so long, you won't mind going back for another visit, will you? A cruel smile spread across his face. Night fell. A thick fog rolled in. Through the misty night, two figures suddenly appeared. Two bald, red-eyed vultures were savagely tearing at the corpse of a bear. Their beaks were dripping with fresh blood. Xia Jiao was terrified. She stammered, Senior, is this the secret realm you were talking about? Xia Jiao hid behind Zhang Tianlin. Trembling with fear, Zhang Tianlin unfolded a map. He said confidently, Don't worry, this has been a secret of our sect for years. As long as we remain calm, we'll be perfectly safe. But, Senior, Xia Jiao was still terrified. Suddenly, Zhang Tianlin stopped in his tracks. Xia Jiao cried out in surprise. Senior. He looked ahead. This must be the place. No doubt about it. Xia Jiao followed Zhang Tianlin's gaze. but all she saw was a steep cliff covered in vines. Xia Jiao asked, "But there's nothing here." Suddenly, Xia Jiao let out a cry. She threw her hands up to protect herself. Whoa! Startled, Zhang Tianlin spun around. Terrified, Xia Jiao threw her hands forward, unleashing a powerful blast of fire at the cliff face. A loud boom echoed from the cliff face, and it finally exploded. Shaking, Xia Jiao looked at Zhang Tianlin. "I'm sorry, Senior. I was so tense." "It was an accident." To her surprise, Zhang Tianlin just laughed. He even gave her a thumbs up. "Nice one." As the outer layer of rock crumbled and the dust settled, a doorway was revealed. Zhang Tianlin said cheerfully, "We found it." "This is..." Xia Jiao's eyes widened in utter astonishment. As the dust fell away from the stone, a line of characters appeared. Gue Yuan Sect. Xia Jiao was stunned. "These are the old ruins of our sect." Meanwhile, back in Whitewater Town, Nen Yushu was busy writing something down. He muttered to himself, "How did Whitewater Town develop 5 years ago?" According to witness accounts, in terms of defense, the city walls had been completed. For the guards, we just need bodies, not talent. They're barely adequate. On agriculture, the villagers in town know how to build water wheels. Production is up 50%. Once they master greenhouse farming, we can ensure the sect won't go hungry. On education, there are too few literate people, and even fewer teachers. We don't have enough to properly educate our cultivators. Proper instructors are even rarer, and it's pointless to even talk about the other areas. It's basically the same story. Nan Yushu rubbed the dark circles under his eyes. Still, it's all thanks to Senior Wu. Before the Ancestor returns, we have to finish the infrastructure projects the Ancestor assigned us. The system's voice chimed in. This system is very curious. That place is the old ruins of your sect. There must be countless secrets there. Why would your Ancestor take some outsider girl to the sect's ruins instead of you? Nen Yushu was exhausted, but the question snapped him awake. The biggest problem for the 23-character sect right now is that we have plenty of resources, but no way to convert them into cash. As the Ancestor put it, what we're missing is a rich sucker. He opened his record book and smiled. "I've been keeping a log recently. Miss Xia Jiao has bought a lot of things in town. Almost all of it was useless junk." The ledger was filled with Xia Jiao's purchase history. Nan Yushu guessed, to land a patron like her. Looks like this is a job only the Ancestor himself can handle. Elsewhere, Xia Jiao covered her mouth in astonishment. Could this be? She looked at the map shimmering with golden light in Zhang Tianlin's hand. She finally realized the map was the key to breaking the seal. Zhang Tianlin held the map aloft. The golden light shot out from it, striking a dilapidated old plaque bearing the character "Forget." In an instant, the massive stone door began to grind open. "Let's go." Zhang Tianlin stepped inside without a hint of hesitation. Xia Jiao held back. "Senior, I'm an outsider. It doesn't seem right for me to be here." But Zhang Tianlin paid her no mind. He narrowed his eyes. Aside from a bit of nostalgia, this place is meaningless on its own. It only has value if it's put to good use. Zhang Tianlin turned to look at Xia Jiao, as if he were looking at a walking pile of gold. The walking pile of gold wore a look of pure confusion. Long ago, the Guiyuan sect was perched on these treacherous cliffs, surrounded by vicious dragons that prowled the skies. Zhang Tianlin reminisced. The Guiyuan sect was the predecessor of the 23-character sect. It was the sect I founded 1,000 years ago. In that chaotic era, it was humanity's bastion against the evil dragons. The banners of the Guiyuan sect once flew proudly in the wind. It was said that, even in the darkest of times, people believed that as long as the Guiyuan sect stood, humanity would never fall. Zhang Tianlin caressed the Grand Elder's seat, which still stood tall amidst the ruins. He mused aloud. 1,000 years have passed. A once thriving sect is now nothing but this one great hall. In a corner hidden from Xia Jiao's view, Zhang Tianlin's eyes gleamed. His hand stroked the jade seal. He thought, practically trembling with greed, "This is the 9 Dragons mystic jade seal of the late sacred ancestor Su Ling. I wonder how much this thing is worth." Xia Jiao couldn't see the expression on Zhang Tianlin's face. She only saw his trembling hand. She thought, her heart touched. The senior must feel such a deep connection to this place. Her gaze grew even more emotional. Senior's hands are shaking. Such world-shaking events must have transpired here. Zhang Tianlin noticed Xia Jiao's expression. He spoke with a touch of embarrassment. Ah, you noticed. Inwardly, his heart was pounding. Crap. I slipped up. Zhang Tianlin immediately put on a solemn face. You're not wrong. Every single object in this hall has a story behind it. Would you like to hear them? Of course. Really? Can I? Xia Jiao replied, her voice filled with excitement. Zhang Tianlin pulled a teapot from the chest. He gazed at it with a fond, distant look. This is a Celadon teapot. It was a gift from Jiuyang. Xia Jiao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Jiuyang? You don't mean the Jiuyang Zhenren? The founding master of the Qingqing sword sect? One of the 6 great sects? From what she had always heard, legends claimed that Supreme Master was cold-blooded and ruthless, that he walked the path of slaughter to attain the Tao. He single-handedly annihilated the Demon Dragon Legion. A true hero of legend. Zhang Tianlin just scoffed. Walk the path of slaughter? Please, that idiot was just blind drunk. He remembered Jiuyang Zhenren clear as day, a wine gourd in his left hand, and a sword in his right. He was stumbling all over the place. Oh, good wine. Zhang Tianlin laid out the real story. As for wiping out the Demon Dragon Legion with a single sword strike, the truth is he was just drunkenly causing a scene. Jiuyang Zhenren was staggering around when a sudden cold wind kicked up. The wine he was about to drink splashed right in his face. Jiuyang Zhenren's eyes snapped open, and his face went ghost white. Standing before him was a colossal demon dragon. Jiuyang Zhenren was scared out of his mind. He turned tail and bolted. Mommy. Zhang Tianlin continued with a smirk, lost in the memory. When he finally sobered up, he realized he'd royally pissed off the demon dragon. He was so terrified his legs turned to jelly. In the end, I was the one who had to go in and save his hide. And this thing I'm holding? This is the very wine gourd he was using during that drunken rampage. Xia Jiao was left utterly speechless. She was frozen in place, as if turned to stone. She finally managed to stammer. Oh my God, if this was at the Qingqing sword sect, it would be worshipped as a divine artifact. Zhang Tianlin shot Xia Jiao a sideways glance. He smirked. Most legends are just stories that have been blown way out of proportion. Even supreme masters are only human. They can get beaten senseless and sent running for the hills, too. Suddenly, Zhang Tianlin put on a look of profound grief. He held up the wine gourd and cried out dramatically. But my old friend is long gone. Looking at this old piece of junk just reopens the wounds. It will be better to smash it to pieces and be done with it. The color drained from Xia Jiao's face. She rushed to stop him. Don't. I'll buy it. Buy it? Zhang Tianlin asked, feigning confusion. Xia Jiao waved her hands frantically. Ah, that's not what I mean. I know that something like money is beneath you. What I'm saying is, to us, this is a priceless cultural artifact. It's part of our spiritual heritage. We can't just let the history of our great predecessors vanish, right? Seeing Xia Jiao stumbling over her words, Zhang Tianlin decided to relent. You have a point. So, how much are you thinking of offering for it? In his head, Zhang Tianlin was cheering. Asterisk. This kid's finally caught on. Asterisk. Xia Jiao fiddled with her fingers shyly. My allowance this month isn't very much. So how about 100,000 silver taels? Is that acceptable? Xia Jiao's offer instantly turned Zhang Tianlin to stone. The wine gourd slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. Xia Jiao cried out in alarm. Whoa! Oh, heavens, forgive my disrespect. I know it's a pitifully small amount. Zhang Tianlin shot to his feet and grabbed her wrist. Money? Who said anything about money? This is about its sentimental value. Come on, let me show you something else. Xia Jiao wore a look of utter confusion. The two turned their gaze back to the chest. Inside, countless glittering treasures shimmered. Xia Jiao gasped in pure wonder. All of these, Zhang Tianlin casually picked up 2 vases. He flashed a perfectly practiced salesman smile. In the name of history, this is our spiritual and cultural heritage. Let me tell you the story and significance behind each one. Xia Jiao hesitated for a moment. Senior, do you happen to offer payment plans? A short while later, after he'd finished telling all the stories, Zhang Tianlin cheerfully made his sales pitch. So what do you think? Doesn't every single piece just ooze historical value? If you like them, you should just buy the whole lot. Xia Jiao happily jotted down every story Zhang Tianlin told in her notebook. Master Jiuyang could really hold his liquor. Immortal Zixia had a secret crush on Fairy Lioli. Oh wow, I learned so. She looked up and said with excitement, Senior, I'll take these 10 artifacts for 2 million taels then. I just need to go home and get the money. And there's still Sacred Ancestor Su Ling. She thought to herself. Zhang Tianlin threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, with a junior like you in the human clan, our future is bright. Xia Jiao sized him up. The ancestor seems to really like money. I'll test it out. Just as they were both lost in thought. Suddenly, the cave began to tremble violently. Like an earthquake, a deep, booming voice echoed through the cavern. Who dares to touch the treasures? That belonged to me. Zhang Tianlin immediately spotted a pitch-black vortex forming in the distant sky outside. The vortex's power seemed to be growing stronger by the second. It was a terrifying sight to behold. And then, a ferocious black serpent shot into the sky. It let out a deafening, majestic roar. Zhang Tianlin rushed outside. He looked up. Before him was a black python, 100 feet tall. Its 2 eyes blazed with light. It glared down at Zhang Tianlin with pure malice. A demon. The sheer force of its presence whipped Zhang Tianlin's hair about. He gritted his teeth. Its aura is immense. It's a true Qingxi realm master. A world away from those weaklings. The serpent sized up Zhang Tianlin. You have a familiar scent about you. Su Ling, do we know each other? Zhang Tianlin asked, completely baffled. The black serpent snarled at him. Zhang Tianlin cried out. Oh man, what's going on? Just then, Xia Jiao ducked behind Zhang Tianlin. Shielding herself with one hand, she flipped through a book with the other. Senior, I think I know what's happening. Just how many books do you carry around with you? Zhang Tianlin was speechless. Xia Jiao took a deep breath and began to read. The Demon-Slaying Records of Sacred Ancestor Su Ling. Volume 2. Chapter 31. Section 4 Records that. The lands of Yuzhou were once plagued by a water monster. Sacred Ancestor Su Ling defeated it in battle. But he took pity on the ancient demon. And so, he sealed it beneath the Baishui River, hoping that one day, it would renounce its evil ways and bring blessings to the world. As Xia Jiao finished speaking, the serpent let out a furious roar. It screamed, Damn you, Su Ling. Pay with your life. Xia Jiao hid behind him, worried. Senior, it doesn't look like it's changed its ways at all. But Zhang Tianlin, on the other hand, was perfectly calm. He smirked. Don't worry. I've got a plan. Meanwhile, in Baishui town, Nan Yushu stood with his chin in his hand, lost in thought. The theory is about a stability threshold for spiritual energy. She flips a page. She nods in agreement. According to the theory in the manual, there must be an optimal stability threshold, a point that allows for the most efficient use of power. She continues. For example, if that elder's initial burning arrow used 10 units of spiritual energy, but only produced a tiny fraction of that in power, then that's just a huge waste. She looks up at Nan Yushu. She says seriously, if we can find that stability threshold, we could increase the power of our techniques while reducing the energy they consume. Nan Yushu stands up. I'll arrange for experiments to begin immediately. If this works, the 23rd branch will be so proud of you. Hearing this, she immediately blushes beet red. She quickly hides her face behind the book, letting out a happy little squeak. With that settled, she leaves Nan Yushu's study. She practically floats down the path, giddy with joy. Father, your daughter did it. Meanwhile, back inside, Nan Yushu is also overjoyed. To think that a mortal would be the one to help me find this breakthrough. Was this part of the great ancestor's plan all along? That great ancestor, he really is something else. Suddenly, Wu-san chimes in. Stop spacing out. Your great ancestor is in trouble. What? Nan Yushu's eyes go wide. Wu-san continues, floating in midair. Looks like they've run into someone nasty at the old ruins. Seems it's time for us to provide some technical support. Nan Yushu hurriedly turns to leave. I'll go get Xiao Yun and Yihua right away. Get back here. Wu-san stops him instantly. Nan Yushu turns back, confused. Senior Wu? Wu-san flies over and slaps Nan Yushu right across the face. He orders, you, go make an announcement. Tell everyone that today is the anniversary of the Sect's great ancestor's death. The entire town is to observe a period of mourning. The color drains from Man Yushu's face. He stammers. But isn't that a little inappropriate? Woosin slaps him again. Now go. Your great ancestor said. You have to listen to me. Now move. Why, yes, sir. Oh, great ancestor in the heavens. You can't blame me for this. Nan Yushu is sent flying out of the courtyard. He has no choice but to agree. Woosan shouts after him. Oh, and one more thing. Remember to hire some Suona players and professional mourners. You know, to add to the atmosphere. Elsewhere, Zhang Tianlin is locked in a sword battle with a shadowy beast. But his blade seems to have no effect on it. Zhang Tianlin falls back, a frustrated frown on his face. This thing's defense is insane. The voice of Wu Sen echoes in his mind. The black serpent's mocking laughter rings out above him. Su Ling, you've gotten weaker. Huh. It roars and lunges forward, its slobbering maw wide open. I'm going to eat you alive. But suddenly, a golden chain materializes around its body. The chain is anchored firmly. Inside the vortex, the charging black serpent is bound tight by the powerful seal. It can't move an inch. It thrashes with all its might, but the seal holds like an iron shackle. It can't break free. Finally, the chains drag the black serpent back into the vortex. Zhang Tianlin breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the old seal is still holding. But the black serpent isn't ready to give up. It pokes its head back out. It even spat a shimmering demon core from its mouth. Zhang Tianlin cried out in shock. My God, a demon core. The core shot from its mouth, straight toward the sky. But suddenly, an incredibly powerful beam of green light shot down from the heavens. It struck the serpent's head dead on. The beam of green light streaked past Zhang Tianlin, making him jump. In the end, the beam shot straight toward the cave entrance. In an instant, the rocks at the mouth of the cave came crashing down. It completely blocked the entrance. Xia Yao channeled her energy into the formation binding the black serpent. She asked Zhang Tianlin with a worried look. Senior, it's still inside the seal. Should we leave now? The serpent roared ferociously. You're not going anywhere. But just then, a bizarre sound reached its ears. The black serpent froze, confused. Doot doot, what is that sound? Even Xia Yao was stunned. She couldn't help but ask, Senior, why is that sound coming from you? Funeral music? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianlin's face went completely dark. At that very moment, the funeral band outside the town was giving it their all, banging gongs, beating drums, and blaring swanas. Hired mourners were prostrated on the ground. They competed with each other, wailing tragically. Oh, great ancestor of the 5 sects. Your death was so tragic. The townsfolk had gathered around. Every single one of them was shouting as if it were a celebration. Everyone, get over here. Wail louder, Wu San proudly asked his host. Host, technical. Support has arrived. Shall I start the live stream now? Are we getting Sect development points for this yet? Zhang Tianlin's face immediately turned black. He snarled through gritted teeth. Wu San, just you wait till I get back. We're going to have a talk. Hearing this bizarre sound, the serpent asked in confusion, Is this some kind of sorcery you're using? Zhang Tianlin immediately regained his cool composure. He pointed his sword at the evil serpent and declared coldly, You beast, you have desecrated the spiritual heritage of the human race. Your crime is unforgivable. He unleashed the extreme gate-breaker technique. A powerful spiritual energy enveloped his entire body. This is the death knell that the heavens themselves toll for you. As Zhang Tianlin charged forward, the cry of, Your death was so tragic, suddenly blared from him once more. The black serpent, which had been wary a moment ago, was completely dumbfounded when it heard that. It froze for a few seconds, then roared in fury. You're cursing me. That's no death knell from the heavens. But it was too late. Zhang Tianlin swung his sword and roared. Shut up. What do you know? That's the sound of money. He unleashed his ultimate technique, heaven-shattering dragon slash. He plunged his sword deep into the bound serpent's body. The scene changes to a classroom. A group of disciples chattered excitedly. Did you hear? I heard we're getting a new master today. Oh, really? Another disciple asked, intrigued. A young girl named Xin piped up. But I thought they said we were short on masters. The other disciple said smugly. I overheard my dad talking. He said it's a real high immortal. Hearing this, every child's face lit up with excitement. They all cheered in unison. A high immortal! Xian was practically drooling. Could they be a high immortal, just like Elder Nan? The little girl lost herself in a daydream. In her dream, the dashingly handsome Nan Yushu was holding her hand. He spoke to her gently. I will protect my disciples. Especially you, Brother Yushu. Tan whispered his name, blushing. But another child immediately rushed over, shattering Tan's daydream. Tan, from now on, I'll be the one to protect you. Just then, the classroom door slammed open. The children all gasped in surprise. The new master is here. They were all filled with anticipation. Is it a handsome celestial? But the person who walked in was a man in his 40s. He smiled warmly. Ha! Hello, everyone. The entire class groaned in disappointment. Why is it some old guy who's not even handsome? What a letdown. Lu Hao was stunned. Hey, what kind of reaction is that? Tan and the others slumped back to their seats. Get out your paper and start writing. Let's just do our homework. I still have a few pages I haven't finished. Me too. Seeing the children's reaction, Lu Hao sighed. Then, he conjured a glittering magic circle. What is that? The children watched as a golden stream of spiritual energy rose up, illuminating the entire room. They all stared with wide eyes. Lu Hao said with a smile, "This is the magic of a cultivator." The children were immediately captivated by the dazzling spell. Every single one of them was in awe. It's beautiful. Seeing that his trick to win over the children had worked, Lu Hao continued in a gentle voice. From now on, I will be teaching you the art of cultivation. For our first lesson today, we will talk about the great founder of our sect, the one known as the Sword of Heavenly Tao, Ancestor Su Ling. The children all let out a collective ooh. The Sword of Heavenly Tao? Lu Hao immediately launched into an enthusiastic explanation. Our great founder is called the Sword of Heavenly Tao because his sword represents the righteous spirit of heaven and earth. It also represents the founder himself. As he spoke, he struck a pose as if wielding a sword of pure righteousness. Elsewhere, a roar echoed through the mountains and forests. You scumbag! Zhang Tianlin looked completely lost. Huh? He roared with disgust. You're so damn noisy. Su Ling, you rotten deadbeat. Not only did you run off and ditch your responsibilities, but now you dare come back to kill me. Xia Jiao covered her face, blushing. Whoa. So, senior, you even with a snake? What the hell are you talking about? Speak clearly. Zhang Tianlin turned away, trying to salvage what little dignity he had left. Isha glared at him. You really have forgotten. You promised that after you defeated the evil dragon, you would come back and set me free. You humans are all liars. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin suddenly clutched his head. He stood frozen for a few seconds. Wait a minute. Saintly ancestor Su Ling. I think I remember this. Over 1,000 years ago, the little snake was trapped inside an orb at the time. It screamed ferociously. Damn you. Let me out. Ancestor Su Ling looked at it. He asked calmly, do you understand? If you steal the humans' grain, they will starve to death. But the little snake couldn't care less about that. It just shrieked. To hell with them. I have to kill the evil dragon to avenge my parents. Now let me out. You want to kill the evil dragon? Zhang Tianlin asked in surprise. The little snake was so angry it was on the verge of tears. I have to eat a ton of stuff. It's the only way I can grow up and get my revenge. Zhang Tianlin smiled and turned to leave. But before he left, he didn't forget to add, you're no match for those monsters. With that, Zhang Tianlin flew into the sky. You can stay here and think about what you've done for a few days. After I kill the evil dragon, I'll come back and let you out. He left the little serpent trapped in its cage, roaring with rage. Bastard! Who the hell are you? Let me out of here. And with that, the little serpent and its spherical cage sank beneath the water. It muttered defiantly under its breath. A bunch of measly evil dragons. Just wait until I kill every last one of them. As for who I am of the Su Ling clan. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin couldn't help but cover his darkening face. Now I remember. The Su Ling ancestor, trying to show off, challenged the evil dragon to a battle to the death. In the end, he died a pathetic death. The serpent roared in fury. Do you have any idea how many years I waited for you? Today, I'm going to kill you if it's the last thing I do. But to his surprise, Zhang Tianlin tossed down the sword he'd been holding. A single strike shattered the chains. The seal on the black serpent was broken. The moment he was free, the black serpent slammed a fist into Zhang Tianlin's gut, knocking a spray of blood from his mouth. The blow sent the levitating Zhang Tianlin crashing to the ground below. Crash! A huge cloud of white dust billowed up. Senior, a frantic Xia Jiao rushed forward. Seeing that he took the hit without even fighting back, the black serpent was taken aback. Su Ling, you! From within the rubble, Zhang Tianlin's voice echoed out. The reason I never came back is because the evil dragon and I annihilated each other on the battlefield. I fell into a deep slumber that lasted 1,000 years. I never imagined so much time had passed. The dust cleared, revealing Zhang Tianlin sitting casually in a chair with his legs crossed. He continued with a smile. You've really grown up. Xia Jiao's jaw dropped in disbelief. Not again. Where in the world does Senior get that chair? The black serpent was in utter disbelief. He stammered. You killed the evil dragon? Xia Jiao knew her history well. She stepped in front of the black serpent and declared confidently, Senior Zhang Tianlin did, in fact, defeat the evil dragon 1,000 years ago. If you don't believe it, you can ask anyone. It's the absolute truth. This gave Zhang Tianlin the perfect opening to lay it on thick. The moment I awoke, I came to find you. I just never imagined you'd have gotten so big. Haha, I almost didn't recognize you. The black serpent still refused to accept it. He roared, Shut your mouth. You're a treacherous bastard. With that, he dove into the water and swam off. But not before shouting one last threat. Su Ling, I'm going to find out the truth. And if I find out you lied to me, I'll go to your sect and slaughter every last one of them. Xia Jiao thought to herself, her eyes filled with adoration. Senior is just so amazing. He even knows the ancient demon beast, the Shui Hui. Suddenly, Zhang Tianlin's voice sounded from right behind her. Miss Xia, could you give me a hand? Xia Jiao froze. She turned around and gasped in shock. Whoa, Senior, you're bleeding. Zhang Tianlin was suffering from internal injuries. Despite the blood trickling from his mouth, he tried to put on a brave face. It's nothing. Just a scratch. Xia Jiao looked behind him. He frantically covers his face. Senior, you're back. Xia Jiao steps forward to help him up. Zhang Tianlin is in so much pain. Tears are welling up in his eyes. But he has to pretend like nothing's wrong. No, I'm fine. Just getting old. My back isn't what it used to be. He thinks to himself. Ugh, gotta maintain my image. But my back feels like it's about to snap. A short while later, Xia Jiao and Zhang Tianlin are flying back on a bluebird. Beneath the water's surface, the creature pokes its head out again, watching their figures disappear into the distance. Su Ling. It calls out the old ancestor's name. Then, resentfully, it dives back under the water. I don't believe you. Who are you to avenge me? I'm just a Yao. Zhang Tianlin turns his head and answers. About that. Back in a classroom, on the blackboard, Lu Hao writes 4 characters. A sword for all life. Xin and the other children all raise their hands. Teacher, what does that mean? Lu Hao points to the words on the board with his ruler. He slowly explains. Regardless of your origins, regardless of wealth or poverty, you wield your sword for all living beings. That is why the great ancestor came to be known as the Sword of the Heavenly Tao. As these words are spoken, the legendary image of Zhang Tianlin seems to appear. He smiles at the dark beast and gives his reason. Because I am Zhang Tianlin, I wield my sword for all living beings. After leaving that place, Zhang Tianlin and Xia Jiao stop to make a fire and rest for the night. As Xia Jiao tends to the fire, she asks worriedly, Senior, that water demon, do you think it'll come back and cause more trouble? Sitting by the fire, Zhang Tianlin thinks to himself, knowing sacred ancestor Su Ling's talent for bluffing. Once it asks around, it definitely won't come looking for us again. He changes the subject. Enough about that. Let's talk about something else. Xia Jiao is confused. Zhang Tianlin walks over to her side. Miss Xia, I've been watching you for quite some time now. You even led me to our sect's ruins. He leans in close to Xia Jiao's face. A smirk plays on his lips. Isn't it about time you told me your real reason for coming to our sect? Xia Jiao's eyes widen in surprise. She tilts her head. and gives a shy smile. Senior. So, you knew all along. With that said, Xia Jiao asks a question of her own. Senior, have you ever heard of the CS Way? The CS Way? Of course, Zhang Tianlin has no idea what that is. So, Xia Jiao begins to explain. Years ago, the evil dragon was sealed within the divine dragon pagoda. It is guarded by the 6 great immortal sects of a human clan, along with 7 other sects. But even sealed away, the evil dragon's power constantly leaks from the pagoda. This power is extremely corrupting. Any living creature it infects is twisted into a monster. Even the dead will rise again. This widespread corruption from the evil dragon's power is what is known as the CS Way. The corpses of high-level cultivators are especially dangerous. When affected by the CS Way, they become even more terrifying, like monsters. Once, a village was ravaged by these corrupted beasts, leaving nothing but rubble behind. Suddenly, a group of cultivators arrived, riding their swords. The suffering villagers were overjoyed. It's the immortals. The immortals are here to save us. According to Xia Jiao's story, when faced with the CS Way, mortals and smaller cultivation sects stand absolutely no chance. Only the great sects that stand guard have any hope of resisting it. Those cultivators charge forward, unleashing their spiritual power to annihilate the vile evil there. 1 month ago, the suppression tower in Wu province suddenly experienced a strange fluctuation in its spiritual energy. This was the very omen of the vile evil's arrival. A loud shout echoed from within the estate. Daughter, come home at once. Wu province is about to face the calamity of the vile evil. It's too dangerous. What if you run into some reanimated monster? Xia Jiao's head ached from her father's nagging. She could only try to comfort him. Don't worry, father. Everything will be fine. Perhaps this was the very reason Xia Jiao took notice of Zhang Tianlin. She concluded her thoughts. That's why I came here to confirm it for myself. The resurrected Su Ling Shengzu. Is he truly a supreme being, or an incarnation of the evil dragon? 1 month ago, Zhang Tianlin frowned as he tried to remember. If I recall correctly, that was just a few days after I was transported to this world. The next morning, Zhang Tianlin and Xia Jiao were once again riding the great green bird home. Xia Jiao announced, Senior, we're almost back at the sect. Zhang Tianlin, sitting behind her, suddenly spoke up. Miss Xia, how are you so sure I'm not the vile evil they keep talking about? Well, Xia Jiao's mind flashed back to that moment. She had been watching from the sky on her green bird. The mortals below were all bowing respectfully. Thank you, high immortals. One of the high immortals shouted. The vile evil has been vanquished. Let's return. Xia Jiao glanced down, and she froze. Those mortals, it was as if they had lost their minds. Their eyes were completely unfocused. Suddenly, a shout snapped her back to reality. Look, it's the old Ancestor. Everyone below was waving up at them. And Miss Xia Jiao. They're back. Xia Jiao pushed the unsettling memory from her mind. A satisfied smile crossed her face. She turned her head. She casually came up with an excuse for Zhang Tianlin. A real vile evil wouldn't be so stingy when it's time to kill monsters. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Tianlin snapped in surprise. But after hearing Xia Jiao's account, Zhang Tianlin was left wondering. But still, where did the real vile evil actually go? Elsewhere, Tianling Ruanji had summoned Shan Lang and Ji Lang. Now, I will lay out my plan. He looked down at them, addressing each one. Elder Shan Lang and Elder Ji Lang. You will infiltrate the Ershi and Sanzi sects as spies. Tianling Ruanji continued. After that, I, the sect master, will contact the Linhai sect. The Linhai sect. And together, we will pay a visit to this old ancestor. Immediately, someone rushed forward to advise against it. Sect master, please reconsider. Before he could finish, a chilling gust of wind swept over them, making their faces turn pale. Tianling Ruanji's patience seemed to have run out. He roared in fury. I am a master of my own sect. You think I'm afraid of the leader of some minor sect? Just then, a commotion broke out in the courtyard. What's wrong? What's happening? A disciple cried out in alarm. Sect master, this is bad. The others began to tremble as well. What do we do? We're dead for sure. Tianling Ruanji shot into the air. He spoke coldly. What is all this panic about? A voice boomed from the thunderous sky. reverberating through the air. Sect Master. Tianlang Yung broke into a cold sweat. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be? In the distance, streaks of lightning crashed down. The birds and beasts were all tainted by a sinister, terrifyingly dark energy. Wild boars, black bears, wolves, and countless other animals. Every last one of them had blood-red eyes. They charged forward in a frenzy. Tianlang Yung couldn't help but gasp. Demonic corruption. Inside the Xiao Manor, Qinglan paced back and forth, unable to sit still. Why is there still no word from the young miss? She stomped her foot. Her expression hardened with resolve. Qinglan clenched her fists. No, I can't wait any longer. She pulled a talisman from her robes. This is bad. I have to report to the master immediately. But before she could, a noise came from outside. Puzzled, Qinglan cracked the door open. She peeked out and mumbled to herself. Young miss? To her surprise, the person who appeared was Zhang Tianlin, and he was carrying Xia Yao in his arms. Qinglan cried out. Young miss, she shouted, rushing forward to help Xia Yao. Young miss, what happened to you? Zhang Tianlin replied. Miss Xia is fine. I've already wiped out the sect that kidnapped her. I brought her back safely. Xia Yao, now in Qinglan's arms, had tears welling in her eyes. Qinglan, thank goodness Senior Zhang was there. If he hadn't been, I almost. With that, she broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. She buried her face in Qinglan's shoulder. Qinglan quickly comforted her. Young miss, it's all right now. Let me help you inside to rest. Zhang Tianlin turned to leave. Well then, I'll be on my way. Please take good care of her. Thank you so much, Senior Zhang. Qinglan, giving Xia Yao a piggyback ride, called back over her shoulder. I will be sure to inform the master, so he can thank you properly. Behind Qinglan's back, Xia Yao gave Zhang Tianlin a playful wink. He smiled back and gave her a small hand signal. The moment he got home, Wu Xin started chewing Zhang Tianlin out. I was just starting to make some progress with Aza. You son of a bitch. At your age, you're still trying to rob the cradle? Is that it? Zhang Tianlin's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. He grabbed a book and slammed it on the ground repeatedly. So, while I was out there busting my ass fighting monsters, you were in here throwing a dance party with a bunch of people? Had a great time, did you? Zhang Tianlin raised his hand. It looked like the book was about to be tossed into the trash. Wu San quickly tried to stop him. Whoa. Hold on. He immediately changed the subject. Your disciple has learned a new technique. Don't you want to go check it out? Zhang Tianlin froze. On the training grounds of the 23rd character sect, the voice of a master echoed across the field. All of you stand up straight. Anyone who can't hold this for the time it takes an incense stick to burn can forget about sitting down. Nan Yushu watched a group of kids teetering on wooden stakes. Each one had a bowl of water balanced on their head. They were all shaking like leaves. This is mandatory physical conditioning. It's also the first step in cultivating external martial arts. He cracked a whip against the ground. However, anyone who gives up halfway will have to complete 30 sets of practice exams to cool XIN, and the other kids were on the verge of tears. Elder Nan is too strict. I don't think I can hold on much longer. Zhang Tianlin walked over. He picked up a bowl of water and took a sip. Using plum blossom stakes to train the disciples' balance is actually a brilliant training method. Seeing Zhang Tianlin praise his method, Nan Yushu's face lit up. Right? I'm even working on an upgraded version. It's almost ready to go. I've even come up with a name already. It's called the Strengthen Body, Condition Physique, Relax Muscles, Promote Circulation, Aid Digestion, Clear Airways, Calm Nerves, and Nourish the Brain. 7-star Dragon Gate, Stakes Stepping Technique. Zhang Tianlin's head was spinning. He quickly changed the subject. Why don't you tell me about your progress with the flaming arrow? What the hell kind of name is that? Would anyone actually use it? Nan Yushu turned to the children and announced loudly, Physical training is over for today. Class dismissed. The children let out a joyous cheer. Finally, we're free. I'm dead tired. Nan Yushu pointed to the side and said casually, Chief, regarding this new ability, I'll let this little lady explain. Standing there was Xinger. The little girl spoke timidly. Sect Master. Zhang Tianlin recognized her immediately. Xinga? Nan Yushu placed a hand on Xinger's shoulder, encouraging her. Don't be nervous. Just say what's on your mind. Yes, sir. Shinga nodded, then began to explain. A cultivator's spiritual energy is channeled through incantations and talismans to produce various effects. It's actually just like it says in the books. Energy can be converted from one form to another. In other words, a person's body contains spiritual energy. From that spiritual energy, incantations are formed. And from those incantations, different effects are manifested. Shinga continued. This conversion process is based on the accumulated experience of our predecessors. As a result, there's a huge amount of waste. That's why when casting a technique, one that consumes a lot of spiritual energy is considered a low-level technique, while one that consumes very little is a high-level technique. After speaking, Shinga turned and gestured to Nan Yushu. Elder Nan. Got it. Nan Yushu immediately picked up his bow. Nan Yushu drew the bow, knocking an arrow. But this was no ordinary arrow. Its shaft was wreathed in roaring flames. Zhang Tianlin shot to his feet in astonishment. Could this be? Seeing that he understood, Shinga went on. Based on our fundamental theory textbook and numerous experiments, we've discovered an operating principle for spiritual energy that has the absolute minimum waste. At that moment, the flaming arrow was ready. Nan Yushu released the bowstring. The arrow, carrying several times more spiritual energy than normal, shrieked as it flew through the air. Nan Yushu smirked. Explode. As the arrow landed, it instantly detonated a massive area. Sand, stone, and dust flew everywhere. Shinga said, a little hesitantly, Sect Master, we still haven't named this operating principle. Let's call it a formula. Zhang Tianlin interrupted. Shinga looked puzzled. Zhang Tianlin said with a proud grin, other sects use talismans, and they use incantations. But from now on, our 23-word sect will use formulas. The arrow Nan Yushu had fired was incredibly powerful. It left behind a smoldering crater of destruction. Meanwhile, at the Teeling sect, the bodies of its members and the demonic cultivators lay wounded and scattered. Everywhere, the dead were piled like mountains. The scene was one of utter devastation. Ha! Leaning on his sword, Tianling Yuanji pushed himself to his feet. He let out a crazed, booming laugh. Ha! Elsewhere, the vile creatures swarmed in, wave after wave. Tianlang Yuanji let out a desperate, bitter laugh. Ha! Zhilang and Shanlang held each other up. To think our Iron Wolf sect would be wiped out by these vile creatures. Lao Ding. I never thought this is how we'd die. Suddenly, Tianlang Yuanji spoke. I'm going to use the last of my spiritual energy to open a path for you. Get out of here now. Shocked, Shanlang and Zhilang cried out. Why? Sect leader. But you. Tianlang Yuanji roared. You. Weren't you the one who said the ancestor of the sect of the 23 words was invincible? A look of grim determination flashed in his eyes. You'd better have been telling the truth. The blood debt of the Iron Wolf sect must be avenged. Zhilang was stunned by Tianlang Yuanji's fierce aura. He replied, Understood. Tianlang Yuanji channeled his spiritual energy, pushing Zhilang and Shanlang away. Then, he charged forward to meet his end, slaughtering the vile creatures before him. You bastards! D. A massive explosion erupted. The Iron Wolf sect was finally reduced to ash. The city gates were heavily guarded. Lu Kai cheerfully greeted an arrival. Hey, Lao Wu. Looks like you had a good haul today. Lao was holding a fat wild deer. He patted it and said excitedly, Oh, Lu Kai. Huh. Bag a big one today. Gonna take it to the exchange post. Should give me at least 50 sect contribution points. Hearing this, Lu Kai said, Sect? What sect? Did you forget the rules? We're supposed to call ourselves cultivators. Lao Wu quickly replied, Right. I'll head on in then. Afterwards, Lu Kai started counting on his fingers. Just one more hour and my shift is over. Time to collect my pay. I'll see if I can afford that set of practice exams for my son. Then he looked up confused. What's that? In the distance, a lone rider emerged from the thin mist. It was Zhilang. His body was covered in bruises and splotched with blood. He lay motionless, slumped over his horse. Lu Kai shouted in alarm. Hey, you there. Just then, the rider lost his balance and fell from his horse. Lu Kai and another guard rushed over. Are you all right? Zhilang struggled to open his eyes. Where is this? Lu Kai answered firmly. This is Whitewater City, territory of the sect of the 23 words. May I ask who you? Before he could finish, Su Ling shot up, losing all control. Tears streamed down his face. He screamed in anguish. The Iron Wolf Sect has been annihilated by the vile creatures. Inside the city, a shimmering golden book issued a notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new technique. Received 200 Sect technique points. Received 2,000 Sect development points. More importantly, a new feature has been unlocked. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlong rubbed his hands together and cheered. A more important new feature? You're finally good for something. As he spoke, the book began to glow before his eager eyes. It declared, and that is... Then, it changed into a purple cover. It said cheerfully, Tada! The system can now change skins. Ain't I adorable? Zhang Tianlin was disappointed. Its interface glowed. It said reassuringly, That's it. Seeing his expression, the book flew around in a huff, ranting, Hey, what's with that reaction? Look at this system's glossy texture. This soft, smooth feel. Isn't it adorable? Zhang Tianlin gave a dismissive reply. I shouldn't have expected anything from you. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He was puzzled. Yushu. Nan Yushu entered to make his report. Ancestor. We have a situation. They went to another room together. Someone spoke up. Ancestor. Is what you said true? The three of them stood before a model sand table. Zhang Tianlin replied. That's right. According to Zhilan, the Iron Wolf Sect has been wiped out by the Sui. What's more, the Sui appears to be moving toward us. He pointed to a city on the model and said, If our intelligence is correct, the Sui will arrive here in 3 days. Right now, Yihua is treating Ji Lan's injuries. If there's any other news, they'll send word immediately. Then he stroked his chin, calculating. I called you here to ask, when facing the Sui, what would an ordinary cultivator do? Nan Yushu turned to look at Lu Hao. Then he said, with enough preparation, a fast cultivator could probably retreat in time and get away safely. However, Lu Hao disagreed. But the mortals can't escape. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin took out the book. He said, annoyed, back when we fought the evil dragon, we weren't such cowards. And now, these high and mighty cultivators are going to be this pathetic in the face of the Sui. It's a disgrace. After hearing this, Nan Yushu asked worriedly, But, Ancestor, our sect has over 800 members. Most of them are mortals. How can they possibly fight the Sui? He flipped a page in the book. He assured them, Don't worry, I have an ace up my sleeve. Wu-san. Show them what we can do. And so, the book changed its appearance again, this time into a cute, pink cover. It said, Alrighty, behold the system's brand new interface. The sight before them made Nan Yushu and Lu Hao's faces turn pale with fright. Zhang Tianlin roared in disbelief. Who told you to do this? Change it back. Show them my design. The book, feigning the shyness of a young maiden, tried to stop him. Oh my, be gentle. This system is a delicate lady, you know. A comical struggle ensued. In the end, Zhang Tianlin won. The book grumbled resentfully. You garbage master. Humph. He paid it no mind. He said, All right, ignore this book. Next, I'll show you a real treasure. After seeing the treasure, everyone was stunned speechless. It was a blueprint that Zhang Tianlin had prepared. They exclaimed, What is this? He then explained, This is a design I developed based on a recent formula. Ahem, he said to Nan Yushu. Nan Yushu, your explosive arrow formula. All it needs is spiritual energy to work, right? Nan Yushu looked up and replied, That's right. But mortals don't have spiritual energy. They probably can't use this technique. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin suddenly took out a blue spirit stone. He said confidently, Who says they can't? Spirit stones are items that cultivators often use to replenish their spiritual energy. They contain pure spiritual energy. You can think of them as spiritual energy converters. Upon hearing his words, Lu Hao and Nan Yushu were once again shocked. They said in astonishment, Patriarch, you mean? An image of Nan Yushu appeared, wearing a zebra-striped shirt. A rifle was slung over his shoulder, and he looked overwhelmingly cool and imposing. Zhang Tianlin said, excited and decisive, If we can create a way to channel the spiritual energy from these spirit stones. The imaginary Nan Yushu raised his gun. He put on a pair of sunglasses, stuck a cigar in his mouth, and started firing relentlessly. Zhang Tianlin proposed his idea. Then, couldn't mortals use them too? Hearing this, the faces of Nan Yushu and Lu Hao twisted. They turned pale. Nan Yushu stammered. I mean, in theory, it should be possible. Lu Hao, standing beside him, also hesitated. Could this blueprint really be for? Zhang Tianlin slammed his hand on the blueprint. He declared, "This is a blueprint for a 32 caliber semi-automatic crossbow. I call this plan Project Justice." His eyes burned with cunning and a fierce determination to win. "We have 3 days to race against the Xiesui." The bell tolled. The Xiesui arrives in 3 days. The town of Qingji was peaceful at dusk. The town gates were closing. Lu Kai wondered aloud as he shut the gates. Is that the curfew bell? What's going on? Meanwhile, Lao Wu sat down, the leopard, and prepared to butcher it. "Dolly, look what I caught today." Dolly saw the massive beast. His fighting spirit surged. He said with determination, "That's a huge mountain leopard. Dad, you're amazing." Lao Wu placed a hand on his son's shoulder and instructed him, "Tomorrow, you'll go hunt one yourself. A gift for Chan Chan. Her family can use the pelt to make a winter coat." "Got it." Dolly's cheeks flushed red. He replied shyly, "Dad, I know." Suddenly, they stopped. They looked up. Lao Wu was puzzled. "They're closing the town gates already?" Dolly was disappointed. "I guess we can't go hunting anymore." The bell continued to echo. The townsfolk also wondered among themselves. "What's going on?" "I don't know." Nan Yushu reported to Zhang Tianlin. "Patriarch, the entire city is now under lockdown." He replied, "Very good. Proceed with the other plans as scheduled. We only have 3 days. Time is short." Nan Yushu accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Then Zhang Tianlin added, "All right. How is Ihua's treatment of Jilan coming along?" At this, Nan Yushu broke out in a cold sweat. He reported anxiously, "Well, the report says she's still alive." Zhang Tianlin was stunned to hear this. "He's alive. Elsewhere, Zhilang's wounds were being tended to. He was trapped in a nightmare, screaming endlessly, 'Stay away.'" Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on his head, soothing him. "Don't give up. Open your eyes and look at me." Zhilang slowly opened his eyes. Outside, the guards heard strange noises coming from a room. They whispered worriedly amongst themselves. "What is Master Iwa doing in there? Is he really treating him?" One guard, pale as a sheet, tried to calm the others. "Quiet. Settle down. I heard Elder Zhilang was afflicted with a heart-devouring goo." "A heart-devouring goo is that thing. It can't be removed by ordinary means." The other two were just as terrified. The color had drained from their faces. The guard continued, "Master Ihua is trying to find a way to induce vomiting to make him spit out the heart-devouring goo. That shop has temporarily suspended business." The suggestive sounds from inside continued unabated. "Harder. It's coming out. It's almost out. Seems you're not stimulated enough. How about we try this?" Night fell. In a high tower, crows still circled the sky. The 3 guards were now crying in fear. They yelled in a panic. "What in the world is happening in there? Make it stop. I'm going to lose my mind." Suddenly, Master Iwa shoved the door open and walked out. They cheered. "He's out." Wiping away beads of sweat, Iwa spoke. "Phew, don't worry. The patient and the goo insect are both safe and sound." With that, Iwa pulled a book from his sleeve. He spilled everything during the treatment. "Just give this to the sect leader." Iwa handed the book to one of the guards. The guard took it and said, "Yes, sir." In a residential district of Baishui City, a frightened cry rang out. "Teacher," Gao Pippi said, trembling. Why are you at my house?" Lu Hao replied casually. "Ha, don't be so tense. I came to see your parents." Hearing this, Pippi stood there stunned. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Gao Pippi, who's here?" The pale-faced student turned around. He gasped, "Dad!" Master Gao had just returned from work. He immediately asked, "And who might this be?" They went inside together. A shocked voice rang out. "What?" Master Gao couldn't believe his ears. "You want me to help the sect forge weapons?" Lu Hao sat beside Huir. He was unrolling a blueprint. He said cheerfully, "Relax. It's not the kind of high-grade weapon you're thinking of. Come over here. Take a look at this." Looking at the blueprint, Master Gao was astonished. He was stunned by the intricate design. This design is incredible. Where did you get this? Lu Hao simply replied, it's a secret weapon of the sect. The old ancestor designed this himself. We need it done in 3 days. You and Miss Yang Xin will work together to create this weapon. Lu Hao continued. Gao Pippi often tells me his father is the best carpenter in the world. So, I came to ask for your help. Pippi sat there, stammering in fear. Dad! Master Gao held a measuring tape and repeatedly tried to refuse. I'm just a mortal. Other than woodworking, I don't know anything else. However, in a flash, his attitude did a complete 180. He declared proudly, when it comes to the art of carpentry, I dare say no one is better than me. I can't lose face in front of my son. Hearing this, Lu Hao and Xin were overjoyed. Master Gao turned to Pippi. Go get my tools and tell my apprentices to get over here right now. Pippi replied, yes, sir. Meanwhile, at Manhwa Tower, frantic shouts filled the air. Hurry up. Everyone was scrambling to pack their belongings. Take all of our savings and let's go. Don't leave a single coin behind. That's an order from your boss, so you'd better listen. His pale-faced underling stammered. Boss, I can't believe CS Wei is actually coming. We're lucky we got the news so quickly. Yeah, as long as we get out of here today, we'll be safe. However, their boss was unfazed. He spoke with confidence. I've heard what you're all saying. Just stick with me, and you'll never go hungry. I heard CS Wei is headed for the 23rd character sect. If they don't run, they're sure to be wiped out. Suddenly, a body came flying through the air, smashing the door to pieces. A foot pinned the man's head to the floor. He struggled to get up and report. Boss, some broad is here, looking for a fight. Hearing this, the furious boss led his men out to confront the intruder. Son of a bitch, who the hell has the guts to stir up trouble at Manhwa Tower? You got a death wish. But the moment the words left his mouth, he and his men were reduced to a pack of whimpering cowards. It was pathetic. The majestic Xiao Yun stood before them. She simply sat there, staring them down with a challenging gaze. The young woman smirked. The 23rd character sect. And I, Xiao Yun, formally invite your esteemed sect to pay us a visit. Zhang Tianlong frowned, deep in concentration. This situation is far more complicated than we anticipated. He stared at the sand table. A voice narrated the events. After the Iron Wolf sect was annihilated by CS Wei, all the nearby cultivation sects took the same course of action. They swiftly abandoned their strongholds. The 3 sects in the towns surrounding Baishui Town have all fled. They left behind only the mortals, who have no idea what to do. Zhang Tianli stood, pushing open a window as he spoke. What a bunch of idiots. These people have absolutely no grasp of how important the general population is. Suddenly, Xia Jiao appeared, hanging upside down outside the window, startling Zhang Tianlin. He squinted, trying to get a better look. Then his eyes widened in shock. Whoa! Zhang Tianlin then angrily pointed a finger at her face. What's with the whoa? Do you have any idea how terrifying it is to see someone hanging upside down like that? Xia Jiao nimbly leaped into the room. She said with a smirk, Didn't you say you needed to see me about something? I figured the front door would be too conspicuous. So I just hopped the wall. Looks like I walked in on something interesting. The book trembled with excitement. A yelp. Whoa. A single man and woman. Meeting in secret. Yes. And then it was immediately crushed flat by Zhang Tianlin. It let out a pathetic cry. Zhang Tianlin, however, remained unfazed. Sitting in the carriage, he began to ask, Miss Xia, I sought you out because I have a question. If a demonic disaster were to strike here, would those major sects even lift a finger? Xia Yao sighed and replied, Senior, the great sect of Qinyu Prefecture was once the Guiyuan sect, but ever since the Guiyuan sect was annihilated, this place has been left without a major sect to guard it. She went on, to those major sects, every prefecture is like their personal territory, and a place like Yu Prefecture is nothing more than a juicy piece of meat in their eyes. A vision appeared of disciples from different sects, all scheming against each other. She continued, because of that, there's been no shortage of conflict among these major sects. It even nearly escalated into an all-out war a few times. Eventually, they all sat down to negotiate. Xia Yao explained. After many fruitless disputes, they finally agreed to avoid further conflict. and to keep each other in check, that none of them would interfere with this place. Anyone who dares make a move here will be considered to have broken the pact. After hearing this, Zhang Tianlin raised an eyebrow. So, every time a demonic disaster hits, the minor sects here just pack up their things and run? And immortals are just left behind to die? Is that it? Xia Yao replied, dejected. Senior, if you wish to save those mortals, I can. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Tianlin cut her off bluntly. I never had any intention of saving them. His words left her stunned. He gestured to the sand table, explaining, those cultivators all see mortals as a nuisance, or as weaklings who need to be protected. But I believe they're the very force that will decide victory or defeat. Then, he straightened his back and declared with confidence, Miss Xia, mortals have never needed to be saved. What they need is to be led. Meanwhile, at the Linhai sect in Qinghe Town, a vicious beast was lurking outside the gates. Inside, a man clutched an axe. He said anxiously, what do we do? What are we going to do? The immortal isn't here. We're all going to die, aren't we? Suddenly, the pack of beasts was torn apart by a fierce attack. Someone cried out with joy. It's an immortal. He's really here. Nan Yushu, bow in hand, strode forward with an imposing air. As he landed, the other two immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal. Nan Yushu commanded at once. Get up, pack your things, and get out of here. More of those monsters will be here soon. At the Qiongshi sect in Blackwind Fortress, a massive beast prowled the grounds. Suddenly, a flash of light, and Shan Lang took it down in a single blow. He said, catching his breath, cough, cough. Ha, those little rabbits from the Qiongshi sect sure run fast. I wonder if Su Ling has made it to the 23 Swords sect yet. Suddenly, the sound of crying echoed through the air. Wah! He spun around and roared. Quiet. That monster just now was drawn here by your crying. A little girl and the other villagers were hiding nearby. They were instantly terrified. The girl's mother stepped forward to apologize. My apologies, master. It's all my fault. Outside, monsters are still lurking, waiting for their moment to strike. Too exhausted, Shan Lang collapsed to the ground. He groaned tiredly. I can't fight anymore. Damn it. My brain must have been waterlogged to save you mortals. Now I'm separated from Ji Lang because of it. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. Uncle. This is for you, uncle. It was the little girl from earlier. The little girl offered him her cloth doll. She said, her voice trembling. Mommy said, if you hold this, you won't be scared anymore. At this sight, his expression slowly softened. Still, his words were harsh as he shooed the little girl away. Go home, quick. Can't you see the monsters are about to arrive? The little girl quickly scurried back and hugged her mother. Immediately after, 3 fierce monsters appeared before him. Shan Lang struggled to his feet and said, Damn it, I'm almost dead, and you still won't leave me alone? He then gripped the sword in his hand. However, an enigmatic figure suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. Charging straight at the beasts, Shan Lang stared in surprise. The masked figure, barehanded, grabbed 2 beasts and slammed them together. It was Grandmaster Ihua. Grandmaster Ihua smiled and said, Hee hee, glad I made it in time. The evil calamity will be upon us in one more day. A string of rattling carriages pressed on. Shan Lang hesitated and explained. But uncle, the little girl, held in her mother's arms, said, I heard that bald big brother say, we're almost at a new sect. They have immortals there too. The little girl innocently asked, but are the immortals there mean? Are they as good as you, master? Shan Lang was at a loss for words. Then he said, little girl, I'm not exactly a good guy, you know. After saying that, he immediately coughed fiercely. Came. Seeing this, the little girl called out, Bald big brother, uncle's coughing again. The carriages still clattered along, and then stopped. Grandmaster Ihua stepped forward. He announced with concern, We've reached Bai Shui town. You just have to bear with it a little longer. I'll resolve your heart-corroding poison. Yet even in this state, he remained defiant. Shan Lang said, You don't need to comfort me. The heart-corroding goo cannot be saved. Without the mother goo to control it. At most, I'll only live for 3 more days. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandmaster Ihua suddenly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him close. Grandmaster Ihua glared at him menacingly. I allow others to say I can't cure something, but I don't allow anyone to say I don't know how to cure it. Understand? Su Ling, somewhat intimidated, replied. Understood. Grandmaster Ihua then ordered loudly. That's more like it. You up there? It's me. Open the gates. Old Wu, standing up above, looked down and said, It's Grandmaster Ihua. They've finally returned. The gate opened. They all entered together. Thrum. The guards quickly split up. Team 1, tend to the wounded. Team 2, start household registration. Team 3, help these people get settled. Master Ihua helped Shan Luo inside. He said, Come on. I'll take you to get treated now. But Shan Luo spoke up. Why do I get the feeling your smile is a little strange? Hearing this, Master Ihua's smile only grew wider. Is that so? You must be seeing things. Suddenly, a voice called out, making Shan Luo turn his head. Mister. It was the little girl from before. The little girl was looking at him with worry. Seeing this, he was a little moved. He turned his face away and raised a hand to wave at her. Don't you worry. All the Celestials here are just as good as I am. Only then did the little girl smile with relief. Okay. After that, the mother and daughter followed the guards and left. Gu Xiaoyan sat on the city wall, resting her chin in her hands as she pondered. Sigh. Suddenly, Nan Yushu appeared and asked, What's wrong? Thinking about boys, Miss Yin? Gu Xiaoyan jumped in surprise. She cried out, Ah! Gu Xiaoyan answered shyly. No, of course not. I was just looking. With that, Gu Xiaoyan feigned innocence and changed the subject. Hey, Uncle Yu, with those weapons the founder left us, we'll definitely make it through this demonic calamity, right? However, Nan Yushu immediately shot down her idea. What are you thinking? Of course not. She was stunned. At this moment, everyone was working tirelessly. Nan Yushu explained, to ensure the weapons are durable enough. Our righteous Sect uses ironwood soaked in tung oil that already slows down the manufacturing speed. Nan Yushu continued, besides, since they're fire-type weapons, we need cultivators to cast heat-insulating spells on them. Your Liu family is probably about to be worked to death. Liu Hao was working so hard, he was foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, Qiner shouted in alarm. This is bad. Elder Liu passed out again. Quick, bring a wet towel. After hearing that, Xiaoyan asked helplessly, Then what are we supposed to do? Suddenly, Nan Yushu looked as if he could see right through the girl. His face grew stern. He cracked a wicked smile and said, Then shouldn't you be doing your homework? Don't think I didn't realize you're just up here skipping your studies. Realizing she'd been caught, Xiaoyan scrambled to run away. Yikes! Nan Yushu, on the other hand, just sighed in resignation. Honestly, I can't take my eyes off her for a second. He then looked out at his city. He thought to himself, I wonder how the preparations are going for that critical weapon the founder mentioned. At Gate 23, inside the Crystal Forge, the Autumn Forging Room, a pile of iron spheres sat on a table. A man spoke. Sect Master, I've finished making these items according to your instructions. Zhang Tianlin praised him with satisfaction. Master Xingzhen, you finished just in time. With these, our chances of winning this battle have just gone up. Master Xingzhen, we couldn't have done it without you. Xia Jiao watched from behind and asked curiously, Senior, is this the crucial weapon you said would defeat the evil Sui calamity? He held it up and answered, That's right. Miss Xia, thank you for your help with the other matter. Hearing this, she confidently assured him, Don't worry. Low-grade spirit stones aren't anything rare. I've already acquired quite a few. I also managed to get some mid-grade spirit stones. After hearing this, Zhang Tianlin smiled, relieved as he looked at the sphere. Then there shouldn't be any problem. The explosive formula is already inscribed on this sphere. And this pull ring is the isolating mechanism. He then mimed pulling the pin on the sphere, explaining, You just have to pull this isolating device. The spirit stones will come into contact with the formula, and in a few seconds, the reaction will be complete. Zhang Tianlin began to imagine himself fighting an endless swarm of demonic beasts. Roar, roar, roar. So he pulls out the grenade, pulls the pin, and throws it. A moment later, a spectacular explosion goes off behind him. Lost in his fantasy, he let out a wicked laugh. Hee hee, ah ha ha, ah ha ha, hee hee. Seeing this, Master Qingjun was stunned. What's wrong with the Sect Master? As for Xia Jiao, she said, Senior seems to be thinking of something very amusing. Snapping out of his delusion, he coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment and said, Ahem. What I mean is, let's call this Iron Sphere Peacekeeper number 1. Qingjun asked, confused. Peacekeeper? Xia Jiao didn't understand either. Number 1? It was late at night. A full moon hung high in the sky, peeking over the rooftop. At that moment, the gang leader from before was trying to reach the hole to escape. Beneath his feet, his lackeys were stepping on each other, pushing him up. They asked, straining, Boss, have you reached it yet? We can't hold on much longer. Just a little more. Finally, he grabbed the edge of the roof. He yelled, I got it. He gloated, 23-character Sect. I'll remember this. You dared to imprison us. Just wait till I get out. I'm going to expose your scandals every single day. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing him and all his underlings to turn pale with fear. They lost their balance. Expose scandals, you say? Need a hand with that? They lost their balance and fell to the ground in a heap. Endless groans of pain filled the air. Ow! It's that bastard. Zhang Tianlin looked at them with amusement. Well, this is fun. The three of them were too scared to speak. Each one cowered in fear. Seeing him jump down, the leader spoke up. Why you? Don't come any closer. The two lackeys also screamed in terror. Help! Freak! Zhang Tianlin simply squatted down and asked, I hear you guys have ways to contact a lot of other sects. This question hit a sore spot. They flinched, startled, but for some reason, the three of them regained their composure and found a newfound confidence. He spoke. And here I was thinking it was something serious. So that's what you were asking about. Well, since you asked, I won't be humble. From the 6 great sects above, to the countless unknown clans below. Who doesn't know of our Tingfeng Pavilion? His two underlings chimed in together. That's right. Looks like we have some business. They arrived before a large gate. A voice cried out, Sir, you got to learn more about the Tingfeng Pavilion. Our intel gathering is absolutely reliable. We send out regular reports on all the gossip in the martial world. The leader was clinging to a man's leg, begging. A 1-month subscription is only 50 taels of silver. Here's my communication talisman. Please just take it. The man had lost his patience and snapped. Let go. Let go of me now. But he still refused to budge. He said, I am absolutely not exaggerating. My name, Lan Yu, is famous throughout the entire cultivation world. Everyone in the Jianghu calls me young Master Lan of Tingfeng. After hearing his tale, Zhang Tianlin chuckled. What's the point of just peddling rumors? You'll never make a name for yourselves that way. That's a path for people with no future. Then, he continued, I have some earth-shattering news. The sacred ancestor, Su Ling himself, is going live. He's leading his sect to broadcast the great war against the evil sway. Interested? This left the man completely stunned. Then, Zhang Tianlin stood up and clapped him on the shoulder, giving him a chance to process it. Think it over. Zhang Tianlin calmly turned to leave, adding one last taunt over his shoulder. Are you going to remain a nobody's sect, chasing gossip forever? Or are you going to seize this chance to make your name known to the heavens? Zhang Tianlin was deliberately provoking him. One of his underlings asked, Brother Lan, what do we do? He answered, This feels incredibly dangerous. Once we're in, it won't be easy to get out. His expression darkened. He thought with a grim resolve. That master wasn't wrong. Our Tingfeng Pavilion has been a laughingstock in the cultivation world for so many years, shoved aside like common flies. When I think of our ancestors from long ago, they were once legendary figures. And look at us now. Passion and pride began to burn within him. He roared, We're going all in. We'll make the entire cultivation world remember the name Tingfeng Pavilion. Bam! At the gate of Sector 23, a temporary safe zone for refugees, we returned to the little girl from before. She asked her mother worriedly, Mommy, where did that immortal uncle go? I miss him. Her mother replied gently, Silly child. He is a high immortal. You can't just see him whenever you want to. The little girl looked sadly at the doll in her hands. But he didn't get my present. She then stepped out of the tent and announced, I have to go find him. Her mother tried to stop her. Xiaobei. That was the little girl's name. Her mother called out urgently, Xiaobei, don't go. The high immortal will be angry with you. Then Xiaobei pointed up at the sky. Mommy, what's that? In the bustling city, the crowd was buzzing with excitement. Is that? Oh heavens! The High Immortal has appeared. It seems things are going very well. Zhang Tianlin was relieved. Soaring into the air, suddenly, thump! One of them dropped to their knees. At the same time, the rest all followed suit. Oh my god! It's a true immortal! He's really appeared. This immortal is incredible. Quick, bow down, before he gets angry. After that little warm-up, Zhang Tianlin made his grand, shimmering entrance. He declared, so you found me. I'm the Sect master of the 23 words Sect. Gu Xiaoyan pointed with a chicken leg and said, Tingfeng Pavilion's illusionary arts are pretty impressive. I'll give you that. No wonder you guys can cook up so much fake news. The leader pointed to himself with a smug grin. Not to toot my own horn, but when it comes to these kinds of tricks and illusions, we at Tingfeng Pavilion are, without a doubt, the best in the business. Suddenly, the book materialized and bonked him on the head. Still bragging, are we? You want this system to smack you for real? Get back to work. The man replied, Yes, of course. Then, he still wasn't entirely convinced. But, are you sure this is going to work? The usual range for a two-way mirror image art is only 100 miles. But the book was insistent. I told you it's fine. This statue has a built-in signal booster. Think of it like a Wi-Fi extender. You wouldn't get it even if I explained. Just do it. Finally, Brother Lamb said, Fine. He unleashed the technique. Two-way mirror image art. Full channel broadcast. The orb flew out at incredible speed and slammed right into the head of the colossal illusion. At Dengen Hall in Jingzhou, a council was in session. A solemn voice continued the report. The evil scourge outbreak in Yuzhou was incredibly sudden. To date, 14 minor sects have been completely wiped out, including 2 mid-sized sects. Xian Mu presided over the grave meeting. I've gathered you all here today to discuss this very matter. The question is, should we intervene? However, Sword Elder of the Qingcheng Sword Sect disagreed. He bellowed furiously, These vile things. This is an outrage. Let my Qingcheng Sword Sect handle this. We'll annihilate them all. Beside him, Qing Long of the Four Symbols Sect added, Elder Jean, please calm down. Regarding this evil scourge, the majority of the casualties have been mortals. What's more, according to our intelligence, it seems the other provinces also failed to predict this outbreak. I fear we lack the manpower to spare. On another side of the hall, Zhu Xuan of the Pingjiao Immortal Assembly was about to take a bite of food. He said, If we intervene hastily, well, we might save some mortals. If our own sects are left vulnerable, we could suffer devastating losses ourselves. What are your thoughts? Also present were Chang Qing of Wentian Ku and Tian Fong of Luhua Valley. Lady Tian Fong spoke. I wish we could intervene, but we are too far away. I believe my sect has a disciple in that area. After she spoke, Xianmu of the Wanfa sect spoke decisively. I agree. We should not intervene. These evil scourges are appearing more frequently everywhere. To act rashly now would be too great a risk. Then it is settled. I ask that you all focus on defending your own territories. I trust that our ancestors, watching from the heavens, will understand our decision. Suddenly, someone burst in with a report. Lord Xianmu, we have an emergency. After hearing the report, Xianmu's brow furrowed in irritation. He turned and asked. A disciple knelt before him, reporting. A disciple of our sect. Today, the communications hall suddenly received an image via the mirror scrying technique. The contents? Xianmu cut him off impatiently. There are no outsiders here. Just play it, as you command. As the message played in its entirety, Zhang Tianlin suddenly appeared. His voice filled with disappointment. He said, As for you all, my descendants, I am truly, deeply disappointed. Upon seeing him appear, Zhu Xuan, who was sipping his tea, sprayed it everywhere. Seeing that things were going south, Tian Fong immediately tried to wake the old man. Old man, wake up. It's a ghost. He asked drowsily. Xianmu was equally stunned. His face pale, he asked, How can this be? At that moment, Zhang Tianlin's anger reached its boiling point. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. Su Ling awakens from its long slumber. The sword shot out from its scabbard. Zhang Tianlin swiftly caught it. But to everyone's shock, he pointed the blade right at them and declared, Before the evil Tai Sui arrives, I have a special announcement. A dangerous light flashed in his piercing gaze. Finally, Zhang Tianlin concluded with immense authority. The 23-word sect is officially established as of today. His words carried the weight of a heavenly mandate. No one dared to defy him. With that said, he cast a spell and soared into the sky, heading toward the nearby battlefield. In the frigid lands of the Arctic, Zhang Tianlin, Lu Hao, and Yu Shu were still discussing their strategy. Yu Shu laid out the situation. Ancestor, according to our scouts, the evil Taisui's army is on its final approach. They'll be here in 2 hours. He moved the pieces on the tactical map, projecting the flow of the imminent battle. Lu Hao stroked his chin and thought, in 3 days, we've built a total of 124 justice units. They've all been distributed. But Zhang Tianlin disagreed. We're running out of time. If we'd had a few more days, we could have built far more weapons. Our chances of victory would have been much higher. At this, a confused Lu Hao asked, Ancestor, aren't over 100 justice units enough? Yu Shu chimed in with his own opinion. Even a mid-sized sect rarely has more than 100 cultivators. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin sighed. When it comes to firepower, you can never have too much. Furthermore, we need to find a way to consistently hold the evil Taisui's aggro. Only then can we use our weapons to their full potential. Suddenly, a guard rushed in to report. Sect Master, the watchmen have detected a situation. He looked on with suspicion. The soldier continued his report. During our last count, we found that 2 guards had snuck out of the city, and they took Peacemaker 1 with them. At that very moment, 2 people were climbing a mountain. Asterisk crunch. Crunch. Asterisk. It was Old Wu and Lu Kai. Lu Kai asked, Old Wu, are you sure this plan of yours is really going to work? Old Wu replied with unshakable confidence. I've busted my hump on this mountain my whole life. I know this land better than anyone. Yeah, just keep your eyes forward. The old man continued. These cliffs are incredibly steep. All we have to do is use the new Peacemaker. Want to blow them up. The monsters, a huge chunk of them will be wiped out for sure. Lu Kai, still a bit skeptical, asked, will this really work? The High Immortal won't get angry, will he? Seeing this, Old Wu immediately flared up and shouted, if you're too scared, then go back. My wife was killed by these monsters all those years ago. I'm getting my revenge today, no matter what. Spurred on by his words, Lu Kai regained his resolve. He spat on the ground, then answered firmly, hell no, I'm not scared. Let's blow those bastards to hell. Together, they climbed to the mountain's peak, just as they were spotted by a bird. Down below, Xia Jiao immediately reported to Zhang Tianlin. I found them. They're climbing a mountain. Hearing this, he was instantly puzzled. A mountain? Yu Shu marked their position. They took out a map, marking the location of the 2 men. Yu Shu said, the place they're at is called Phoenix Cry Slope. It has the most treacherous terrain in the area. Below it is a canyon. It's also the path the Ta Sui must take to reach us. Seeing this, Zhang Tianlin said calmly, they took Peacemaker 1 to Phoenix Cry Slope. Those 2 guys have some nerve. Yu Shu asked, Ancestor, should we bring them? Before she could finish, Zhang Tianlin answered, no need. He simply stood up quietly and said, pass down the order. Everyone, prepare for battle. There's bound to be a huge commotion soon. He also didn't forget to remind Xia Jiao. Miss Xia, later, I'll have to trouble you to provide backup for those 2 daredevils. Otherwise, they won't make it back. She replied, surprised. No problem. Surprisingly, Zhang Tianlin spoke with a hint of amusement and satisfaction. The recklessness of mortals. Isn't it also a kind of courage? Back with the 2 men. They were lying prone, observing the cliff face. In just a moment, the demonic beasts came flooding in. Rumble. Lu Kai asked, a little scared. Old Wu, are these the Ta Sui? The 2 of them lay flat, watching from above. Old Wu replied, that's right. Let's wait a little longer. Wait for half the horde to pass, then we'll blow it. Below, countless ferocious, bizarrely shaped monsters were passing through. All right. A moment later, they got up, taking out 2 of the weapons. Then they lay back down to take aim. Old Wu turned his head and asked, well, you scared? This time, Lu Kai answered honestly. But I also want to protect my son. Then, they prepared to pull the pins. Old Wu gave the command. All right. Ready. They pulled the pins at the same time and yelled. A loud explosion drew the attention of the monsters below. Thunk! The grenade embedded itself in the rock and detonated, shattering the stone. Crash! The boulders then tumbled down the cliff. Unfortunately, they didn't hit a single monster. Crash! Lao No and Lu Kai were running for their lives. The old man yelled, "Huh, Lu Kai, how's that for a rush?" Lu Kai shouted back, full of excitement, "Toss it and run." That was insane. But when they dared to glance back, they froze. Huh? A monstrous eagle was swooping down on them. They broke into a desperate sprint. Run for it. But it was no use. Two men couldn't outrun a monster. With a heavy thud, the giant eagle landed right in front of them, sending them flying. A moment later, the two of them looked around in sheer terror. They were suddenly high up in the sky. Whoa! It was, of course, Xia Yao and her avian mount. She said coolly, "You two seemed so brave just a moment ago. I see you do know how to be afraid after all." The two men stammered. It's Miss Xia Yao," she explained. "Your sect leader has given an order. For your breach of discipline, you are to report for punishment after the Xie Sui festival." Then Xia Yao announced, "But as of right now, you two are temporarily appointed as patrol captains for Squad 1 and Squad 2. Return to the city immediately and prepare for battle." Stunned, they asked, "We can still..." The sect leader said, "We were lucky to have you. You successfully drew the monster's aggro and held it." At that moment, the horde of monsters reached the city walls. Rumble. The entire army was assembled and waiting. The command rang out across the battlements. "All units, prepare to engage." Outside the walls, the battle raged. Boom! Brotherland's face was as white as a sheet. He cried out in terror. "Oh God, where's old Ancestor Su Ling? If he doesn't make a move, we're all dead." As it happened, he was currently dangling from a broomstick held by Gu Xiaoyan. He trembled on the ramparts. She said with a cheerful grin, "What's with all the yelling? The old Ancestor isn't lifting a finger this time. This one's for the guards to handle." He stared up at her and stammered, "What? The old Ancestor isn't fighting. He's leaving it to those mortals? It's over. We're completely doomed." Hearing that, she quickly nudged him. "Hey, pay attention. You need to record this part clearly. This next part is going to be spectacular." Brother Lon gasped. Below, a line of massive weapons was in position. The calls echoed from the artillery crews. 500 meters. Hold. 300 meters. The monsters surged forward relentlessly. The call came again. 200 meters. The command rang out. The projectiles were fired in unison. 100 meters. Fire. Bolts of pure energy slammed into the monster horde. Kaboom! The monsters, and others nearby, were instantly vaporized in the blast. Crash! They roared in agony within a sea of flames. Rayer! Asterisk boom! Rumble! Asterisk! Brother Lon watched the entire spectacle unfold, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. What in the world is that? Zhang Tianlin was so excited he almost leaped down from the wall. But Yushu held him back. He roared with excitement. "Ha! That's it. Blow those bastards to hell." Even Xia Jiao couldn't help but be amazed. Is this what Senior meant? That mortals could be the decisive force in a battle? She watched as one monster after another was annihilated. She was in shock. Under such purposeful leadership, mortals could actually participate in a battle between cultivators. They could even deploy strategies more powerful than what cultivators were capable of. A cunning smile spread across her face as she spoke. Mortals now have the power to resist cultivators. If the great sects ever found out about this, they'd... After a moment, she quickly turned and asked, "Wait a second, could the senior's goal be?" On the city walls, the soldiers were focusing on their targets. "The second wave is here. First squad, fall back and rest. Second squad, prepare to fire." Big Brother Lon had regained his composure. He excitedly used a spell to record the battle. "Oh my God, I have to record all of this." In a sea of fire that incinerated every last monster, he activated his recording spell. "Fellow Taoists, the scene you are all witnessing is the live assault of the evil Sui. On the 23rd gate, like a professional reporter, he panned his spiritual lens around, commentating. And the guards here are all mortals. But the most incredible thing is they possess a weapon capable of fighting the evil Sui." Then, another wave of attacks began. The men shouted as they fired their crossbows. Fire at will. Lay down, covering fire. The monsters were wiped out in an instant once again. Big Brother Lon continued his commentary. This is truly a miracle. I heard that this weapon was brought back by the legendary ancestor Su Ling. If you want to see more amazing content, be sure to follow young Master Lon of Listening Wind for all the latest updates. He then turned back, grinning. Ancestor, can I really broadcast this? Zhang Tianlin agreed to his request. Of course, but everything you record has to be reviewed by us before you release it. Understand? He nodded, giving his assurance. Don't you worry. Big Brother Lon jumped for joy. Holy cow, if I broadcast this, who in the cultivation world would dare look down on my Listening Wind pavilion ever again? Click, clack. The book appeared and spoke. Host, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? What if the great sects insist you're a creature of the evil sway? I'm afraid, even at your peak, you wouldn't be able to withstand that. However, Zhang Tianlin was unconcerned. He replied, my identity is already set. I have to be ostentatious. Only by being ostentatious will my sect and I be safer. Besides, we have a witness from one of those great sects right here. Hearing this, Xia Jiao thought to herself. So that was his goal. No wonder this guy insisted on keeping me here. An idea suddenly struck her. She said, this isn't so bad. I might just be able to get this ancestor's help with something. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to report. Sect Master, the evil sway have suddenly stopped their attack. He was puzzled. His face darkening, Zhang Tianlin walked to the edge of the wall to survey the situation. It seemed the monsters, seeing their comrades sent to a pointless death, were retreating in fear. The soldier said, look, over there. The monsters are retreating. The battling soldiers immediately erupted in cheers. Yes, we won. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tianlin grew even more certain of his deduction. Just as I thought, this evil plague truly has a mastermind behind it. Yu Shu, standing beside him, was astonished. What? Zhang Tianlin commanded. Prepare for cultivators to join the fight. From now on, mere soldiers won't be enough to handle this. Yu Shu acknowledged. Understood. Lu Wu suddenly felt something was off. He wondered, something's not right here. Why would an evil plague just retreat halfway through a fight? Suddenly, Lu Kai approached, pointing in another direction as he reported. Lu Wu, quick, look ahead. A crowd of people is appearing below. They cried out in terror. People are down there. Lu Wu gasped in disbelief. No, that's not right. Those aren't people. Below, a group of people approached. They cried out frantically. It's the immortals. Since the wicked dragon was subdued, for 1,000 years, the evil plagues have never swarmed like locusts. No matter how many we kill, though the human race has its 6 great proclamations, occupying nearly half the seats among the major sects. Yet, it's still difficult for them to truly unite. Internal disputes plague them, and externally, other clans lie in wait. A man placed a go piece on the board. He said, the outcome of this discussion about the evil plague is no different from previous ones. Each sect has its own agenda. So in the end, nothing's changed. Xianmu said, it's just, senior brother. Regarding the matter of the ancient patriarch reviving, do you believe it's real or fake? The man placed another go piece. The human race's immortal ancestor revived? The notion is utterly preposterous. The real question isn't whether he's real or fake. That man is Li Hua of the Myriad Dharma sect. He said, but whether the human race has truly gained another powerful sect, and what the immortal sects believe, whether he's real or fake. The go board was already filled with pieces. Xianmu continued, of course, the prerequisite for all of this is whether this suddenly appearing sect can withstand this wave of evil plague. After speaking, Li Hua chuckled. Well, let's stop here for today. I have other matters to attend to. He vanished, ignoring Xianmu calling out from behind. Xianmu muttered to himself. He always runs off right when I'm about to win. Is that old geezer always so carefree? Li Hua strolled along at a relaxed pace. He said, an immortal ancestor revived, blah, blah, blah. What does that have to do with me? As he said that, he frowned, puzzled. Speaking of which, why hasn't Jiaoer sent me word after all this time? At the eastern wall of the 23rd gate, the chaotic battle raged on. What's more dangerous is, now, their weapons are no longer effective enough. They shouted, This is bad. They're too fast. We can't hit them. Two of them have already swiftly scaled the city wall. They were horrified. Those are their high immortals. Then it grabbed his sword and leaped upwards. Everyone was terrified and helpless against it. Fortunately, Gu Xiaoyan suddenly rushed forth from nowhere. She delivered a blinding blow. With a single strike, the monster was smashed flat. Everyone cheered ecstatically. It's Grand Senior Sister. She's landed. Xiaoyan was completely surrounded by monsters. However, she showed no fear. Instead, she spoke with a rush of excitement. Finally, it's my turn to fight. At the western wall, Lu Hao was also being swarmed by a horde of monsters. The old man issued a warning. I am Lu Hao, former sect master of the 23-word sect. You will not take another step today. The moment he finished speaking, they charged forward as one. Lu Hao calmly shouted the name of his technique. Silent word axe. All the monsters were blasted backward. They howled in agony. The soldiers erupted in cheers. Whoa, that senior is insanely powerful. No kidding. Even his name sounds badass. But then, someone noticed something. Up there. Lu Hao looked up toward the sky. He spoke with great effort. I need backup. I can't hold on much longer. They screamed. Rumble. Master Ihua was muttering to himself. So many of them. Can I even beat them all? I'm just a doctor after all. But in truth, he had already taken care of them all. Every last enemy. Suddenly, one of the monsters struggled back to its feet. Seeing this, he raised a fist crackling with power and said, Oh, still one left? Don't be in such a rush. Then, he obliterated it with a single punch. I am a heart, a man of medical compassion. At the northern wall, Yushu was also in the middle of a fierce battle. He thought to himself, so many of these are fallen cultivators. This evil infestation, I fear it's already wiped out at least a dozen sects. The reinforcements were also giving their all, desperately fighting off the monsters. He continued to analyze the situation. Even with the aid of the Righteous Alliance, there's a limit to how long the cultivators can hold out. He dodged another attack, thinking with calm resolve. Our only hope is to rely on the Ancestor. Until he arrives, we must hold our ground here, no matter the cost. On another side of the battlefield, Xia Jiao's bird soared above the heads of the fighting cultivators. Then it unleashed a massive fireball from its beak. The blast scored a direct hit on the monster horde. Xia Jiao hugged her bird and cheered with delight. Great job, Zhang Tianlin, who was sitting behind her, remarked. To so casually spit out a fireball of that magnitude. I doubt that's any ordinary spirit beast. Xia Jiao replied cheerfully. Yep, Xiao Yan and I grew up together. Suddenly, a beam of purple light shot out from within the monster horde. It hurtled straight toward them. Xia Jiao screamed. Watch out. In a flash, Zhang Tianlin leaped forward to intercept the attack. Xia Jiao cried out in terror. Senior. But he was completely unharmed. He landed safely on the ground. He said, Xia Jiao, fall back now. This is the place my cold ridge sword sensed. If where the evil energy is the strongest. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air, as expected of the void spirit. Even in your weakened state, you managed to block my inverse 5 elements disintegration technique. A mysterious man appeared from the shadows. He said, I've been waiting for you. Zhang Tianlin stepped forward to face him. He said, it seems, you're the one commanding this evil infestation. And what's more, you seem to know quite a lot about me. He replied, the awakening of Ancestor Su Ling was a serious disruption to our plans. He then revealed his terrifying purple hand and said, we don't like variables that aren't part of the plan, which is why people have to die. The 2 pawns we had planted in Baishui town managed to report your situation to us just before they vanished. After hearing this, Zhang Tianlin understood everything. He replied, so it really was that guy with Boss Yang. Seems my initial handling of the situation left some loose ends. However, a powerful demonic energy then erupted from his body. Zhang Tianlin said confidently, all I have to do is defeat you, and that should solve the problem, right? In Baishui town, the refugee area, soldiers were busy evacuating the civilians to safety. Everyone was in a mad rush. Hurry, everyone get inside the city walls. It's not safe here anymore. Faster, faster. Be careful. A boy, who looked to be about 7 or 8, led a little girl by the hand. He carried nothing but a small bundle on his shoulder. The boy asked with a worried voice, Mr. Guard, what's going on? The guard's face was grim. A horde of monsters has broken through. But don't worry. Our cultivators are holding them back. The little girl, Xiao Bei, looked up in fear and called out, Uncle Shan Luo. Just then, a fireball shot in from outside the city. There was a deafening explosion. Anyone unlucky enough to be standing nearby was either killed or gravely wounded. The guards struggled to shield themselves. What was that? At that moment, a grayish-black foot stepped onto a dead body and moved forward. It made a sickening sound. Crunch. The smoke cleared to reveal a face identical to Tianlang Yuanji's. He seemed to have been transformed into a Sui. Tianlang Yuanji tilted his head, his face a mask of confusion. This place smells of so many living things. When Shan Luo saw this face, his own expression grew heavy. The commander reacted instantly, shouting, Fire! Immediately, all the guards drew their bows as one. They aimed at the Sui and let their arrows fly. A thunderous roar echoed through the area, leaving behind only smoke and flames. But Tianlang Yuanji seemed completely unharmed. He stood amidst the thick smoke, his head still tilted to the side. That strange sound came from him again. Hith, hith. Insects. Seeing this, the guards were horrified. This thing's too strong. What do we do? There's no way we can handle him on our own. Another screamed in terror. Damn it. None of our Sect's cultivators are here. Meanwhile, Tianlang Yuanji let out a long breath. Then he lunged toward the guards with a speed the naked eye couldn't follow. As he charged at them, everyone panicked and turned to flee. They screamed as they ran. He's coming. A piercing, tearing sound ripped through the air. And then, the figure of a man appeared, skidding back several meters after blocking Tianlang Yuanji's attack. The young boy held Xiao Bei tightly, as if trying to protect his little sister with his own frail body. Tears of fear welled up in little Xiao Bei's eyes, but she still recognized who it was. Uncle Shan Luo, the little girl cried out. And sure enough, there in front of the two children, Ji Lang and Shan Lang stood together, fending off Tianlang Yuanji's assault. Ji Lang said with an irritated look, Hey, how come she only called for you? What about me? Chun Lang roared. How can you be worried about that at a time like this? While Ji Lang and Shan Lang hold off Tianlang Yuanji, the guards rushed to evacuate the civilians. Hurry, get out of here now. Yes, sir. The man urgently called out to Xiao Bei. Hurry up and go. Although Tianlang Yuanji had lost all his humanity, he still vaguely recognized them. He allowed a few growls. You people, you look so familiar. Shan Lang suddenly shouted. Watch out. It's the Sect Master's Blood Orchid Claw. But it was too late. As expected, Tianlang Yuanji unleashed the Blood Orchid Claw. A single strike hit them both. In that instant, Shan Lang and Ji Lang were powerless to resist. They were sent flying several feet. Xiao Bei covered her mouth, trembling. Uncles. A guard scooped Xiao Bei up and turned to leave. Little girl, don't just stand there. We have to go now. But Xiao Bei couldn't bring herself to leave. Her gaze remained fixed on Shan Lang. At that moment, both Ji Lang and Shan Lang were covered in wounds. Ji Lang leaned close to Shan Lang and said, Cough. The Sect Master is at the Chengxi realm. If we run away now like we did last time, we can still make it. But Chun Lang looked back at the civilians. His voice was weary but firm. I want to hold on a little longer. He looked back at the approaching Tianlang Yuanji, murmuring, just a little longer. Elsewhere, the towering Qin Gao Lung Jian was raised high. Zhang Tianlin poured his strength into his arms and brought the sword down in a single slash. It split the very ground in two. Wu San, nestled in Zhang Tianlin's arms, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Master, that was an incredible strike. But Zhang Tianlin didn't celebrate just yet. He frowned, looking down. The Gao Lung Jian spoke. Protect your chest. That thing's power hasn't faded. From beneath the ground, a Sui raised its head. Laughter echoed from under its cloak. It seems the intelligence was correct. The Sui's bisected body was slowly regenerating. It spoke smugly. I don't know how you managed to block my attack. But compared to back then, this sword light is weaker by more than just a bit. Zhang Tianlin narrowed his eyes. From the way you talk, it seems you knew me before. The Sui radiated a thick, murderous aura. Before the great Su Ling Laozu, I was nothing more than a nameless nobody. But with this body granted to me by my master, even you cannot destroy this body of mine. The Siesui roared. It lunged toward Zhang Tianlin, aiming for a direct assault. Long, octopus-like tentacles shot out, lashing violently at Zhang Tianlin's chest. But his body didn't even budge. Its voice was filled with disbelief as it stared at its own tentacles. How can this be? The body bestowed by my master can't even break through your defense? Zhang Tianlin smirked coldly. My body is beyond anything you can possibly imagine. With that said, he suddenly flashed in front of the Siesui. It cried out in terror. So fast, Zhang Tianlin roared. Dragon severing, star shattering. A powerful and razor-sharp spiritual energy instantly erupted from the Qing Gao Longjian. The spiritual energy hummed with power. VMMM, finally forming a cage, trapping the heretic beast inside. Zhang Tianlin casually turned and waved his hand. The cage, along with the heretic beast's entire body, instantly exploded. Only its agonizing scream echoed from behind him. Huh! A cold smirk played on his lips. Zhang Tianlin turned back around. Just as he expected, that strange sound started up again behind him. I already told you. You can't destroy my body. The scattered fragments of the heretic beast's flesh began to rustle and squirm, slowly pulling themselves back together. As its body reformed, it spoke with smug satisfaction. No matter how many times you cut me down, you can never destroy the body my master bestowed upon me. Before long, the heretic beast was fully restored. It let out a sinister chuckle. Besides, while you've been wasting your time here, infected cultivators from the Qingxi realm have already infiltrated your sect. Hee hee. Why don't you guess how many? But Zhang Tianlin remained completely unfazed. He stared coolly at his opponent. You haven't noticed you're carrying a little something extra, have you? It was only then that the heretic beast noticed several lip balms stuck to its body. It asked in shock, "What are these?" Switching into a cheerful sales pitch, Zhang Tianlin explained. Allow me to introduce them. These are an exclusive product of our sect. High quality at a low price. And they're super easy to use. His eyes glanced over his shoulder. An instant later, a massive explosion erupted. Zhang Tianlin threw his arms wide with excitement and shouted, "My friend, the times have changed." Zhang Tianlin didn't leave right away. Instead, he took a moment to leisurely enjoy the bomb's explosion. The continuous, roaring blasts were a testament to the reliability of the bombs he'd created. Zhang Tianlin put on a pair of sunglasses to shield his eyes, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Man, the light from this explosion is just more and more satisfying the longer you watch. Wu San, nestled against his chest, couldn't take the indignation any longer. It roared, "Are you done showing off? If you're, get this system out of here." Only then did Zhang Tianlin remember he was using Wu San as a chest plate. He slowly pulled it out. "You know," he said with a smirk, "you actually performed pretty well this time. You were finally useful for something." Wu San roared back in disgust. "Is that how you use me? Is a system supposed to be used like this?" Just then, Xia Jiao arrived in the nick of time, riding her bluebird. "Senior, did you take care of that thing?" Zhang Tianlin replied. "Pretty much. The source of the heretic beasts has been eliminated. According to our intel, the rest of them should fall into chaos and then retreat." Xia Jiao looked at Zhang Tianlin with a worried expression. "But I was watching from the sky just now. The heretic beasts aren't showing any signs of retreating." His expression changed instantly. What? At that very moment, behind Xia Jiao, something cascaded down like a waterfall. Zhang Tianlin yelled urgently, "Xia Jiao, watch out." Countless tentacles shot out from nowhere like lightning. Xia Jiao let out a terrified cry. In the blink of an eye, 2 tentacles had wrapped tightly around her arms. Meanwhile, back at the 23rd gate, the roar of explosions continued unabated. Gu Xiaoyan wiped the corner of her mouth, regaining a bit of her strength. "This time, I'm going to finish all of you." She stood surrounded by mountains of corpses and raging fires. Gu Xiaoyan tightened her grip on her weapon, her gaze fixed warily on what lay ahead. The other disciples watched in awe. Senior sister is incredible. She's fighting with everything she has. Gu Xiaoyan's eyes darted toward them. Then, in the distance, a bizarre figure began to walk toward them. She was confused an infected cultivator at the Breath Ascension realm. With that thought, Gu Xiaoyan shouted, "Stay back. I'll deal with him. You'll only get in the way." One of them started to protest. "But, senior sister, without our help, it'll be much harder for you." But before he could finish, Gu Xiaoyan had already swung her mace and charged the Breath Ascension realm cultivator. Her eyes were filled with determination. "So what if you're in the Breath Ascension realm?" She swung the heavy mace in her hand. "Now I can finally take care of you myself." With a low roar, Gu Xiaoyan slammed her mace into the ground. It left a huge crater. Gu Xiaoyan was stunned. What in the world? Is this guy really that weak? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. "Xiaoyan!" Startled, Gu Xiaoyan spun around. She rushed out of the cloud of dust, thinking in disbelief. That voice! It can't be. As Gu Xiaoyan emerged from the area, a young, tender voice called out from a distance. "Hiya, there!" A little girl who looked just like a younger Gu Xiaoyan was enthusiastically practicing her sword swings. Seeing the little girl's tired state, her mother gently coaxed her. "Xiaoyan, you should stop training for now. If the exalted immortal sees you covered in dirt, won't he laugh at you?" The young Xiaoyan grinned from ear to ear, her face full of resolve. Don't you worry, mother. I've already beaten all the kids at the Dingyun Immortal Academy till they cried. They'll definitely have to accept me as a disciple." Gu Xiaoyan stood in the distance, numbly realizing this was her as a child. Elsewhere, Master Hua was also looking around, bewildered. "This is strange. I was just in Baishui town, holding on to that guy flying through the sky." He wondered to himself, confused. How did I suddenly end up outside Luhua Valley? Could this be an illusion? Or some kind of teleportation spell? Just then, voices drifted over from the distance. "Everyone look! Why is there a child here?" "Huh?" Drawn by the voices, Master Hua looked over. 4 young women were excitedly gathered around an incredibly adorable little boy. The child stammered, My home is gone. And then, I got lost." The purple-haired woman went, "Ah, he's so cute." Another woman reminded her. "But senior sister, he's a boy." Someone else asked, "Little brother, what's your name? Do you want to come to our Luhua Valley?" In the end, they all agreed to take the child back with them. "It's fine. He's this adorable. The Valley Master is sure to agree." The child looked up timidly, his eyes welling with tears as he spoke. "My name is Meng Xiaohua." Master Hua clutched his bald head, realizing with a jolt, "Oh my God, isn't this me when I was a kid?" Seeing the strange state Ihua and Gu Xiaoyan were in, Lu Hao said, "Junior brother, it looks like Ihua and Xiaoyan have both fallen for that guy's dirty tricks." Nan Yushu wasn't surprised. They don't have much experience, and they don't understand his methods. Nan Yushu's gaze then shifted to the distant Xie Sui. He murmured, "I just never imagined." Besides wiping out the Howling Wolf Sect, Xie Sui even managed to destroy the Mahan Hall this time, and they were a mid-tier sect, even stronger than the Howling Wolf Sect. His eyes fell on a familiar figure, a cruel smile twisting its lips. He continued, "It even corrupted the sect master of Mahan Hall, Wei Xin, a mid-stage Chengxi realm cultivator." Meanwhile, inside Baishui town, Shanling desperately gripped his sword, parrying the furious onslaught of Tianlang Yuanji. But he was completely outmatched. Shanlang was thrown back, his eyes squeezed shut. But before he could even catch his breath, he had to raise his sword again, blocking another one of those terrifying strikes. Tianlang Yuanji recognized Shanlang, but his assault never wavered. He sneered, "Your techniques are pathetic." Shanlang. Seeing an opening, Shanlang immediately lunged forward with his sword. "Now's my chance." From behind, Zhilong quickly unleashed the Blood Wolf's howl. A blast of wolf-shaped spiritual energy shot toward Tianlang Yuanji. But just then, Tianlang Yuanji's hand, glowing with crimson demonic energy, shot out and clamped down on Shanlang's wrist. "What?" Shanlang cried out in alarm. Before Shanlang could react, Tianlang Yuanji swung his arm, flinging Shanlang's body backward, directly into the path of the incoming Blood Wolf. Shanlang took the full force of the blast. The pain was so intense he nearly blacked out. He collapsed to the ground with a grunt of pain. Zhilong screamed in horror. "Elder brother." Zhilong rushed to his side and asked frantically, "Are you okay? Can you hang on?" Shanlang was in too much pain to speak. He could only manage a few weak coughs. Cough, cough. Seeing their pathetic state, Tianlang Ung tapped his own head, as if trying to recall a memory. I remember now. Huh. I was the one who made. You too. It tilted its head, a twisted grin on its face. In that case, I'll give you a chance to surrender. Just accept the master's power, and I'll spare you. Shan Lang raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. His voice, however, was surprisingly steady. Sect Master, for you to say something like that, it really isn't like you at all. The man who betrayed the old Sect Master, seizing the position for himself. The man who slaughtered his own sworn brothers, who even dared to provoke Ancestor Su Ling. After committing so many evil deeds, you never showed an ounce of fear. Tianlang Ung listened to Shan Lang's every word. His expression grew darker and darker. Shan Lang roared with all the strength he had left. So don't give me that crap. The Sect Master of the Howling Wolf Sect would never call anyone master. You're just a monster, wearing our Sect Master's face. Tianlang Ung sneered. Demonic power gathered again in his hand. Oh, really? Then you could be the first to die. Meanwhile, outside Baishui Town, hordes of specters, like giant serpents, swarmed the area, letting out blood-curdling screeches. A brilliant blast of spiritual energy shot toward them. Erupting in a deafening explosion, the two forces collided, creating another cataclysmic explosion. A brilliant flash of fire lit up the entire sky. Lu Hao and Nan Yushu erected a solid defensive barrier, unleashing their techniques from within it, destroying one specter after another. After fighting for so long, Lu Hao was losing his patience. There's no end to these damn spirits. Nan Yushu's situation was even worse. His face was already drenched in sweat. He gasped for breath as he spoke. The Demon Soul Hall's specialty is this exact kind of thing, wandering spirits and vengeful ghosts. He's trying to wear us down until we drop. Nan Yushu tried to draw his bow for another shot, but the golden arrow dissipated before it even left the string. Nan Yushu said, his voice filled with alarm. This is bad. My spiritual energy, I'm almost out. He watched as the specters in the sky gathered in ever-growing numbers, while the guards around them fell one by one. Nan Yushu gritted his teeth. Damn it. There are too many of them. We don't have much left. Meanwhile, Wei Exan hovered in place. The evil spirit scepter behind him trembled violently, summoning forth more demons. He spoke with vicious arrogance. I will give you one chance to submit. You have 3 breaths. Accept our power, and you may keep your minds. As soon as the words left his mouth, a specter dove toward the spot Lu Hao and Nan Yushu were defending. With a piercing shriek, it slammed into their defensive barrier. Wei Xian continued, his voice cold. Or, you will be killed and become our mindless, bottom-feeding slaves. Lu Hao was reaching his limit. He panted. It's no good. The defensive barrier is about to shatter. Suddenly, Nan Yushu spoke. Senior brother, I have an idea. What is it? Lu Hao asked, turning his head in surprise. Nan Yushu pulled a ring from his robes. He explained quickly. Inside this storage ring, I still have a few heirlooms left to us by our ancestors. When the barrier breaks, I need you to cover me, senior brother. I have just enough spiritual energy for one final push. I can unleash a shockwave. Lu Hao's face filled with worry. But if you do that, don't worry. I have a way to get out of this alive. Nan Yushu offered a reassuring smile. Lu Hao closed his eyes. He considered it for a moment before giving a firm nod. All right. From behind, Wei Xian began his countdown. Seizing the moment Nan Yushu was distracted, Lu Hao slapped the talisman onto his back. Nan Yushu instantly knew something was wrong. He cried out, stunned. A stillness talisman. Senior brother, what are you doing? Lu Hao snatched the ring from Nan Yushu's hand and slid it onto his own finger. He spoke softly. Junior brother, I may not be as smart as you, but you've never been able to lie to me. Just then, the defensive barrier began to fail completely. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Wei Xian's voice echoed again. Lu Hao went on. I'm just an ordinary cultivator. All I ever used to think about was making sure our sect didn't die with me. But the way the 23 words sect is now, I love it. A genuine smile spread across his face. With that, a newfound strength surged through Lu Hao's entire body. His spiritual energy erupted. To be of use. I have to make my life count. Junior brother. Nan Yushu screamed in desperation. Senior brother. Stop. Stop it. Seeing that they had no intention of submitting, Wei Xian cackled. Ha ha ha. Fine. I'll be the one to grant you oblivion. But then suddenly, he snapped his head toward the sky. In the far distance, a brilliant point of light was rocketing toward them. Incredible. What the hell was that? A beam of light shot straight at Wei Xian. It nearly tore his arm clean off. The light grazed his body and slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and rock. Wei Xian clutched his wounded arm. Gritting his teeth, he roared. Who is it? Just then, a dark-skinned woman descended from the heavens. She dove like a bolt of lightning. Her fist pulsed with overwhelming spiritual power. She drove that fist right into Wei Xian's face, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. His body couldn't withstand the raw power of the punch. He was sent flying back into a cliff face. The woman landed with a heavy thud. Her stance was one of absolute dominance. Lu Hao and Nan Xueshu were frozen in shock. They both cried out in disbelief. Yuan. The dark-skinned woman stood tall, her hands on her hips. She demanded, Is this by Shui Town? Where did that damn swindler get to? Back in by Shui Town. The townspeople had nearly finished evacuating. They were all gathered in one place. Lu Kai turned and asked, What's the situation on the Yuan front? The guard clutched a wound on his arm. He answered, his voice weary. Some insanely powerful fighter showed up on their side. Elder Shan Lang and Elder Ji Lang are holding him off. It's the only reason we managed to get back. Lu Kai gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it all. If only we had more weapons. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind him. If it's weapons you're looking for, perhaps I can help with that. Startled, Lu Kai spun around. He was stunned to see Master Gao standing there in the crowd. A large sack was slung over his shoulder. He slowly made his way forward. Master Gao spoke, his expression grim. The truth is, I still have almost 200 arrows of justice. Lu Kai snapped. He lunged forward and grabbed Master Gao by the collar. You son of a bitch. Then why the hell didn't you say something sooner? At last, Master Gao explained. Because Elder Lu Wu strictly forbade us from using this batch. Why? Lu Kai demanded, utterly confused. Master Gao began to tell the story. These last few days, with the help of everyone in town, we managed to craft far more weapons than we had planned. The problem is, we have too few cultivators. We couldn't apply the heat insulation enchantments to all the weapons. Because of that, over half of the arrows of justice are unfinished and can't be used. He could still remember Lu Hao shaking his head and refusing everyone's suggestions. Master Gao looked down at the crossbow in his hands in disbelief. Every time you fire one of these unfinished arrows, it generates an incredible amount of heat. He placed the crossbow into Lu Kai's hands and continued, and that intense heat is simply too much for us mortals to bear. On another part of the battlefield, Ji Lang and Shan Lang were on the verge of collapse. Tian Lang Yuan Ji closed in on them. He spoke with a vicious sneer. You two elders, allow me to see you off. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Hold it. The interruption stopped Tian Lang Yuan Ji in his tracks. Humph. Ji Lang, panting heavily, spoke with grim defiance. My lord, surely you know that within the Tai Ling sect, I, Ji Lang, have been a master strategist my entire life, and I have very rarely been outmaneuvered. Huh, did you truly believe I didn't have one last ace up my sleeve? Those words made Tian Lang Yuan Ji pause. A sudden, shocking thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Ji Lang pushed himself up, falling into a combat stance. He let out a fierce roar. Adast. Although Tian Lang Yuan Ji couldn't understand what Ji Lang was planning, he watched him with caution. He took a step back and raised his guard defensively. Seeing the tense standoff, Shan Lang wondered, does Old Third really have a way out of this? A smirk played on Ji Lang's lips. Shan Lang, my brother, I fought 100 battles and spun 100 schemes. Today, I'll show you my final gambit. He stepped in front of Shan Lang. In a voice devoid of emotion, he said, We will make our last stand here. Seeing Tian Lang Yuan Ji fall for it, Ji Lang burst out laughing. Ha! You idiot. I was just messing with you. There's no trump card. Before he could finish his sentence, Tian Lang Yuan Ji's fist slammed into his left side. With a sickening thud, Ji Lang collapsed to the ground. Tianlang Yuanji gritted his teeth in fury. You dare to trick me? He loomed over the two of them. A frosty breath escaped his lips. His words were as cold as the grave. I've changed my mind. I've decided to let you die slowly, so you can watch me slaughter every last person in this place. He paused, then continued. I want you to know that everything you've done was for nothing. Lang struggled to sit up, a weak smile on his face. Well, looks like this is really it. Lang coughed a few times, utterly helpless. Just then, a small pebble came flying and hit Tianlang Yuanji right on the head. A young, childish voice rang out. His expression darkened. You big meanie. Get away from Uncle Lang. That voice. Lang's head snapped in its direction. At that moment, somehow, Xiaobei had snuck out. The little girl stood tall, showing no fear. Lang cried out in alarm. Xiaobei. Tianlang Yuanji asked with contempt. A mere mortal? Xiaobei declared with a serious face. Uncle Lang. This time, it's our turn to protect you. Lang roared in terror. You little brat. What are you doing here? Get the hell out of here now. Seeing Tianlang Yuanji charge toward her, he screamed in absolute panic. Run. But before he could get near Xiaobei, 3 heavy bolts streaked through the air, aimed squarely at Tianlang Yuanji. The force behind them was so immense that it knocked him back several feet. Tianlang Yuanji let out a roar of pain. An aura of death hung at the corners of his mouth. He forced the words through clenched teeth. Who was that? Just then, a group of villagers armed with crossbows appeared. They shouted as one. It was us. Lang and Lang looked up in astonishment. They were speechless. It was us. The people shouted again, their voices united. The hands gripping their crossbows were already blistered and raw. Their palms were seared from the strain. But not a single one of them showed any fear, and no one was backing down. An indescribable emotion swelled in Lang's heart. A choked laugh escaped him. Huh. The laughter grew, becoming impossible to suppress. He threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing toward the heavens. Ha ha. Did you really think the body of Tianlang Yuanji could be seriously wounded by a few pathetic stabs of justice? Oomph. Laughs again. Damn it. You think this is enough to defeat me? Shanla props himself up on his knees. He straightens up, answering calmly. No, I just remembered something funny. Didn't you just say that everything we're doing is useless? Well then, how about we try again? As if filled with new resolve, Shanla and Lan charge wildly at Tianlang Yuanji. Suddenly, a desperate scream tears through the sky. Xia Yao is bound hand and foot by a mass of tentacles. She struggles, but it's useless. Let me go, as expected of a Su Ling. Si Xionghan says, as the tentacles constrict even tighter around Xia Yao. Xie Sui crawls up from the ground. Only his upper torso remains. His entire lower body has transformed into a mass of disgusting tentacles. I can't believe you actually destroyed the perfect body my master gave me. Zhang Tianlin grits his teeth, his patience wearing thin. This bastard is tough to kill. And he even has a second phase? Xie Sui lets out a maniacal laugh. Too bad for you. You want to kill me? A man in your state has no hope. Why don't you take a guess? What's going to happen to her? At that moment, the tentacles have completely coiled around Xia Yao's body. It looks as if they could crush her at any moment. Zhang Tianlin's brow furrows. You'd better let her go. Xie Sui seems to have been waiting for just those words. It shrieks. Let her go. No problem. The tentacles around it writhe even more violently. All you have to do is become one of us. Not only will I release her, but I'll also immediately stop the attack on your sect. Though in agony, Xia Yao still manages to scream. Senior, don't. A tentacle immediately gags her. She can't utter another word. Xie Sui says smugly, you better not think for too long. The sect master of the Iron Wolf sect and the palace lord of the Demon Soul Palace are slaughtering your disciples as we speak. How long do you think they can hold out? Zhang Tianlin asks coldly. So this was your goal all along. If that's the case, I hope you keep your word. His blade is already plunged deep into the earth. The crack beneath it widens. MMPH. Seeing this, Xia Yao struggles desperately, but to no avail. Xie Sui laughs like a madman. Huh. Very good. An excellent choice. Cool, become one of us, the divine chosen. You will witness the true world. With that, The tentacles rush forward, eager to ensnare Zhang Tianlin. Suddenly, dozens of lightning bolts descend from the heavens. Zhang Tianlin roars. This is... Xie is beside himself with glee. Ha! It seems he really cares about you. Too bad. Right after the transformation, he'll lose his mind for a while. When that happens, I'll have him kill you. Consider it a fresh start for his new life. HM? Xiaoyao's eyes are red with tears. Senior, though filled with despair. Xiaoyao hasn't lost faith in Zhang Tianlin. She grits her teeth and retorts. Senior won't let you people get away with this. Xie looks as if he's just heard the funniest joke in the world. He taunted them, his voice dripping with glee. Ha! You cultivators are always so naive. Just like I used to be, utterly lost. But once you witness the master's true power, and hear his words, everyone submits body and soul. He recalled the terrifying form of the evil dragon, and spoke with crazed devotion. Xie cackled maniacally. Because the moment you lay eyes on the master, you will finally understand what reality truly is. Xia Jiao asked, completely baffled. This master that you keep talking about, who is he exactly? But by now, Xie was completely lost in his zealotry. He had become a fervent disciple of the evil dragon. When the stars align, my master shall descend upon this world. But Xia Jiao wasn't the least bit frightened. She just shrugged and let out a weary sigh. Senior, I don't think I can get through to this guy. From within the dense black smoke, Zhang Tianlin's voice suddenly echoed. It's fine. We got some useful intel out of him, anyway. What? Xie stared into the smoke, his eyes wide with disbelief. A figure slowly emerged from the haze. 2 flags fluttered behind him. The characters on them grew increasingly distinct. 2 flags. For characters on each. Impervious to 100 venoms. 10,000 poisons devoured. Zhang Tianlin was sitting leisurely on a throne-like chair, holding the Netherfrost Pearl in his right hand, while casually scrolling through the system with his left. All in all, you did a pretty good job this time. Wu San, having swallowed a ton of poisonous gas, clutched its round belly and rolled on the ground. This system is going to pop. Zhang Tianlin smirked, eyeing the pearl in his hand. Good thing I had this Netherfrost Pearl. Otherwise, I'd have no idea how to lure all this evil dragon chi into my grasp. So what do you need all this evil dragon chi for? Hey, Wu-san. Wu-san said cheerfully. Hee. They're upgrade materials, duh. Just upgrade materials? It's a new feature this system just came up with. Seeing this, Xie was utterly stunned. You. Who in the world are you? Zhang Tianlin chuckled. You still don't get it? We were just putting on an act for you. Beside him, Xia Jiao had somehow already freed herself from her restraints. Xie yelled in shock. Since when were you? Xia Jiao was perched on a nearby rock, one leg crossed over the other. Besides, this whole tentacle thing you've got going on is frankly a little outdated. Xia Jiao propped her chin on her hand, casually twirling a finger. What's so surprising? In this day and age, what normal person doesn't carry around 7 or 8 different life-saving artifacts? Right? Zhang Tianlin's face fell. He stammered. Wait a second. I think you might have a skewed idea of what a normal person is. Xie, however, was not amused. It roared in fury. Raph, I'll kill you. But they were already long gone, soaring away on the back of a large, green bird. Zhang Tianlin's voice echoed down from above. You didn't really think we wasted all that time on you? Just for a little chat, did you? Xie was left completely dumbfounded. Zhang Tianlin smirked and asked Wu San. Is the mountain guarding formation? It's full. The system replied with excitement. Just then, 2 distant statues bearing Zhang Tianlin's likeness suddenly began to glow with a crimson light. A system notification appeared. Mountain guarding formation, annihilation mode activated. Energy charge, 97%, 98%. Safety locks, 99% disengaged. Target acquired. Power at 100%. Fire. The moment the system's voice faded, a terrifying stream of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. Zhang Tianlin and Xia Jiao, each wearing a pair of sunglasses, said with satisfaction, You bastards. Get a taste of this 10,000-point shot. The blast was like a meteor, streaking down from the heavens to the earth, aimed directly at a specific location. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. That old swindler. Nan Yushu had no idea who she was talking about. She crossed her arms, demanding an answer. That damn old bastard, Su Ling. Is he not here? Just then, a phantom lunged forward, attempting a sneak attack from behind. Alarmed, Lu Hao and Nan Yushu pointed. Impatiently, she swung a fist behind her. It connected, smashing the phantom's face to a pulp. The woman glanced at it and said with disgust, "What a nuisance. I might as well clean up all this evil trash first." Wei Xin stepped forward, clutching his injured arm. Where did this Yao clan filth come from, causing trouble? He gathered his demonic power into his hand and roared, experienced the agony of the 100-ghost soul devourer. But before he could even finish his sentence, the woman's kick slammed into his chest. It was so fast he had no time to react. Fresh blood immediately spewed from Wei Xin's mouth. Seeing this incredible display of power, Lu Hao was trembling with excitement. Who is she? Is she an acquaintance of the Ancestor? Nan Yushu watched with a frown. Judging by her appearance, she must be from the Yao clan. The Yao clan has always been known for their formidable physical strength. Their combat prowess is naturally superior to the Demon Soul Hall, who aren't skilled in close-quarters combat. However, the Demon Soul Hall has always been known for their bizarre techniques. I'm afraid this battle won't be so simple. As he spoke, around the Yao clan woman, the phantoms began to swarm her once again. She threw a knee strike, instantly shattering one of them. Next came a sharp jab with her left elbow. Another phantom's face was crushed, with just a few blows. The horde of phantoms scattered in fear. The Yao clan woman laughed triumphantly. With this pathetic level of skill, you dare cause trouble in his territory? I guess you really underestimated that old man. But suddenly, her gaze froze, fixed on something in the distance. A figure that looked exactly like Zhang Tianlin was approaching. It spoke coldly. "Vile creature, surrender now." The Yao clan woman suddenly went into a daze. All her previous arrogance vanished. Wei Xin stepped forward. Hith. So what if your body is powerful? You still fell for my demon, soul, heart-devouring spell, didn't you? He sneered, gripping a demonic sword. Now, die in the fear created by your own inner demon. He slashed down with his sword. It made a strange, ethereal sound, although the Yao clan woman was in a trance. She raised her arm and firmly blocked Wei Xin's blade. Wei Xin shouted in astonishment. "You!" At that moment, the Yao clan woman, trapped within the demon's soul, heart-devouring spell, was seeing Wei Xin as Zhang Tianlin. She gritted her teeth and spat. "You swindler! Finally, I can settle this 1,000-year debt with you." Just then, the Zhang Tianlin before her spoke with arrogance. "Settle a debt with me? With your strength? You don't know your own limits. Then come at me with everything you've got. If you can make me move even half a step, I'll consider it your victory." The Yao clan woman gritted her teeth and roared. "You asked for this. You old fiend." She let out a roar and charged right at Wei Xin, leaving him completely stunned. A fist smashed straight into his face. "Take this." Wei Xin took the full force of her relentless assault. But in her mind, Zhang Tianlin was roaring with laughter. He raised his shield high, a huge smirk on his face. "Ha ha 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 ha. Utterly useless. Don't you have anything stronger?" The demon woman gritted her teeth. "Damn it. I never thought he'd be this strong. Am I really going to lose?" But in the real world, Wei Xin was being beaten beyond recognition. He shrieked in terror. "What the hell are you saying?" The woman was completely lost in the illusion. She raised a fist, gathering more power than before. "It seems I have no other choice. Against an expert like you, I can only use my ultimate move." Wei Xin waved his hands in terror. "Wait," but she paid him no mind. She roared, "Heaven's annihilation." She slammed her foot down, and the ground caved in. Earth's destruction. The demon woman charged forward with all her might. "Prayaf!" Wei Xin was horrified. He screamed, "Wait, you got the wrong person." Wei Xin took the full force of her punch. The force was so immense it tore up a huge swath of land behind him. After a massive explosion, the area gradually fell silent. All that could be heard was the dripping of blood. A gaping, cavernous hole had been punched through Wei Xin's body. He trembled as he spoke. But, why? His shattered body collapsed to the ground, finally disintegrating into thin air. Only a single drop of blood remained. In the demon woman's imagination, Zhang Tianlin stood with his hands behind his back, speaking casually. Those 2 attacks barely pushed me back half a meter. Not bad for you. A trail of blood ran down her arm. She flipped Zhang Tianlin the bird. Her consciousness began to fade. Well, the debt for imprisoning me for 1,000 years. Consider this a down payment. With that said, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Nan Yushu rushed over. Senior brother. Is she? Lu Hao stroked his beard, speculating. It seems she's still trapped in Wei Xian's illusion. She hasn't broken free yet, but I don't understand why she was unaffected by Wei Xian's initial attack. Even though the young lady was unconscious, a satisfied smile remained on her face. Ha! Next time, I'll definitely beat you. Lu Hao spoke helplessly. We'll just have to wait for the Ancestor to return and figure this out. Just then, a guard ran up to report. Elders, urgent news. Lu Hao looked over, confused. The guard shouted with joy. The enemy is starting to retreat. Nan Yushu and Lu Hao asked in unison. Did the Ancestor succeed? Elsewhere, Shan Lang was using Tianlang Yuanji's single-strike sword formation to restrain him. He yelled, Third brother, now! Su Ling rushed forward from behind, sword in hand, and stabbed him straight through the back. Su Ling's sword pierced through Tianlang Yuanji's heart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Shan Lang said through gritted teeth, Princess, time to send him on his way. He followed up with a sword thrust of his own, plunging it into Tianlang Yuanji's stomach. But Su Ling still didn't think it was enough. He brought his blade down on his neck. The 2 of them continued to stab and slash him, until Tianlang Yuanji's body could no longer recover. Tianlang Yuanji glared at them, his eyes bloodshot. His lips moved, forcing out a few words. You can all go on living your pathetic lives. And with that, his body collapsed to the ground. Seeing that he had stopped moving, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Yichio collapsed to the ground. She said, finally able to relax. It's over. We won. Just then, Xianlang seemed to have reached his limit. He fell to his knees and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Bei rushed over anxiously. Uncle Xianlang. Sob. The little girl broke down in tears. Shanla gently nudged her with his elbow. He tried to put on a brave face. What are you crying for? I'm a high immortal. It'll take more than this to kill me. Xilang shook his head helplessly. That guy, still the same hot-headed pain in the neck. He turned to look at the ravaged battlefield. He whispered, It's finally over. A while later, Nan Yushu stared intently at the group before them, all of whom had been struck by the soul-guarding art. Senior brother, what do you make of this? Lu Hao was deep in thought. They must have been trapped in Wei Xian's heart demon illusion. They're locked inside. But when it comes to illusion arts, our sect has very little expertise in them, or how to use them. The 2 of them looked at Gu Xiaoyan, the girl from the Yao clan, and Yi Hua, who were all sleeping as if dead. He hesitated. Maybe we could try poking them with a stick or something. Just then, Zhang Tianlin descended from the sky. Leave them to me, he said sternly. I'll handle this. Ancestor, Nan Yushu and Lu Hao exclaimed in unison. A short time later, back at their residence, Zhang Tianlin asked, So, you were only able to defeat the master of the Demon Soul Hall with that young lady's help? Nan Yushu let out a breath. Yes, it's just that she, Xiaoyan, and Yihua were all caught in Wei Xian's illusion. They're trapped in the heart demon and can't wake up. Zhang Tianlin clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Don't forget, I'm your ancestor. Yes, sir, Lu Hao replied, his eyes shining. Nan Yushu also gazed at his departing figure with adoration. He truly is worthy of being called the great ancestor. Then, Lu Hao suddenly remembered something. He asked curiously, Oh, right, ancestor. That girl from the Yao clan, she seemed to be calling out your name earlier. I was just wondering. Zhang Tianlin flinched at the question. He looked at the 2 of them. His expression darkened. She's just an old acquaintance. Don't read too much into it. Nan Yushu and Lu Hao felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly replied, Why, yes, sir. And with that, Zhang Tianlin slammed the door and left. Lu Hao looked up at the ceiling. He sighed as if he'd seen through the mysteries of the universe. I can't believe even our peerless ancestor has some romantic entanglements from his past. You're right, especially when you consider what's written in the raging flame record of the void spirit ancestor. Well, where there's smoke, there's fire. And Yushu chimed in as well. Inside, Zhang Tianlin put on a fawning expression. Wu-san, you gotta help me. Do you have any way to wake them up? Wu-san shrugged. He said nonchalantly, you're the one who ran your mouth. What's it got to do with me? Zhang Tianlin's eyes were practically sparkling. He was just short of worshipping the ground. Wu-san walked on. It's about my image. This is a matter of my image. How can I, the great ancestor, be wrong? Of course you can't. Wu-san said coldly. At most, I can do what I did last time. I'll enter your little disciples' consciousness and connect you to their spiritual space. But their minds are trapped in the illusions of their inner demons. If you want to wake them up, you'll have to rely on yourself. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Zhang Tianlin eagerly agreed. Let's go. Wu-san took the chance to plop right down on his face. Zhang Tianlin clutched his face. He complained, why you always pull this move? Do you really think you're a brick or something? Suddenly, in a flash, he appeared somewhere else. The air was filled with piercing screams. Zhang Tianlin cried out in shock. He stared at the chaotic battle raging in the distance. He asked, puzzled, is this Xiao Yun's inner demon? Back at Wei Xian's location, the massive crater he'd been blasted into was now spewing plumes of eerie purple smoke. A weak voice echoed from the depths of the pit. Damn it, my body is completely destroyed. Good thing the master gave me this soul-gathering pearl. Otherwise, my soul would have been scattered to the winds. Wei Xian had managed to regenerate his upper body. He struggled to crawl out of the pit. Su Ling, next time, you won't be so lucky. Suddenly, a voice sounded from above him. Just like the senior said, you evil cultists are harder to kill than cockroaches. Wei Xian froze. He looked up. It was Xia Yao, sitting on the edge of the pit. She waved her fan. A smirk played on her lips. The old man said you guys don't die so easily. He told me to wait here and see, and look what I caught. Wei Xian completely disregarded Xia Yao. He growled through gritted teeth. You think a mere nascent soul cultivator like you can stop me? But before he could move, countless fireballs shot down. They blocked his path. Wei Xian yelled in shock. Whoa! The flames blazed hotter and higher. Like a sea of fire, they surrounded Wei Xian. There was no escape. Wei Xian felt the searing flames corroding his body. He roared in panic. This is the 3,000 karmic cleansing flames of the myriad Dharma sect. Who in the world are you? Xia Yao smiled. You got a good eye. But I don't have to answer your questions. The 3,000 karmic cleansing flames had now formed a massive cage, trapping him completely. It burned fiercely, never to be extinguished. Xia Yao spoke again. You were throwing me around earlier. That was fun, wasn't it? Perfect. Because now I have a few questions for you. She gave him a wicked grin. Of course. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. We have plenty of time. Meanwhile, with Zhang Tianlin, hordes of demonic boars, corrupted by evil energy, were charging madly. They were trying to break through a family's fence. Zhang Tianlin hid behind a rock. He asked, confused, these are fiends. Why are there fiends inside Gu Xiaoyun's heart demon illusion? Wu San, now stuffed from his meal, said with satisfaction, inside a heart demon illusion. Anything can happen. What's important now is finding your disciple's consciousness. Zhang Tianlin complained, annoyed. Hey, could you be quiet for a second? Let me get a handle on the situation first. Wu San's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Asterisco sobi sobi. Asterisco. After you got me all big, now you're being so cruel to me. Don't say things that could be so easily misunderstood. Gasp. He cut Wu San off. Just then, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens. In just a few strikes, it slaughtered the horde of fiends. The villagers ran out joyfully, kneeling in the courtyard. It's a high immortal. The high immortal has come. Thank you, high immortal. A high immortal, riding a crane, flew over, looking down at them coldly. This means there is a monster wreaking havoc here. If you don't eliminate the monster, you will never escape this calamity. A monster? What is that? Everyone was confused. But our village is full of ordinary people. Please clarify, high immortal. The high immortal asked in return. Are you so sure? Isn't there a child here who recently participated in the Cloud Ascent Immortal Trials? And so, the villagers gathered in front of Gu Xiaoyun's house, screaming for the little girl's head. Bring out your daughter, or we'll burn your house down. Yeah, hand her over. Gu Xiaoyun's parents frantic, tried to explain. Everyone, please calm down. Our Xiaoyun is really not a monster. That's right. The little girl was just being headstrong when she went to the cloud ascent of mortal trials. We'll be sure to discipline her properly from now on. But the villagers wouldn't listen, shoving the two of them to the ground. An angry villager shouted, "Enough of your talk. The High Immortal already said it was you. If she's not a monster, how could a mortal defeat a disciple from an immortal sect?" They kicked down the door to Gu Xiaoyun's house and rushed in. One of them looked around. "Where are you?" They surrounded the couple again, questioning them relentlessly. "Where are you hiding, Gu Xiaoyun? Speak up." But the little girl's father just said firmly, "My Xiaoyun is not a monster." Seeing that they weren't getting the answers they wanted, a villager rallied the crowd. "Burn their house down. Yeah, that monster is a menace. Burn them to death." A torch was thrown onto a table inside. The flames grew larger and larger, and in an instant, Gu Xiaoyun's small wooden house was engulfed. Gu Xiaoyun's father begged in a panic, "Please stop," but the villagers all shouted fiercely, "Burn them to death." After setting the fire, they came back out with their weapons. Someone suggested, "Let's all go find that monster before it can harm anyone else." Another person replied, "I told you so. That Gu family girl has been stronger than everyone else since she was little. There was definitely something strange about her." But just then, a horde of fiends swarmed in from out of nowhere. The entire village was terrified. "We're doomed. More monsters are here." They were completely surrounded near Gu Xiaoyun's parents' house. Cries and screams rang out once more. "Help! There are monsters!" Zhang Tianlin stood on the cliff's edge, looking down. He couldn't help but sigh. These people have been completely duped by that so-called practitioner. But this is all just an illusion anyway. It doesn't look like Xiaoyun is here. Let's go look somewhere else. Wu San replied. Meanwhile, with Gu Xiaoyun, a voice called out from a distance. "Little girl, where do you think you're going?" It was the esteemed immortal from before. His word were laced with false kindness. "I could see you're tired from all that running. Why don't you just come back to the sect with me?" Gu Xiaoyun immediately backed away, her guard up. "On guard. I'm not going. I'm not a monster." The immortal's expression turned incredibly dark. "Huh. Does it really matter? What matters is that you're just immortal. And yet you defeated the prospective disciples recommended by my sect. Some of them were counting on this opportunity to enter the 6 great sects. If you're not a monster, then how can my sect ever show its face in the cultivation world again?" The man smirked cunningly. Gu Xiaoyun was still young. She didn't understand what he meant, but her intuition screamed that something was wrong with this man. And so, Gu Xiaoyun instinctively took a step back, then turned and ran. But she hadn't gotten far. A wall of thorny vines shot up in front of her. Gu Xiaoyun cried out in alarm. She cried out, "Ah!" The immortal smiled, but his words were chillingly cold. "There's no need to go back. By now, the vile spirits I led here have probably destroyed your entire village." Gu Xiaoyun didn't understand what he was saying. Back in the village, the flames had spread, unnoticed at first, consuming everything. Xiaoyun's parents leaned weakly against each other. "Our Xiaoyun? She'll make it out alive, won't she?" Her mother nodded. "She will. I know she will." Just then, the evil creatures, having finished with the other villagers, began to close in on them. Her father smiled, as if he had no regrets left. "Our Xiaoyun is such an exceptional child." Her mother was too weak to even open her eyes, but she still managed to answer him. "Yes, she is. She's going to have a bright future." Trapped by the thorns, Gu Xiaoyun's eyes filled with regret. "I'm sorry. This is all my fault." The immortal continued speaking. "In any case, when the great sects come to investigate later, I'll just tell them monster was terrorizing this place. It attracted some vile spirits, and this humble immortal was too late to help. What a pity. Such a shame." With that, he moved closer to Gu Xiaoyun. He stood behind the little girl and laughed maliciously. "On the other hand, I'm quite interested in your incomparably robust constitution. You'll make an excellent research subject." Suddenly, an angry voice roared out, "Research my ass." A sharp glint of sword light slashed down from the sky, slicing through the barrier of thorns. Zhang Tianlin stood protectively in front of the little girl. "Xiaoyun, snap out of it. You're who?" Gu Xiaoyun was still lost in the illusion. She had no idea who he was. Puzzled, Zhang Tianlin turned and asked, "Still out of it, huh? Wu San, how about you change back to your original form?" and knock her back to her senses? Wu-san complained. Do you really think I'm some kind of therapist? This kid was just assimilated by a heart demon's illusion. Her memories are all jumbled, that's all. Just then, Gu Xiaoyan rubbed her eyes. She seemed to remember something. You look like the Ancestor. Suddenly, she looked down at her own body in shock. What's going on? How'd I end up like this? Weren't we just fighting evil cultivators back at the Sect? Wu-san, standing beside Zhang Tianlin, quickly spoke up. You're awake. Good thing you weren't assimilated for too long. And you? Who are you? Gu Xiaoyan asked, confused. Wu-san cradled her round belly. She shot Zhang Tianlin a meaningful glance. Me? You ask. Well, it's a long story. See this belly of mine? It's because of your ancestor and me. Before she could finish, Zhang Tianlin, looking like a grim reaper, pressed his sword to Wu-san's neck. She was forced to change her tune, have a very, very serious teammate relationship. Gu Xiaoyan was even more confused now. Zhang Tianlin immediately regained his serious demeanor. All right, Xiaoyan, you're awake now. Let Wu-san take you out of here first. We're running out of time. We still have to save the others. It was only then that Gu Xiaoyan recognized her. Oh, you're Senior Wu. Wu-san leaned down and poked the girl on the forehead. Hee. That's right. Now close your eyes. I'll get you out of this illusion. As Gu Xiaoyan's body began to turn transparent, Zhang Tianlin called out to her. All right, Xiaoyan. Gu Xiaoyan looked up. Yes. Zhang Tianlin turned his head, looking away. Don't worry. The villains who bullied you. I will absolutely get justice for you. No matter who he is. And no matter where he is. Hearing Zhang Tianlin's words, Gu Xiaoyan seemed to understand. Her eyes lit up, sparkling with the pure light of a child. Gu Xiaoyan tilted her head and smiled happily. Okay. Then, Xiaoyan's body dissolved into a stream of light and flew away. Wu-san watched her go and announced the end of the dream. All right, the host consciousness has left the illusion. This place is about to collapse. Time for us to head to the next one. A moment later, Gu Xiaoyan finally came to. She sat up in bed, clutching her slightly aching head. Oof! A familiar voice called out from beside her. You're awake? Xia Jiao was sitting and drinking tea. She asked with a smile. You seem to be in pretty good shape. So what happened in there? Gu Xiaoyan answered innocently. The Ancestor got someone pregnant in there. Hearing this, Xia Jiao sprayed the tea she had just sipped all over the place. By a picturesque riverbank, a sweet, melodious song seemed to drift on the breeze. Green, green the reeds grow. White is the dew turned to frost. A delicate, pink heel gently tapped the water's surface. The song grew more graceful. They say my love is somewhere. On the other side of the stream. Against the current, I search. The road ahead is long and difficult. Ihua, dressed as a dancer, began a captivating dance, flowing downstream in search, drifting in the heart of the turquoise river. The song came to an end. Ihua landed perfectly on a jade platform in the middle of the lake, striking a final pose. A single, flirtatious glance from his alluring eyes drew endless praise from the crowd. Whoa! The women in the pavilion cheered. Xiaohua, you're amazing. You're incredible. So cute. I'm dying. Ihua blushed, embarrassed. Thank you, senior sisters. Tianfeng, seated on a jade throne, spoke up with praise. Meng Ihua, your dance was magnificent. Your talent is extraordinary. To have you as a disciple of our sect is truly our good fortune. The prize for this year's Flowing Flower Festival, the magical treasure, the Jade Maiden's love threads, will be awarded to Meng Ihua. The young man was stunned. Another round of praise erupted. Xiaohua is the best. Xiaohua is the prettiest. Zhang Tianlin witnessed the scene. Completely dumbfounded, he turned to ask awkwardly. Wu-san, you're not messing with me, are you? Wu-san stood there, just as bewildered. I don't know either. This has to be Ihua's inner demon illusion. The two watched as Ihua happily accepted his prize. Maybe we should go ask him to be sure. After the crowd dispersed, Ihua sat by the water's edge, admiring his reflection. His expression was one of gentle adoration. Zhang Tianlin walked over and began to speak. So this is Meng Ihua. Meng Ihua cupped his face. He cried out, Oh my God, how can anyone be this beautiful? Oh, heavens above. You truly have blessed me too much. After speaking, he finally noticed someone had approached him. Manhwa flipped his hair. Who are you? If you want an autograph, please make an appointment at the gates of Flowing Flower Valley. No cutting in line. But if you're just a fan of my stunning looks, I suppose I can let you gaze upon me for a moment. Haha. Hearing Meng Yihua's arrogant tone, Zhang Tianlin's face darkened. This little brat. Meanwhile, Wu Xin was covering his mouth, desperately, trying to keep his laughter from ruining the mood. Zhang Tianlin cleared his throat a few times, switching to a serious tone. Ahem. Xiaohua. Actually, I came here to tell you something. And what I'm about to say, try not to be scared. Meng Yihua sat down, spreading his legs wide. All traces of his previous delicate, ladylike demeanor were gone. I am a disciple of Flowing Flower Valley, one of the 6 great sects. I don't know the meaning of fear. Zhang Tianlin crossed his arms and looked down at him. Well then, what if I told you that you're actually in an illusion right now? That this isn't your real self? Would you believe me? How did you know? Meng Yihua shot back, completely surprised. Zhang Tianlin, who had expected him not to believe it, immediately pulled out a talisman. If you don't believe me, I even have a recording of you right here. As he spoke, he realized something was wrong. What did you just say? Meng Yihua pointed to his own forehead. A smirk spread across his face. Every night I dream, and in my dreams, it feels like there's another me, who's constantly telling me that everything I'm experiencing is a lie. That's why I've always had my doubts. The young man stepped forward, intent on getting the image talisman from Zhang Tianlin. That thing in your hand, it's an image talisman, isn't it? I'm guessing it shows who I really am. Zhang Tianlin nodded. It is. To be more precise, it shows what you look like all grown up. You seem to be trapped in your memories as a boy. He lowered his head, offering the image talisman to Meng Yihua. Care to see? The truth comes at a price, you know. How interesting. Meng Yihua snatched the talisman. The young man cheerfully opened the image talisman, chattering away. Why look like grown up? With a face like mine? I can't even imagine. I must be at least as handsome as the valley flower of Luhua Valley. But before he could finish his sentence, Meng Yihua's eyes shot wide open. The image talisman revealed a bald, murderous-looking brute. Snarling viciously, terrified, Meng Yihua threw the talisman to the ground. You! Who the hell was that? Zhang Tianlin picked up the image talisman. Let me explain. That is what you look like now that you're an adult. It's your real self. You were trapped in this state while fighting an evil spirit. Wu Xin leaned in and whispered in his ear. Don't you think that was a little too blunt? Zhang Tianlin smirked. It's called shock therapy. Who knows? It might just snap him out of it. Meng Yihua seemed completely crushed. His face went pale, and he struggled to stay on his feet. So that's how it is. Meng Yihua finally understood. It seems it wasn't that I couldn't wake up. It was that I didn't want to. Just then, a few young women ran over, calling to him. Little Hua, are you ready? Everyone's waiting for you. I know. I'll be right there. Meng Yihua waved to them. The young man gazed at his own beautiful reflection in the water. He spoke softly. No wonder my dream self always said he missed the old days, being cherished by my senior sisters. It looks like after I grew up, life got a lot harder, didn't it? He paused. Then he continued. I know how to wake myself up completely now. But I'm going to need your help with something. Zhang Tianlin asked what he needed. Meng Yihua led the two of them into a grove of peach trees. The young man stood under a blooming peach tree, his face full of anticipation. Go ahead, he said excitedly. Come on, I'm ready for it. You just have to say that one line, and my inner demon will shatter. Do I really have to say it like that? Zhang Tianlin's face was ashen. As he asked, his voice trembling. Meng Yihua kept up the pressure. Yes, and please say it with genuine feeling. That's the only way my true consciousness will be able to return. You've got this. All right, fine. Zhang Tianlin took a deep breath. He placed one hand on the tree trunk and leaned down towards Meng Yihua. With a look of profound affection, Zhang Tianlin began. Little Hua, wake up, because the man you've become is the most beautiful of all. Meng Yihua clutched his chest. His face was flushed with excitement. His cheeks were tinged pink. Just then, a beam of light shone down on the young man, pulling him back to the real world. Something must have crossed Meng Yihua's mind. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes again. His beautiful hair cascaded into the clear water. Zhang Tianlin clutched his throat. He looked like he was about to throw up his breakfast. He gasped for air. Finally. It worked. Damn it. I've got goosebumps all over. Wu Xin covered her mouth, snickering. I gotta hand it to you. The fact that you could even force those words out of your mouth proves you're a real talent, my lord. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Sect Master. The tall, burly figure of Manhwa, clad in a pink one-piece dress, came skipping over. I'm back. I'm back. Ha! The sight terrified Zhang Tianlin to his core. Wu San, protect me. After screaming that, Zhang Tianlin collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Back in reality, Manhwa finally opened his eyes. Xia Jiao, Xiao Yun's subordinate, Nan Yushu, and Lu Hao were all waiting eagerly. Master Iwa is awake. Hey, how is the Ancestor doing? Xia Jiao asked curiously. Did he really get someone pregnant back then? Meng Yihua cradled his bald head. He let out a soft giggle. I don't remember anything else. But anyway, he told me I was the most beautiful one in there. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianlin was still wandering through the illusory realms. Next up was the final illusion. Wu Xin nodded happily. That's right, as long as you find the right method. And don't try to brute force it, it's not actually that difficult. She had just finished speaking when she realized Zhang Tianlin had vanished. Where'd he go? She asked, frantically looking around. She spotted him standing on a fighting arena not far away. She asked in shock, How did you get over there? Zhang Tianlin stared back, bewildered. Just a few seconds ago, he was standing right next to Wu San. Now he was here. He said, flustered, I don't know either. I just blinked, and suddenly I was here. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. It belonged to the snake maiden standing opposite him. Match 457. Without another word, she lunged at him. Zhang Tianlin jumped back in surprise. Whoa! The snake maiden attacked without holding back. A single palm strike shattered a corner of the arena. Luckily, Zhang Tianlin's reflexes were fast enough to dodge in time. Seeing this only made the snake maiden angrier. Why did you dodge? Seeing her fury, Zhang Tianlin quickly tried to calm her down. Wait, that's not it. Can we just talk this out? What's the point of fighting? But before he could finish, she screamed in a rage. I get it. You think I'm too weak, that I'm not worthy of fighting you. Don't you dare look down on me. Zhang Tianlin was left speechless by her completely absurd logic. Then, the snake maiden transformed into a colossal, 100-jong tall serpent, roaring at Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin, I will defeat you. He stared at her completely unhinged form. He forced an awkward smile. How about we just stop fighting? I surrender, all right? Hearing this, the snake woman thought he was calling her weak, which only made her more furious. How dare you insult me? Zhang Tianlin said helplessly. Can you please not read so much into this? But unfortunately, no matter what he said, not a single word got through to her. Instead, her attacks only grew more frantic. Zhang Tianlin had no other choice but to continuously dodge her relentless assault. Even though dealing with the snake woman wasn't difficult, Zhang Tianlin knew this couldn't go on. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. As he was racking his brain, he heard Wu San's voice. Host. She was stuck outside the arena, so she had to shout at the top of her lungs for him to hear. Everyone's inner demon is different, and the way to break free from it is different too. Wu San watched as the snake woman gathered her power, preparing to launch another attack, and quickly reminded him, to make her snap out of it, you have to figure out the obsession driving her inner demon. Hearing this, the gears in Zhang Tianlin's head started turning. Her obsession. That's it. At that moment, the snake woman had finished gathering her power. She spat out a ball of energy, which shot toward him at an incredible speed. The energy ball seemed to tear through the air, roaring as it approached. Even the space around it seemed to crack under the pressure. But facing this full power attack from the snake woman, Zhang Tianlin just smiled quietly, as if he had already figured out the way to break this illusion. Then, he reached out his hand. The moment his fingertip touched the energy ball, it shattered in an instant. Shards of energy scattered everywhere, like the fragments of a popped balloon. Seeing this, the snake woman cried out in shock. What? Zhang Tianlin pulled his hand back and said, You were right. I really can't be bothered to fight a weakling like you. He said that out loud, but thought to himself, just as I thought. He recalled the previous dreams. Xiaoyan's obsession was the cultivator who had harmed her parents. Therefore, killing that cultivator was the way to break her inner demon. Yua's obsession came from after he grew up, when the attitudes of his martial sisters in the sect changed towards him. So he needed to gain their recognition in the present. He looked at the furious snake woman and thought, as for this snake's inner demon right now, it's her desire to find the invincible old ancestor Su Ling and get her revenge. Having figured it all out, Zhang Tianlin let out a smug grin. In the end, it's all because I'm just too damn invincible. Hearing his taunt, the snake woman boiled with rage. You bastard! I will never admit defeat. But as she charged forward, he stopped her with a single hand. Seeing this, Zhang Tianlin thought with satisfaction. In her world of inner demons, the old ancestor's strength is entirely dependent on her own imagination. So, every one of her moves can be easily neutralized. The more powerful my aura, the stronger the Zhang Tianlin in her imagination will become. But if I act too weak, she'll just think I'm intentionally letting her win, that I'm not using my full strength. He didn't even bother to counter her normal attacks, simply swatting them aside. This continued until the snake woman was completely exhausted. Panting heavily, she sank in her own negative thoughts. It's no use. I'm going to lose again, just like the 400 times before. I can't beat him. Zhang Tianlin let out an arrogant, booming laugh. He sneered at the ancient serpent. Is that all the power you have? No wonder you were trapped for over 1,000 years. Pathetic. He looked at her with pity. You said you wanted revenge for your parents. But this is all the strength you can muster? Are you trying to make me laugh? Hearing such humiliating words, the Sand Maiden clenched her fists in fury. Su Ling, you. But Zhang Tianlin decided things weren't heated enough. He continued to fan the flames. If I were you, he said, I'd find a cave to crawl into and hide. I'd find a cave somewhere and crawl inside. Stop coming out here and embarrassing yourself. The Sand Maiden roared in anger. Shut your mouth. She slowly rose to her feet. A powerful aura enveloped her body, gradually forming into a giant, draconic guardian behind her. Seeing this, Wu San exclaimed in astonishment. That phantom, it's a flood dragon. The Sand Maiden gritted her teeth, glaring at Zhang Tianlin with pure hatred. Then take this. Let's see you handle this. The dragon behind her instantly obeyed, shooting straight for Zhang Tianlin. He watched as she forced out her ultimate move, desperate to defeat him. A satisfied thought crossed his mind. So this is the way to break her inner demon. This is it. The time is now. Just before the dragon reached him, he suddenly struck his own chest with a powerful blow. While the strike wasn't enough to cause serious injury, it was enough to make him spit out a mouthful of blood. Only when the golden dragon viciously sank its teeth into him did he allow himself a satisfied smile. A grand exit for the villain, as Zhang Tianlin's body slowly collapsed. The illusionary world within the Sand Maiden's heart began to crumble as well. At that moment, she snapped back to her senses, staring blankly at her surroundings. I was just. Zhang Tianlin spoke weakly. Looks like you're finally awake. Seeing him covered in blood, she screamed in terror. You fraud. The Sand Maiden scrambled toward him. Are you okay? You could have dodged that. Zhang Tianlin only said weakly, because this is what I owe you. 1,000-year-old death. It's time I gave you some answers. After speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. This sent the Sand Maiden into a panic. Don't you die on me. Zhang Tianlin clutched his chest with one hand, but still forced himself to speak calmly. I still have some strength left. First, I'll get you out of this mental prison. A gentle stream of spiritual energy enveloped the Sand Maiden's body, preparing to send her out of the illusion. She could only stare at his back and yell, But what about you? Zhang Tianlin offered a sincere smile. He said to her, For what happened all those years ago, I'm sorry. This was perhaps the one thing the Sand Maiden had longed to hear for the past 1,000 years. In that moment, she had no more lingering regrets. Her body, freed from its burden, became as light as the wind. She slowly followed the flow of spiritual energy and escaped the dream. Witnessing the scene, Wusan shot him a disdainful look. All right, she's out now. You can drop the act. Only then did Zhang Tianlin let out a sigh of relief. finally dealt with her. That old fool, Su Ling. I'm the one who has to clean up all the messes he made back then. Wu San shook his head helplessly. So this is the price of transmigration. Well then, should we get out of here too? Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin, he said in surprise. Wait a minute. He carefully surveyed their surroundings. You haven't noticed? I'm sure I got everyone out of here. But this heart demon's illusion shows no signs of collapsing at all. Hearing this, Wu San sank into thought. Now that you mention it, that's true. How is that possible? Zhang Tianlin slowly turned his head. If I'm not mistaken, there must be another consciousness here, one that's sustaining this entire illusion. Now, then, it's about time you showed yourself. Just then, a figure slowly approached from the distance. As expected of Senior Su Ling. Your insight is truly remarkable. Seeing this, Wu San was stunned. Whoa, it's a real person. The person was dressed in white robes, their hair already streaked with gray, but they still bowed humbly to Zhang Tianlin. This junior, Wei Xan of the Demon Soul Hall, pays his respects to saintly ancestor Su Ling. At that moment, outside the dreamscape, the Sand Maiden began to stir. Seeing this, everyone immediately rushed over to check on her. She's waking up too. She sat up groggily. Where am I? Someone looked at her and asked in confusion. But if the ancestor already woke you up, why hasn't he woken up? Hearing this, the Sand Maiden shot a panicked look toward Zhang Tianlin. Asterisk, oh no. Asterisk. Noticing her strange behavior, they quickly pressed her. What's wrong? Did something unexpected happen? What's going on? The Sand Maiden simply lowered her head, looking guilty. I think I seriously injured him in the illusion. He's not going to wake up again, is he? Everyone around them was shocked. What? Only Xia Jiao, as usual, was the most level-headed one in the crowd. She noticed something was off. What kind of stunt is this? I've never heard of anyone being seriously injured in a heart demon's illusion. You're not just faking it, are you? Seeing no way out, the Sand Maiden boldly stood up and declared, the responsibility for this falls on me. Don't worry, I, Long Ruchuan, will take full responsibility for my actions. Watching her, Lu Hao felt a terrible premonition rising in his heart. What do you mean by that? The Sand Maiden just puffed out her chest with pride and said, hurry up and bury your ancestor. I accidentally killed him. I'll take responsibility for your sect. For now on, just let me be the sect master. I promise to carry on Su Ling's legacy, and I'll make sure you all live a life of luxury. Hearing this, Lu Hao was so angry he was about to charge her. You little brat. Say that again. I dare you. Fortunately, Nan Yushu beside him held him back in time. Senior brother. Calm down. Master Hua, who had been standing to the side, finally spoke up. Allow me. I have a top-tier healing technique from the Flowing Flower Valley. It's guaranteed to work. Nan Yushu looked at him doubtfully. Oh, what's your method? Master Hua simply caressed Zhang Tianlin's face. It's the very same way I saved him last time. He lovingly stroked Zhang Tianlin's lips. Our lips and tongues will intertwine, and the essence of my spiritual energy will flow into his body. I guarantee any wound can be healed. These words made Nan Yushu so furious he could spit blood. Seeing this, the others rushed to console him. Martial uncle, hang in there. Junior brother, wake up. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Xia Jiao could only speak up helplessly. Perhaps I should. She leisurely fanned the fan in her hand. The life essence transference art of Lu Hua Valley. I've heard of it, but it's useless against your ancestor. Master Hua, hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment. Why? And also, how do you even know the name of our Lu Hua Valley's secret art? Xia Jiao slowly explained. The saying goes, nourish the spirit with qi, nourish the soul with spirit, and nourish the ethereal soul with the soul. Every movement, every word, and even the stillness of your body are all manifestations of qi. Therefore, when qi condenses, the form remains. If the ethereal soul is damaged, one cannot awaken. When qi dissipates, life ends. She prattled on, oblivious to everyone's bewildered expressions. So, while Lu Hua Valley's art can make bones grow flesh and bring the dead back to life, Senior Zhang Tianlin's spirit and soul are damaged. His mind and ethereal soul are out of sync, which is why he fell into a coma. Therefore, it would be difficult for the art to be effective. Until Gu Xiaoyan couldn't listen any longer and interrupted her. Wait, hold on a second. Sister Xia. Then stop reading. Could you perhaps say something I can actually understand? Xia Jiao burst out laughing. In other words, she said, there's still many things in the sect for you all to handle. Go on, attend to your duties. Just leave this place to me. After that, she unceremoniously chased everyone out of the room. Lu Hao locked out the door, could only look pleadingly at Nan Yusi. Junior brother, are you sure it's okay to leave it to Miss Xia Jiao? Nan Yusi also sighed helplessly. It seems the Ancestor trusts her deeply. I'm sure it'll be fine. Meanwhile, inside the room, Xia Jiao was completely at ease. She wasn't in a hurry to save him. Instead, she lit a candle and began to read. She leisurely held the book. All right, she muttered, I'll buy you a little time. Though I don't know why you're stubbornly staying in there and not coming out. You'd better hurry it up. Her eyes fixed on him with determination. After all, she thought, considering the time, those people must be arriving soon, right? By this time, night had fallen. In the distance, several figures were slowly flying towards their residence. One of them said, Senior brother, we're still 2,000 li from Wuzhou. That senior brother, hearing this, ordered, everyone accelerate. We must obey Lord Xuanmu's orders. We must thoroughly investigate the 23-character sect. The people behind him immediately responded, understood, and flew at full speed towards Wuzhou. Understood. At this moment, Zhang Tianlin was still in his dream, talking with Wei Xian. Hu Weixin, sect master of the Demon Soul Palace. But you're not, didn't you already? Wei Xian, hearing this, didn't hide anything, and spoke frankly. Senior Peng, my true body is indeed already dead. What's here today is merely a wisp of my remnant soul. He then recounted the events of the past, when this junior was corrupted by the evil age, knowing full well that after being corrupted, there would be no turning back. I immediately separated a wisp of my uncorrupted soul and sealed it within this illusionary heart demon realm. Finally, he could only sigh. The Demon Soul Palace's centuries-old foundation was thus destroyed. I truly cannot accept this. I'm so glad we could wait for a great master like you, Senior. Zhang Tianlin could see he was about to launch into a long speech. He quickly cut him off. You can spare me the flattery. Just get to the point. Hearing this, Wei Xian had to swallow the grand speech he'd prepared. Yes, sir. Please, Senior, take a look. Then, with a wave of his hand, he manifested hundreds of bookshelves, startling even Zhang Tianlin. What is all this? Wei Xian spoke respectfully. These are all the secret techniques and cultivation methods our Demon Soul Hall has gathered over the past century. This is the legacy accumulated by our ancestors. I have memorized them all within my divine soul. He bowed his head. They may not be much in your eyes, Senior, but it is this junior's hope that these techniques can be entrusted to you for safekeeping. Finished. He looked at Zhang Tianlin with a resolute gaze. He said, the Demon Soul Hall can fall, but our sect's heritage must not die. Wu San, standing off to the side, heard this and immediately whispered a reminder. Master, our sect is in desperate need of a complete system of techniques like this. This is a huge score. But Zhang Tianlin didn't rush to accept the scrolls. He just glanced around. I can understand your sentiment. So, how exactly am I supposed to safeguard these techniques? At that, Wei Xian took out a bead that glowed with a magnificent blue light. This junior has recorded all the salvageable techniques into this soul bead. He slowly extended the bead toward Zhang Tianlin. He said, Senior, you only need to use your divine soul to study it, and you'll be able to receive all of these techniques. Zhang Tianlin took the bead in his hand, a mocking smile on his face. He said, I see. By the way, could you repeat a sentence for me? Wei Xian looked up, a little surprised. What sentence? Zhang Tianlin stared at him with a sharp gaze. He said, repeat after me. The evil dragon is an idiot. When Wei Xian heard that, a cold sweat broke out all over his body. This, Senior. Why? Seeing his reaction, Zhang Tianlin cheerfully tossed the orb in his hand. It's just a little test. After all, those corrupted by the dragon, every last one of them is a fanatic who worships him. They probably couldn't bring themselves to say this even on their deathbed. He watched Wei Xian's face turn pale, then flush with anger. He spoke with even more contempt. You shouldn't have a problem with it, right? Come on. If it's no big deal, just say it. The evil dragon is an idiot, and he's got no dick. He said casually to Wei Xin. TCH. Next, you'll get to hear a few of our people's traditional, friendly greetings. Listen closely. But before he could finish, Wei Xin furiously cut him off. Enough. A wicked black aura erupted from his entire body. Then he exploded. In his place, a figure that was neither human nor demon rose to its feet. It roared in fury. How dare you disrespect my master? You refuse to do it the easy way, so now you'll do it the hard way. And with that, he lunged toward Zhang Tianlin. Seeing his rage, Zhang Tianlin sighed. You couldn't even handle a couple of insults? So much for your self-control. Then there's even less reason to keep you around. Then, with a blinding flash, a sort of pure light descended from the heavens. He sliced the Heart Guardian to pieces. A system notification immediately popped up. Congratulations, host, for successfully resisting the evil sway. You have received 5,000 Sect development points. Another notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Your Sect scale and prestige have been upgraded. Sect level has increased to level 3. New Sect structures have been unlocked. Sect construction menu is now available. Zhang Tianlin slowly opened his eyes. We're back. Seeing this, the system said cheerfully, yes, once you defeated the last remnant of the illusion's consciousness, the heart demon realm shattered along with it. Zhang Tianlin wearily rubbed his temples. I heard something about the Sect being upgraded. Show me the Sect interface. The system immediately complied. Of course, the system then displayed the information. Sect. Too long for this system to bother reading. Sect level. Slightly renowned. Prestige. 350. Assets. 80. Techniques. 248. Scale. 1,508. Sect development points. 10,510 points. Click here to open Sect construction. Looking at this wall of data, Zhang Tianlin was at a loss for words. Never mind this cheesy name. The system even added a hyperlink. Isn't that a little too on the nose? Noticing his thoughts, the system hurriedly explained, I just did that to make it feel more familiar to you. Go on, try clicking it. He sighed and complied. All right, fine. The screen immediately refreshed. Sect structures. Ancestral Spirit Tablet LV1. Sect Protection Formation LV1. Heaven-Shattering Wisdom ILV1. Zhang Tianlin stared thoughtfully at the glowing screen. So this is the structure upgrade interface. What is this Heaven-Shattering Wisdom I? Is it a reward for the Sect reaching level 3? The system chimed in to explain. That's right. You just need to use your Sect development points to enhance the inherent abilities of your structures. Consider it a newbie bonus. Following the instructions, Zhang Tianlin focused his thoughts. This one, a new notification then popped up. Heaven-Shattering Wisdom ILV1. Effective range, 500 miles. Zhang Tianlin excitedly asked the system. This thing feels kind of familiar. The system replied cheerfully. I've already placed the Heaven-Shattering Wisdom I outside the Sect's assembly hall. You can go see it for yourself. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate and immediately rushed outside. In the distance, a massive observatory had suddenly appeared. Its appearance had already caught Xia Jiao's attention. She was observing it with intense curiosity. What in the world is this thing? I can't make heads or tails of it. But that wouldn't stop the ever-inquisitive girl. Xia Jiao took out her dissection tools and said excitedly, maybe I should take it apart and see how it works? Fortunately, Zhang Tianlin arrived just in time to stop her. Hold on. Seeing that he was awake, Xia Jiao happily ran over to him. Huh, Senior, you're awake. This really weird thing just appeared here out of nowhere. I've been studying it for ages, but I still don't get it. Zhang Tianlin could only think of a quick excuse. It's a new magical artifact of mine. Hearing this, Xia Jiao gasped in amazement. As expected of you, Senior. I've never seen artifacts like these before. Zhang Tianlin gave a vague reply. If I'm not mistaken, its purpose is likely to... He placed his hand on the observation deck, accidentally activating its ability. What's this? A warning appeared on the screen. 153 kilometers to the southwest. A cultivator at the Rule Realm is approaching. Xia Jiao saw 2 red dots blinking repeatedly on the screen. and asked curiously, "Senior, is something wrong with your artifact?" A cold glint flashed in Zhang Tianlin's eyes. "No, we just have some guests." Gu Xiaoyun asked loudly, "Are people from his 6 great clans coming here?" Her face lit up with excitement. She continued, "That's great. We're getting help." In contrast, the 2 men in front of her sighed, their faces grim. Gu Xiaoyun asked, confused, "Huh? Why are you two sighing?" Lu Hao answered, "If they wanted to help, they wouldn't have waited until now to show up." Nan Yushu pointed to his own head, prompting Gu Xiaoyun, "Use your brain. In the current cultivation world, the 6 great clans are undoubtedly the top power. For them to suddenly show up now, they must be targeting the Ancestor." Gu Xiaoyun tried to figure out why they would target the Ancestor. Don't the 6 great clans also hold the 13th Supreme in high regard? Seeing her complete confusion, Nan Yushu reluctantly explained, "To those major sects, the only good Supreme is a dead Supreme. One that's been resurrected? Not so much. You don't even get a simple concept like that?" Gu Xiaoyun scratched her head, still completely lost. Nan Yushu sighed. He shook his head and said, "Fools have their own kind of luck." Lu Hao nodded and added, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Xia Jiao was in her courtyard, starting a fire for a barbecue. Qing Lan stood to the side. "Listen to me, young miss. No matter what, you can't step in on his behalf this time. The people who are coming, they were definitely sent by the Xuanmu Sect. If they see you, the Xuanmu Sect will definitely use this as an excuse to make trouble for Lord Lihua." As she spoke, Qing Lan suddenly cried out in alarm. "Young miss," Xia Jiao smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. To use my adoptive father's words, they're nothing more than a bunch of dancing clowns. Not worth a second thought. Besides, I wasn't planning on doing anything anyway." As she spoke, she calmly watched the flame that had ignited in her hand. Seeing the flame in her hand, the Tai Sui demon's face went pale. It shrieked, "Wait, why is that crazy bitch here again?" Seeing Xia Jiao light the pile of firewood, it screamed, "Stop! Stop it!" Xia Jiao paid it no mind. She just dusted off her hands and continued speaking to Qing Lan. "If he can't even handle a small matter like this, then how can I expect him to help me with my own affairs?" Elsewhere, the system issued a series of notifications. Sect Architecture. Ancestral Spirit Steel. Current level. Level 2. Sect Effect. When Sect disciples worship at the steel, they can receive a large amount of Sect development points. Consume 1,000 Sect development points. Ancestral Spirit Tablet upgraded to Level 2. Second announcement. Sect Architecture. Sect Protecting Grand Formation. Current level. Level 2. Sect Effect. Current level unlocks Defensive Mode, Annihilation Mode, and Burst Mode. Cost, 3,000 Sect development points. Sect Protecting Grand Formation upgraded to Level 2. Third announcement. Sect Architecture. Sky Piercing Eye. Current level. Level 2. Sect Effect. Effective detection range increased to 1,000 miles. Detection accuracy within 100 miles has been enhanced. Cost, 3,000 Sect development points. Sky Piercing Eye upgraded to Level 2. Final announcement. Remaining Sect development points, 4,510. Zhang Tianlin cried out in anguish. "Why does every damn upgrade get more expensive than the last? I barely earn any points, and they're all gone already." Zhang Tianlin roared furiously at the system. "Isn't this completely normal? The higher the quality, the higher the price. Have you never played a pay-to-win game before? It's all designed to take advantage of people like you with too much money to spend. You know, it wouldn't kill you to be a little less honest." The system asked, perplexed. "But still, are you really going to make a move against the 6 great immortal sects?" Friendly reminder. The sect levels of the 6 great immortal sects are very high. The risk is considerable. Zhang Tianlin answered. "They've already brought the fight to my doorstep. Of course I'm going to fleece them for all they're worth. Besides, I also need to find a way to increase my own strength." The Sect Protecting Grand Formation's newly unlocked Burst Mode can unleash a continuous blast at the cost of 1,000 development points per use. Combined with the high-precision targeting of the Sky Piercing Eye, I can now launch long-range attacks. As long as I control the power and don't actually kill them, I can move forward with the next phase of my plan. A person can put on an act for a while in front of everyone. They might even be able to fool a few people forever. But if you want to stay out of trouble for good, you have to be the one with the real power. Zhang Tianlin stepped outside. Lu Hao and Nan Yushu cried out in shock. Ancestor. But this involves the 6 great immortal sects. Zhang Tianlin ignored their protests. He gave a direct and solemn command. Nan Yushu, Lu Hao, hear my order. According to our intelligence, individuals suspected of being infected by a demonic taint have invaded our sect's airspace. I have decided to use the sect-protecting Grand Formation to shoot them down. You two will lead a team to investigate the situation on the ground. Understood? Lu Hao's mind was reeling. He turned and asked Nan Yushu, what does he mean, infected by a demonic taint? Nan Yushu looked just as clueless. Zhang Tianlin snapped. What are you waiting for? Move. The two of them flinched. They bowed their heads and accepted the order. Meanwhile, the outside invaders had spotted the 23rd sect from above. Neophone was leading the members of the Manhwa sect. Someone asked him, Senior brother, what if that revered figure really is the void spirit holy ancestor? What do we do then? Neophone frowned and shot back. What's wrong? Scared already? The one who had just asked him was junior brother Zhujia. He answered fearfully. This junior brother is just worried about angering such an exalted being. Neophone clapped him on the head. Zhujia, Zhujia. Zhujia blinked and replied. Yes. Neophang's gaze was sharp as he reminded him. You need to remember this. It doesn't matter whether that revered figure is real or fake. None of that is important. Because whether he's the real deal or not, the word of the 6 great immortal sects is law. To be more precise, the 10,000 Dharma sect is investigating them, so our word is law. At that moment, Neophang's face was filled with arrogance. He declared loudly, Listen up and remember this. We represent the authority of the great, orthodox cultivation sections. No matter how strong a supreme is, he's still just one person. He can't possibly fight against a sect with a foundation as deep as ours. All we have to do is announce who we are. If he dares to lay a hand on us, he's making a move against the entire 10,000 Dharma sect. So, all we have to do is follow Lord Xianmu's plan. He hadn't even finished his sentence when Zhu Jia's face went pale as he pointed ahead, stammering, Brother Neophone, up ahead. 2 blinding flashes of light appeared before them. They were flying straight at them. They were 2 fireballs launched from the ground below, blazing fiercely. The heat was immense. Neophone turned and screamed as he fled. Damn it! Run! Without another word, the 2 of them flew away on their swords with all their might. But they reacted too slowly. Less than 5 seconds later, the fireballs struck them. Like birds shot down by arrows, they plummeted to the ground with a thud. A group of people waiting below rushed forward, shouting, It's our turn. Move in. Neophone, aching all over, lifted his head. He coughed a few times and spat. Who the hell ambushed us? You got a death wish? Behind him, a crowd of people rushed over, shouting, Over there. Get them. Neophone, still in a daze, asked in alarm, Who are you people? Nan Yushu stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, he announced, This sect is exterminating the tainted. And right now, I suspect you too are infected by that taint. Disciples of the 23rd Gate sect, hear my command. Apprehend them for quarantine and processing. His subordinates behind him responded in unison. Yes, sir. In an instant, shackles were locked tightly around their arms. Nan Yushu continued, You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will be considered testimony by this sect. Neophone roared. Damn it all, you got the wrong guys. I'm a member of the 6 great immortal sects. I am Neophone of the 10,000 Dharma sect. But regardless of who they claimed to be, they were both dragged back to Jinbai Shui. Along the way, Neophone never stopped screaming at his captors. You're all courting death. Let me go. Nan Yushu snapped. Save your breath. If you're from the 6 great immortal sects, then I'm one of the 13 supremes. Not far away, a woman's voice drifted through the air. Looks like I don't need to step in after all. But still, you old swindler. So you really are still alive. Neophone was bound and thrown into a large cell. He continued to roar at those outside. Let me out. I'm from the 10,000 Dharma sect. Do you want your entire sect to be annihilated? Across from him stood Nan Yushu. He scoffed. Humph. A pretty convincing act, I'll give you that. Among all the infected cultivators we've captured, you're the 16th one to say that. Neophone was so furious he ground his teeth. He bellowed. Who's acting? I'm Neophone, damn it. a disciple under Elder Xianmu of the 10,000 Dharma sect. I have a communication talisman on me. Go on, ask him yourself. Nan Yushu crossed his arms, calmly replying, we'll verify that. But if you really are from the Myriad Laws sect, then what are you doing here at our sect? Niu Feng suddenly stammered. His master's prior instructions echoed in his mind. Your mission is to put the 23 words sect in their place, and to feel them out. Got it? Seeing the hesitation in the man's eyes, Nan Yushu stood up. His eyes narrowed. He said, stuttering like that, you're obviously hiding something. At that moment, Niu Feng quickly scrambled for an explanation. We've come to invite your esteemed sect to participate in the Ascending Cloud Immortal Trials next month. I have the invitation right here. A short while later, Nan Yushu arrived at the sect's assembly hall. He announced with a beaming face, it's real. It's a genuine invitation token for the Ascending Cloud Immortal Trials. And not just any token. It's a purple one, signifying a mid-tier sect. Zhang Tianlin asked, are these Ascending Cloud Immortal Trials that big of a deal? Standing beside him, Nan Yushu nodded and elaborated. Immortal Ancestor, you may not be aware, but the Ascending Cloud Immortal Trials is the largest competition hosted by the 6 great immortal sects. In the past, a sect like ours would never even have the chance to participate. It's where all the powerful sects recruit new talent and show off their strength every year. In other words, simply being invited to the trials is a testament to a sect's power, and a purple token is the standard for a mid-tier sect. Besides that, there's black, which represents the high-tier sects, and red for the low-tier ones. They must have given this to us because of your status, Immortal Ancestor. After listening, Zhang Tianlin let out a cold laugh. Huh, he retorted. If they truly respected me, they wouldn't have just given us a purple token. Nan Yushu froze. Huh? Only then did Zhang Tianlin voice his thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, that Myriad Laws sect disciple's primary goal was to throw his weight around. He wanted us to think that receiving a purple token was some great honor. Yushu, what color token do the 6 great immortal sects need to participate in the trials? Nan Yushu answered hesitantly. Well, at the level of the 6 great immortal sects, they naturally don't need any token at all. Zhang Tianlin tossed the token aside. Nan Yushu scrambled to catch it. Zhang Tianlin continued in a casual tone. Then that proves my point, doesn't it? If we need this token to get in, then these Ascending Cloud Immortal Trials aren't worth attending. Nan Yushu asked, puzzled. But, Immortal Ancestor, are we really not going to the Ascending Cloud Immortal Trials? Zhang Tianlin replied, what's the rush? We still have over a month, don't we? Go and bring me that spy from Tingfeng Lu. Nan Yushu asked blankly. Tingfeng Lu, Zhang Tianlin said while sketching out a blueprint. Oh, we're definitely going. We just have to do it with a little more flair. Meanwhile, at the Myriad Laws sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects, Xianmu was cultivating. Someone asked cautiously, Elder Xianmu, are we really going to let that immortal ancestor participate in the Ascending Cloud Trials? After the Guiyuan sect was destroyed, it took our Myriad Laws sect over 300 years to secure our position as the head of the 6 great immortal sects. If that old ancestor shows up, I'm afraid that. Another chimed in. He's right, Elder. We have to be on our guard. The corner of Xianmu's mouth twitched upward. He said with a smile, regarding that matter, I have my own arrangements. You needn't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, a talisman materialized. One of the 2 men exclaimed in surprise. It's a communication talisman from senior brother Niu Feng. Xianmu smiled to himself. I sent Ru Feng to the 23rd Gate sect. He must have gained some insight by now. Who would have thought? Desperate cries for help from Ru Feng suddenly echoed from the communication talisman. Elder, Elder, save me. Xianmu's confident expression darkened. Ru Feng, what are you? A dark figure appeared within the communication talisman, threateningly saying, if you're patient, stop running around. Now let me treat you. The dark figure dragged Ru Feng away, even as he cried and screamed. No, I don't need treatment. Then, another image and the sound of someone coughing appeared. Nan Yushu appeared in the communication talisman, saying, just now, our treatment process had a slight mishap. This is the 23rd Gate sect. Your esteemed sect's disciple suffered a minor injury here with us. but we have disciples from Lu Hua Valley assisting with the treatment. Please rest assured. Xian Mu frowned, an unhappy expression on his face as he replied, Your sect injured my disciple. Are you trying to start a war with the Wanfa sect? Even if it's venerable Su Ling. We still won't. Nan Yushu interrupted him. Esteemed Taoist friends, please don't overinterpret or misrepresent the situation. Nan Yushu answered, while glancing at a prepared script and reading aloud. Your esteemed sect's disciple, without prior notification, trespassed into our sect's territory. He was accidentally injured by our sect's protective mountain array. However, our sect believes that maintaining restraint is the correct path to maintain friendly relations between both sides. Therefore, our sect has provided humanitarian aid to your esteemed disciple. We have also conducted friendly and peaceful negotiations with your esteemed disciple, fully exchanging opinions for the sake of smooth future interactions between our two sections. Meanwhile, Rufone was pinned tightly to a bed. Come on now, let me heal you. The man screamed. No, back here. Nan Yushu took something out from his robes and continued. All right, when we discovered your esteemed disciple, he had this on him. It must have been damaged when our protective mountain array accidentally injured him. But we understood your esteemed sect's intention to invite us to participate in the Ascension Cloud Immortal Trial. Please relay our sect's ancestors' directive. Our sect will participate in the Ascension Cloud Immortal Trial on time. However, the token is no longer necessary. Xian Mu gritted his teeth in fury, forcing himself to listen further. We believe that dialogue can resolve differences. Our sect agrees to enhance understanding and engage in frank exchanges with your esteemed sect to collectively safeguard the cultivation world. Hearing this, he couldn't take it anymore. He directly crushed the communication talisman. The two disciples below were seething with rage, saying, Elder Shinmu, they're not treating him. They're clearly torturing senior brother. Do they think we've never seen Lu Hua Valley disciples before? We should immediately declare war on the 23rd Gate sect, continued from 6174, and destroy them. Xian Mu replied in a deep voice. That truly is Lu Hua Valley's treatment method. The two disciples simultaneously widened their eyes in shock. Xian Mu grew cautious. He said coldly, as expected from venerable Su Ling, he is truly unfathomable. Moreover, Lu Hua Valley has interfered in this matter. We absolutely cannot act recklessly, but we also can't leave Ru Feng in danger. We must send more people to negotiate with venerable Su Ling. The brown-haired disciple asked worriedly. Elder, the blue-haired disciple finished his thought. We're not good at this. Xian Mu gave a half-smile and said, Actually, there's someone perfectly suited for this. He looked towards a lotus platform nearby and continued, Elder Li's foster daughter, Xia Jiao, seems to be traveling near Wuzhou. You two can go convince the other elders to let her take on this task. The two disciples exchanged a look. They knew exactly what the other was thinking. That's right. Elder Li Hua has always been against him. Let's just have Xia Jiao deal with that ancestor. Meanwhile, by the shore of a lake, Elder Li Hua was casually fishing. A messaging talisman flew toward him. He snatched it from the air. Seeing the talisman, Elder Li Hua chuckled. Jiao finally remembered to send me a message. Honestly, who knows where he's been off wandering lately. But as he took a closer look, a shock ran through Li Hua. His eyes went wide. It was unclear what happened, but he suddenly threw down his fishing rod and turned to leave. The scene shifts to the Jade Flower Inn. A man was excitedly telling a story. The ancestor roared, Swords to me, instantly entering the supreme realm. He commanded a sky full of flying swords and slaughtered the evil fiend until not a shred of it remained. And that snake maiden, when she saw the ancestor, her gaze was filled with longing, a fire burning within her eyes. Even though she was accustomed to the suffering of the mortal world, she was still shaken by the ancestor's heroic and magnificent presence. The patrons all roared with approval. Whoa! Then what happened? Did the snake maiden offer herself to him? The innkeeper overheard a few words and asked with a frown, What's this about the ancestor getting involved with some snake maiden now? Weren't the rumors just a few days ago that he was with that Xia Jiao? The waiter, always one for gossip, chimed in. Boss, you haven't heard? There's so many rumors about the Ancestor these days. Some say he's so wild, he wouldn't even spare a snake. Others say he's got his eye on Master Ihwa. The innkeeper's eyes widened. She gasped in shock. What? Master Ihwa? The waiter continued casually. Of course, the hottest couple right now is still the Ancestor and Elder Yushu. Recently, the anonymous author I was once a famous youth to just published a book called The Ancestor. I Want to Dominate You from Below, and it's all the rage. What did you just say? The innkeeper suddenly flew into a rage. She grabbed a meat cleaver and roared. The waiter's face went pale with fear. He quickly waved his hands and said, "And no, I didn't say anything." Suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Hey, look, it's the Ancestor." Zhang Tianlin and Nan Yushu were riding on horseback, waving to the crowd. Everyone was smiling and cheerful. It's really the Ancestor. Elder Nan is here too. Oh my God, they're out on the town together again. Zhang Tianlin suddenly felt that something was a little strange. He turned to ask Yushu, "Don't you think everyone's reaction is a bit odd?" Nan Yushu scratched his head. He stammered in response. You're overthinking it, Ancestor. It's because our sect defeated the evil fiend. Our reputation has spread far and wide. So everyone is just being a little more enthusiastic, that's all. Oh, so that's what it is. Zhang Tianlin smiled, enjoying the attention. He looked over at the Jade Flower Inn and saw the innkeeper step out. Zhang Tianlin smiled and said, "Isn't that the innkeeper?" It's been a while. The innkeeper's eyes suddenly welled with tears as she spoke. This time, I can't win. After saying that, she dashed back into the inn, wiping tears from her face, but unable to hide her sobs. Zhang Tianlin pointed at her and shot Nan Yushu a questioning look. He gave a strained laugh. He stammered. After a long moment, he deliberately changed the subject. "All right, the Star Pavilion has a new upgrade plan for the Justice. We should go check it out." Zhang Tianlin's attention was immediately captured. "A new upgrade plan? Already? Take me there quickly." At that moment, Wu Shueshu finally let out a sigh of relief. The two continued walking down the street. But from a dark corner, a figure in black was watching them. Hith. Soon, the sky began to darken. Zhang Tianlin sat at his desk. Lost in thought. This won't work. The upgrade for the Justice requires too many development points. I just don't have that many right now. And I don't have enough materials or cash for mass production either. Wu San appeared. Looking at Zhang Tianlin, it asked with concern, "Host, it seems you're still really worried about the ascending cloud immortal trials." Zhang Tianlin frowned and replied, "I'm not an idiot. We're talking about the 6 great immortal sects. If I'm not careful, our sect will face only one path, annihilation. Whether it's those so-called God-favored or the 6 great immortal sects, they're all actually targeting me. But at the same time, they're afraid of me. My position right now is like I'm running on pure bluff. But one day, that bluff will be called." Wu San then asked, "So you want to use the upgraded Justice to suppress them?" Zhang Tianlin shook his head and replied, "My target is the Covenant of the Heavens." Wu San stammered, "The Covenant of the Heavens? But isn't that?" Zhang Tianlin suddenly cut her off. "Wait, someone's outside." He turned and blew out the oil lamp on the desk. A few minutes later, a shadowy figure appeared outside. The person stealthily pushed open the door and slipped inside. In the dim darkness, what appeared to be a woman approached Zhang Tianlin's bed. She chuckled secretively. Su Ling. This time, I'll show you what I'm really made of." Before she could make her move, a click sounded from in front of her, the sound of a mechanism. Her hand was instantly seized, followed by her leg. Zhang Tianlin's amused laughter rang out. "Huh, how do you like the taste of these 7 absolutes spirit-severing locks?" The oil lamp was lit once more. The one bound in the chains was the Sand Maiden. She cried out in shock. "You?" The woman who had been so confident a moment ago was now pleading pitifully. "You, let me go first." Zhang Tianlin's brow furrowed. He asked her seriously, "You talk first. What were you doing sneaking around like that? You're not a spy sent from another sect, are you?" The Sand Maiden's face flushed as she yelled, "What spy? I'm here to repay a debt." Hearing this, Zhang Tianlin only grew more suspicious. He asked, "Repay a debt? What kind of debt?" The Sand Maiden lowered her head, her eyes darting away. She answered a little embarrassed, I heard recently that you're really into snakes. Zhang Tianlin was stunned. He was speechless. The Sand Maiden blushed. She continued in a suggestive tone. I've been reading all the latest novels. Turns out your people are so open-minded. But you did save me, and I always pay what I owe. Zhang Tianlin scratched his head, looking completely baffled. I think you might have a wrong idea about me. Do I look like that kind of person to you? This time, it was the Sand Woman who cried out in surprise. You're not? Zhang Tianlin sighed. The 7 Absolutes Spirit-Severing Lock. All right, fine. I'll undo the lock for you first. Just then, Xia Jiao burst in out of nowhere, yelling, Senior, I have huge news. But the scene before her made her eyes go wide. In a mixture of excitement and shock, it was Zhang Tianlin, suggestively stroking the Sand Woman. Xia Jiao's face turned red, and she began to stammer. Senior, were you too? Realizing she had the wrong idea, Zhang Tianlin gave an awkward laugh. Would you believe me if I said this was an accident? Yuan Shinkong. The scene shifts to another part of the 10,000 Dermis sect. After receiving the message talisman, Li Hua immediately went to find Xianmu. You've gone too far this time. Xianmu replied nonchalantly. Senior brother, tell me something. Back when the 13 Supremes established the Covenant of the Heavens in this very place, pledging to stand together against the Shiesei, did they ever imagine that long after, one of their own would be reborn? Li Hua gritted his teeth, struggling to keep his composure. You shouldn't have dragged Xia Jiao into this. Xianmu gave a faint smile. Senior brother, in this world, life is all about the fight. If you don't fight, someone else will. It was true 1,000 years ago, and it's still true today. Before them lay the Covenant of the Heavens. Xianmu gazed at it and continued. If the human race is to rise and throw off the shackles of the other races, then all this pointless infighting has to end. That's what I believed then, and it's what I believe now. And it doesn't matter if it's you, the 6 great declarations, or even a supreme. No one will stand in my way. Back with Zhang Tianlin, the Sand Woman was bowing her head, apologizing with sincere remorse. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Zhang Tianlin said coolly. A decent enough attitude. So, what exactly were you wrong about? The Sand Woman replied with a serious expression. You humans never say what you mean. I have to take the opposite of whatever you say. So from now on, I can't be so direct in my actions. Hearing this, Nan Yushu and Master Hua couldn't help but snicker. Zhang Tianlin immediately rounded on them. You two think this is funny. I used to be a handsome young man, you know, right? And you, did you think changing your pen name would fool me? Master Hua scratched his head. Well, Zhang Tianlin then turned on Nan Yushu. And you, having fun writing The Legend of the Black Maiden, are we? You even named the main character Su Ling. I hear it's about to hit the top 3 on the bestseller list. Nan Yushu gave a sheepish laugh. Hith. Well, everyone seems to like it. Zhang Tianlin grabbed a copy of Sect Development, Volume 3, and was about to hurl it at them. Like hell you. Ugh, I can't even be bothered. Suddenly, a voice in his ear cut him off. So many Sect development points. Zhang Tianlin froze. The system's excited voice rang in his mind. Let's see what we got here. The legendary circulation effect of the Legend of Lady H is astounding. Sect reputation increased by 50 points. Senior. The legendary circulation effect of I Want to Be Your Sugar Daddy is astounding. Sect reputation increased by 65 points. Granted 8,100 Sect development points. Grandmaster. The outstanding circulation effect of I Want to Rise Against My Master. Sect reputation increased by 110 points. Granted 15,000 Sect development points. As Zhang Tianlin heard this, his face went pale. He gulped, trying to compose himself. Nan Yushu spoke, his face etched with worry. Ancestor, please don't be angry. We'll stop writing them from now on. This isn't about whether you write them or not. Zhang Tianlin roared. You can write whatever you want, but why did you have to do it in secret? Do you have any idea how much revenue we've lost because of this? He shot to his feet, slamming his hand down and shattering the stone table. Master Hua and Nan Yushu stared, completely stunned and terrified by his outburst. Zhang Tianlin frowned, continuing his tirade. No discipline. No sense of order. I don't care what you write. The two of them could only bow their heads and nod. Yes. Zhang Tianlin let out a weary sigh. He turned and waved a dismissive hand. Just go, and don't let this happen again. The two bowed their heads. Yes, Sect Master. Sha Nu, who had been standing by the whole time, thought to herself in a daze. That's it? It's over just like that? At that moment, Zhang Tianlin's hand was trembling. Huh. Wu San. The upgrade points for Justice Type 2 and Truth Type 1. Is this enough? Wu San appeared beside him and replied. The upgrade blueprint for Justice Type 2 requires 10,000 points. Truth Type 1 requires 15,000 points. Indeed, you have enough. Zhang Tianlin pondered for a moment. Then he continued. Well then, the next problem is money. I need to find a way to make some cash. Even a supreme being is short on money? The voice at his ear made Zhang Tianlin snap impatiently. What do you know? Even a supreme being has to. He spun around. Startled. It was Xia Jiao. What are you doing here? Xia Jiao looked at Zhang Tianlin and replied softly. Well, hello there. You're very kind to your disciples, senior. I thought since they were writing stories about you, you'd be furious. Ahem. Zhang Tianlin tried to hide his embarrassment, once again using his fan to cover his face. He replied in a steady voice. In these matters, one must let nature take its course. It is better to guide the current than to block it. Forcing and restricting them would only backfire. Xia Jiao asked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. In that case, senior, seeing as I've been helping you for so long, could you perhaps do one thing for me? Zhang Tianlin went, oh. So, you're finally making your request. Meanwhile, at the Wanfa Sect in Jingzhou, disciples had gathered at Li Hua's summons. One disciple stepped forward. Lord Li Hua, years ago you declared that any young prodigy from the various sects who could take a single palm strike from you using just 10% of your strength would earn the right to marry Lady Xia Jiao. I was wondering if that offer still stands? Li Hua replied nonchalantly. Of course. The disciple smirked. I am Xia Yang, disciple of Elder by Hu from the Four Symbols Sect. Lord Li Hua, my apologies. The moment he finished speaking, a phantom white tiger materialized, a show of force against Li Hua. In a matter of seconds, the surroundings froze into solid blocks of ice. Li Hua spoke calmly. The beast-taming arts of the Four Symbols Sect are indeed unique, but your understanding of them is far too shallow. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the game piece in his hand burst into flames. He then flicked the piece straight at the boastful Su Yang. It struck Su Yang directly in his dantian. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. The phantom white tiger, closing in on Li Hua, instantly vanished. Everyone rushed to Su Yang's side. Panicked, they cried out, Young Master, are you all right? Wake up, young master. Li Hua's attendant jotted a note in a book. Failed. Elder, that's the 13th challenger to fail this month. Li Hua sighed in resignation. Sigh. I have to find an excuse to call Jiao home. Why is it so hard to find a decent husband for her? Meanwhile, Xia Jiao was fuming over the very same thing. That old man. He never stops trying to find me a husband. So damn annoying. That's why I had to hide out here. Zhang Tianlin asks, so what's on your mind? He couldn't help but sympathize. It seems this whole business of being pushed into marriage is the same in every world. Xia Jiao continues. That's why when I saw you earlier, I had an idea. What do you think? If I brought home a grand ancestor to scare him a little, would he finally back off? Zhang Tianlin bluntly refuses, turning to leave. Absolutely not. I'm not that kind of person. Xia Jiao immediately makes an offer. 500,000 silver taels. Zhang Tianlin hesitates for a moment. I'm not that kind of person. But Xia Jiao doesn't give up. She raises her offer. 1 million taels. Senior, my sect sent a message by flying letter. From now on, I'll be the one from the Wanfa Sect negotiating with your esteemed sect. If you just help me with this one thing, any future business between us will be much easier to discuss. Zhang Tianlin remains firm. You don't need to say another word. I'm a supreme, after all. How could I possibly meddle in such affairs? Xia Jiao looks disappointed. Is it really a no-go? Did I misjudge him? This supreme really isn't moved by money? However, Zhang Tianlin's next hesitant words make Xia Jiao's eyes go wide with anticipation. With an air of utmost righteousness, Zhang Tianlin says, for an elder, to interfere so excessively in a junior's future is truly improper. I suppose I can have a talk with him. Xia Jiao beams. Thank you, senior. All right. This is for you. She tosses a sphere to Zhang Tianlin. What's this? Zhang Tianlin peers curiously at the squid being roasted to a crisp inside, which is screaming its head off. I'll talk. I'll tell you anything. Stop roasting me. Stop roasting me. Xia Jiao waves goodbye as she explains. This guy's been properly motivated. Ask him whatever you want. I'll get out of your hair now. And with that, she leaves. Zhang Tianlin watches her go. He lets out a soft sigh. It seems, if I hadn't agreed, you had no intention of telling me anything, did you? He sniffs the sphere in his hand. A slight smile crosses his face. Smells like roasted squid. 1 month later, the Manhwa Sect. 2 disciples stand guard at the gate, their faces etched with boredom. Just then, a group arrives. The Manhwa Sect has come to pay their respects. Several people, holding red tokens, approach the 2 disciples with a subservient air. We are from the Manhwa Sect. We're here for the ascending cloud immortal trials. The disciple in brown robes says mockingly, I'm surprised your sect even survived the Siesway. Must have been pure luck, huh? The man from Manhwa forces a smile. Just luck. Just luck. All right. Get going. Head to the Ren district. The Manhwa disciple nods. Yes. Suddenly, an announcement rings out. The fairies of Lu Hua Valley have arrived. The announcement immediately grabs the attention of the 2 Manhwa Sect disciples. The figures of the fairies live up to their name, as beautiful and delicate as flowers. The 2 disciples bow deeply. We greet Immortal Meng Dai. The arrogant Immortal Meng Dai raises an eyebrow. Are the others here yet? The disciple in black replies. Reporting to you, Immortal. Currently, of the 6 great sects, representatives from the others have already arrived. Immortal Meng Dai glances around. He said, with little interest, I'll forget it. Those old foxes. The brown-robed disciple beside him hurriedly called out. Over here, quickly. Show the ladies from Flowing Flower Valley to the VIP area. His attitude was a complete reversal from how he'd greeted the sects from U Province. It made the others so furious they could only grit their teeth. How shameless. I remember when the Giyuan sect was still around. We sect from U Province would have never been treated like this. They were seething with resentment. But sharp yell cut them off. That's enough. Not another word. Lin Hai stepped forward. He said menacingly, whose fault is it that we're just a minor sect? With no backing from the 6 great sects, that is. Now let's go. If any of you cause trouble for our sect, I won't let you off easy. The 2 of them nodded in response. Bye. The scene shifts to Anyang. Shizhou. Everywhere, tales were spreading of the squid-like creature in Zhang Tianlin's hands. The stories weren't very detailed. They just described how it was beaten to a pulp. In Zhang Tianlin's heroic declaration, wherever I am, no evil entity will be allowed to run rampant. Because I am Su Ling, I wield my sword for the heavens and all living beings. Everywhere, the people heard this tale, their admiration for his sword. A storyteller had drawn a large crowd. He claimed that this was the true story of how the sword ancestor, Su Ling, recently annihilated an evil entity with a single strike. The scene at that moment was truly down below. Lu Renjia listened to the story. Then he heard a subordinate whisper in his ear. Sect Master. A lot of outsiders have shown up here recently. They're all spreading stories about Ancestor Su Ling. Should our Lu Ren sect do something about it? Lu Renjia sighed. Sigh. I wish I could. But before he could finish his sentence, his own disciples, mixed in with the crowd, began to shout. Long live the matron! Long live our benefactress! Shut up. The ancestor clearly belongs to our martial uncle. The sect master and the elder turned pale with rage. Lu Renjia said, exasperated, the moment they heard Ancestor Su Ling might be passing through our territory. All the disciples in the sect went absolutely nuts. The elder beside him, his eyes ringed with dark circles, proposed a theory. What if this ancestor is a fake? Sect master, for the dignity of our sect, we must. His words caught in his throat, because at that moment, the sect master was lamenting. But why? I'm sure I've already seen that ancestor and his little disciple duo before. The elder let out a bewildered, huh? Realizing he'd said too much, Lu Renjia faked a cough and backtracked. Asterisk ahem, asterisk. What I meant to say is, whether he's real or fake, is a matter for the 6 great sects to worry about. What the hell does it have to do with us? Just treat him as if he's the real deal. That's all. Got it. The elder replied. Yes, sir. Just then, a commotion from the crowd startled them. Look, they're here. A troop of soldiers in full, immaculate armor marched out. The crowd murmured in a mix of shock and excitement. That's the 23-character sect. They don't look like a cultivation sect at all. At that moment, someone in the crowd quietly took out a communication talisman. He whispered into it. Senior Brother Lan Shao. The actors are in position. We can begin at any time. On the other end of the line, Lan Shao replied. Signal all actors. The show begins now. The man immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Just then, a loud explosion ripped through the air. The man pointed toward the blast and shouted. Look, what was that? Something's happened over at the Heavenly Tao sect. All anyone could see was thick smoke billowing into the sky. The messenger feigned a look of panic and cried out, It's the Heavenly Tao sect. The crowd erupted in shock. What? The emissary suddenly tilted his head back toward the heavens. He raised both hands as if in prayer and proclaimed, The heavenly gate opens. The saint arrives. It really is the Supreme One. At that very moment, the squad of armored soldiers dropped to their knees in unison. They shouted as one voice, We respectfully welcome the arrival of the Supreme One. The gate of the Heavenly Tao then swung wide open, unleashing a blinding flash of light. The next second, a colossal dragon flew out with a deafening roar. Riding on its back was the majestic figure of Zhang Tianlin. The crowd gasped in absolute awe. The heavenly gate opens. The saint arrives. The flood dragon roars. The Supreme One descends. Wait, isn't that from the story about the void spirit ancestor that's been going around lately? Oh my God, it's real. That's right. I read it too. The common folk began to kneel, one after another, chanting, We respectfully welcome the arrival of the Supreme One. We respectfully welcome the arrival of the Supreme One. We respectfully welcome the arrival of the Supreme One. Their unified cries echoed across the heavens. Even the various sect leaders were forced to kneel. Only one elder, a man with deep-set eyes, remained standing, his face a mask of shock. Now, Zhang Tianlin, bathed in the divine aura of the Supreme One, raised his voice and declared, The people have called for me, and so I have descended. As his words faded, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, making him appear all the more like a god descending to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, back at the 10,000 Dermas sect, an elder was giving a report to Xianmu. The disciplinary elder spoke. The 23-word sect is still in Anyang within the Yao province. Xianmu frowned. His tone was laced with displeasure. Anyang? Why are they moving so slowly? The elder explained. Perhaps the 23-word sect is even weaker than we first imagined. We can't even rule out the possibility that the void spirit ancestor's own power has waned. Xianmu was silent for a moment before he spoke. Your speculation is plausible. So what do you suggest? The elder replied with a sinister smile. We could probe them a little. If this Supreme One's power truly has diminished, then we... As he spoke, he drew a hand across his throat. Xianmu tapped his fingers on the table, mulling it over before continuing. The risk is substantial, but it is, indeed, a golden opportunity. However, we must act without drawing any attention. Our identities must remain an absolute secret. Otherwise, the other major sects will surely seize the chance to make trouble for us. Have the disciplinary elder continue to observe him. Assassination is his specialty. If a suitable opportunity presents itself, he is not to miss it. Otherwise, he is not to act rashly. The elder understood immediately. He bowed and took his leave, outside the town of Anyang in Yao province. At that moment, the disciplinary elder of the 10,000 Dermas sect was receiving a message via a communication talisman. Disciplinary elder, these are Lord Xianmu's instructions. Be certain to conceal your identity. The disciplinary elder replied, I am an elder of the heavenly realm. Stealth is my forte. There's no way he could detect me. He said this while observing Zhang Tianlin's movements up ahead. All he's doing is putting on this holy spectacle and drawing a massive crowd of onlookers. Under everyone's watchful eyes, there's really no opening, but he seems so damn sure of himself. Still, an opportunity will come. I refuse to believe you will just stand around doing nothing forever. Just then, Zhang Tianlin stopped his grandstanding. He walked up to Liu Yinjia and asked, "Are you the sect master here?" Liu Yinjia cautiously cupped his hands in respect. "Your Eminence, this humble one is Liu Yinjia, sect master of the Liu Rin sect. To what do we owe the honor of your visit, Your Eminence?" Zhang Tianlin looked down on him. He spoke with an air of authority. "Your luck is quite good. This Supreme One has recently been holding sermons everywhere, teaching my exclusive secret arts of immortal cultivation. Are you interested?" The elders of the Liu Rin sect couldn't hide their excitement. One of them blurted out, "What? Is something this amazing really happening?" Zhang Tianlin replied, "Indeed, you can inform all your friends and allies. When this one preaches the Tao, be they immortal or mortal, all are treated as one. All who are fated to hear it are welcome." Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yinjia immediately commanded his subordinates, "Disciples, hear my command. Go and inform all the surrounding sects at once. Tell them that the Supreme One is preaching the Tao right here at our Liu Rin sect." The nearby townspeople also scrambled to spread the word. "Holy hell! Quick, get that little rascal of mine back to town. Everyone, go get people. Hurry! Bring everyone from the surrounding villages here." Zhang Tianlin smirked wickedly. The corners of his mouth curled into a grin. "Hith hith. That's right. The more, the merrier." On the roads, a flood of people on foot and on horseback rushed in. "Hurry up. We have to make it in time to hear the Supreme One's sermon." Cultivators from various sects flew in on their swords and rode their spirit beasts to attend. "Faster. We can't miss this. The Supreme One is preaching the Tao. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The disciplinary elder watched the flood of people pouring in. His heart was filled with suspicion. "Damn it. Why are more and more people showing up? This is bad. I'd better go take a look myself." The wild-eyed elder of the Liu Rin sect spoke up. "The Supreme One is preaching in Yao province. The Lord from God's favored said, we just have to inflict enough damage on the 23 sects, and we can become one of them." At that moment, he was sitting with several other powerful figures. One of them spoke. "What can we possibly do on our own? Didn't they wipe out all the evil sway before? I heard that even a lord from God's favored went missing." "That's right. That was sacred ancestor Su Ling." The wild-eyed elder assured them with conviction. The Lord from God's favored said, that sacred ancestor Su Ling's power hadn't actually recovered yet. Right now, Anyang is filled with mortals. All we have to do is infect every single one of them. Create chaos. We'll definitely be able to deal with him then. This is the only way for us to keep our sanity. You've all accepted the Master's power. If we don't join God's favored, we'll all be branded as mindless, low-level, tainted slaves. What are you hesitating for?" Hearing such decisive words, the other three were convinced. "We'll do as you say." The streets outside were now a chaotic and lively scene. A huge crowd of people had gathered. They had all come to hear Zhang Tianlin's sermon. A few men with ill intentions hid in a corner, watching furtively. Meanwhile, the disciplinary elder watched from a high rooftop. He calculated silently. "So many people. Now I just have to wait for an opening to make my move." At the same time, Zhang Tianlin's black dragon asked softly, "Old fraud, are you sure this plan of yours is even reliable?" Zhang Tianlin replied, "Of course. If we want to make a name for ourselves, we need a little showmanship. Our job is to build a reputation as heroes who travel the land, wiping out the corrupted. The more flair we have, the safer we'll be. The Gaolong sword has already sensed the aura of the Zai Long around here. Next, we just have to eliminate the infected right in front of everyone. If you don't believe me, just watch me make fools of them all. I guarantee it'll draw out plenty of the infected." Sensing that a sizable crowd had gathered, Zhang Tianlin began to speak. "Today, this venerable one will hold a sermon in this very place. All of you who have gathered are here by fate's design." The crowd below immediately roared with excitement. "Thank you, Supreme One." Instead of beginning his sermon, Zhang Tianlin stepped down from the platform. Warning. However, it seems some individuals with wicked intentions have infiltrated our gathering today. There's no need to hide any longer. Zhang Tianlin acted as if he knew everything. He bellowed, "Come out. I already see you." A gust of wind swept through. Just as he'd hoped, several renowned figures revealed themselves. A man with a scholarly air was the first to speak. "Worthy of your title, Holy Ancestor Su Ling. You even saw right through my Tian Ing Lu Guang. Another man offered his own cool praise. I never imagined that even my Qing Long Qi Yin could escape the divine sight of the Holy Ancestor. Just then, the disciplinary elder had no choice but to leap down from the rooftop. Damn it, how the hell did you spot me too? Are you kidding me? The four powerful figures eyed one another. Their gazes were less than friendly. Zhang Tianlin fought back his rising panic. He let out a cold laugh. Haha, so you finally decided to show yourselves. But inside, his mind was racing. Damn it, who the hell are these guys? Where did all these Xiantian realm masters come from? The disciplinary elder pointed at the two men hovering in midair. He demanded, Zhu Xuan of the Bing Jiao Immortal Society and Qing Long of the Four Symbols Sect. What are you two doing here? Qing Long of the Four Symbols Sect arched an eyebrow and shot back. Disciplinary elder of the 10,000 Dermas Sect. What are you doing here? Zhu Xuan of the Bing Jiao Immortal Society looked rather uncomfortable. He stammered, at a loss for words. At that very moment, a loud cry erupted. Charge! Members of the Lu Rin sect suddenly rushed forward. At their head was an elder with dark, sunken eyes. He roared, down with Su Ling. But after taking only a few steps, the elder with the sunken eyes froze in his tracks. The cool, detached voice of Zhu Xuan rang out. We are here, of course, to eliminate the corrupted and to protect the Supreme One. Isn't that right, gentlemen? The other two immediately played along. Precisely. Yes, of course. The disciplinary elder didn't waste another word. He immediately unleashed his disciplinary slash on the elder with the sunken eyes. Zhu Xuan quickly used his flowing light, flying shadow, causing the troops behind the elder to scream in agony. Qing Long let out a mighty roar and exhaled a powerful blast of energy. In a flash, several more fell. Within seconds, the three of them, working in perfect concert, had wiped out the swarm of pests. Zhu Xuan turned to Zhang Tianlin with a solemn expression. Supreme One, please, rest assured. The Bing Jiao Immortal Society will guarantee your safety. But in reality, he was just biding his time, waiting for a chance to strike. Qing Long, sharing the same goal, nodded enthusiastically. That's right. Anyone who dares to move against you will have to get through me first. Determined not to let the other sects gain an advantage, he skillfully hid his true intentions and played along. The disciplinary elder from the 10,000 Dermas sect awkwardly followed suit. Right? The Supreme One's safety is a matter our Wanfa sect will naturally protect. He has to play the part of a loyal subject. It's such an awkward position. Zhang Tianlin sneered to himself. Like I'd ever trust any of you. But on the surface, he just smiled and spoke. I see. With such filial piety from all of you, I can truly rest easy. The group of old foxes looked at each other. It was as if they'd all found kindred spirits. Hey, isn't that immortal Lord Jiu Xuan from the Ping Jiao Immortal Society? Someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in shock. The people below gazed upward in admiration. An elder Qing Long of the Xixiang sect. I've seen statues of them. Oh my god. The disciplinary elder of the Wanfa sect is there too. This is the first time I've ever seen them in person. The Supreme One is truly worthy of his station. Even the immortal lords of the 6 great Western sects came to stand guard. That's right. Yeah. But this praise brought the disciplinary elder no joy. Instead, he felt a flicker of anxiety. Damn it. With everyone hyping us up like this, if something really happens to the Supreme One, Su Ling, won't we be the ones to take all the blame? Qing Long also realized he had miscalculated. Zhang Tianlin found the scene quite amusing. He spoke up. Would you care to join me in sharing the Tao with everyone here? I'm sure you are all quite curious about my sex cultivation methods. Are you not? Perhaps we can take this opportunity to exchange some pointers? Qing Long was a bit surprised. Exchange cultivation methods? He asked with a hint of suspicion. I wonder, how does the Supreme One wish to conduct this exchange? If it's just some introductory techniques, then I'm not interested. Zhang Tianlin took out a book and replied. Don't be so quick to refuse. Why don't you hear me out first, and then see if you're interested? Meanwhile, at the Wanfa sect in Jingzhou, a book titled The 3 Laws, a priority text on mechanics, had arrived. The person holding the book asked with some confusion, Is this the cultivation method Ancestor Su Ling teaches his disciples? Xia Jiao, the one who delivered it, explained, this is just the most introductory volume among them. It's for the mortal disciples. Their sect has higher-level techniques, like the calculus of spiritual power. I heard it's even more profound. Liwa took the book and flipped through it. He said, even for an introductory manual, it contains quite a few unique insights. The barrier to understanding isn't high either. For cultivators with a deep cultivation base, it still holds considerable reference value. Xia Jiao smiled happily. See, I told you, I spent some time with them, and it felt so much better than being here. Liwa's brow furrowed. He admonished her sharply. Foolish. Ruji. She was, after all, once a disciple of the Manhwa sect. Xia Jiao looked hurt as she replied. But my duty is clear. What Elder Xianmu is doing is wrong. The demonic corruption gets worse every year, and yet he deliberately ignores it. How many mortals have died? All he thinks about is competing with the other great sects. And you, father, you do nothing. Her words made Li Hua's expression darken. Xia Jiao continued defiantly. I just want to know, why can the Urshas and Ximen sect save those mortals, when we can't? Liwa snapped the book shut. He sighed and replied, if only everything in this world were so black and white. Things would be much simpler. The demonic corruption is growing worse. That is why our people must stand united as one. Xianmu wants to unify the cultivation world. To do that, he cannot afford to waste the sect's strength. If I were to oppose him, the Manhwa sect would surely be torn apart. When that happens, how many people do you think will die? And who will be there to save them? Liwa's words left Xia Jiao speechless. Liwa spoke again. In matters like these, there is no right or wrong. There is only victory and defeat. Xia Jiao took a deep breath. Then he spoke. Foster father, I don't know how to answer your question, but I do know this. Doing nothing is definitely wrong. When you run into trouble, you have to find a solution. If you don't even try, you'll never solve the problem. With that, Xia Jiao knelt down. Liwa cried out in surprise. Jiao. Kneeling, Xia Jiao continued. I will always be a disciple of the 10,000 Dermas sect. But I also want to be able to do something. I've traveled to many places these past few years. I've observed many sects. I feel the 23-word sect might truly be different. At the grand assembly of the 10,000 Dermas sect, prominent figures arrived one after another. The immortal envoy of the Qingchang Sword sect has arrived, followed by the immortal envoy of the Wenshin Pavilion. With the arrival of these two, the disciples of all the sects bowed respectfully in greeting. Greetings, Sword Elder. Greetings, Lord Zhengong. There are many guests. All arrivals were reported to Lord Xianmu. Besides the four symbols sect and the Pingjiao Immortal Society, the other four great sects have all arrived. There's still no word from the disciplinary elder. Perhaps he hasn't found an opportunity to make his move yet. Xianmu replied, It doesn't matter. How are the preparations for the Immortal Ascension formation? The long-bearded elder reported. We've doubled the difficulty of the mountain climbing trial formation. For a mortal, it will be nearly impossible to pass. Xianmu smiled with satisfaction. The disciples of the 23-word sect are all mortals. Since they can't travel the immortal path through the air, then we'll just have them take the mortal path. The long-bearded elder added with some concern. It's just that if we do this, I'm afraid the other mortals will also. Xianmu cut him off. Those with insufficient aptitude have no right to ascend to immortality in the first place. Just then, a disciple rushed in. Lord Xianmu, the 23-word sect has arrived. There's something happening at the immortal mortal path. Xianmu replied dismissively. Pay no mind. If they want to ascend the mountain, just let them. The brown-robed disciple spoke with a grave expression. My lord, it's not like that. Saint Ancestor Su Ling, along with 3 Xiantian elders, is openly preaching in Luoyang City at the foot of the mountain. No one is coming to take the immortal cloud trial anymore. They've all run off to listen to the Saint Ancestor sermon. Meanwhile, Nen Yushu was busy addressing the crowd. Saint Ancestor Su Ling understands the suffering of the common people and pities the hardships of cultivation. Today, the Saint Ancestor and 3 Xiantian immortal lords will preach the Tao. Let us together welcome the Supreme One. welcomed the immortal lords. Jingzhou, Luoyang, the seat of the 10,000 Dermis sect, leader of the 6 great sects. 1,000 years ago, the 13 supremes forged the covenant of the heavens here, igniting the great war against the evil dragons, and sealing the fate of the next millennium. After the Guiyuan sect was annihilated, the 10,000 Dermis sect took its place, accepting disciples from the imperial family. In one fell swoop, it became the leader of the 6 great sects. From behind a screen came the silhouette of a woman. Her voice echoed out. But ever since you became the vice sect master of the Manhwa sect, things have gotten so much more boring. Right now, Saint Ancestor Su Ling is preaching in Luoyang. What do you think we should do? What kind of stance should we take? From the other side of the screen came the flat voice of Li Hua. The Empress Dowager can decide that for herself. Why ask me? He was using his own flame to dissolve the medicinal pill, then dripped the liquid into the bowl of water in his hands. The medicine was now ready. He called out to the Empress Dowager behind the screen. All right, I've diluted the pill's potency. You can drink it now. The Empress Dowager parted the curtains. Her voice was weak. That same answer again. Can't you just pretend I'm asking my old friend, Brother Xiaoli, and not an elder of the Manhwa sect? Is that too much to ask? If you don't, I'm not drinking this medicine. The Empress Dowager was pouting at Li Hua again. Seeing her expression, Li Hua sighed and said, Look how old you are. Still acting so willful. He brought the spoon of medicine to the Empress Dowager's lips. As he spoke, Zhang Tianlin has come to the Manhwa sect for the Cloud Ascension trial. Xianmu will have plenty of ways to suppress Zhang Tianlin's influence, and then use it as an excuse to reject his status. The Empress Dowager frowned, piecing it together. So, Zhang Tianlin is obstructing the Cloud Ascension trial to build his power base in Luoyang instead, and in turn, the Manhwa sect will be forced to take a stance on their own turf. If they acknowledge his status, many of the Manhwa sect schemes will become useless. I see. So what you're saying is, we should let Xianmu have the headache of taking stance, and the imperial family can just play dumb. Li Hua replied with a smile. That was your own deduction. It has nothing to do with me. Now, drink your medicine. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed from outside. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. This is terrible. A palace maid rushed in and fell to her knees, reporting urgently. His Majesty has left the palace with his men again. The Empress Dowager scowled, displeased. Is the Emperor causing trouble again? The maid relayed the reason the Emperor had left. His Majesty said he wants to protect the dignity of the Emperor and has gone to lead the charge himself. The Empress Dowager gasped. Leading the Imperial Guard into battle himself? That's not. Li Hua cut in, a hint of worry in his voice. This is a mess. I suppose I have to go take a look. At the same time, in Luoyang City, those listening to Zhang Tianlin's sermon felt they had gained an immense benefit. The Supreme One's teachings are truly miraculous. I've only listened a few times, and I can already feel my cultivation bottleneck loosening. It's a shame the Supreme One only gives one lecture at a time. Just to hear him. I followed him all the way from Yaozhou to Jingzhou. A newcomer, buzzing with excitement, gasped. Really? In that case, I absolutely have to hear this for myself. Hey, look, even those immortal lords are over there. Well, of course they are. The disciplined elder scratched his head, looking utterly lost. Well, it's not like I'm getting a chance to make a move anyway. Might as well listen in a few more times. Speaking of which, how do you solve that equation from last time? Jioswan silently watched the disciplined elder scratch his head in frustration, completely stumped. He sighed to himself. That disciplined elder really is a meathead. But the Manhwa sect is bound to make a move soon. After all, this is Jingzhou. You could say he's already stepping on the toes of the Cloud Ascension trial. All along this journey, Zhang Tianlin has been steadily building his reputation in front of everyone. I'm afraid even a Manhwa sect will have a hard time dealing with him now. At that moment, Zhang Tianlin sat calmly in his chair. He began to speak. Today, we will be covering the 5th passage, 4th section, Chapter 1. Just as he was about to begin, a loud cry rang out. His Majesty, the Emperor, has arrived. Zhang Tianlin smirked to himself. Right on time. The Emperor's royal sedan had arrived. Everyone immediately knelt, shouting in unison. Long live your Majesty. May you reign for 10,000 years. Jiu Xuan glanced over, his heart filled with doubt. The great Xia imperial family grows weaker by the day. They couldn't possibly be making a stand on their own. Are they here to represent the 10,000 Dermas sect? Just then, the emperor's sedan came to a halt. A eunuch stepped forward and lifted the curtain. He addressed the person inside. Your Majesty, this is the hallowed ground of the Void Spirit Ancestor's sermon. A voice replied from within. Excellent. The emperor stepped out. He was just a child, no older than 10. But his voice was filled with arrogance as he bellowed. My loyal subjects, hear my decree. The emperor slammed a cup down, shattering it. Then he pointed a finger at Zhang Tianlin. He roared. The shattering of the cup is the signal. Guards, seize this traitor who dares impersonate the sacred ancestor for us. A powerful force struck Jiu Xuan and Qing Long at the same time. They coughed up blood. Zhang Tianlin's expression darkened. TCH. Damn it. So, they're just going for it, huh? But just then, Li Hua appeared out of nowhere, shocking everyone. The moment the emperor saw Li Hua, his face lit up as he called out in joy. Counselor, Counselor, you come at the perfect time. Quickly, seize Zhang Tianlin for us. Help us restore the glory of the great Xia. Li Hua shot the emperor a sharp glare. He ordered the eunuchs. Men, escort his majesty back to the palace. The terrified eunuchs could only nod and obey. The emperor's eyes filled with disappointment and despair. Counselor, but I am personally leading this campaign. A quick-witted eunuch immediately scooped up the emperor and carried him away. He ignored the child's screams. You, all of you, unhand us. We are here to aid the House of Xia. We are leading this campaign in person. He was dragged back into the sedan. An entourage quickly formed around him, escorting him back to the palace. The emperor muttered curses from inside. Traitors, you won't get away with this. Li Hua walked up to Zhang Tianlin. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, His Majesty is young and speaks without thinking. The words of a child hold no weight. I hope the Supreme One will not take offense. Zhang Tianlin let out a silent sigh of relief. Damn, I really thought I'd overplayed my hand there. Outwardly, however, he replied with a cool indifference. I pay no mind to such trivial matters. Qing Long looked at the man beside him. Master, that's the vice sect master of the 10,000 Dermas sect. I thought Xianmu himself would come. Jiu Xuan added, but with Li Hua making an appearance, the 10,000 Dermas sect must be ready to declare its stance. Where is the disciplinary elder? Unbeknownst to them, the disciplinary elder had already slipped away. He was now a safe distance away, sighing in relief. Why is Li Hua here? Time to get out of here. Definitely time to get out of here. Zhang Tianlin rose from his seat. He addressed Li Hua. And you are? He wondered what their next move would be. Will they acknowledge me as the Supreme One? Or will they turn on me, right here and now? Li Hua let out a long sigh. Then he bowed his head in a deep, formal salute. Li Hua of the 10,000 Dharma sect, paying homage to the Supreme One. Crash! A teacup shattered, dropped in a moment of utter shock. Xianmu's face was a mask of fury. He practically roared. What? They're already in the Imperial City? And Li Hua is with them? His disciple in brown robes confirmed the report. What's more, old ancestor Su Ling has announced that he will give a lecture at a set time every day in Luoyang City. All those cultivators and martial artists, just to hear his daily lectures, are all skipping the climbing cloud immortal trial. Slam! Xianmu smashed his fist on the table. He snarled through clenched teeth. This is absurd. With his back against the wall, he began barking orders. Yuan, go make the announcement. The climbing cloud trial will begin immediately. We're not waiting for any other sects. The disciple below looked utterly bewildered. But, sir, Xianmu snapped. What is it now? The disciple answered, trembling in fear. The smaller sects allied with the four symbols Sect and the Ping Family Immortal Assembly. After hearing what happened with immortal monarch Qing Long and immortal monarch Jiu Xuan, are all wavering. They want to leave. And the ladies of the Flowing Flower Valley are also preparing to depart. Having said his piece, he bowed deeply, bracing for Xianmu's inevitable wrath. After hearing the report, Xianmu frowned. I see. Go and persuade the Flowing Flower Valley to stay for now. I will go there myself later. The disciple bowed. Yes, sir. He fled from Xianmu's presence, as if escaping for his life. As soon as the disciple was gone, Xianmu turned to the person beside him. Your people did a fine job bewitching that little emperor. But that royal brat isn't quite obedient enough yet. The elder at his side replied, although the precepts gave us no opportunity to act. It's clear that Su Ling has a weakness. Today, I am 90% certain. His power is not at its peak. Xianmu smiled as if he had everything under control. He smiled. He would never guess that this current chaos is exactly what we wanted to see. Meanwhile, in another part of the 10,000 Dharma sect, disciples were scrambling to keep their guests from leaving. Honored ladies, please everyone just calm down. Immortal monarch Meng Dai looked deeply displeased. She frowned, her voice sharp. I wish to leave. Are you really trying to stop me? A disciple in brown robes waved his hands frantically. Immortal monarch, please don't misunderstand. It's just that the 6 great immortal sects have always stood united. That 23 character sect is nothing but a vulgar group. Humph. Meng Dai let out a cold snort. Her eyes flashed with anger. A single flash of light shot out from her, instantly sending the disciple flying 10 meters back. His fellow disciples rushed forward in shock to help him up. Senior brother, are you all right? Immortal monarch Meng Dai waved her hand dismissively, issuing a warning. My sect also has disciples who have joined the 23-character sect. Those words you just said, don't let me hear them from you a second time. With that, she signaled for her own disciples to depart. Meng Dai's decisiveness sent ripples of uncertainty through the other sects. They began to whisper amongst themselves. The Flowing Flower Valley is really leaving. So, is the Climbing Cloud Immortal Trial even still happening? Maybe we should leave, too. Yeah, this is a rare opportunity. I want to hear the Supreme One's lecture, too. Elder Jean was also growing anxious. He turned to Immortal Monarch Changgung. This whole situation, what do you make of it? Immortal Monarch Changgung simply shook his head. He murmured, Azure Dragon and 9 calculations were trailing Zhang Tianlin. Anyone can tell this is a setup. And as for Lu Hua Valley, Tian Fong didn't show up this time. Yet they sent the unyielding Immortal Monarch Meng Dai. I'm afraid they have their own agenda. Looks like we're in for quite a show now. Meanwhile, the battered disciple, spitting blood, quickly motioned to the person below. I'm fine. Go. Quickly report to Lord Xuanmu. Immortal Monarch Changgung merely chuckled. And Xuanmu, after all these years of clashing with us, you don't actually believe he's clueless, do you? Meanwhile, as Meng Dai and her entourage approached the myriad Dharma sect's mountain gate, they were abruptly halted by a formation. This sudden, unusual turn of events immediately caused a stir among them. This is the myriad Dharma sect's grand protective array, the 10,000 Immortals demon-slaying array. Meng Dai, displeased, demanded of Xuanmu, Are you trying to stop me? Xuanmu hovered in the air and replied with an impudent grin, I wouldn't dare. However, Immortal Monarch Meng Dai, might I have a word with you first, if you please? The Supreme Being has graced Luoyang with his presence. Our sect's deputy sect master Li Hua has already gone to pay his respects. And after discussing with the elders, this sect master has decided to show our utmost reverence for the Supreme Being. This year's Immortal Cloud Ascent Trial will be held in the imperial city of Luoyang. Hearing this news, gasps of astonishment spread through the crowd. Is that true? Xuanmu pressed on. Immortal Monarch Meng Dai, you could depart alone, or join us in Luoyang to pay respects to the Supreme Being. What say you, Star-Lord? Meng Dia's brow furrowed. Though clearly displeased, she reluctantly nodded. Very well, as you wish. Immortal Monarch Changgung took a hearty swig of wine, loud along, satisfied, before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, how interesting. Qinglan, having caught wind of the news from somewhere, immediately related to Xia Yao. My lady, here's what happened. Lord Xuanmu announced that the Immortal Cloud Ascent trial will be moved to Luoyang, and Lord Li Hua's appearance seems to be connected to His Majesty. Xia Yao sighed. Though His Majesty can be mischievous, he alone surely couldn't orchestrate something so outrageous. Qinglan's voice held a trace of doubt. You mean? Xia Yao clarified. In this whole affair, someone else might be pulling the strings. Regardless, after all, adoptive father also comes from the imperial family. He certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Xuanmu could easily pin this disaster on His Majesty, further eroding imperial power. The two conversed while applying their makeup. Qinglan fastened a hairpin into Xia Yao's hair bun and said, "My lady, it's all done." Xia Yao left the room and continued, "However, an adopted princess like myself could seize this opportunity to return to Luoyang." Luoyang City, where Zhang Tianlin was lecturing, grew increasingly bustling each day. Sha Nu, acting like a child, curiously peered at the market stalls, gushed excitedly, "Oh look, it's so lively here, and so much delicious food." She tugged excitedly at the person beside her. "Want to try a skewer?" Then, suddenly, she shrieked in horror. What? It turned out, Gu Xiaoyan was holding a skewer of fragrant grilled snake meat in his hand. And just like that, Sha Nu started beating Gu Xiaoyan, who yelped in protest. "Ow, ow, ow. Stop fighting. Stop it already." Nan Yushu sighed. This kid, this mischievous, troublemaking nature. I wonder who he inherited it from. Suddenly, a crowd ahead erupted in shouts. "Look, quick, the results for the Ascension Cloud Immortal Gathering have been announced." The announcement board read, First place, Myriad Law Sect. Second place, 23 Scripture Gate. Third place, Flowing Blossom Valley. Fourth place, For Symbols Gate. Fifth place, Peace Alliance Gathering. Sixth place, Green City Sword Sect. Seventh place, Heaven's Inquiry Pavilion. Eighth place, Youth Sect. Ninth place, Starting Sect. 10th place, Life and Death Abyss. Everyone buzzed with discussion over the rankings. The 23 Scripture Gate has really made a name for itself lately, hasn't it? I can't believe so many people want to join them. After all these years, a sect outside the 6 Great Immortal Gates finally made it into the top 6. But the Myriad Law Sect is truly formidable, always holding steady at first place. After all, the Myriad Law Sect possesses the Covenant of the Heavens. Who would want to go and see it? Gu Xiaoyan rushed over, tugging on Nan Yushu's sleeve. "Uncle Yu, what exactly is the Covenant of the Heavens?" Nan Yushu replied, "The Covenant of the Heavens isn't a mere object. 1,000 years ago, it was a divine artifact established by the 13 Supremes in Luoyang Imperial City. Legend has it, it records the cultivation insights of the 13 Supremes. But ordinary people can't comprehend it all. Only a fortunate few with strong destinies can glean a word or two from it, and an even smaller number of lucky individuals, after beholding the Supreme's teachings on the Covenant of the Heavens, suddenly experience enlightenment, breaking through years of cultivation bottlenecks. Their cultivation advances greatly. 300 years ago, the Myriad Law Sect took control of the Imperial City, seizing the Covenant of the Heavens. From then on, they gathered all the myriad laws under heaven and took the name Myriad Law Sect. Ever since then, to view the Covenant of the Heavens, one must participate in the Immortal Ascent trial and join the Myriad Law Sect. This also solidified the Myriad Law Sect's position as the undisputed leader among the 6 Great Immortal Gates. Gu Xiaoyan pondered. All 13 Supremes left messages on it. So that means our immortal ancestor's message is there too. She suddenly exclaimed excitedly that we can directly ask the immortal ancestor what the 13 Supremes wrote on it back then. Wouldn't that mean we'd know everything? Nan Yushu was stunned. This idea. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out nearby. "Stop right there." Sha Nu was chasing after a man who was holding a snake, ceaselessly scolding him. "How could you treat it like that? You have no respect for the snake's rights." The man, still running, explained, "Where did this lunatic come from? This is young master's spirit pet." Nan Yushu rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Anyway, let's just go to the Immortal Ascent trial first. The immortal ancestor is already at the Imperial City. Let's not cause any more trouble for the old ancestor." He felt in his heart, taking these brats with me is truly too worrisome. Sha Nu noisily ran back and forth. A blonde-haired man nearby noticed her. It was Fai High. He smiled meaningfully. A girl from the 23 Scripture Gate. And there's even a demon among them. Interesting. Interesting indeed. A person wearing a half-faced bamboo hat opposite him replied. "Not bad. Your sect must be quite adept at dealing with these demon folk, huh? Capture her during the Ascendant Cloud Immortal Trials, and this 1,000-year Jade Blood Lotus is yours." With that said, the man pushed a box towards F.A. High. F.A. High took the box. He laughed. "Excellent, excellent. You 6 great immortal sects. You really played dirty. But I like it. Meanwhile, the imperial family of Great Xia was holding a banquet. Zhang Tianlin was an honored guest. He glanced around, looking rather unimpressed. The imperial family is treating me with the proper respect, I suppose. It's just, hold out your hand. A sharp command rang out, followed by the sight of a trembling hand being extended. A whip cracked down hard against it. The emperor let out a pitiful cry. Zhang Tianlin sighed. I can't believe I came to the imperial palace just to watch the Empress Dowager beat her son. Who would even believe this? Just then, the Empress Dowager, her face a mask of fury, scolded the emperor. What are you crying about? Do you have any dignity left as an emperor? And to think you went and offended the Supreme One. Is this how I raised you? After scolding the emperor, the Empress Dowager turned to apologize to Zhang Tianlin. Supreme One, His Majesty is still young. He has offended you greatly. Please, find it in your heart to forgive him. The emperor stood behind her, looking aggrieved. His eyes were brimming with tears. Zhang Tianlin listened, then let out a hearty laugh. Empress Dowager, you worry too much. Why would I hold a grudge against a child? The Empress Dowager smiled, relieved, and nodded. Then I can rest easy. Thank you for your understanding, Supreme One. Zhang Tianlin's smile vanished in an instant. His gaze seemed to pierce right through her. He said, So, you can stop with the act of punishing your son. Let's be direct with each other, shall we? The emperor's eyes were wide with unshed tears. He looked up stunned. Zhang Tianlin met his gaze and continued, Empress Dowager, you sought me out alone. I doubt it was just to apologize on the emperor's behalf, and I have no interest in figuring out whether His Majesty is truly a mischievous child or not. It's too much trouble. Let's just get straight to the point. The Empress Dowager was silent for a long moment. Then, she ordered her attendants. All of you leave us. Take His Majesty to the imperial study. Without my command, do not return. The emperor looked as though he'd just woken from a dream. He was bewildered. Wait a minute. Mother, were you really just hitting me for show? As he was being led away, the emperor craned his neck to look back and asked, Can someone please explain this to us? The Empress Dowager rubbed her temples. She spoke with a troubled expression. The emperor was manipulated by someone with ill intent. That is why he wanted to provoke you, Supreme One. In other words, someone wants our imperial family to be branded with the crime of disrespecting you. That way, no matter who wins or loses the struggle between you and the other sects, the imperial family will end up as the sacrificial lamb. Zhang Tianlin listened while tearing a large piece of meat off a chicken leg. He then nodded. I see. So you call me here to make one thing clear, that any conflict at the upcoming Ascendant Cloud Immortal Assembly has nothing to do with the imperial family. The imperial family will not participate, nor will it take a side. Every grievance has its source, every debt its owner. You're asking the Supreme One to direct his wrath at the right people. Am I right? The Empress Dowager confirmed. You are truly perceptive, Supreme One. Were all the ancients as straightforward as you? She pointed at several golden chests placed in the hall. She continued, These elixirs and magical artifacts are all precious treasures our imperial family has collected over many years. They are a gift to you, Supreme One, a token of our sincerity. Zhang Tianlin stood up. He replied coolly, I see. To maintain the stability of the imperial family, the Empress Dowager must often walk a fine line between the great immortal sects. It can't be easy. However, I have a better deal. I wonder if the Empress Dowager would be interested. Zhang Tianlin offered the Empress Dowager a cup of wine. He began to lay out his terms. We'll take on all your troubles. All I want in return is one thing from you. Outside the city walls, the appointed hour had arrived. Imperial attendant Zheng Xiufan stood before the crowd and began his announcement. Esteemed cultivators, this year's Dingyun Immortal Trials will be held here in Luoyang, and I shall be your host. Cultivators from all the great immortal sects may participate in the trials of the 6 arts of immortal methods, arranged by the 6 great immortal sects, according to their individual strengths. Gu Xiaoyan, full of doubt, asked her martial uncle, What are the 6 arts of immortal methods? Nan Yushi replied, The 6 arts of immortal methods are the 6 greatest schools of cultivation in the world today. They are also the specialized domains of the 6 great immortal sects. Specifically, up on the stage, Zhang Xiufan continued reading from the imperial decree. I will now announce the 6 competitions. First, the Way of Beast Taming. Hosted by the Xixiang Sect. Those skilled in controlling spirit pets may enter this trial. The winner will receive a high-grade spirit beast. Second, the Way of Medicine and Music. Hosted by Luhua Valley. Those skilled in the arts of healing and music may enter this trial. The winner will receive Luhua Valley's treasured zither and a bottle of high-grade spirit elixirs. Third, the Way of Weapons and Artifacts. Hosted by the Qingjian Sect. Those skilled with weapons and magical artifacts may enter this trial. The winner will receive a high-grade immortal sword. Fourth, the Way of Body Cultivation. Hosted by the Wenxin Pavilion. Those who specialize in cultivating the physical body may test their mettle here. The winner will receive a high-grade body cultivation manual. Fifth, the Way of Divination. Hosted by the Pingjiao Immortal Society. Cultivators of the divinatory arts may compete to determine who is superior in this trial. The winner will receive a Qianquan Bagua set. Gu Xiaoyan had just heard Nan Yushu's explanation. She let out a small "oh." So that's how it is. But that's only 5. There's one missing. Nan Yushu asked Gu Xiaoyan, do you remember our sect's inherited rebirth talismans and purification talismans? Gu Xiaoyan was startled. You don't mean? Nan Yushu nodded in confirmation. That's right. The last one. After the Su Ling Xingzhu passed away, and our sect was wiped out, was inherited by the imperial family. And sixth, the Way of the 5-element talismans. Hosted by the Wanfa sect. Cultivators of talismanic arts may enter this trial. The winner will be granted 1 day to comprehend the pledge of all heavens. At that moment, Ju Swan was whispering to himself. His own sect's legacy was stolen by another. And he doesn't react at all? Qing Long, beside him, nodded in agreement. Just as expected of his Su Ling Xingzhu. His mind runs deep. Xian Mu, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased with the situation. He sneered. As calm as still water. After finishing the decree, Zhang Xiufan added. Furthermore, by the Empress Dowager's sacred decree, this year's Dingyun Immortal Trials, in addition to the 6 competitions of the immortal arts, will feature 1 additional trial, hosted by the 23-character sect. The winner will receive 1 year of one-on-one cultivation guidance from the Su Ling Xingzhu himself. Xian Mu was stunned. What? In contrast, Jielu shouted with excitement. Whoa, for real. But the moment he met Xian Mu's murderous gaze, the disciplinary elder instantly clamped his mouth shut. Xian Mu suddenly rose to object. The 1,000-year tradition of the Immortal Ascent trial has always tested the 6 immortal arts. How can you just add new categories so haphazardly? This is different. Is the imperial family trying to provoke our 6 great immortal sects? Everyone started to look uneasy, hastily avoiding eye contact. Just as Xian Mu's rage seemed to boil over, Zhang Tianlin's voice rang out. He began to explain. This matter has nothing to do with the imperial family. It was I who pressured the Empress Dowager to issue the decree. As for the tradition you speak of, it was established by your sect's founding ancestor and me back in the day. Now, I wish to modify it slightly. What's wrong with that? Of course. Go ahead, summon the other Grand Venerables here. If they also disagree, then I won't change it. Even Changgung, Immortal Lord, couldn't help but be surprised to hear this. Elder Jean, standing nearby, mused aloud. It sounds preposterous, and yet it's quite persuasive. Xian Mu, regaining his composure, spoke. But your sect's strength is far inferior to the 6 great immortal sects. Even with the Grand Venerable's backing, I'm afraid it would be hard to convince the others. Zhang Tianlin feigned a troubled expression and spoke. There's some truth to what you say. How about this, then? I'll have my disciples participate in all the categories as well. If they can defeat you all, wouldn't that convince everyone? These words simultaneously stunned Nan Yushu and Lu Hao. Hold on. Ancestor. Xian Mu, hearing this proposal, let out a sneer. This Grand Venerable is perhaps a bit too confident. If it truly is, as you say, the Myriad Dharma sect would have absolutely no objections. Meng Dai chimed in with agreement. If that's the case, Flowing Blossom Valley also agrees. Other sect members quickly began to chime in. This is getting interesting. The Azure City Sword sect agrees. The sculpting gate agrees as well. The Ping Jiao Immortal Alliance has no objections. Agreed. Nan Yushu clutched his head in anguish. Oh no. How are we supposed to compete now? Lu Hao cried out, equally distraught. Wait a minute. Old Ancestor, you're just inviting hatred on us now. Zhang Tianlin shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. He said, all right, to avoid you all accusing me of bullying the weaker sex, Fida will send a few mortal disciples to participate in the competition. What do you all think of that? Nan Yushu gasped, almost choking. We're doomed. Lu Hao sobbed, lamenting. Master, your disciple has wronged you. Xian Mu stifled a laugh and feigned a calm inquiry. Mighty Grand Venerable, may I ask what cultivation school your esteemed sect practices? Zhang Tianlin replied mysteriously. Our sect's immortal cultivation path is called science. Back at their residence, Nan Yushu and Lu Hao wailed in anguish. Oh, Ancestor, my benevolent Ancestor. The two writhed on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. After we've sacrificed ourselves, old man, you must take good care of yourself. We were wrong for stealing your burial goods back then, but we secretly put them back afterward. Zhang Tianlin's face darkened as he tried to comfort the two. Calm yourselves. Have a little faith in our sect. Think about it. In just over a month, how many secret weapons have we produced? Xiao Yun Kuei, who was standing behind him, eyes wide with a bewildered expression, asked, those things, can they really help us with the competition? Our sect only has Sister Snake, who's even the Foundation establishment realm. The others are all weak. Zhang Tianlin gives a sly wink. Well, don't worry. How about this? If you just do exactly as I say, I'll tell you the secret of the Supremes of the Heavenly Accord. What do you say? The three kneeling men were instantly electrified by his words. Zhang Tianlin continued in a bewitching voice. This is the one thing every cultivator in the world wants to know. The greatest secret in 1,000 years. Even the leaders of the 6 great immortal sects have never seen all of it. You really don't want to know? Don't you want to know? Don't you? Without a second thought, Nan Yushu and Lu Hao shot to their feet. All traces of their earlier cowering were gone. The sighs vanished. Nan Yushu declared decisively. Ha. It's just a trial, after all. What's there to be afraid of? Just leave it to us. Lu Hao's acting was just as good. He said with great bravado, to learn the way in the morning, and die that night without regret. If I can even get a glimpse of the Supreme's world, I would die with no regrets. Ancestor, you can rest easy. Zhang Tianlin watched their phony act. He let a hollow laugh, but he still gave them a thumbs up. Ha. The 23rd Sword Sect is counting on you all. The next day, at the examination grounds for the Way of Chi Arts, everyone arrived. They all looked around, confused. Why is the artifact exam in a hunting ground? Don't tell me they're going to make us hunt. Some try to look on the bright side. No way. We're cultivators, after all. Yeah. A voice suddenly rang out from behind them. You're not wrong. This time, the Way of Chi Arts exam is indeed a hunt. Elder Jean walked up to the crowd. He continued, to be more precise, it's a bird hunt. This is also an introductory test for our Qingsheng sword sect. The test is very simple. Watch closely. A wooden bird, powered by some unknown mechanism, flapped its wings and flew off like the wind. With lightning speed, Elder Jean swung his sword, intercepting the wooden bird's flight path. With a swoosh, Elder Jean had dealt with the wooden bird. He had just demonstrated this round of the test. He said, it's just like that, using your own artifacts. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, shoot down as many of these mechanical birds as you can. The more birds you shoot down, the higher your score. Just then, Jiang Jinglei of the Vajra sect walked up with a grin. Looks pretty simple, huh? The trials of the 6 great immortal sects. I guess they're not all they're cracked up to be. Let us from the Vajra sect go first. Elder Jean smirked. Bold words. In that case, let the test begin. At Elder Jin's command, flocks of wooden birds swarmed into the forest. Jiang Jinglei excitedly rushed out, holding his mace. Perfect timing. Witness my heaven-piercing power. Heaven's collapse, earth's descent, golden mace. Wham! The mace in his hand smashed down again and again. But he didn't hit a single bird. Jiang Jinglei shouted in frustration. Don't run. Eat this. He swung wildly for a good while, but all anyone could hear were his shouts. Don't run. Oh! Why can't I hit them? The onlookers behind him murmured anxiously. These mechanical birds are just too fast. I never imagined they'd be this agile. Time's up. One incense stick has burned completely. Score 1 bird. The announcement marked the end of Jiang Jinglei's pathetic performance. Dongfang Busheng of the Ghost Flower Sect sneered at Jiang Jinglei. What good is brute force? You need a proper spiritual artifact. Watch and learn from mine. The man produced his ghost water flying needles. Instantly, 10 needles shot into the air. He struck the first few birds, but the needles just bounced right off. Not a single one pierced their bodies. Dongfang Busheng's face went pale. How? What in the? How is this possible? Elder Jean scoffed in response. Hith. Our mechanical birds are crafted from black ironwood. If your attack lacks power, it's completely useless. The next sects were up. Lotus Sect, 6 birds. Shocking Dragon Sect, 12 birds. Visa Sect, 8 birds. Then, the flock of birds in the sky rearranged themselves into a pattern. They spelled out an insult. Morons. Everyone looked up at the birds in insulting formation. They roared in anger. These damn mechanical birds have gone too far. What do they think they're doing spelling that out? Are they mocking us? This is infuriating. Far in the distance, Qinglong watched the competition and remarked, this first trial, it doesn't just test the spiritual artifact. It also tests the mind of its wielder. It tests the mind of the one wielding it. Supreme One, do you really intend to let a mortal disciple attempt such a challenge? Zhang Tianlin smiled mysteriously. Just keep watching. You'll see. The competition on the field continued. Next up, the disciple from the 23 Words Sect. It was the 23 Words Sect's turn. Everyone saw the young woman busy at work with something. What's she doing over there? Unable to contain his curiosity, Elder Jean walked over to her. Young lady, what are you doing? Perhaps you should just forfeit. As a mortal, you don't even have the spiritual energy to control an artifact. The young woman finished assembling her weapon. She replied, Please just wait a moment, sir. I'm almost ready. Jiang Jinglei sneered. Little girl, stop being so stubborn. Even I couldn't hit them. Your persistence is useless. Dongfang Busheng scoffed. That's right. This kind of contest isn't for mortals to meddle in. But they were about to eat their words. Her first shot precisely down a bird. The men were all stunned. What kind of spiritual artifact is that? A hit. No, it can't be. It must have been a fluke. The girl aimed and counted as she fired. 15. More and more birds began to fall from the sky. Dongfang Busheng's eyes went wide. He was in disbelief. Is she counting them all? Time is up. The incense stick has burned out. The announcement rang out. For the 23 Words Sect. Final score. 57 birds. First place. After the announcement, Elder Jean curiously asked the girl, What is that spiritual artifact? The young lady answered shyly. This is called the Justice Type 2. Sneak attack model. It's a 27mm. Comes with armor-piercing talismans. And it has a full auto, self-loading function. You can also switch it to incendiary or explosive runes on demand. Elder Jin's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, Such a priceless magical treasure. Why entrust it to a mere mortal girl? The young woman, hugging the gun tightly, replied, Well, it's not that priceless. Basically, everyone in our sect gets one. The men around them gasped in unison, hardly believing their own ears. Overhearing this from a distance, Zhu Xuan was also taken aback. Could it be that every single disciple has one? At that moment, Zhang Tianlin spoke up. That's right. If you're all interested, I wouldn't mind giving you a few to play with. Qinglong asked doubtfully. Are you serious? Zhang Tianlin replied. Of course. And there are even more interesting things to come. If that piques your interest, feel free to watch a little longer. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Zhang Tianlin smirked to himself. There's no way you won't take the bait. At the trial grounds for the Path of Divination. Trial theme. Wan Chen's Bewildering Mist. The trial for the Path of Divination is called the Bewildering 8 Gates. It's one of the most common puzzle arrays used by the Ping Jiao Immortal Assembly. This array causes the 8 gates to shift their positions, making it difficult to find the exit, only by using the art of divination. To calculate the new positions of the 8 gates, can one find the way out? Wu Qin of the Copper Coin Sect, a charming young woman, had a bewildered look on her face. How can this be? I've never seen anything like this before. The divination reading is a blur. I can't figure out where the exit is at all. My coins. Why won't you listen to me? Zhu Xuan wondered in confusion. Strange. It's been so long. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Is the caliber of these cultivators really this poor? He was about to go check on the situation himself, but then hesitated. I'll just wait a little longer. Just then, the jamming device in Nan Yushu's hand suddenly cracked. Chinger. The Sect production department recently developed a new jamming device. Let's see if this one works. Alright, next, let's use the spiritual energy encrypted channel and start looking for the exit. The scene shifts to the trial grounds for the path of beast taming. Trial theme, catch a spirit beast. Pan Shui the Beast Beauty Sect was brimming with confidence. My dear, from the very first moment I saw you, I knew you were the one who made my heart skip a beat. The rabbit before him gazed back shyly. Pan Shui continued to whisper seductively. I happen to be in need of a spirit pet. Would you be willing to join me? To see the red willow isles of Jiangnan, or the sunsets over the vast desert? From behind, Shan Nu stared intently, causing the rabbit to tremble in fear. And so, despite being faced with Pan Shui's sweet nothings, the rabbit bolted in terror. Pan Shui was left stunned. He chased after it, shouting, Don't go! Move! Let me! Shan Nu stepped forward from behind, shoving Pan Shui aside. Pan Shui looked back, confused, as another contestant commented. So many people failed to catch any of the spirit beasts before. You think she actually has a way? Another person replied, Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with the spirit beast today. Every single one is as timid as a mouse. Shan Nu strode to the front. She took a deep breath and declared, You have 10 breaths to get in front of me. I'm not eating it. The thunder had just faded. Several spirit beasts scrambled to get in front of her. It all happened in a flash. The people behind them were stunned into silence, completely overwhelmed by her domineering presence. The medical arts examination grounds. Today's theme, healing the wounded. An old man leaning on a cane walked out and spoke. Cough. My leg's been acting up for over 20 years now. I'm afraid it's beyond saving. Master Hua and the young ladies stepped forward. They declared with conviction, Don't you worry. We can definitely heal you. Just trust us. Master Hua cracked a smile, making his terrifying face even more grotesque. The old man's heart pounded in his chest, his legs trembling at the sight. He broke out in a cold sweat. He clutched his cane and took off like a madman. He ran like he'd never been lame a day in his life. He yelled, My apologies. There's nothing wrong with me. I don't need any treatment. Master Hua and the female physicians looked at each other. What was that all about? No one will let us treat them. How are we supposed to continue the competition? Yeah. Qing Long, who had been observing from the side, was quite surprised. Both divination and beast taming scored a perfect 20. The best results from any of the 3 disciplines so far. Strange. There are still no results from the medical arts division. Fairy, do you have any idea what's going on? Meng Dai forced a smile. It's fine. This is all perfectly normal. Don't worry. We should have the results in a little while. Qing Long looked at Meng Dai. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was hiding something from him. At that very moment, at the gates of the Imperial Palace, the soldiers stopped a man. Halt! The Imperial Palace is a restricted area. No one may pass. The man in front took out a token and presented it. This is a token from the Empress Dowager. Open the gates. When the soldiers saw the token, they immediately bowed and replied, Yes, sir. And so, the palace gates were pushed open. Zhang Tianlin walked calmly into the Imperial Palace, unopposed. Wu San, who had been silent all this time, appeared and asked, You came all the way to the Imperial City today. Aren't you worried about your disciples' competition? Zhang Tianlin answered with confidence, Don't worry. I've put them through countless trial runs. It's just an exam. There won't be any problems. The most important thing right now is the Pact of the Heavens. Wu San, still worried, pressed on. Is that why you used the Empress Dowager's token? But the insights on the Pact of the Heavens. Shouldn't you know all of them by now? Zhang Tianlin gave a sly grin. Who told you that the Pact of the Heavens was for leaving insights for future generations? The Pact of the Heavens. On the surface, it's a collection of insights left by the Supremes for posterity. But in reality, it's a secret weapon we left behind. Wu San was shocked speechless. 1,000 years ago, The 13 Supremes considered the future dangers our people would face. So, each of us separated a portion of our cultivation and infused it into the pact of the heavens. When humanity faces the threat of extinction, this stone tablet will erupt with the combined power of the 13 Supremes. It is the final sunset meant to protect humanity, to prevent this power from being abused in the future. This secret was known only to the 13 Supremes, and we swore an oath to never reveal it. As for the so-called insights, those were just added in as an afterthought. Wu San was reeling, never imagining such a secret existed. Zhang Tianlin's thoughts. Right now, all the major sects are focused on the 6 arts immortal method competition. The defenses around the All Heavens Covenant will be at their weakest. This is the perfect opportunity. If I can just recover a fraction of my cultivation, at the very least, I can escape this current state of helplessness. In front of the All Heavens Covenant, Xia Jiao had already arrived. Zhang Tianlin greeted her. Senior, what brings you here? Zhang Tianlin asked, though he already had his suspicions. Xia Jiao, what are you doing here? Xia Jiao answered nonchalantly. I'm a disciple of the 10,000 Dermas sect. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be here? You, on the other hand, senior, why have you shown up here? The question was turned back on Zhang Tianlin, but he answered calmly. I just wanted to come back and see something I left behind. The words I inscribed on it long ago. I was wondering if they needed any revisions. He took a couple of steps forward. In any case, time is of the essence. I'll go take a look. But suddenly, a wall of fire erupted, cutting Zhang Tianlin off from the All Heavens Covenant. Xia Jiao said with a charming smile. Senior, this is actually perfect timing. I'm in charge of guarding this place. Zhang Tianlin frowned. Guarding? You mean? Xia Jiao answered, holding a red talisman. That's right. My job, of course, is to stop any intruders. As soon as the words left her mouth, a vermilion bird materialized from the talisman. Without a second thought, Zhang Tianlin drew his sword and slashed at the fiery creature. The blade glowed red-hot from a vermilion bird's intense flames. It was even smoking. Zhang Tianlin asked in astonishment, Is this a vermilion bird talisman? These things cost 10,000 silver taels. The moment he spoke, a whip snaked around his sword. Zhang Tianlin was slightly taken aback. Xia Jiao had moved to block him directly. She said, As expected, Senior, your sword is incredibly powerful. It's not even fazed by a vermilion bird talisman. Zhang Tianlin suddenly yanked his arm, pulling both the whip and Xia Jiao closer. Zhang Tianlin's brow furrowed. He looked at her, exasperated. Who the hell burns money like you do? Right in front of him, Xia Jiao playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, What choice did I have? If I didn't make a big scene, it'd be hard to explain myself later. Oh, Zhang Tianlin just let out an indifferent oh. The commotion triggered the alarm formation around the All Heavens Covenant, sending signals in every direction. Disciples of the 10,000 Dermas sect immediately rushed over. An intruder. They're attacking the All Heavens Covenant. None of the elders are here. Hurry, stop them. Seeing their swift reaction, Zhang Tianlin finally understood. So there's an alarm formation. Just then, Xia Jiao shot into the air. With her hands clasped together, she began the incantation for the vermilion bird's dance. In her hands were 10 glowing red vermilion bird talismans. Finishing the chant, she threw the stack of talismans forward. Instantly, a sea of fire engulfed the entire area. The disciples couldn't help but look at Xia Jiao with admiration. That's senior sister Xia Jiao's famous vermilion shower. I can't believe she used that move. That's so much money. Oh no, it's so powerful. Xia Jiao looked down at the crowd. She announced with a smile. The intruder has been repelled by my fire talismans. They fled to the west. Hurry and intercept them. Yes, senior sister. Yes, sir. Gather the men. Head west. Hurry. And so, with Xia Jiao providing cover, Zhang Tianlin was safe and sound. After the large party had moved far away, Xia Jiao finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Tianlin stepped out from behind her. He asked probingly, You hit me like that. Aren't you afraid your sect will punish you? Xia Jiao replied, If it were anyone else, I would have certainly followed the supreme teachings of the Pact of the Heavens. But for you, senior, it's obviously not necessary. If a misunderstanding caused a conflict between you and the disciples of my sect, that would be the real trouble. Zhang Tianlin's lips curled into a slight smile. He said with a laugh, "Huh, you're a sharp one, little girl. I only came here to visit an old place. I'd rather not start a fight if I can help it." But inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. "Huh, little girl, you're giving me way too much credit. If they'd actually brought a whole mob, I'm not sure I could have won." Zhang Tianlin walked up to the stone tablet. He reached out and touched it. He remarked with a hint of unfamiliarity, "So this is the stone tablet of the Pact of the Heavens. It doesn't quite look like how I remember it." Xia Jiao explained. "That's because later generations have added to it. Unfortunately, of the teachings the Supreme Ones left behind back then, very few people can truly comprehend them. Even when someone has a revelation, it's always a mix of truth and falsehood, vague and unclear. They can never explain it properly." Zhang Tianlin suddenly turned his head and asked, "So, would you like to experience the complete version of the Supreme One's teachings?" Xia Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She stammered, See, can I really?" Zhang Tianlin grabbed her by the wrist and said, "Of course you can. Come here. Come on. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Xia Jiao was startled. She tried to pull her hand back. "Senior." Zhang Tianlin pulled her hand and placed it on the stone tablet. He said, "Close your eyes and feel it carefully." I understand." Both embarrassed and flustered, Xia Jiao did as he said and closed her eyes. Just a few moments later, she felt herself transported to another dimension. "Where am I?" "So, a descendant has finally come to this place." A voice echoed, causing Xia Jiao to open her eyes. Before her stood another version of Zhang Tianlin. He was saying, "I will now impart to you the cultivation secrets of the Supreme Ones. You must listen closely." Tense with anticipation, Xia Jiao nodded. The figure before her held out a hand and began to speak. "They are. Fate decides life and death. Got a problem with that? Come at me." After hearing this, Xia Jiao couldn't begin to comprehend its meaning. Outside in the real world, she had fallen into a coma. Zhang Tianlin let out a breath, finally knocked her out. The 13 Supreme Ones didn't leave any cultivation insights in the Pact of the Heavens. They were just bored out of their minds. They wanted to leave something behind, but had nothing profound to say, so they just came up with 13 lines of motivational garbage. In the spiritual world, Xia Jiao was struggling to wake up, but to no avail. "All right then, time to get down to business." Zhang Tianlin mumbled to himself as he placed his hand on the stone tablet before him. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial study, the young emperor was deeply troubled. As he practiced his calligraphy, he asked the Empress Dowager, "Mother, why did you tell Sister Xia Jiao about the deal you made with the Supreme One?" The Empress Dowager turned and replied, "Have I not taught you this before? The way mortals survive is to never put all your eggs in one basket. Besides, if I can help it, I have no desire to see those cultivation sects fall into a violent conflict. Otherwise, when gods and immortals fight, it's the mortals who suffer." The young emperor clutched his head. "I know," he said, a helpless look on his face. "Sigh, I don't understand any of this." The Empress Dowager rapped him on the head. "If you don't understand, then you should be hitting the books." The emperor rubbed the fresh lump on his head. He muttered resentfully, "It's all that Supreme One's fault. Just wait until I rule on my own. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." In the earlier deal between the Empress Dowager and Zhang Tianlin, he had also said, "Oh right, I almost forgot. To thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, I have another gift. It's perfect for the young emperor. This is a collection of 180 advanced practice exams that our sect uses for the children. The kids just love them. Their cultivation progress has been outstanding, absolutely foolproof." This was likely the reason the emperor despised Zhang Tianlin so much. Just as he was lost in thought, the emperor was startled by a report from outside the door. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. The 10,000 Dermas sect requests an audience." The Empress Dowager frowned, puzzled. The 10,000 Dermas sect? What are they doing here? She turned to the emperor and prompted him. "Get ready." Jiang Ying welcomed the esteemed elders of the 10,000 Dermas sect. The lead elder of the 10,000 Dermas sect stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager asked directly. What important matter brings you here, Elder? The Elder replied. The 10,000 Dermas sex trials are about to begin. We have come specifically to invite your majesties to attend the ceremony. Meanwhile, at the Stone Steel, Zhang Tianlin had made a discovery. That's it. This is the spiritual energy I left behind all those years ago. Now then, he focused his power, intending to reclaim all the spiritual energy he had left behind. NGH. It hurts. A sudden, intense pain shot through his entire body. He hadn't absorbed much of the spiritual energy yet, but even though it was his own, absorbing so much at once placed an immense burden on his body. But this time, Zhang Tianlin was determined. He roared with all his might. Come to me. Just a little more. The chains sealing my power. At that moment, cracks began to appear on the chains. It's starting to break. Wu Xin appeared. She said excitedly, Master, your cultivation has reached the Chengxi stage. But her expression quickly turned to worry as she advised him. You shouldn't try to absorb it all at once. Your body might not be able to handle it. Zhang Tianlin's body began to convulse. He gritted out the words. I can't seem to stop it. Wu Xin began to panic. Zhang Tianlin's hand was stuck fast to the stone steel, unable to pull it away. Something's wrong with him. What's happening? There's a strange spiritual energy invading my body. Wu Xin shrieked in terror. On the steel of myriad heavens' memories. How can there be the power of an evil entity? Seeing Zhang Tianlin's transformation worsening, Wu San screamed until her voice was raw. Let go, now. Otherwise, you'll get corrupted by that evil energy. Zhang Tianlin answered, lost in a trance. I can't stop. It feels too good. The explosion of spiritual energy grew more and more massive, shrouding the area in a blinding haze. In that critical moment, a golden book shot out with a whoosh, stabbing straight into Zhang Tianlin's abdomen and knocking him away from the stone tablet. Sword host, get out of here. The blow sent Zhang Tianlin flying as he coughed up blood. He screamed for Wu San, but there was no answer. Damn it. I tried to run over and grab the book. But this spiritual energy is just too wild. What in the world is happening? His clothes began to rip and tear under the strain. Powerful torrents of spiritual energy surged past him, leaving deep cuts all over his body. He cursed angrily. Can't you just be a normal system for once? Why are you always getting in the way? After a desperate struggle, Zhang Tianlin finally managed to reach the book. The spiritual energy outside continued to rain down on him, making it difficult to even open his eyes. Suddenly, the space grew still. That thing's consciousness space? A figure, spotting a chubby girl nearby. He blurted out, what the heck? Who are you? The familiar voice of Wu San rang out. This system was just trying to save you. But I ended up absorbing way too much of that corrupt energy, which is why I turned into this piggy form. Zhang Tianlin gave a bitter smile. I see. So, can you still recover from this? Wu Xin pointed off to the side. Look over there. Zhang Tianlin looked over. That's Xia Jiao being tortured by all those sermons. Remember this. Today, you are proud of our sect. Tomorrow, the sect will be proud of you. Believe in yourself. You are the best. Let me tell you. The secret to cultivation is... Xia Jiao covered her ears and screamed in terror. Which venerable one are you? I'm begging you, please stop. Zhang Tianlin slapped his forehead and laughed. Isn't this the motivational pep talk scene by the 13 venerables? Just watching this is painful. So what are we doing here? Wu Xin explained to him with a serious look. This system is currently busy absorbing the corrupt energy from the All Heavens Covenant tablet. I can't process any other spiritual energy. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll have to crash and reboot. We need another release valve right now to drain and digest all the remaining spiritual energy. Only then will this system have enough processing power left to deal with that chaotic, evil energy. And it's the only way we can get out of here. Zhang Tianlin asked hesitantly, You mean? Wu San grinned and said, Sword host, it's time for you to perform your specialty again. After being lectured for what felt like an eternity, Xia Jiao suddenly realized it was silent. It's quiet? That was so scary. So this is what a sermon from a venerable one is like. Zhang Tianlin's voice suddenly rang out beside her, making her jump. Not bad. Not bad at all. A truly gifted student. You managed to endure the last trial. So, for the next part, this venerable one will give you the real deal. As he spoke, he took off his outer jacket, looking like he was ready to get down to business. Are you ready? Xia Jiao screamed. Stay away from me. Zhang Tianlin comforted her in a soft voice. Don't worry. This time, you will receive the true guidance of the Supreme One. Xia Jiao let down her guard. For real? Zhang Tianlin replied imperiously. That's right. True guidance. It means accepting the spiritual energy I once possessed. Are you ready? Xia Jiao trembled slightly. Wait. A series of figures appeared once more. She screamed. Sob. An unknown amount of time passed. Exhausted, Xia Jiao lay on the ground, panting. So much spiritual energy. Zhang Tianlin said coolly from the side. The teachings of a supreme being should be simple and direct. Just transfer the power and be done with it. Why waste so many words? Just then, Wu San, who was nearby, had returned to her original, smaller form. Her spiritual power and berserk state had both vanished. She gave Zhang Tianlin a thumbs up and said cheerfully, Swordmaster, great job. We can get out of here now. Meanwhile, after a moment of enlightenment, Xia Jiao bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. A force pushed her away from Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin said in a low voice, Go. Our fated connection has ended. It is time for you to leave this place. Xia Jiao's eyelids grew heavy and slowly closed. When she woke up, everything was back to normal. She turned to look at the stone stele in front of her. I'm a little confused. Was that the supreme guidance of the All Heavens Covenant? It wasn't quite what I imagined. Not far away, Zhang Tianlin looked down from above. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. The system's voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations, host, for reaching the Chengxi realm. You have unlocked the ability to directly use high-level formulas. In addition, due to the positive performance of the disciple under your guidance, you have received 5 commendations. Outstanding simulated trial. Total reward, 50,000 Sect development points. Zhang Tianlin was intrigued. The ability to use them. The system replied, correct. From now on, when you redeem formulas from the system, you can use spiritual energy to activate them directly. You will understand the specifics once you try it yourself. Zhang Tianlin was secretly pleased. Let's see. My Sect development points are over 50,000 now. I think I can finally unlock that thing. However, why was the All Heavens Covenant stele corrupted by the power of an evil dragon? I'll have to investigate this thoroughly. With that thought, he departed. The scene shifts to the trial grounds. Body tempering path. Trial objective. Monster hunter. Faced with a monster many times their size, everyone was at a loss. How in the world are we supposed to fight this thing? There's a spirit sealing barrier covering the entire arena. We can't use any techniques. And our artifacts are useless, too. There's no way to deal with that thing. Their whispers alerted the monster to their location. It immediately charged. It's coming. As the two scrambled to escape, Xiao Yun's figure shot forward. The two shouted in alarm. Hey, it's dangerous. But Xiao Yun paid them no mind. She charged straight at the monster, launching an attack. She landed squarely on the monster's back and took out a needle that hadn't been seen in a long time. The girl below kindly called out, Be careful. That monster is tough. With a whir, the thread in Gu Xiaoyun's hand transformed into a giant axe. She leaped into the air, letting out a great shout. She brought the axe crashing down. Then see how you like my shield axe. Eat this. Super discharge. Crash. The giant axe slammed directly into the monster's head. The monster shrieked in pain. A few seconds later, it staggered, then crashed to the ground. It rolled to one side, motionless. The two who had just fled exclaimed in shock. So strong. In a place where spiritual energy can't be used. She managed to subdue a Jiao dragon with pure, brute force. Changgung, Immortal Lord, stroked his beard and asked, Furthermore, what in the world is that weapon? Soon, the results of the first physical trial were in. Sect 23. Sect 23 has taken first place for 5 consecutive rounds. Everyone was stunned. My God, they're incredible. This has to be cheating, right? The person who mentioned cheating was immediately clapped on the shoulder. He turned to see 2 faces radiating killing intent. A friendly reminder, you can be careless about what you eat, but not about what you say. The man nodded frantically, terrified. Right, right. In a small courtyard, Qinglong spoke. To take first place in all 5 trials is truly an astounding achievement. Zhu Xuan examined the crossbow in his hand. As he spoke, I had the disciples of my sect analyze their weapons. We've discovered that the way these weapons work is extremely similar to an attack talisman. In fact, this weapon is essentially a rechargeable attack talisman. And it seems there's no skill threshold to use a weapon like this. The part that channels spiritual energy has been replaced by spirit stones. In other words, although they only sent a few disciples to participate in the trials, they've demonstrated the potential to arm a massive number of mortals, creating a terrifying force. Qing Long chuckled. Perhaps it's more than just a threat. They may have other intentions. In any case, our 4-symbol sect is very interested in their weapons. We should use this trial as an opportunity to sound out this exalted one of theirs. On the tournament grounds, Chu Fan was making an announcement. The next round of the Cloud Ascension Grand Tournament will be held in 2 days. The location will be the Jingzhou Tower, within the 13 continents' divine pagodas. The elders of the Myriad Dharma sect spoke anxiously to their sect master. Sect master, Sect 23 has already won 5 matches. The new type of weapon they've introduced is extraordinary. It's already caused a stir among the major sections. Should we withdraw? Xianmu frowned and said, There's no need to panic. Those 5 sect trials have little real influence anyway. Besides, don't we still have an ace up our sleeve? Elder Bai Su seemed extremely worried. He said, But, Sect Master, our research on the tablet of the Heavenly Tao is still incomplete. Xianmu was resolute. We don't have any more time to waste. We have already confirmed that the tablet of the Heavenly Tao can unleash power on par with an exalted one. This trial is an opportunity, and we cannot afford to miss it. The center of power for our people must be the Myriad Dharma sect, and it can only be the Myriad Dharma sect. Meanwhile, another power was plotting in the shadows. This masked man was named Hong Chi. He sneered at the people competing. The Cloud Ascension Grand Tournament. These so-called immortal sects are still playing such childish games. A cloaked figure behind him stepped forward and asked, Lord Prophet, we have confirmed the Master's consciousness is here. Shall we make our move? Hong Chi replied, No rush. We'll lie in wait for now and bide our time. If there's one thing we God Fist users have, it's the patience to wait for the right moment. The men in black behind him answered in unison. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City, a crowd had gathered around, showering them with praise and flattery. Who knew your esteemed sect was so powerful? It seems we were truly blind before. Others scrambled to get closer. I am from the Qinghuan sect in Qing province. I was wondering if we might have the honor of getting acquainted. The person they had surrounded was Gu Xiaoyan. She shrank back, a little frightened. Stammering, she said, The men cast looks at her that were a mix of admiration and something more. I'm from the Golden Fire sect. Came to introduce myself as well. I hope the fair maiden doesn't mind. The Fierce Eagle sect is here too, and the Water Cloud clan. Their overwhelming enthusiasm sent her into a panic. Then, like a bolt of lightning, a savior arrived, rescuing Gu Xiaoyan from the crowd. Lu Hao laughed and addressed the throng. Of course. Our sect has long wished to befriend all of you. Not long after, Nan Yushu arrived to help. Xiaoyan, why don't you go find Shanu? Leave this to me. Gu Xiaoyan nodded and slipped away. Those 2 old-timers really knew what they were doing. They blended into the crowd in no time. Come on, my friend. I have to say, your old man is one hell of a master. Off to the side, Shanu was gnawing on a rabbit she'd caught during the competition. She sighed as she chewed. MMPH. Dealing with people at these things is harder than fighting evil spirits. Suddenly, someone approached, startling her. What are you staring at me for? Gu Xiaoyan had appeared beside her at some point. She leaned in and asked, Sister Sha, I suddenly have a question for you. Sha Nu hesitated. What? Gu Xiaoyan asked curiously. When your beast folk revert to your original forms, is it like when we humans are not wearing any clothes? If that's the case, doesn't that mean you met the founder completely naked? Sha Nu's face turned beet red at the question. She roared in embarrassment. Are you trying to get punched? Gu Xiaoyan replied playfully. Hey, I was just asking. Haha. Oh right. Have you seen the founder anywhere? Sha Nu answered, still annoyed. I think I saw him sneaking off with some short guy earlier. Probably went to scam someone again. At that very moment, Zhang Tianlin was walking with someone. Shorty, what did you want to see me about? Qing Long. So the short guy was him. He fumed internally. I am not. But he remembered why he was here. He suppressed his anger. He told himself, no, that's not what's important right now. He lowered his voice and asked Zhang Tianlin, Your Excellency, I actually wanted to ask you something. That justice of yours, is it for sale? But Zhang Tianlin's eyes immediately lit up. You want to buy justice? Why? Qing Long was taken aback. He said quickly, Keep your voice down. I'm just asking. He began hesitantly. As everyone knows, our Xixiang sect relies on controlling spirit beasts for combat and cultivation. This gives us immense strength in direct combat. We even once held the highest reputation among the 6 great immortal sects. But as time went on, the other major sects learned how to counter us by targeting the inherent weakness of the cultivators themselves. He recalled a time he was ambushed. The cultivators were just shouting, Charge, when a group of shadowy figures suddenly appeared behind them. What the? In the end, both the spirit beasts and their masters were scared out of their wits by this group. Help! Qing Long explained his reasoning. So, when I saw the righteousness, Lian I knew it was something that could greatly enhance the personal combat strength of our sect's disciples. It's a perfect fit for us. Zhang Tianlin deliberately fanned himself with a money-patterned fan in his hand. Then he spoke. That might be a little difficult. You see, we've invested a great deal of manpower and resources into this device. We originally intended to use it for ourselves. Qing Long stated without a moment's hesitation. Rest assured, whatever the cost, just name your price. We can afford it. With a righteous air, Zhang Tianlin raised an eyebrow. Now what kind of talk is that? I am, after all, a dignified supreme one. Do I look like the kind of person who would extort you? How about this? I recall that your Xixiang sect has quite a few flying spirit beasts, correct? Qing Long was taken aback. Flying spirit beasts? Supreme One, flying spirit beasts are incredibly precious. Even for our Xixiang sect, high-level beasts are a vital strategic resource. We absolutely cannot part with them. Zhang Tianlin snorted coldly. Don't be so dramatic. I never said I wanted your high-level combat beasts. I just need a few that can fly. It doesn't matter if they have no combat ability. Qing Long was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. Even if they have no combat ability? Zhang Tianlin clapped Qing Long on the shoulder and said, That's right. I may be a supreme one, but my sect is waiting to be rebuilt. And I happen to be looking to make a new friend. He began to lay out his terms for the exchange. You sell me a few flying spirit beasts, and I'll agree to give your sect 50 righteousness devices for free. Qing Long was stunned. Zhang Tianlin confirmed with a smile. An honest deal. That's right. We'll only charge for maintenance later on. So do we have a deal, boss? Qing Long said, looking a little troubled. If you only need flying beasts with no combat ability. Although he hesitated for a moment, he still used his spirit contract to summon one. Zhang Tianlin watched the summoning. He let out an interested oh. So this is the Xixiang sect's spirit beast summoning technique? 30 seconds later, a large, plump, white bird appeared in the middle of the formation. Qing Long turned around proudly and asked, Supreme One, what do you think of this spirit beast? Zhang Tianlin frowned in confusion and asked, I get the logic, but why is this pigeon so damn big? Qing Long's face was full of confidence. This isn't a pigeon. It's a cuckoo. It has excellent long-distance flight capabilities and superb flying skills. We used to use them for transporting goods. Its drawback is that not only does it lack any combat ability, but it also likes to drop things everywhere. The rate of lost cargo was extremely high, so they were gradually phased out. Zhang Tianlin's expression darkened. I'll ask you again. This is still just a pigeon, isn't it? Qing Long affectionately stroked his bird. This cuckoo in my Xixiang sect isn't exactly a prized possession. If the Supreme One can accept it, it will cost at least 20,000 silver taels per bird. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianlin's attitude suddenly shifted. He made up his mind instantly. Perfect. That's the one. For the first batch, I'll need at least 50. If there are no issues, then I wish us a successful partnership. Qing Long said with a hint of reluctance. All right, I'll notify my disciples to prepare. The righteousness you gifted, you said it yourself. Don't you forget it. After the deal was settled, Qing Long promptly left. Zhang Tianlin stretched and let out a long sigh. Phew. Finally, our first big deal is done. Wu San appeared, asking hesitantly, 20,000 taels of silver for a large pigeon. And you even threw in 50 righteousness as a bonus. Doesn't this deal feel like a massive loss? Zhang Tianlin began to explain. First off, this is a necessary expenditure. These items will be immensely useful later on. Secondly, haven't you heard the saying? The most expensive things in life are often free. Wu San sighed, shaking his head. I still don't get it all. Oh well, as long as I know you're in a good mood, I guess that's enough. Instead of returning to his residence, Zhang Tianlin headed straight for the market. Wu San followed, utterly surprised. Where are you going? The way back is this way. Zhang Tianlin replied. Why go back? Now is when the real work begins. Even the myriad heavens covenant has been infiltrated by a malevolent entity. With the upcoming Immortal Cloud Ascent Convention, this ancestor right here needs to investigate thoroughly, he said, and with a grunt, pulled out a mask. The scene shifts to the Imperial City's outer walls. A group of disciples gathered. One of them, walking behind, asked, Senior brother, tomorrow is the Myriad Dharma Sect's trial. Does our Linhai faction even stand a chance? Another replied, I heard the 23rd character sect is incredibly powerful. I'm afraid we won't be able to handle them. A brown-haired disciple suddenly exclaimed, Oh, that's right. About an idea. The trials for the 6 great immortal sects at the Immortal Cloud Ascent Convention are all faction-based. So quite a few factions actually hire rogue experts as hired muscle. What if we also? The senior brother leading the group turned around and shouted. The competition hasn't even begun. Why are you all so spineless already? Is our Linhai faction the kind to resort to such underhanded tactics? Everyone was stunned, as if they had just witnessed the light of the righteous path. Senior brother, I never expected you to be so noble. We junior brothers were too short-sighted. No sooner had he finished speaking than the senior brother sighed again, slapping his forehead in despair. Our faction is so poor. Where would we even find an expert? Did your brains fall out of the sky, or something? Only then did everyone finally realize. Are you a faction competing in the Immortal Cloud Ascent Convention? A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere nearby. The senior brother and his junior brothers immediately whirled around, shouting, Who's there? Zhang Tianlin appeared, wearing a mask, and spoke in a disguised voice. This old man's surname is Gao, and my given name is Shou. I'm a lone cultivator. Just happened to be passing by, and wished to witness the, Immortal Cloud Ascent Convention. The disciples' eyes widened. They blurted out, Surname Gao, given name Shou. Isn't that the expert? He really did fall from the sky, huh? They're truly quite foolish. So arrogant. A disciple leaned close to his senior brother and whispered, Senior brother, about this master, don't we need an expert on our side? The senior brother replied cautiously, Calm down. We need to test him first. He wasn't a fool. He asked suspiciously, Only those with exceptional power can participate in the Ascending Cloud Immortal Conference. Are you strong enough? Zhang Tianlin let out a soft "oh." Then he snapped his fingers. Hundreds of flying swords materialized in the sky. Zhang Tianlin's deep, raspy voice echoed. How's this? Seeing such a divine display of power, the group immediately fell to their knees and exclaimed, Senior, you are truly a great master. Zhang Tianlin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You catch on quick. Now answer me. How does one join the Ascending Cloud Immortal Conference? He was thrilled. It's a good thing I've reached the Chengxi realm. I can finally cast a proper sword formation now. Just then, the senior brother of the group spoke up. Senior, you may not be aware. To participate in the Ascending Cloud Immortal Conference, you must first join a sect. A lone individual cannot enter the trials. Zhang Tianlin floated in midair. He looked down and spoke. I had hoped to see this covenant of the heavens, but it has to be this much trouble? Are you telling me I have to wipe out the 6 great immortal sects just to get in? The man immediately and resolutely assured him. Senior, please don't be hasty. As it happens, We are also participating in the Ascending Cloud Immortal Conference. If Senior wouldn't mind, would you be willing to travel with us? The senior brother's mind raced. He talks about wiping out the 6 great sects without batting an eye. This man's power must be immeasurably profound. Suddenly, Zhang Tianlin landed with a thud right in front of them. It startled them all. Zhang Tianlin glanced at the group and said, "That's one way to do it. All right, we'll do as you say." The disciples were overjoyed. They nodded eagerly. "Yes, sir. Thank you, Senior Master." The next day, in Luoyang City, just like the day before, the crowd was a sea of people, shoving and jostling endlessly. "Move it a little. Let me get to the front so I can see." "Ow, you stepped on my foot." The final match of the Ascending Cloud Immortal Conference is about to begin. The leaders and representatives of the various sects were all gathered on the high platform. Some stood in silence. Others rested their chins on their hands, eyes closed. Seated on the 2 highest thrones were the Empress Dowager and the young Emperor. The atmosphere was solemn and still. Qing Long spoke softly to the person beside him. At a time like this, the Wanfa sect actually swapped in Lihe. That Xianmu fellow must have gotten his face smacked so hard that he doesn't dare show himself anymore. Huh? Down below, Shan Luo and Zhilang were waving flags and cheering. 23 Sword Sect. Go for it. You can do it. Beat those idiots. As usual, Chu Fan recited the rules. The trial of the 5 element talismans. Each side may send 5 participants into the trial. The goal is to collect the 5 element talismans. The one who shatters the crystal is the winner. Nan Yushu appeared down below. He marveled. Is this really the Jingzhou Tower? Why does it feel no different from the outside world? It's nothing like the Yuzhou Tower. Lu Hao cautiously reminded everyone to be on guard. I fear this place isn't as peaceful as it looks. Zhang Tianlin was dressed in a new set of clothes and a mask. The disciples behind him couldn't stop grinning. Senior Master. So, you're really going to fly us there? Zhang Tianlin let out a hearty laugh. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? The disciples all chimed in. This is awesome. We're so lucky. Zhang Tianlin thought to himself. Looks like I wasn't wrong. There really is a presence here, just as I suspected. Zhuozue. In a 5 elements talisman trial, the area is divided into 5 regions. Water, lightning. Each region holds a corresponding 5 elements talisman, and each talisman has a different effect. The more we collect, the stronger our team becomes. These talismans are guarded by powerful spirit beasts. We can only get the talismans by defeating them. Once we've gathered all 5, we can go to the center of the Jingzhou Tower and open the main gate. The first sect to collect all the 5 elements talismans, open the gate, and leave the Jingzhou Tower will be the winner. Nan Yushu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In other words, if we stick together, we'll have a better chance of securing 1 talisman, but we'll risk missing out on the others. Lu Hao sighed and added, but if we split up, our forces will be spread too thin, and we won't be able to compete with the other sects. The 2 of them continued to strategize. So, if we want to win, we need a flawless strategy. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy halts, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Lu Hao nodded. Exactly. Simply put, everyone follows orders, no questions asked, as long as you all maintain strict discipline. And with the weapons we have a very good shot at this. Just then, the 2 of them suddenly remembered something. They turned to ask Chu Xiaoyan, "Where's Long Rouge One?" She yawned and replied, "Right behind you." Just then, the desert maiden spoke up, her face set with determination. "It's just some treasure hunt, isn't it? I've had people try to rob me plenty of times before. I'm used to it. We just need to charge straight in." Lu Hao quickly shouted after her from behind. But the desert maiden had already dashed off, her confident voice echoing back to them. "Leave the wind region to me." The scene shifts to the fire region. A rhino-like monster roared, spewing flames from its mouth. The cultivators near it were struck with terror. They scrambled over one another, trying to get away. "Watch out. It's coming this way." "Zheng Tai, hold it back." Zheng Tai was shoved to the front. He cupped his hands and roared. "Iron Mountain Guard." A massive shield materialized in front of him. The monster charged forward, smashing into the shield with a deafening clang. A few moments later, Zheng Tai was starting to buckle under the pressure. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just then, a stream of green light shot out from the rear. enveloping Zheng Tai and restoring his strength. A woman from the back shouted to the group, "My technique won't hold for long. Form the sword array and attack now." The rest of the team roared in unison. Right? In the next instant, a barrage of explosions erupted across the monster's body. Elsewhere, led by Zhang Tianlin, another group watched the battle from a distance. One of his disciples spoke up. "Senior, looks like someone beat us to it. That's the Hegemon Blade Sect, ranked 9th. They're way stronger than we are. What should we do?" Zhang Tianlin replied coldly. "Don't worry. A few of you go on ahead. Go test their strength for me." When they heard this, their faces went white with fear. "Us." Zhang Tianlin let out a cold snort. "Get a move on. This master is here to protect you. What is there to be afraid of?" The group answered, trembling. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, up ahead, the young woman exclaimed excitedly, "It's working. Keep it up, everyone." Just then, Zhang Tianlin's men charged in. "Now, focus all your attacks on their healer." In the next instant, the young woman was taken down by the ambush. "Huh? Where's our healer?" Without his support, Zheng Tai was immediately weakened. After taking the hit, the monster before him became even more ferocious. Zheng Tai cried out in fear. "This is bad. I'm dead." Crunch. Zheng Tai was sent flying by the monster. Ambush successful. Zhang Tianlin's disciples were busy congratulating each other. "Senior brother, we're awesome. You were so cool just now, senior brother." "Of course. Just standard procedure." Suddenly, a trembling disciple tugged on his senior brother's sleeve. "I think that spirit beast is looking at us." The senior brother tried to hide his shaking. He signaled to the others. "Quick! Tactical retreat." Just then, the group they'd ambushed reappeared. They yelled, "It's the Lin Hai sect, isn't it? Are you kill-stealing?" The group that had just been celebrating was now pale with terror, begging for their lives. "Great Master, save us. We surrender." From the rear, Zhang Tianlin let out a cold snort. "It seems to be a very ordinary spirit beast, but my blade just gave me a clear warning. Fire type. Oh well, I'll just deal with this thing first. Time to begin, then. This is the perfect chance to test out the new skill I gained after reaching the Chengxi realm." Wu San, open the formula conversion interface. Unlocking this new formula costs nearly 20,000 Sect development points. Requires a level 3 Sect, and can only be used by someone in the Chengxi realm. A screen appeared before him. Unlock. Zhang Tianlin immediately selected yes. The system instantly announced, "Unlock complete. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the advanced formula." Truth. Remaining Sect development points, 31,425. At that moment, the newly recruited disciples were trembling before the monster. Senior brother. Are we going to die? Their senior brother was frozen in fear. How should I know? Right at that moment, Zhang Tianlin appeared. You all did well. The opposing group looked over at Zhang Tianlin in alarm. They asked, "Who was that guy?" Zhang Tianlin didn't answer them. He spoke directly to his own disciples. "Leave the rest to this master." The other group immediately grew wary. "Be careful. He's at the Chengxi realm. I don't know what kind of technique he's planning to use." "Everyone, stay on your guard." Zhang Tianlin began the incantation. Formula. Truth. Small, golden magic circles materialized around him. Then, rows of modern firearms were summoned into existence. Their barrels aimed straight ahead. The enemy group stared in horror. They screamed, "What is that thing?" The muzzle sizzled, spewing sparks. A moment later, a powerful beam of light shot out, aimed directly at the monster. Zhang Tianlin roared with excitement. Taste the truth. A massive explosion shook the ground. Boom! The sect disciples cried out in terror. What kind of sorcery was that? The giant monster collapsed. It emitted a red glow, illuminating the entire area. Zhang Tianlin observed from above. He began to second-guess his earlier assumption. Strange. There's still not a single trace of demonic energy. Could I have been overthinking it? After the monster was struck down, a red talisman bearing a strange symbol appeared on its body. It caught his eye. He moved closer and picked up the talisman. This is a harmony pattern talisman. It's a type of talisman that can vastly amplify the power of a spell. His sword seemed to sense the sinister energy. It shot out of its sheath on its own. The blade's tip pointed right at the talisman in his hand, as if warning its master to be wary of the foreign object. He was immediately on high alert. In an instant, he seemed to understand. So that's how it is. The problem was this talisman all along. The guards in the distance had no idea what was going on. They murmured among themselves in confusion. Where did that old demon come from? But their confusion soon turned to awe at Zhang Tianlin's skill. So strong. What was that move? As he approached, everyone instinctively took a defensive stance. Wait, he's coming this way. They brandished their weapons protectively. They shouted out, as if to bolster their own courage. They were terrified, but this small act of defiance helped them feel a bit more secure. You, don't come any closer. We're very powerful. Our sect would rather die than surrender. He asked everyone. He politely sought their approval before taking the talisman. Let me be clear. I'm taking this talisman. Any objections? If you have them, speak up now. Everyone felt the immense pressure of his aura. They knew this was not a man to be trifled with, and they wanted no trouble. To end the matter quickly, they shook their heads in unison, agreeing to his demand. No objections at all. Senior, if you like it, please, by all means, take it. Zhang Tianlin grunted. Then he gave his command. All right, scatter. The moment the word left his lips, they scrambled away for their lives, desperate to escape this dangerous place as fast as they could. The disciples showered him with praise, as expected of a master. Great master. The great master is mighty. He turned back to them. He addressed the fawning crowd with a serious tone. Enough. I have a mission for you. He asked, have you heard of the 23-word sect? The disciples answered excitedly. Of course. They were the winning sect in the last tournament. I heard they have a supreme backing them. They're incredibly hard to deal with. Besides the 6 great immortal sects, they're the most famous group out there right now. Having confirmed what he needed to know, he spoke. Very good. Help this master find them. I intend to deal with them personally. A green-haired disciple, stunned, spoke up worriedly. But we're no match for them. He shot back. Oh. The green-haired disciple's mouth was covered by his friends. MMPH. MMPH. The brown-haired disciple hurriedly corrected himself. Lord Gao, we'll leave right now. With that said, the disciples immediately gathered their things and confidently set off on their mission. Let's go. With a senior expert here. What the hell do we have to be afraid of? Watching the group depart into the distance. He knew this was all part of his plan. I hope there's still time. He clutched the talisman, pulsing with demonic energy in his hand, knowing that if he had to use it, things would get really complicated. In another place, known as the Wind Domain, a man stood in a dark blue robe, a sash slung across his shoulder, looking both sharp and imposing. On his back was a striking golden quiver, clearly marking him as an archer. His long hair was tied back with a yellow silk ribbon, with 2 locks on either side neatly bound, adding to his solemn appearance. He gripped a short bow tightly in his hand. His gaze was sharp, full of vigilance, as if he were anticipating an imminent threat. Fifth uncle, stay sharp. It's almost here. Suddenly, from within the clouds, a blue, bird-like spirit beast let out a piercing screech. The people around them shouted, it's a wind spirit beast. It belongs to the Chunglian sect. Get ready to move. A female disciple in a light blue robe, her neat headscarf and braids accentuating a delicate yet resilient aura, watched on. Her bright eyes showed a hint of hesitation, as if she had noticed something but didn't dare speak up. Under the vast sky, she was like an undercurrent, gentle yet persistent. She spoke to a man in a dark blue robe, a white fur draped over his shoulder, who exuded a noble yet cold aura. The long sword at his hip radiated a chilling energy. His gaze was as sharp as a blade waiting to be unsheathed. His stance was as steady as a great mountain, unmoving in the eye of the storm. Senior brother. Sure, something's not right. There's something suspicious about that spirit beast. It's staggering from side to side, like it's completely exhausted. It's struggling with all its might, as if it's trying to escape something as fast as it can. It looks like it's running for its life. Suddenly, from below, a dark green dragon, its eyes flashing gold, shot upwards, clamping its jaws down on the spirit beast's body. The young woman, confused, turned to the 2 men. Are they fighting over territory? Her senior brother cautioned her. Don't make a move. We can wait for them to finish each other off and reap the rewards. The green dragon pinned the spirit beast's corpse down, placing it on a rock as it channeled its demonic power. A green light pulsed, pulling a talisman from the spirit beast's chest. After that, it took the talisman, glanced back at them, and having achieved its goal, the green dragon swiftly dove away, leaving them stunned. The young woman gasped. That spirit beast that got away? The other man urged anxiously, not wanting to miss the opportunity of a lifetime. It stole the talisman. Quick, after it. In the blink of an eye, all four of them gave chase. Sual watched from afar, a look of contempt on her face. These people, always trying to profit without lifting a finger. Some things never change. She sat on a rock, holding the green talisman in her hand, as if she'd just acquired a great treasure. A wind-stride talisman. It can dramatically increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption. This is a real find. She held the talisman happily, marveling to herself. And to think it would take this mistress a full 500 years to become a Jiao. 1,000 years to ascend into a dragon. This is all Zhang Tianlin's fault. He made me waste all this time. With this talisman, I can recover much faster now. Fa Hai snatched the spirit talisman from her hand. He laughed smugly. Well, my apologies. This belongs to me now. The mountain girl screamed. Who are you? He seemed to be taunting her. Weren't they saying the demon of the 23rd gate was a snake demon? So how can it be? She didn't let him finish. In her rage, she shattered the rock he was standing on, but her actions only excited him more. Su taunted her, to think it was actually a Jiaolong. As expected, you can't trust a word the 6 great immortal sects say. Elsewhere, the guardian domain. Lu Hao raised 2 fingers, curling the rest. A golden vortex of energy swirled from his hand. As he chanted a spell, Ding Talisman, a massive, brown spirit beast appeared. It had a bizarre shape, with rows of giant stones growing from its back, which made its movements quite slow. He shouted, It's slowing down. Xiao Yun. Together now. Gu Xiao Yun, holding a blade and shield, yelled. Our turn. Yigui replied. The monster let out a final, deafening roar as it was struck down, attracting the attention of another sect nearby. Yitong spotted them. He reported to his superior. Master, we found a 23rd gate. The old man gave the order. Find an opening for a surprise attack. Show no mercy. Man asked innocently. Why do we have to fight them if we have no grudge against them? Master, we have no feud with them. The old man smiled. Man, after this trial is over, you'll receive 50 lashes. Hearing this, the girl trembled with fear and didn't dare utter another peep. Then, the old man spoke slowly. In this competition, we, the Life-Death Guild, aren't the only ones who've been hired to deal with the 23rd gate. Besides, we can always pin the blame on the Myriad Dharma sect in the end. A pair of sharp, violet-green eyes seemed to be carefully calculating something. He spoke. We must be extremely careful. The 6 great immortal sects. They're a treacherous and unpredictable bunch. None of them truly want a new sect coming in to take their place. A talisman floated up from the monster's corpse, the one they had just destroyed. The senior brother explained slowly. The Guardian Earth Talisman. It's a talisman that can significantly boost one's own defenses. I've only ever read descriptions of it in the sect's ancient text before. Lu Hao cheerfully reached for the talisman, as if claiming a new trophy. Now I can finally add it to my collection. Consider a wish fulfilled. Suddenly, an object shot from a distance and struck him in the arm. Fresh blood dripped down his white sleeve, barring his path to the talisman. He cried out in pain. Gu Xiaoyun and Yi Gui rushed forward to support him, quickly assessing the situation. She panicked, crying out, Lu Hao. Yi Gui looked at him, clutching his wounded arm, and told him to fall back. He would handle the rest. I'll take it from here. Suddenly, a mysterious umbrella appeared out of nowhere, radiating a powerful stream of green energy. Its tip was designed to be incredibly sharp, like a blade. It looked like a pretty dangerous weapon. It soared higher into the air, then spewed a cloud of deadly poison. It spread through the air like a silent curse. Under an eerie green glow, tendrils of smoke billowed, ready to devour anyone caught in the waiting trap. Nan Yushu clamped a hand over his nose, trying to keep the poisonous fumes out. He could feel the poison spreading everywhere. It's poison. Yitong held up the talisman, a smug look on his face. A look of pure satisfaction spread across his face. Clutching the talisman, he laughed with pure arrogance. Ha ha ha. So what if you're the 23 symbols sect? Before my 5-step immortal bewitching powder, you're all annihilated in the blink of an eye. But someone screamed a warning. Itong, look out. A gleaming golden arrow, crackling with green energy and sparks of crimson gold chi, twisted together into a powerful vortex, propelling the arrow forward at a terrifying speed. He screamed in terror. Fortunately, a shield materialized just in time to block the arrow's path, sparing his life. The arrow's force was so immense it cracked the shield. Then, the shield shattered into a million pieces. The armor-piercing shot plunged straight into his chest. Man rushed to his side, her face etched with panic and worry. Are you okay? Furious, Itong ripped the bleeding arrow from his chest. Cough. Damn, this arrow's powerful. If you hadn't stepped in to block it, that arrow would have killed me. Their master's face darkened. He snarled at Itong. You useless fool. Get on your feet now. Lao Jilly, clean up this mess from the 23 symbols sect for me. Man tried to defend him, stammering as she spoke. But we've already got the talisman, haven't we? And Itong is injured. But it seemed none of this was enough to satisfy the old man. A sinister, unfathomable cruelty glinted in his eyes. Purple, demonic energy swirled in his palm. It seems you care for him a great deal. He unleashed streams of venomous energy that shot straight toward Man. She convulsed as intense pain shot through her entire body. Her limbs went numb, paralyzed. The color drained from her face. Cold sweat drenched her face. She cried out in agony. Itong stared at her in horror. Man. The situation was desperate. To make his master stop, Itong had no choice but to clutch his still bleeding wound, the blood already soaking his robes, and force himself to stand with what little strength he had left. He forced out the words, Master, please stop. I'll go. A new voice cut in. There's no need for that. I'm here. She rolled up her sleeves, her expression murderous. She was ready for a fight. She asked angrily, her words clipped and sharp. You're the ones who hurt the Liu family, aren't you? Her appearance left Itong completely stunned. How is this possible? You're not affected by my 5-step immortal bewitching powder. Meanwhile, Ihua and Nan Yushu were tending to Liu Hao's injuries. He asked, is this the Liu Hua Valley's pure heart glazed array, the one they say is impervious to all poisons? But why does it feel so much weaker now? It can't even block a little bit of poison. Seeing Nan Yushu's confusion, Ihua explained, the techniques of Liu Hua Valley are mostly related to one's appearance. The more beautiful the user, the more powerful the technique becomes. With a face like mine, the fact that I can even keep the poison from spreading is a testament to the power of Liu Hua Valley's techniques. Don't ask for more. The sect leader's senior brother was stunned. Is that right? Nan Yushu continued. This is the 5 steps bewitching immortal powder from the house of life and death. For a cultivator, it throws your spiritual energy into chaos, making it impossible to use any of your arts. That arrow just now was the only shot we had left. Liu Hao was consumed by guilt, his heart aching with worry for Gu Xiaoyan. Could she really handle this on her own? Sigh. Xiaoyan is out there fighting, and I'm completely useless. I really am getting old. So damn useless. Seeing how restless he was, Nan Yushu tried to reassure him. Xiaoyan has a unique constitution. She seems to be immune to any kind of poison. The House of Life and Death specializes in poison, which makes her their natural enemy. Have faith in her. Gu Xiaoyan focused on the fight. Itong unleashed his demonic arts. Immortal's ruin, but it seemed to have no effect on her. She moved like a flash of lightning, seizing the opening to charge forward. A single punch sent Itong staggering. He was completely unable to defend himself. The blow landed right on his old injuries, sending a fresh wave of agony through him. He went flying, his body skidding across the ground, before slamming into a cluster of rocks. Though Man was terrified, she couldn't bear to see Itong's state. Anxious, she rushed forward. She stood in front of him, shielding him. Her voice trembled, but her words were firm. Don't come over here. In his current state, he was no match for Xiaoyan. He urged Man to leave, not wanting her to get caught up in this. Man, just go. Don't worry about me. Gu Xiaoyan's voice was stern. Return the talisman and hand over the antidote. Do that, and I'll let you live. Man's flustered expression was answer enough. She didn't have them. But the talisman and the antidote, they're... Suddenly, countless thorny vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Itong and wrapping tightly around his face. MMPH. Of course. Man suffered the same fate. MMPH. MMPH. The old master appeared, feigning an apology to Xiaoyan. My sincerest apologies. These disciples of mine are a greedy lot. To think they would steal your talisman on their own accord. It's all my fault for my poor tutelage. He continued, if you're still angered, young lady, I will hand these 2 disciples over to your esteemed sect to be dealt with as you see fit. What do you say? Then, playing his part to perfection, the old man held up the talisman. And one more thing, this talisman is yours. I am returning it to you. He began to praise her talent, trying to entice her. A young lady with such a peculiar constitution as yours. You must be someone of great importance. Why don't we forge a friendly connection? Perhaps we can get to know each other better in the future? But deep down, the old man's ambition burned. He wanted to claim her for himself. Immune to all poisons. One incredibly powerful constitution. If only I could have her. Gu Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, her expression growing dark. Young lady? She tightened her grip on her hammer, her eyes locking onto the true mastermind. It was you. Suddenly, a memory from her childhood flashed through her mind. Her parents were bound, used as a threat against her. A barrier of thorny vines blocked her path. She was powerless, forced to watch her parents. Tears of despair streamed down her face, and the mastermind behind it all was this so-called old master. With one swing of her axe, she severed the vines entangling Itong and Man. The 2 collapsed to the ground, exhausted. They cried out a name. AI, seeing the situation turn against him, the old master spoke with rage. Humph. She accepted the old man's challenge. Axe in one hand. Her stance was firm. Her gaze was sharp as a blade. She was wary of anyone's slightest move. Fine. I suppose we should have a proper exchange. But Fahai saw through all of her attacks. He sidestepped with ease, seizing the opportunity. She aimed to kick at his face, but he evaded it. The 2 of them clashed. The impact thundered through the air. The woman asked Fahai, you can predict my attacks? He smirked. Huh, you noticed? My sect specializes in dealing with your kind, the demon clans. Our cultivation methods are exceptionally sensitive to demonic energy. Fahai added, keep fighting. Once my fellow disciples arrive, even a demon lord at the Qingxi realm would struggle to withstand our sect's 5-person sword formation. Her anger flared. This is such a pain. I really didn't want to fight this way. Suddenly, Fahai froze. She had drawn her weapon. It was an armored crossbow of a unique design. Its limbs were adorned with classic patterns, glowing with a brilliant golden light. The twin limbs were like sharp blades themselves, projecting an aura of both immense power and intricate craftsmanship. The energy flaring from the crossbow erupted in fierce sparks, like a vortex of fire swirling around its wielder. Its grip was sturdily designed, perfect for high-speed combat. She activated its rapid-fire mode. Fahai recognized that weapon, but before he could even react, he was pummeled by her relentless barrage of bolts. Wait a second. Is that? From above, the woman rained down fire upon him. The constant crack and boom of shattering rock echoed around them. Fahai's robes were in tatters, his hair a mess. He struggled to push himself up. Cough, cough. What the hell is this? Since when do demons have this kind of attack method? She aimed the tip of her crossbow right at his forehead, because Fahai was so stubborn and loved to provoke his opponents. The woman's response was entirely predictable. She threatened him, hand over the Zhu family talisman. Though terrified, he kept his composure. He spoke to her calmly. You win. You win. This talisman. She thought he had finally seen reason, and waited, but then he threw the talisman away. His expression twisted as he yelled, You're not getting it. Disciples appeared from the shadows. One of them caught the talisman Fahai had thrown. This demon is extremely difficult to handle. All of you move out. Capture her. The leader of the group replied, Understood. Then he gave the order. Use the wind-sealing formation talismans. Disciples, assume the sword formation. Fahai was certain that, Outnumbered as she was, she stood no chance of winning. Let's see if she knows when she's beaten. Heh, you should just give up. Even with that strange, fire-spitting treasure of yours, you're no match for the Windwalk talismans of the 10,000 Dermis sect. She could see he didn't seem to realize what was real and what wasn't. So she asked him, "Are you sure those are Windwalk talismans they're using?" He was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Humph. Those guys are screaming because of the weapons they're using." "Arg, what is happening?" "The Borderlands." The old master staggered backward, using his demonic energy to defend against Gu Xiaoyun's attack. Damn it. The cowardly old fool is running away. He crashed through a thorny bush, rustling the leaves. A single slash cut through the brush. Blinded. The flash came from Gu Xiaoyun's weapon. Her fighting stance was incredibly powerful. She was a woman, but she fought with immense experience. Her reflexes were lightning fast. The thunderous attacks she unleashed only served to highlight her invincible aura on the battlefield. Her sharp gaze seemed ready to devour the old man. Her eyes were filled with hatred and rage, a hatred rooted in the memories of her family. When Gu Xiaonan was just a child, he had left a deep scar on her soul. She dredged up that painful memory now, a wound that had once torn her heart apart. But now, after enduring all the suffering he had caused, she had emerged so much stronger. "Have you already forgotten me, Elder Wang?" The old man ordered Yitong and Man to stop her. "You too. Stop her." Yitong immediately obeyed. From above, he launched an attack with his demonic energy, aimed right at Gu Xiaoyun's back. Startled, she nonetheless remained focused. She realized it was a sneak attack. The enemy was too close. There wasn't enough time to dodge. The demonic energy blast shot toward her head. She quickly raised an arm to shield herself. GHHK. Ugh. A loud explosion erupted. She was thrown back. Whoosh. The gas sheet inflicted was clearly visible on her arm. His attacks have gotten stronger. The old man laughed smugly. "After you escaped, I spent a great deal of time finding 2 disciples with similarly special constitutions. He had subjected them to his wicked schemes. One can contain all the various poisons I've developed, and the other was born with the ability to attack a person's very soul. And long ago, I planted puppet seeds within their bodies." Gu Xiaoyun saw right through his vile ambition. His true nature was utterly disgusting. You're using talismans to forcibly boost their power, destroying their lifespans in the process. The old man's sinister smile hid his despicable intentions. It was a truly grotesque sight. He had calculated everything, all to orchestrate this day to capture her. "No matter, as long as I can capture you, it will all have been worth it. Your potential is far greater than theirs." She glanced at the talisman. The old man saw through her plan. "Besides, I know what you're thinking. You want to attack me directly to break my control over them." He gave a cunning laugh, as if victory was already in his grasp. "Unfortunately for you, I have acquired this Earthen Guard talisman. They say with this, one can withstand most attacks." The old man laughed maniacally, as if he'd lost all reason. All that remained was pure hysteria. His bestial nature had overwhelmed his humanity. "So this is the power of a high-grade talisman. Once I destroy all of you, I, too, can enter the 6 great immortal sects." Suddenly, the old man spoke. "You too. Go. What is this? How is this possible?" She watched in astonishment. It was the effect of that talisman. The old man twisted into a grotesque form. 2 pairs of sharp horns sprouted from his back, his fingers elongated into sharp, beast-like claws. With his blood-red eyes, he looked exactly like a monster. Yitong and Man stirred, waking from their stupor. "What happened to me?" "You're awake?" The 2 looked up in shock at their master, who was contorting mid-air. "Master," Gu Xiaoyun explained. "That's obviously not your master. Even if he wasn't possessed by the Ta Sui, he was never a good person to begin with." The 2 of them were filled with doubt. CA Sui urged them on. "Don't just stand there. I'll hold him off. You too, go detoxify my martial uncles." They immediately responded and sprang into action. From high above, a beam of light shot down upon the old man, startling all 3 of them. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. "This is..." Zhang Tianlin appeared, leading a group of sect disciples. "The senior masters of the 23-character sect are here. Surrender now." Meanwhile, at another ancient stone stele, a shimmering red vortex swirled At the center of a five-colored formation, radiating a mystical light, it signaled that a mysterious power was about to be unleashed. Someone spoke. 3 elders. The sect master said we only need to pour the power of the 5 elements into it to activate the heavenly Tao steel. Is that really true? 3 old men stood in imposing robes. Their entire beings exuded an air of authority. The one in the center was calm and profound, while the 2 beside him had cold, calculating eyes. They were clearly filled with schemes. They seemed to be waiting for the perfect moment to act. These are the sect master's orders. What can we do? We've been researching this for ages with nothing to show for it. Another replied, but I can definitely feel the spiritual energy fluctuating from the heavenly Tao steel now, said a red-haired man, his face hidden under a strange hat. If it was really that simple, then haven't we wasted a ridiculous amount of time until now? Zhu Jia rushed in to report. 3 elders. It seems there's a problem with the trial. The elder asked, weren't you supposed to be monitoring the Cloud Ascension Immortal trial? What's wrong? Then, the man handed the elder a green slip of paper, detailing the situation. This is what was just recorded from the mirror image talisman. Some things don't seem right. The elder asked, what's not right? Activate the mirror image talisman for me. The cultivator complied. Yes, sir. The image projected before them. A majestic azure dragon was engulfed in a ferocious storm of lightning. Its eyes blazed with fire. It snarled, baring its sharp teeth in the mystical space. Radiating immense power, it fought against a mysterious figure. The elder stroked his beard, deep in thought. This is the spirit beast from the Jingzhou Tower's nurturing domain. Its own strength is formidable. It's certainly not easy to deal with. This is all quite normal. Zhu Jia looked terrified. He said, Elder, the problem is what happens next. The azure dragon transformed into a massive monster with black and white fur. It roared. A powerful purple aura enveloped its body. Lightning crackled violently all around it. In a dramatic and ferocious scene, it seized the person it was fighting. Then, it let out a furious roar and tore the person to shreds. The man's body was completely obliterated. Shredded flesh and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The elder was perplexed. This thunder beast is a spirit beast specifically used for the trial. Why would it leave its designated area to hunt down a cultivator? The man continued. It's not just the thunder domain. A similar situation has occurred in the water domain. It seems they've all been corrupted by the sudden appearance of the Ta Sui. A merman-like monster with blood-red eyes, wielding a trident, loses all control, impaling another person. The elder spoke, his voice laced with worry. How could a vile fiend appear during the trial? I must find the sect master at once. Xian Mu appeared. There's no need for that. The 3 elders reported. Sect master, it seems a vile fiend has appeared in the trial. We must go suppress it immediately. Suddenly, he broke into a sinister grin. A vile fiend appeared, you say? Isn't that perfectly normal? The goateed elder was horrified. Sect master. Meanwhile, in the protected zone, Xiao Yin asked, who's that? One of the disciples from another sect arrogantly told her. What do you mean, who? That's a master. A real master. Zhang Tianlin ruffled her hair, comforting her. Don't you worry about them. Oh, is everyone else? She asked cheerfully. Marshal Uncle and the members of the Liu family were poisoned, but Great Master Iwa is looking after them. Nan Yushu called out her name. Xiao Yun, looks like everyone's okay. Nan Yushu drew his bow, aiming it at Zhang Tianlin. He feared this man was the one who had harmed her. Release our sect's disciple at once. Lu Hao threatened, or we'll fight you to the death. As he finished speaking, the man took off his mask. He scolded them. You can't even handle a little poison? What embarrassment. Is this what I've taught you all this time? Both of them were stunned. They stammered in fear. Ancestor. Why? Why are you here? The disciples from the other sect burst out laughing smugly. As expected of a master. Even members of the 23-character sect are so scared they're calling him Ancestor. If you get on your knees and beg for mercy now, he might just spare your pathetic lives. But in the next moment, the arrogant crowd realized something. Their swords trembled in their hands. One of them stammered, his voice shaking. The ancestor of the 23-character sect. Doesn't that make him a supreme one? Ancestor Su Ling. The 4 of them looked on with grim faces, staring intently at the group. The others dropped to their knees, begging for their lives, for their disrespectful words, and for the offense they had caused. Great One, we were wrong. Please spare us. We forfeit the trial. Zhang Tianlin frowned, chiding them. I'm afraid there's no trial left to forfeit. His words twisted their faces in horror. Great. Supreme One, what do you mean by that? He began to cast a spell. Pages of the Book of Laws flipped rapidly. The crowd stared at the book, and at a red talisman glowing with an eerie purple light. A soul-binding talisman. That is a vile fiend. He closed the book. The so-called 5 Elements trial was nothing but a farce from the very beginning. Back at the main hall, all the elders had been slaughtered. Their eyes were frozen open in death. Cold bodies littered the floor. Rivers of fresh blood flowed, converging upon a ritual array. The sinister Xian Mu let out a vicious, inhuman smile. So this was the truth all along. He said with a triumphant sneer. My sect researched for years but could never activate the heavenly Tao steel. And in the end, we had to rely on a sacrifice to a vile fiend to awaken it. How ironic. He stepped over the goateed elder's corpse. I didn't lie to you, did I? Sect Master Shinmu. He then realized someone had come up behind him. It's Hong Chi, back in the robes of the God Chosen. You really aren't afraid to die, are you? The prophet Hong Chi spoke. You know the truth the Supreme One has buried. That means we're on the same side. If that's the case, then we might as well face each other as we truly are. With a great rumble, a massive door swung open. Xian Mu said with a cunning smile. Once this sacrificial formation is complete, the heavenly Tao steel can be fully activated. And when that happens, not even the Supreme One will be able to stop us. Hong Chi answered him. In that case, welcome to the God Chosen. The sinister man spoke again. This will still take some time. The situation outside the Jingzhou Tower. You all go handle it. The prophet replied. Of course. A new scene unfolds. In the distance, 4 or 5 plumes of strangely colored energy rose into the air. He let out a hearty laugh. A sacrifice for the heavenly Tao, is it? Meanwhile, civilians were fleeing from a ferocious spirit beast. Help! It's coming for us. Fa high charge forward. Great sky dragon, subdue the demon. His technique bound the spirit beast tightly. He shouted an urgent command. It's trapped. Now, make your move. Shan Nu rushed to the scene. With all her might, she unleashed the flying dragon in the heavens technique. Her fist slammed into the beast's body. The attack manifested as a dragon and pierced straight through the spirit beast. It collapsed to the ground dead. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. We're saved. Thank you. They saw the 2 heroes taking off in a sprint. Why are they running so fast? They turned to look back. A horde of people infected by the evil sway were charging toward them. Hey, wait for us, Shan Nu said worriedly. There are more and more of these corrupted. We can't keep this up. One of the corrupted lunged at her. She quickly sent a fist into its face. Fahai said, exasperated. Damn it. Why are the corrupted even in this trial? When I get out of here, I'm demanding answers from the 6 great immortal sects. She drew her bow and fired an arrow right past Fahai's face. He flinched back in fear. You mean you don't know what's going on either? The arrow zipped past Fahai's neck and pierced the throat of the corrupted right behind him. He threw his hands up in surrender. Of course I don't know. All we heard from his 6 great immortal sects was that there was a snake demon in here. So we came to try our luck. Who knew you weren't just a demon? You even beat up several of my sect brothers. For now, we have to get to the exit. Once we regroup with our sect, we'll figure something out. Fahai was puzzled. All right. Why don't you just transform into your original form? We'd be much faster. Shan Nu shyly covered herself. You think my true form is some sideshow for you to gawk at? Stop talking nonsense. By the way, what's your name? I'm Fahai. He wondered to himself. Strange. Why does she get so worked up whenever I mention her true form? At the waterfront, a spirit beast had cornered another group of people. They were terrified, not knowing what to do. We barely fought our way through those corrupted, only to run into this monster. Our spiritual energy is completely depleted. I don't think we can last much longer. At the spirit beast's feet, a pouch of explosives rolled to a stop. The spirit beast was blown to smithereens. Everyone stared in shock. What was that? Gu Xiaoyan stepped out from the smoke and dust. Can any of you still move? If you can, then fight your way out with us. A soldier, slumped on the ground, spoke weakly. We can't get out. They're everywhere. All of them are tainted. They're all tainted. We're done for. She drew her bow. If you're out of spirit energy, then use this. Gu Xiaoyan confidently reassured them. Pull yourselves together. The Supreme One has already gone to deal with the tainted himself. Besides, there are still plenty of survivors. They still look confused. She explained. The Supreme One sent a ton of enchanted artifacts. We use these to break through together. Outside, Zhang Tianlin and the others were arming up. Good thing I had some time to kill and brought some extra firepower with me. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. Wu San calculated. Redeeming one finished type. One truth cannon costs 5,000 Sect development points. We currently have 26,425 points remaining. Redeeming them directly is a real drain on our resources. As expected, it's way more cost-effective to produce them ourselves. But in an emergency, we have no choice. I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something. And we still haven't figured out what's going on with the Zhu Tianmingyi. Nan Yushu, standing beside him, replied. The Ancestor taught them how to use righteousness and peace. But they still can't grasp tactical formations. It's fine. They're all cultivators. There's no need to train them like a conventional army. They're better suited for special forces. Nan Yushu asked, confused. What are special forces? Zhang Tianlin quickly waved his hand. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, for now, in the distance, a horde of the tainted roared as they charged forward. Zhang Tianlin said nonchalantly, Let's start with an airstrike. A barrage of cannon shells flew out. Direct hit. Boom. One by one, the tainted fell. Ha! This stuff is amazing. Zhang Tianlin said with satisfaction. Just as I thought. The most effective way to achieve peace is with an airstrike. It's just that the scale isn't big enough yet. Looks like I'll have to form that carrier pigeon squad sooner than I thought. Man Meng sent something. She reported nervously. The tainted horde is closing in. Zhang Tianlin's expression turned serious. He gathered everyone and gave the order. All right, everyone, just like we practiced. On my command, everyone stood before the nether cannons, each armed and ready. Zhang Tianlin yelled. F2. The tainted charged forward madly, their hunger for fresh blood palpable. Zhang Tianlin continued to shout his commands. The nether cannon spewed thick smoke and fire. Inside the tower, standing in the center of a magic formation of his own making, Xianmu thought anxiously. The sacrificial rate has slowed. Logically, the people in this trial shouldn't be able to interfere with the ritual. Did something go wrong? But even if the sacrifice isn't complete, the accumulated life essence is almost enough to open the heavenly Tao steel. Outside, something was frantically slamming against the door. Kuei-mu thought impatiently. It's that spirit beast attacking the door. It charged forward with all its might. A magic circle flared to life on the door. The moment the spirit beast touched it, it collapsed in pain. Wu Dalu and Lang Bawan rushed over. Oh, my spirit beast. Even a spirit beast renowned for its sheer power can't open this door. How in the world are we supposed to get out of here? Don't the 6 great immortal sects know what's happening in this trial yet? It's no use. Better to risk it all than be hacked to death by that corrupted mob. The door slowly creaks open. The door's open. Xianmu steps out. To make it this far, you two are pretty damn lucky. The two are ecstatic. This is great. It's the sect master of the myriad Dharma sect. Sect master, the evil sway has appeared in the trial. Please, you have to help us. Xianmu scoffs. Only a fool would call a divine grace the evil sway. Huh? One of them is stunned. Sect master, what are you talking about? Wu Dalu suddenly realizes something is wrong. Wait a second. Look at his face. He lifts them into the air with his magic, choking the life out of them. The two struggle helplessly. Ugh, Xianmu sneers. Perhaps it's better if I just show you the truth. Xianmu, you've been corrupted by the evil sway, too. Let me show you the truth about this divine grace. A torrent of corrupting energy invades their bodies. Liang Bawan and Wu Dalu are in absolute agony, completely unable to resist. This is arg. Slowly, the light in their eyes fades, replaced by pure black. Years ago, the Supreme One sealed away the evil dragon. Because of that, cultivators in the Xiantian realm could no longer perceive the heavenly Tao, and mortals were forever barred from reaching the higher realms. Their bodies begin to twist and deform. But the heavenly Tao cannot be defied. Even sealed, its aura continues to seep out into the world. And this divine grace that you feel. That asterisk is the evil sway. Xianmu glances down at them. So how do you feel now? Liang Baowan and Wu Dalo have been completely corrupted. I feel reborn. I've never felt such overwhelming power. Is this the power of the heavenly Tao? This is merely a sliver of the heavenly Tao's aura. Nothing more. If you desire more, then go and bring me more sacrifices. Yes, master. The two of them tear off, crazed with bloodlust, in search of their next prey. Suddenly, two swords flash through the air, impaling them both. Su Ling descend from the heavens. I was wondering why the closer I got to the center, the stronger my Gao Lung sword reacted to the evil sway. Looks like you really are the one pulling the strings. Xianmu is stunned. Su Ling. Why is Su Ling here? That's right. Su Ling is the Supreme One. Of course, he'd know the truth about the Supreme One sealing the heavenly Tao. So that's it. Are you here to stop the secret of your betrayal from getting out? He seems a bit on edge, as expected of Su Ling, to have already planned this far ahead. It seems I really did underestimate you. Su Ling is bewildered. What plan? What did he underestimate about me? Xianmu soars into the air. Su Ling, did you really think I'm afraid of you? I refuse to believe you still possess the full power of the Supreme One. 5 elements convergence. Not to be outdone, Zhang Tianlin unleashes his own technique. Sword formation. Boom. Xianmu's ferocious flames attack. Zhang Tianlin's sword energy slams into him. His sword clatters to the ground. Xianmu laughs maniacally. Ha! Just as I thought. Even reborn. Your strength is nowhere near recovered. That attack, just now, at best, it barely had the power of an early-stage Xiantian cultivator. Zhang Tianlin plummets to the ground, heavily wounded. Su Ling, if all you have left is the empty title of Supreme, then you could just quietly die. So that's how it is. Just as I thought. Even with the Glacial Blade's help, my strategy is barely holding up against the Xiantian cultivator. The skin on his sword hand split open. HNGH. It seems the best way for me to fight is still by combining science and cultivation. Xianmu was confused. What do you mean? He raised a communication talisman. All units, listen up. Begin long-range fire support. Up above, everyone aimed their spirit cannons at Xianmu's position. Nan Yushu's voice came through. Positioning adjusted. Northwest wind. Wind speed, level 2. Coordinate adjustments complete. He double-checked. The angle needs another 0.2 degrees of tilt. This has to be precise. Master Ihua immediately replied. Don't let my looks fool you. In the Flowing Flower Valley's needlework competition, I took first place, you know. Nan Yushu's voice came over the talisman. It's the Patriarch's signal. Fire. Fine. Down below, Xianmu was still gloating. A talisman? Even you couldn't see that coming. Zhang Tianlin was already rushing away. Xianmu was a little surprised. HM? A so-called Supreme. Running away just like that? Ha! Su Ling. So this is all you amount to. Cannonballs rained down on Xianmu's position. His figure was engulfed in smoke and dust. Xianmu stepped out from the smoke. Countless shells were falling from the sky. Hidden weapons? The Supreme you all follow only knows how to play these pathetic little tricks. He created a shield. The cannonballs couldn't penetrate it. Xianmu sneered. You think something like this can even scratch me? The barrage on Xianmu was relentless. He was getting annoyed. Is this all you've got? An attack this feeble is supposed to be worthy of the name Holy Ancestor Su Ling? The shells hit again before Xianmu could put his guard back up. The artillery crew stood in a line. They fired nonstop at him. Fire! Zhang Tianlin shouted. Don't spare the ammo. Just keep hitting him with everything you've got. The shells slammed into his fortress. The fortress shook and then collapsed. It shattered. Xianmu. Exhausted. Damn it. Is this how you fight? You son of a bitch. Can't you even let me finish my sentence? Zhang Tianlong crossed his arms. A satisfied look on his face. Humph. You dare act tough in front of me? I'll see to it you get blown to bits. I was going to wait until the altar was complete before using this. But you forced my hand. From within the rubble, a stone tablet with a spiral pattern rose into the air. He immediately pressed his hand against it. Wu San appeared in a flash. What is that thing? Why does it feel so familiar? Zhang Tianlin turned to ask. What is it? Xian Mu's eyes grew sinister. Of course it feels familiar. Because this is the heavenly Tao itself. Elsewhere, the tower in Luoyang City began to shake. Report. Unstable spiritual energy fluctuations detected in the great illusory realm of Jingzhou Tower. Furthermore, the 3 elders guarding it are unresponsive. Hearing this, Li Hu was puzzled. The Jingzhou Tower's illusory realm. At the very least, it would take the power of a Xintian-level master to affect it. None of the participating sects should possess that kind of strength. Chongqing replied from beside him. Just look at this. One simple trial, and it's caused this much trouble. Your Jingzhou Tower's illusory realm really is a mess. Vanguard Changgang. From what I've heard, before the trial even began, it seems a disciple from your esteemed sect made secret contact with the life and death gate. If there really is some kind of trouble, your sect might not escape involvement. Vanguard Changgang picked up his wine flask and took a cheerful swig. Ha! This wine really isn't half bad. Huh. He stood up. All of you wait here for a moment. I'm going into the Jingzhou Tower to see what's going on. Why go to all that trouble? It would be better for you all to just stay right here. Inside the Jingzhou Tower, everyone immediately rushed forward. A god chosen, you actually dare to show up at the Ascension trial? And a red-robed one at that. Xianti on stage. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. So, not going to take off my mask? Huh. We're all old friends here. Li Hu the Seeker. You're Xian Mu's strategist. Qing Long said from the side. It seems this guy was the mole who infiltrated your sect. They readied themselves for battle. Elder Jean gripped the hilt of the sword on his back. Enough wasting words on him. Let's just take him down now. We can't afford any more delays. In Hongqi's hand was a Bagua formation diagram. Sigh, you've really left me no choice. Seeing it, Li Hu instantly knew what it was. A 5 elements spirit gathering formation. That's right. So care to guess just what spiritual energy this formation is gathering? Meanwhile, Xian Mu, he roared. Reveal the shattered heavenly Tao. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. Man stammered in fear. What is that thing in the sky? Ihua said worriedly. The pressure, it's overwhelming. Wusun said angrily. This feels like the power of the heavenly Tao. Zhang Tianlin couldn't believe it. It really is the heavenly Tao. Xian Mu slowly floated into the air. Lord Sovereign, you're known as the Sword of Heavenly Knowledge. You should be quite familiar with this, shouldn't you? The pupil of the evil dragon that the sovereign sealed in this very tower. Isn't it just a piece of the heavenly Tao that you yourself slaughtered? He was horrified. What? Why doesn't the legacy I inherited from the cold sword contain this memory? Still playing dumb? You people, the so-called sovereigns, shattered the heavenly Tao all those years ago. Then you suppressed its fragments in the divine towers of the 13 prefectures, and you told the world it was the corpse of an evil dragon. As a result, for the next 1,000 years, Xiantian cultivators could no longer sense the power of the heavenly Tao, and not a single new supreme sovereign ever appeared in the cultivation world again. What a brilliant plan you had. If you hadn't killed the heavenly Tao, why would we have all been suppressed for 1,000 years? Everyone was completely stunned. Kill the heavenly Tao? That's impossible. Zhang Tianlin tried to reason with him. Whether you believe it or not, I knew nothing about any of this, but I have a feeling it's not that simple. Xian Mu commanded the heavenly Tao fragment. He laughed smugly. I spent countless years researching this. It was only with the help of the gods chosen that I found a way to undo the seal on this fragment. Now, I will use this opportunity to break through to the supreme sovereign realm and become a sovereign myself. He's right. This is the genuine power of the heavenly Tao. Xian Mu merged the heavenly Tao fragment with the lightning in the sky. Wusun cried out in fear. He was utterly terrified. What we do now? Host. His power, it just keeps on growing. Zhang Tianlin watches helplessly. This guy's not listening to reason anymore. The fragments aren't converting. Xian Mu can't believe his eyes. Pierce. Why? Why are the fragments of the heavenly Tao absorbing my life essence? They absorb it all. His body grows weaker and weaker. He screams. Stop. Stop it. When there's nothing left to absorb, only Xian Mu's skeleton remains, clattering to the ground. A faint voice whispers. Why? With the heavenly Tao? Zhang Tianlin approaches him. You idiot. You still don't get it? Your life essence was clearly used as a sacrifice by those so-called gods chosen. What? I wonder what kind of trouble this is going to cause outside. For the master of an entire sect, he really was an idiot. What a pain. Meanwhile, in Luoyang City, the heavenly Tao fragments slowly seep into the 5 elements spirit-gathering array. Hong Chi thinks with satisfaction. We were short on sacrifices, but the life essence of a celestial immortal lord more than makes up for it. This should be just enough to break the sovereign seal. Hong Chi slips the 5 elements ring onto his hand. Lord Xianmu, you have served your purpose well. Li Hua immediately gives the order. Attack together. Elder Jin charges from behind, but he's attacked by the heavenly Tao fragments. They devour his sword hole. Elder Jin is horrified. What is this thing? The 5 of them attack at once. But it's useless. The figure in black laughs maniacally. Whoa. A combined attack from 6 immortal lords. I could never block an attack like that. So, how about you try this instead? The dark energy from the heavenly Tao fragments unleashes a powerful force. It sends everyone flying. The blast heads straight for Jingzhou City. The city is reduced to rubble. Its residents are all injured. What's happening over there? What in the world just happened? The High Immortals are fighting. Wu Dalu and Ling Bawan come too. I'm still alive? The Star-Lord blocked most of the attack for us. The Empress Dowager holds the Emperor tightly. The 2 of them speak, terrified. Who is that man? Don't talk. We have to get out of here. Immortal Lord Meng Dai struggles against the wave of power. Her disciples panic behind her. The Valley Master is hurt. Someone get a healer for the Valley Master, quick. She commands them. All of you stay back. Jiu Swan is covered in wounds. He says weakly, what is this thing? Li Hua is in disbelief. How can this be? Before them stands the sovereign of the myriad Dharma sect. Ancestor to Yun. Why is he here? Back with Zhang Tianlin's group. The number of people corrupted by the evil aura grows. They all converge on the center. Everyone is trying to fight back. Good thing all we need are spirit stones. With these, we don't have to worry about running out of ammo. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out long ago. Just hold on a little longer. So many disciples from the major sects have died this time. Once we get out of here, we're definitely going to the Myriad Dharma sect to demand an explanation. A loud explosion rings out. Watch out. Something else is coming. Iwa says excitedly. Here comes another one. No problem. Watch this. Gu Xiaoyun leaps onto the mouth of the cannon. Wait. Huh. Is that? A serpent woman riding a spirit beast. Whoa. It's Lady Long. From behind, F.A. Hai quickly signaled. Hold your fire. There are more people with her. All the survivors are riding spirit beasts into the center to help. They're here. So many spirit beasts. Where did they all come from? It looks like that woman brought them. And they saved so many people. You're Lu Daiyuan of the Flying Fox sect. You're still alive? Zhang Tianlin said with a smile. It seems there are more survivors than we expected. Xianmu was exhausted. He weakly staggered to his feet, defiant. TCH. You hypocrite. You high and mighty supreme ones. Since when do you care if cultivators like us live or die? He furiously threw a punch right in his face, knocking him to the ground. Cut the sarcastic crap. Back in the day, even Supreme Yin from the 10,000 Dermas sect used to talk nonsense. And I beat him up all the time. What makes you any different? Zhang Tianlin thought, annoyed. What a pain in the ass. In the memories I inherited from the aloof sword, there was nothing about any of this. He walked up to Xianmu, wanted to know the truth. If you've really got something to say, then tell me everything you know. Tell me how the Supreme Ones wronged you. If you want to know, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what you, so-called Supreme Ones, really did. He began to tell a story from 1,000 years ago, after the dragon-slaying war ended. Aside from Su Ling, who had passed away, the other Supreme Ones ordered their sects to build divine pagodas, to seal the fragments of the evil dragon. Everyone thought peace would finally reign over the lands. But soon, every immortal lord who reached the Xiantian realm discovered they could no longer sense the heavenly Tao. Their cultivation became stagnant. This caused widespread panic. My heavenly spiritual root. Why can't I sense the heavenly Tao anymore? But what was even more terrifying was that the remaining Supreme Ones of the Wushang realm, one by one contracted a strange illness and passed away in succession. Ancestor to Yun of the 10,000 Dermas sect was the one who held on the longest. But eventually his time came too. He summoned our Grand Master to give his final words. The land was littered with the tragic corpses of our people. After Ancestor De Yin passed away, the human race no longer had a supreme one from the Wushang realm to protect it, having lost our innate advantage in comprehending the heavenly Tao. The human race could no longer compete with the physically superior demon race and other clans. Xianmu and his fellow disciples were driven into a corner. Senior brother Xianmu, this is all my fault. You were badly injured protecting me. It's nothing. We have to hold on. As long as we're alive, the 10,000 Derma's sect will endure. An explosion boomed across the sky. His sect brothers immediately headed toward the sound. That's the Grandmaster's direction. Grandmaster, wait up. Xianmu was gravely injured. He couldn't move another inch. He collapsed to the ground. A voice rang out. What a pity. To be born in an era where the end of the cultivation path is visible from the very start. Who are you? Hongqi appeared before him. Relax. I'm not your enemy. I've come to help you find the heavenly Tao. He held out his hand. You can call me Hongqi. Can you still stand? Hongqi was a master strategist. With his help, even though they had lost their ancestor, we also moved quickly to stabilize the myriad Dharma sect and helped our people secure their footing. At the same time, at his suggestion, we made the decisive move to send out our troops, seizing the legacy of the Gui Yuan sect, taking control of the royal family, and rose to become the head of the 6 great immortal sects. 2 soldiers haul him forward. Sect Master. This man forced his way into the Jingzhou Tower. He was attempting to steal the sacred relic left by our founder. We have apprehended him. Xianmu furiously roars at Hongqi. You dare trespass on sacred ground and touch the relic of the virtuous cloud ancestor. Your crime is unforgivable. Tell me your purpose, and I will grant you a quick death. He stands there, completely unfazed. Lord Xianmu, from the moment we first met, I made my purpose clear. I am here in search of the heavenly Tao. Sect Master, please take a look at this first. It won't be too late to execute me after. This is what the Supreme One left for our founder long ago. Hongqi is trying to break through his defenses. Surprising, isn't it? For countless years, our people have been crushed under the pressure of foreign clans and this evil corruption. We've suffered countless casualties, struggling in agony. We searched desperately for the heavenly Tao, and it turns out that all along, our own Supreme Ones were the ones sealed beneath this divine tower. Xianmu retorts in a rage. The Supreme Ones betrayed the heavenly Tao. They were arrogant enough to think they could seize its power for themselves. Instead, they were cursed by the heavenly Tao and died for their insolence. This so-called evil corruption is nothing but the heavenly Tao's curse. I would do anything to break through to the Supreme Realm, to find the heavenly Tao again. I would die without a single regret. But as for your Supreme Ones, those architects of 1,000 years of disaster, they deserve death even more. Zhang Tianlin explains. The Heaven's Covenant contains the spiritual energy left behind by the Supreme Ones. Not long ago, I went to examine it myself. I sensed the power of the evil corruption clinging to it. And what does that prove? Think about the Heaven's Covenant. If the Supreme Ones really did betray the heavenly Tao, then why would the spiritual energy they left behind before their betrayal also be tainted by this curse? This can only mean one thing. By the time the Supreme Ones decided to act, the heavenly Tao was no longer the heavenly Tao. It wasn't the Supreme Ones who betrayed the heavenly Tao. It was the heavenly Tao that betrayed all of us. Even setting that aside, just look around you. These weapons that protect us cultivators, they're all forged by the hands of mortals. They are the ones who make them. For cultivators, the end of our path is already in sight. As bleak as that sounds, for the mortals and the other clans, they don't even have a starting line. He closes the book. Zhang Tianlin continues. And those false, selfish Supreme Ones you speak of, 1,000 years ago, they laid down their lives for those very same mortals. He turns to leave. I'm done wasting my breath on you. Your sickness is too deep-rooted. Let's see how well you hold up when you have to face the disciples of all the other sects. Meanwhile, the others are still fighting desperately. Damn it, this thing is way stronger than the others. The infected spirit beast charges forward ferociously. Watch out, it's headed right for us. Another spirit beast leaps forward, attacking the infected one. The Sand Maiden says with a worried expression, The infected one is its mate. But there's no saving it now. Hey, you con artist. Even with these spirit beasts helping, we can't hold out for much longer. There are just too many infected cultivators and spirit beasts. I see. The Jingzhou Tower has been sealed shut. Maybe I could try using my full power to force an exit. But the cost would be enormous. But I might drain myself completely. A voice calls out from behind. Let me. Xian Mu trembled as he struggled to step forward, trying to open the sealed Jingzhou Pagoda. At the very least, it requires the spiritual power of a Xiantian realm cultivator. Aside from the Supreme One, no one else should be able to do it. Where are you getting at? With his last ounce of strength, Xian Kuang speaks. What am I getting at? Even in death, I am still the sect master of the Myriadarma sect. A surge of power erupts. He roars in agony. Were I do disciples from other sects have to question me. Master, watch out. This is his final burst of spiritual power, an earth-shattering power. Crack. Rumble. Xianmu looks up, his face filled with regret. This way, the sins committed by the Myriadarma sect can perhaps be lessened just a little, right, senior brother? In Luoyang City, the citizens scramble to evacuate to safety. Hurry, get out of here. This way. Jiuswan's mind is in turmoil. Is this the true power of Supreme One? Looks like I can't stay here any longer. Qing Long coughs weakly. The Wushang realm is pretty damn strong. Maybe we should just call it a day. Immortal Lord Meng Dai is healing Old Man Jian. Hang in there. I'm healing you now. Old Ancestor De Yun charges with his sword, aiming for the focused Immortal Lord Meng Dai. Senior sister, look out. The blade is blocked. Immortal Lord Chong Gung struggles to hold his ground, using his own body to shield Meng Dai. Get out of here now. He's in the Wushang realm. Haven't you realized the key point yet? He's not in the Wushang realm. Chong Gung suddenly erupts with power. His body becoming solid and powerful, a stark contrast to before. Hong exclaims in shock. It's the frenzied body of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a secret art that can break the body's physical limits. In my youth, this old man was among the most outstanding of the immortal lords. I've witnessed the power of the Wushang realm firsthand. You're still a long way from reaching it. With all his might, he throws a punch, striking De Yun head-on. The illusion vanishes, as expected of immortal Lord Chang'Gong. To think you saw through the clues. He cackles, but it's still not enough. Chang'Gong is exhausted. It's okay now. A blade suddenly pierces Chang'Gong's chest. His voice weakens in pain. How can this be? Both the sword and Chang'Gong are pulled into a vortex. It's De Yun, Li says in a panic. Old Ancestor De Yun's signature technique. The 5 elements clone. Hold on. Then the other clones are also... Another clone is attacking the Myriadarma sect. Damn it. Li Yuan, hurry up and think of something. I can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, Jiu Swan is slashed across the chest by another of De Yun's clones. He says in terror. He split off another one. Qing Long is also dodging the sharp blade of a De Yun clone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are you chasing me? I'm just a summoned creature. The Empress Dowager shoves the Emperor behind her. Mother Empress. He's here. Li makes his move. I won't let you touch them. From above, a powerful energy approaches. Look, a fire phoenix flies in. With just a single finger, De Yun easily swats it down. From a distance, Xia Jiao rushes in, riding her phoenix. She hurls a giant fireball. De Yun looks slightly intrigued. A fireball hurtled straight for De Yun. Spirit-harmonizing physique. Too bad his cultivation is so low. The fireball suddenly changed direction, slamming right into Hong Qi, and catching him completely off guard. Boom! Hearing the explosion, everyone's spirits lifted. He stopped. This is our chance. Qing Long commanded his dragon. Get up there and crush him. Li Hua seized the opportunity. Now's the time. Seal him. Wind seal. De Yun quickly blocked it. The former sect master of the Myriadarma sect. Li Hua said in astonishment. You're conscious? Since you're a junior, I will spare your life. With that said, he shoved Li Hua into the fire formation with Hong Qi. Xia Jiao rushed forward. Godfather. De Yun instantly teleported, blocking Xia Jiao's path. She flinched and instinctively took a step back. I never expected you to figure out how to attack the formation's core, and I certainly didn't expect Miss Xia's spiritual power to advance so quickly. You've already reached the Chengxi stage. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly fond of people who are too clever. Xia Jiao quickly denied it. The fireball, just now, was a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. I didn't do it on purpose. No need to be so modest, Miss Xia. You are the adopted daughter that elderly Hua specially brought back 16 years ago. Not only do you possess the spirit-harmonizing talent, but you were also granted the title of princess by the royal family. It's a pity you're not of the great Xia's royal bloodline. Otherwise, we might not have even needed that little emperor. Xia Jiao realized. He wants to capture my younger brother. She quickly turned and ran. I have to get out of here first. De Yin blocked her path again. That one gave the order. Kill her. De Yin raised his sword, preparing to strike. Suddenly, another sword blocked his. It was Zhang Tianlin. She said in shock. Senior. Zhang Tianlin smirked. Getting on in years and still bullying a child? Have you no shame? Meng Dai exclaimed happily. Su Ling is here. Old Jean also breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally come out of seclusion. Hong Qi said angrily. I don't care if you still have the strength of a supreme or not. I'm out of here. He immediately bolted. Qing Long roared. Damn it. Don't you dare run. Zhang Tianlin said with concern. That guy. I'm afraid he knows quite a lot. When Xia Jiao saw him, she said at once. Senior. I think his goal is to capture the emperor. Zhang Tianlin scooped Xia Jiao up. Senior, what are you doing? Get back. I'm about to unleash a big one. On the gun emplacements. Row after row began preparing to fire. Boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. Hurry. The Supreme of the Allied Forces has given the order. He says to get out of here now. Meng Dai tried to stay. I can still fight. Chang Gung, lying on the ground, grabbed her hand. Listen to the Supreme. Host, you have exchanged for 2 more cannons of truth. Please note, your sect development points are now down to 16,000. I know. Has the corpse breaking I locked onto him yet? He's too far away. It'll take a little longer to get a lock. Then keep firing. Don't stop. Xia Jiao pointed ahead in a panic. Senior, watch out. Seeing the sword hurtling toward them, he commanded, Go. Block it. Zhang Tianlin's sword struck relentlessly. The Empress Dowager stepped forward. Your Eminence. He quickly explained. Their target is your son. Empress Dowager. Do you know why? The Emperor stammered in fear. What? He's here to kill me. The Empress Dowager was confused. Why? The Emperor and I are merely mortals. Xia Jiao stepped before the Empress Dowager to explain. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. I believe it might be related to your bloodline. My bloodline? I heard my adoptive father mention it once. The Myriad Laws sect has 2 ancestral teachings, passed down from the Supreme to Yun. The first is that the royal bloodline must never, ever be broken. Zhang Tianlin asked urgently. Then what's the second one? She tried to recall. The second one, I think the Yin once instructed. The second teaching is, after I die, you must all protect the Myriad Heavens Covenant. Zhang Tianlin was perplexed. Protect the royal family. And the Myriad Heavens Covenant? Swordmaster. The explosive array is overloaded. We had to shut it down. It's all up to you now. I know. Zhang Tianlong turned and instructed Xia Jiao. Take the Empress Dowager and the Emperor to the Myriad Heavens Covenant. Iwa sensed something was wrong. The truth cannon is overheating. We can't fire it anymore. Nan Yushu said, worried. Damn it. The truth cannon has a very long cooldown. Without reinforcements, our ancestor might lose his advantage. Suddenly, 3 figures stepped forward. Leave it to us. You're from the Beta Sect? They hefted enormous cannon barrels onto their shoulders. Everyone, don't hold back your spiritual energy. Use your full-powered ice magic to cool these artifacts. Yes, sir. De Yun's sword descended in a flurry of fierce attacks. Each blow carried the force of a peak Qingxi master. Just blocking his attacks has already cost me 20% of my spiritual energy. This heaven-shattering sword of Su Ling's. How nostalgic. The 2 clashed violently. Every exchange of blows powerful. And sharp. These techniques. Zhang Tianlin said with a smirk. It's been a long time, hasn't it? He raised his sword. A colossal light enveloping the blade. Now taste my ultimate move. The sword pointed straight at Yun. He parried with his own smaller blade. Beside Zhang Tianlin, 2 cannons. Now, opened fire on him relentlessly. Zhang Tianlong realized something was wrong. Yun conjured a barrier in front of him. Yun's clones stared at him, expressionless. Myriad Lawsbreaker. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Tianlin took the full brunt of Yun's attack. Meanwhile, Qing Long and Jiu Swan were in hot pursuit of Hong Qi. If you got any guts, stop running. Qing Long turned back to ask, we're never going to catch him at this rate. Jiu Swan, do you have any way to hold him up for a second? Jiu Swan replied instantly. I have one technique, but after I use it, I'll be completely spent. That's fine. Just use whatever ultimate move you've got. Leave the rest to me. Jiu Swan summons his giant calligraphy brush. He paints a vortex in the air. Splattered ink, heavenly scroll. The streak of ink tears through Hong Qi, forcing him back. Using this kind of destructive spell, you can only hold me off for a moment. You'll run out of spiritual energy soon enough. Jiu Swan says weakly, this move can hold him for 10 breaths. That's all the strength I have left. Qing Long says excitedly, that's more than enough. The ink slowly dissipates. Now I can break through. Qing Long transforms into a massive water dragon, opening his jaws and swallowing Hong Qi whole. Qing Long's domain. What? Inside Qing Long's domain. Hong Qi looks around. This is a domain. Unless your cultivation level surpasses mine, don't even think about escaping. Just come back with us quietly. He turns, looking at his friend with concern. Jiu Swan, it's not exactly easy to move around in this form. You're going to have to carry me back later. You're a giant dragon now. Who could possibly carry you? Hong Qi says calmly. So that's how it is. Your immortal techniques are truly profound, immortal lords. I admit defeat. However, if Supreme Lord Su Ling were to find out that you bribed the Beidou sect to deal with the 23-character sect, how do you think he would treat you, immortal Lord Jiu Swan? Back at the tea house, Jiu Swan had made a deal with Fa Hai. You so-called 6 great immortal sects are truly despicable. If that's the case, then the task immortal Lord Jiu Swan gave me can be considered complete, yes? Let's make a deal. Immortal Lord Jiu Swan, let's join forces and kill the vessel of Qing Long. Not only will this keep the Ta Sui away from the Pingjiao Immortal Assembly, but our 4 symbols sect won't take a single share of the resources in the future. It will all belong to your esteemed sect. We can even help you deal with the 23-character sect. The Pingjiao Immortal Assembly has always done business with all clans. Profit above all else. This deal. What do you say? Qing Long shouts in terror. Hey, Jiu Swan, you can't do this. What he says does make a certain amount of sense. Jiu Swan lunges at Qing Long. In that case, here's to our successful partnership. Arg. Jiu Swan, I'll haunt you even in death. Elsewhere, Zhang Tianlin is nowhere to be seen beside Xia Jiao. Senior. Yun appears before them. She turns to give instructions. Empress Dowager, I'll do my best to hold him off. You two need to run as far as you can. The Empress Dowager hesitates. But, just then a voice calls out. Xian Tianqi isn't dead yet. What's the rush? Wan Fa Zong steps in front of Xia Jiao. Confronting Yun, she says in shock. Discipline, elder. Yun sneers. You're just biting off more than you can chew. Of course I'm no match for you, but you just took a blast from all those bombs. And you've already used several of your ultimate techniques. I refuse to believe your spiritual energy is infinite. If I throw my own life into the mix, I can at least drain a little more of your power. All this just to save 2 mortals? The disciplined elder says angrily. I don't want to do this either, but I have no other choice. You once instructed my master to protect the imperial bloodline. He drew his sword. So even if it kills me, I must see it through. Yun brandished his sword. If that's the case, then die. The sword carved a rift, charging straight towards the Wanfa sex. Law Elder. His body was severely wounded by that last attack, bleeding heavily. He looked towards Xia Jiao. Now it's just you all left. Cannon fire rained down continuously onto Yun. Yihua exclaimed excitedly. Reloaded. Everyone, open fire. Cannon fire relentlessly barraged Yun's position. This damned magic treasure. I'll deal with you first. A beam of light in the sky slowly closed in. Everyone shouted in unison. Guardian Grand Formation has successfully locked onto the target. Warning. Confirming overloaded attack at 120% capacity. Power limit reached. 3, 2, impact. Yun's entire body was engulfed in the explosion. Long exclaimed in shock. Zhu Tuan, what is this you've done? He etched a character onto Long's forehead. Teasing. Not bad, not bad. This really suits you. Long looked into a mirror. What the hell? You scared the living daylights out of me. Zhu Tuan snickered. It's been ages since I saw you this spooked. How amusing. I don't understand. Zhu Tuan, my lord. What exactly do you mean, sir? The Pingjiao Immortal Assembly, in its dealings, is driven by one thing, profit. If there's profit, we act. Even if it involves a Jizuan, it's no matter. Our limit is this. We don't do business with evil cultivators. Long was so moved, he was on the verge of tears. Zhu Tuan, you bastard. He sighed. So that's how it is. It seems I miscalculated this time. Zhu Tuan stood on top of Long's head. What are you doing? He lay down, thoroughly enjoying himself. How should I put this? I just used a powerful technique. I'm exhausted right now, so I might as well ride you back. We still don't know the situation in Luoyang. Let's hurry back. Long was a little displeased. Isn't Su Ling old Ancestor there? What danger? Stop spouting nonsense. Hurry up, let's go. Don't you dare treat me like your personal mount. You jerk. Luoyang City was in turmoil. After the battle, Zhang Tianlin was covered in wounds. Cough, cough. I almost couldn't hold on. Luckily, I had just enough evolution points left for one shot. The Guardian Grand Formation in overload mode consumed 15,000 points. Now, only 1,000 points remain. Host. Xia Jiao saw him. He said joyfully, Senior, are you all right, Senior? Zhang Tianlin grumbled. Do I look all right to you? Don't waste any more time. Kid, come here for a moment. The Emperor said blankly. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, the instructions Di Yun left before his death is because the Yuan imperial bloodline is the key to unsealing the All Heavens Covenant. The young Emperor recoiled in alarm. That last explosion definitely didn't finish him off, so we'll have to use the power within the All Heavens Covenant. Just bear with it a little longer. I am the Son of Heaven, the Fifth Supreme. How can I be expected to shed my own blood? The Emperor shot the Empress Dowager a desperate look. Mother, you agree, don't you? The Empress Dowager immediately nodded. He has a point. She drew her sword. In that case, we'll just have to use this family heirloom, the Imperial Justice Blade. It can strike down a foolish emperor from above and execute treacherous ministers from below. The young emperor quickly held up his hands to stop her. Mother, I'm your own flesh and blood. The Empress Dowager simply pointed at the sealed statue. Humph. The emperor hastily agreed. I understand. It's just a little blood, right? He turned to Zhang Tianlin, forcing a gentle smile. Supreme One, will this be acceptable? Thank you, Empress Dowager. Beneath the rubble, Di Yun's hand struggled to break free. With a roar, he burst out from the debris. I'm a little worn out. What a powerful blow. My incomplete pathogen sacrifice is completely incapable of defending against an attack of that level. It seems my only choice is to burn through all my remaining spiritual energy to temporarily reach the Supreme Realm. Di Yun stomped his foot. Let my power surge forth. A great wind surged around him. Senior, look, over there. Wu San immediately warned him. Host, be careful. That's the golden Dharma body of the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm? But you said he wasn't strong enough to reach the Supreme Realm. He must have used some kind of secret technique. He's burning through all of his spiritual power. We have to think of something fast. If we don't, we're all going to die. Zhang Tianlin shouted urgently. Hey you, hurry up. The emperor immediately cut his hand. His blood dripped onto the sealed statue. The statue began to glow. A beam of light shot straight into the sky. Zhang Tianlin exclaimed with delight. This is it. This is the true power left behind by the ancient Supreme One. And it's the part that hasn't been corrupted by that evil filth. Wu San replied instantly. But this power is not compatible with you. At best, you can only borrow it for a short time. Worse, it could cause you immense harm. He touched the sealed statue. I have to take that chance. I don't care. Let's do this. Wu San, back me up. She rushed forward. Understood. Listen up, host. You only have one chance to use this spiritual energy. It can grant you the power of the Supreme Realm in an instant. The key to using it is to construct your own Golden Dharma body. My own Golden Dharma body? The Golden Dharma body is the manifestation of a Supreme Realm cultivator's personal state and will. You must use your own will to build it. If you fail, you will be utterly destroyed. This system suggests that you model your golden Dharma body after the one used by Saint Ancestor Su Ling. It has the highest chance of success. Zhang Tianlin nodded in understanding. Got it. The yin sneered from a distance, forcing the creation of a golden Dharma body. Too bad. You might be able to fool others, but Su Ling was an old enemy of mine. He chuckled. You. Su Ling's golden Dharma body was called the heaven-shattering sword. If it were really him, perhaps I might have to take a step back. But a fake heaven-shattering sword? How could it possibly stand against my Dharma body? Aboard a green dragon, Jiu Swan complained loudly. Hey, can't you fly any faster? Why aren't we there yet? The azure dragon below was also getting annoyed by his attitude. With a thunderous roar, it sent Jiu Swan staggering. If you're so great, fly on your own. I'm carrying an immortal air in my belly. I can't fly any faster while maintaining this barrier. Jiu Swan spoke. I've always suspected that Su Ling's power hasn't fully recovered, so he might not be a match for Yun, who has been tainted by the vile anomaly. Hearing this, the azure dragon slowed in astonishment. Jiu Swan's gaze swept over the dragon, his expression nonchalant. You can tell just by his usual way of doing things. Otherwise, why do you think I'd dare make a move on a disciple of the 23-character sect? The azure dragon listened, its admiration growing. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Jiu Swan's eyes widened in shock. He saw something. That's up ahead. A man held a sword high, hoisting up a colossal tome. The sound shook the heavens, accompanied by a swirling vortex. Seeing this, the azure dragon was completely dumbfounded. A cold sweat broke out. What the hell is that? Jiu Swan was petrified with shock, but he still managed to explain to the azure dragon. That's the golden Dharma body of a celestial realm master. The azure dragon roared. Damn it, it cried out in alarm. Then why are we still going there? That's a suicide mission. Don't you get it? Jiu Swan's tense voice cut through the air. Wait a minute. There's something else. The dark night was lit by a furious storm. Azure bolts of lightning seemed to tear space itself apart. And yet, the man still held his sword high. That is Patriarch Yun. He frowned slightly. That's not the heaven-shattering sword. Though Zhang Tianlin's body was tattered and drenched in blood, he still managed to roar. What did you just say? This is the golden Dharma body I forged with the wealth of an entire continent. From a massive spatial gate, crackling with bolts of energy, a section of a warship began to emerge. It is called Worldbreaker. Slowly, the warship's outline became clearer, immensely majestic. Its aura pierced the heavens. A voice rang out. Who calls? The heaven-shattering fleet is in position. Whoosh and hover in the air, slowly descending. A golden Dharma body is the external manifestation of a cultivator's own will. It maximizes their combat style, pushing it to its absolute limit. She appeared, her face etched with pain, but her voice was filled with admiration for Zhang Tianlin. And a heavenly sword, Worldbreaker, the style of this golden Dharma body. It suits you perfectly. Host, Patriarch Yun frowned slightly, as a cold smile crept across his face. A golden Dharma body hastily cobbled together in an emergency. What kind of combat power could this thing possibly have? He reabsorbed the previous pillar of energy, forging a torrent of purple power. Then, Patriarch Yun turned, looking down as he spoke. Now, perish beneath this heavenly thunder. With that, he leaped into the air, leaving a blast of purple energy and dust in his wake. At the ship's bow, a sphere of energy was being drawn in, growing larger by the second. Then, a voice emanated from the warship. Hostile action detected. Main weapon engaged. Target locked. Burial bomb ready to fire. It then unleashed a powerful beam of light. Flames consumed the battlefield. The heaven-shattering fleet opens fire. A destructive beam of energy rained down from the sky. Patriarch Yun desperately swung his sword, creating a final barrier to defend himself. Its name, 9 Revolutions Heavenly Thunder. Though his body was riddled with wounds, he proudly brandished his sword. But unfortunately, Ancestor Yun was pierced by the warship's blast. A torrent of purple energy swirled together, then erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The horrific blast was so powerful it lit up the dark night sky. A hand reached out, catching the glittering fragments as they fell. Xia Jiao stared at them intently, thinking, so this is the power of Supreme Being. Suddenly, she whirled around in alarm. From out of nowhere, Qing Long dove down at incredible speed, shouting, Qing Long is here to help. Zhu Xuan glanced at Qing Long, muttering under his breath, keep it down. You only dared to show up and put on an act after it was clear to Yun had lost. Qing Long shot back at Zhu Xuan. Watch your mouth. I'm the one who caught the mastermind. He coughed awkwardly a few times. Ha! Hearing someone call his name, Zhu Xuan looked over in surprise. Senior Qing Long. Senior Zhu Xuan. He asked Xia Jiao. Xia Jiao, have you seen Supreme Su Ling anywhere? We need to find him. She pointed towards the brilliant glow. Over there. But when they looked, there was no one in sight. Xia Jiao panicked. Where did he go? Suddenly, Zhang Tianlin fell from the sky at a terrifying speed. Wu San covered its mouth, its face etched with worry as it asked, Host, why did you suddenly fall? Zhang Tianlin lay sprawled on the ground, his face twisted in agony. He struggled to speak. I don't know why. My body suddenly feels like it's on fire. It hurts so much. Wu San floated in the air and said in a frightened voice, Oh no, you were just channeling the spiritual power of more than 10 Supremes. So, hearing this, Zhang Tianlin immediately sat up and asked, So what? It turned away and continued, Didn't I tell you before? There would be severe repercussions. Well, this is it. The news scared Zhang Tianlin half to death. The shock caused his wounds to tear open, and blood spurted out. Just like that. Blood gushed out like a torrent. AR, that's so much blood. Wu San shook its head, spreading its hands helplessly, it said. Just as I feared. You've ruptured. A group of mysterious figures in green cloaks stood before a cliff face. Their leader spoke. The Heaven's Covenant was not destroyed. The plan has failed. Another added. Lord Hong Qi didn't escape. He was most likely captured. One of them held up a scroll. According to the instructions Lord Hong Qi left behind. If he were to fail, we are to immediately proceed with Plan B. Another spoke cautiously. But Lord Hong Qi's sacrifice. He was cut off by the other. It was a necessary probe. They tucked the scroll into a pouch. To fully understand the combat power of a resurrected Supreme, sacrificing one of our crimson robes is a reasonable price. It was clear they were plotting something sinister. We now have preliminary intelligence on this Supreme Su Ling. The leader, who appeared to be the highest in rank, gave the order. Su Ling's combat strength far exceeds our initial predictions. All kin are to temporarily cease operations targeting Luo Yang. The rest of you, follow my orders. As you command. As you command. Zhang Tianlin is sprawled on the ground, panting weakly. That was too close. I almost died. Meanwhile, Wu San crosses his arms, floating in midair and looking down at him. Do you have any idea how reckless you just were? That was the spiritual power of multiple Supremes. Any more, and you would have blown yourself to bits right then and there. He sits up, resting his hands on his knees. Don't worry. I know my limits. Most of the spiritual power in the Heaven's Covenant has already been corrupted by the Xie Sui. I only used the part that wasn't tainted. It was probably just a fraction of its original power, anyway. A voice suddenly catches Zhang Tianlin's attention. To think the body of this Su Ling can't even handle 1/10 of our power. How pathetic. He immediately leaps to his feet, his expression hardening. It was Li Hua, sitting on a tree branch, dangling his legs. He waves to the two of them down below. Yo! Wu San and Zhang Tianlin cry out in unison. Li Hua, hearing the name, his face twists into a look of utter disgust. So this kid's name is Li Hua, huh? What a ridiculous name. Then, Li Hua tugs at the clothes he's wearing, frowning with disdain. And what's with the style of this outfit? TCH, TCH, TCH. Could it be any more drab? He continues. Are all the juniors from the Myriad Laws sect carved out of wood these days? Li Hua starts tossing away items from his person. And these storage items are hideous. Doesn't he even own a single Shan Gong too? He grumbles as he throws the items. Ugh, what is all this trashy magical junk? Zhang Tianlin looks on, dumbfounded. But a faint idea of who stands before him is starting to form. The way he talks. Could it be? Quickly, Zhang Tianlin realizes it's Ancestor to Yun. Li Hua turns around, giving a two-fingered salute. But next to him, the golden silhouette of Ancestor Yun appears. The same Dharma body from before. Pretty slick, right? Seeing Ancestor Yun's casual demeanor, Zhang Tianlin shouts, "It's really you." Ancestor Yun casually spreads his arms. "What's so surprising? I'm just borrowing the body of one of my descendants for a bit. I'll be gone soon enough." Zhang Tianlin doesn't understand. "What do you mean?" Ancestor Yun recalls the massive explosion from moments ago. The decay of the heavenly Tao is inevitable. But that little pyro girl's attack on the formation plate momentarily halted the process. And then, a Bagua compass appears, bearing the symbols of yin and yang, and surrounded by 5 sectors representing the 5 elements. At that moment, Ancestor Yun realized, that brief pause granted my chaotic, millennium-old consciousness a single moment of clarity. And then I just so happened to run into this young man. As he speaks, the Ancestor's spirit grabs Li Hua's arm with one hand, while his other gathers a surge of purple energy. Ancestor Yun strikes Li Hua with a palm. Using that instant, I drove my lucid spiritual soul into this kid's body. Zhang Tianlin rubs his chin, putting the pieces together. In other words, you're just a remnant soul, and you'll dissipate soon. Is that right? Ancestor Yun, now in Li Hua's body, smirks. I can probably hold on for a few days. However, I've told you this much. Isn't it about time you answer a question for me? Ancestor Yun leaps in front of Zhang Tianlin. For example, he gets right in Zhang Tianlin's face, his voice low and suggestive. About this kid using Su Ling's body. "Who are you, really?" Zhang Tianlin retorted just as harshly. "At least I'm not some decrepit evil spirit, right?" But inwardly he thought, just as I thought, in front of those who knew Su Ling back in the day. There's no hiding who I really am. Suddenly, a voice calling out senior made Patriarch Yun and Zhang Tianlin immediately turn toward the sound. "Looks like this isn't the time to talk. This body is so damn rustic right now. You don't mind if I hide inside you for a bit, do you?" With that, Patriarch Yun pretended to pass out, falling toward Zhang Tianlin. The sudden move startled him. Zhang Tianlin shouted helplessly, "You sure know how to make an exit." Riding on Qinglong's back, Xiaoyao spoke. "Senior, the Azure Dragon Marshal and the Jioswan Marshal are both looking for someone. The disciples from all the sects are in an uproar." "My sworn father?" Zhang Tianlin was taken aback. He quickly replied, "My sworn father. He was injured earlier. I just happened to be passing by and saved him." Xiaoyao mused. "Is that so? But—" She looked at the strange expression on Li Hua's face, feeling suspicious. "Why does my sworn father have a look like that?" Elsewhere, a group of survivors from various sects were arguing. "Do you have any idea how many people are sect lost?" Another person said, "Where is the steward of the Myriad Laws sect?" The person next to him shouted angrily, "We demand justice today." Someone else tried to calm the crowd. "Everyone, please calm down." Jioswan stroked his chin, lost in thought. "I didn't expect Xian Mu Yu to fall for the trick. And for the Supreme Realm to be this insane. For the Myriad Laws sect to handle a situation like this on their own. I'm afraid they'll be crippled after this." Qinglong, standing beside him, added, "I'd say you didn't expect that Su Ling to be so formidable. Just so you know, if that old man comes looking for you to settle the score, I'm not sticking up for you." Jioswan laughed confidently. "Don't worry. From what I've heard, this Supreme Lord is also a man who loves money. It's just a matter of price." Qinglong scratched his head in confusion. "He gave me so much righteous merit for free, and even bought a ton of pigeons. He only charges a maintenance fee later on. Someone that generous. How could he be greedy?" Jioswan felt helpless at the dragon's logic. "You idiot." Changgung, who had been seriously injured, finally woke up. He let out a cough. Elder Jean, who had been watching over him, turned around when he saw him awake. "You're awake." Changgung propped himself up and said, "It seems Patriarch Yun's evil form has been defeated." His face, Elder Jin's expression, turned grim. "That's right. I heard you instigated the Life and Death sect to attack the disciples of the 23 Masters sect." Changgung's eyes suddenly sharpened. "You're still young. If you were stuck in the Xiantian realm for hundreds of years like I was, you'd hate those Supreme Lords, too." Elder Jean warned him anxiously. "You better not move." Changgung seemed to ignore Elder Jin's words. He simply opened his water flask and took a long swig. Afterward, The color returned to Chonggung's face. He looked much better. He laughed and said, well, I suppose I should go beg for forgiveness from the new Supreme Lord. Members of the other sects gathered together, discussing something among themselves. The marshals and the Supreme Lord have been in the Imperial City for a while now. What on earth are they discussing? One person said agitatedly, after something this big happened, the Myriad Laws sect owes us an explanation. Someone saw something. They're pointing this way. Say no more. Look, the disciplinary elder sat wearily on his throne. It's the punishment elder of the 10,000 Dermis sect. A man beside the disciplinary elder bowed. He spoke with concern. Elder, you're gravely injured. You need treatment at once. The disciplinary elder simply closed his eyes and replied softly, we're leaving. Back to the sect. The man responded with deep respect. Yes, sir. Inside a spell formation, enveloped by pulsing blue energy, Azure Dragon and two others stood within. One of the men spoke up. Is this the Three Flowers Spirit Severing Array? It can control all the spiritual energy within a certain area. Azure Dragon spoke with a grave expression. Inside my Azure Dragon domain, I can cut off all spiritual energy. No spells can be used. Not even suicide is possible. But it's a different story once they're released. Azure Dragon continued, especially those followers of the Yin God. The moment they get out, they'll probably self-destruct. That's why we have to keep them trapped in this formation. Zhang Tianlin felt a little more at ease. Good. Of all the Xiantian masters here, you two are in the best shape. Leave maintaining the formation to me. Zhu Xuan projected a stream of blue energy forward. No problem. Azure Dragon seemed to be holding something in its mouth. You all might want to step back a bit. It's about to get pungent. Zhang Tianlin asked, confused. Pungent? What do you mean? And then it spewed out a massive, slimy pile, disgusting Zhang Tianlin so much that he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. That's revolting. A man, covered head to toe in Azure Dragon's drool, looked around. What is this stench? He turned his head to face Zhang Tianlin, his eyes narrowing. So we finally meet. Zhang Tianlin pinched his nose, his face a mask of disgust. Holy hell, this smells almost as bad as a can of rotten fish. It's sickening. Azure Dragon suddenly roared. What did you think all that was for? It was to catch him. The man who had just been spat out looked around warily. He said, so that's how it is. You're using a formation to create a spirit sealing zone, which means I can't use any spells. Azure Dragon let out a terrifying growl. So you'd better behave, or I'll swallow you whole again. At this, he looked terrified. Wait, I get it. If that's the case, then, a moment later, a dangerous smile spread across his face. I just won't use any spells. Zhu Xuan seemed to realize something. He shouted a warning. Watch out. But it was too late. He had already launched a stream of black energy straight at Zhang Tianlin. Heavenly Demon Soul Seizure. The energy instantly bored into his body. Within a vast, mysterious space, a shadowy figure appeared. He laughed triumphantly. Huh. So this is the consciousness of Star. Su Ling, your body is mine for the taking. His expression then turned to fury. Now watch as I seize control of your consciousness and completely assimilate this body. Suddenly, another voice echoed through the space. Just as I expected, this caught the intruder completely by surprise. He whipped his head toward the sound. Impossible. It's Ancestor to Yun. The old man had his back to the other person. He scanned the area. Not only can I not enter this guy's spiritual sea, it's actively blocking me out. I can't read his memories at all. An enraged fist slammed down. You've taken over the body of my old friend. What is the meaning of this? He realized with a start. Could it be? Ancestor to Yun turned around, feigning surprise. Oh, so you made it in here too. Just as I expected. Then, his expression darkened. Don't you call yourselves the Heavenly Demon God Tribe? I seem to recall personally tearing countless of your kind to shreds back in the day. The mysterious figure pointed at him and roared. The Yun, what are you doing here? Outside, Zhang Tianlin stood with one foot on the man's body. He said with a smirk, so that's how it is. This body was stolen after all. Outside, Qing Long relentlessly pounded on the green shield. He screamed, let me out, let me out, let me out. That old man might have just had his body snatched. Zhu Xuan shouted back in desperation. That's all the more reason I can't let a fool like you out. Zhu Xuan, you heartless bastard. Qing Long fearfully turned his head to look at Zhang Tianlin. First of all, it takes at least an hour for a heavenly demon to complete a body possession, and it's always accompanied by a violent struggle. Second, he blew on the book in his hand and gave Qing Long a menacing smile. Who are you calling an old man? Seeing this, Qing Long screamed in terror. Wah! The sunset glowed upon the magnificent city tower. A voice rang out. Here's what happened. Zhang Tianlin sat with his legs crossed, enthroned majestically upon a splendid seat. He spoke slowly. I already knew the true nature of this God's chosen. That's why I lured him here to try and possess me. He tapped his finger against his head. All you know is that by trying to take my body, he was just asking for death. The book, as if it had a life of its own, floated into the air. It spoke up. Yeah, because this system is here. No one can get into your sea of consciousness. What's there to be so smug about? He tapped the golden book with 2 fingers. Qing Long clutched his wounds. He coughed twice. I can't believe the God's chosen was actually a corpse demon. We just don't know what their ultimate goal is yet. Jiuswan asked cautiously, does the Supreme One have a special reason for summoning us? Is there something you need our help with? Zhang Tianlin spread his arms. He said with a smile, that's right. I need you two to do a few things for me. In return, the matter of you secretly targeting my disciples will be forgiven. Outside the city, a beam of green light descended from the sky. The people outside saw it and cheered. The Allied forces are out. Is it over? Do we have a result? They seemed to see something and stifle their laughter. Qing Long, his face bruised and swollen, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He announced, everyone, on behalf of the Su Ling sacred ancestor and the 6 great sects, I am here to announce the following decisions. Qing Long's words were punctuated by a few stifled giggles from the crowd. Though he was fuming inside, Qing Long forced himself to continue. First, regarding this recent invasion of evil spirits, all losses suffered by the various sects will be compensated by the Myriad Laws sect. Those who contributed to fighting back the evil spirits will also be rewarded according to the law. He then continued. Second, all privileges of the Myriad Laws sect are hereby suspended. They will be managed by the 23 divisions. This left everyone utterly stunned. On what grounds? Then, a man held up 3 fingers. Third, his face bruised and swollen, he continued. By the decree of the Void Spirit Sacred Ancestor, a standard trial will be held, organized by the 23 sects. Those who pass can directly enter the 23 sects. Furthermore, this trial will be conducted annually from now on. It will be called the Grand Comprehensive Higher Cultivation Examination. He then asked the crowd, everyone, regarding the great immortal sects rewarding the clans who fought back the fell corruption invasion. What are your thoughts? Hearing this, a scruffy-looking guy crossed his arms and chimed in. Are you seriously telling me there are people who can't beat the fell corruptions? No way. Impossible. Dealing with those things? For a cultivator, shouldn't it be a piece of cake? A hairy, brutish-looking fellow added his 2 cents. TCH. What a bunch of posers. Huh. You think dealing with a fellspawn is hard? You just wait for it to charge. I'll slice it open with 1 clean cut. Spill its guts. And bam, problem solved. Just then, a glamorous cat demon pranced into the conversation, eager to tell them how dangerous it really was. I'm not looking down on anyone, but let's be real, not everyone is built the same. Once in a fit of absolute rage, I took on more than 20 fellspawn all by myself. It's a real shame. I couldn't make it in time for this invasion. The hairy guy quickly tried to cut her off. Whoa there, Chief. That's a hell of a brag. Not backing down, the cat demon yelled. Shut your mouth. Just wait until I master the golden body dharma form. Fell corruptions? I'll wipe them all out. The man in green shrank back in fear. The boasting went on and on. Wu Qian stood nearby, muttering to herself in exasperation. Where did all these weirdos come from? Hearing her, Dongfang Busheng explained with a weary sigh. Apparently, they're from the barbaric demon clans in the surrounding areas. They heard the 23 sex exam is open to all races, so they came to try their luck. The moment the young woman heard this, her eyes lit up. This was her chance. Demon clans. I hear they're notoriously easy to fool. An opportunity just fell into my lap. Meanwhile, the group was still arguing loudly. A bunch of morons like you expect to win the favor of the Supreme One? The glamorous cat demon shouted in their faces. What did you say? The brutish fellow growled at her in a raspy voice. You looking for a fight? The noise grew louder and louder, threatening to burst their eardrums. The ever-scheming Wu Qian began to set her plan in motion. She stepped in, feigning a calming tone. Now, let's not get angry. The 23 Sect's exam isn't about brute strength, you know. If you don't believe me, I can give you a real test question from one of their past exams. How about it? The cat demon immediately shot up, ready for the challenge. Bring it on. You humans always look down on us demons. My brain works just fine. Unfazed, Wu Qian began to set her trap. Listen closely. One night, Zhang San, who was guarding the sect gate, encountered a wandering vagrant named Li Si. Growing suspicious, he searched Li Si. On him, he found a strange button. Zhang San noticed Li Si's tense expression, and out of curiosity, he pressed the button. As a result, the sect's treasure pavilion, not far away, suddenly exploded. The blast killed Wang Wu. She continued with the question. The question. Zhang San and Li Si. Which rule of the 23rd Division gate did each of them break? They nervously scratched their heads. Their minds a tangled mess. Big brother, what's she even talking about? His head was spinning. He cried out, I don't get any of this at all. They just kept shaking their heads. That's right. The Kamet leader couldn't help but mutter. It must be injuring someone without cause. But a single, sharp sentence from Wu Qian left them stunned. They were about to give in. It seemed they were on the verge of admitting defeat. Whoa! At that moment, she seemed to tower over them like a giant, an immense and intimidating presence. Did Zhang San subjectively intend to cause an explosion? Objectively speaking, did it explode? Yes. So, the subjective intent and the objective outcome don't align. According to Article 123 of the 23rd Division Gates Regulations, Zhang San is not in violation. However, Li Si used Zhang San as a tool to cause the explosion. The two had no shared intent to break the rules. Therefore, Wu Qian pointed definitively, asserting, only Li Si is guilty of indirect perpetration for damaging the sect's property. The Kamet leader had to admit he was beaten. He fell to his knees, as if pleading, I lost. The rough-looking man was drenched in sweat. He asked uncertainly, what do we do now? If I don't get guidance from the Supreme One, I'll never learn the Golden Body Dharma form. And if I can't learn the Golden Body Dharma form, I won't be able to inherit my family's legacy. One of his companions tried to comfort him. Big brother, get a hold of yourself. They had no choice but to deny the reality of their situation. It was just a practice test. Suddenly, Wu Qian's voice came out of nowhere, making the young man look up at her. Passing the 23rd Division Gates exam is actually quite simple. All you're missing is a study guide. She immediately began to passionately pitch her miraculous book, a collection of real exam questions for the 23rd Division Gate. I bought it for 100 taels of silver, but since you look so pathetic, I'll sell it to you for 50. What do you say? Seeing this, the hefty man tried to stop his leader. Big brother, that's all the money we have. The rough-looking one also tried to dissuade him, knowing that if they bought it, they wouldn't have any money to live on for the next few days. I mean, how are we supposed to survive for the next few days? Despite his companion's pleas, the Kamet leader was determined to buy it, believing it was truly as miraculous as she claimed. Everyone, just bear with it for a little while. Worst case, we can busk on the streets. As long as we have this guide, we'll definitely get to meet sacred ancestor Su Ling. And if that happens, the crisis facing our clan will be solved. Suddenly, the rough-looking man seemed to spot a line of text on the back of the book. Big brother, look at the back of this. There's something written here. On it were just a few short words, but they were enough to mock them in the most scathing way. For the despicable race. It seemed they were only just now putting it all together. Big brother, I think we've been scammed. A sound suddenly came from a corner of the room. In other words, those other foreign clans have also started to take notice of the recruitment announced by the 23rd Division Gate. Inside, a young girl chewed on her pen. He shook his head, musing. That's right. The Supreme One defeated the evil entity of Ancestor Yun. His fame is legendary. Now, tons of people from the demon clans are flocking to Luoyang City just to see him. Liwa found himself agreeing with her. You were right from the very beginning. Doing nothing only made everything so much worse. If I had only realized it sooner, the Myriad Laws sect wouldn't be in this mess. He felt that he had truly gotten old. I can't compare to you young folks. When she heard that, it hit her with an irritating flash of insight. She finally understood. Wait a minute. The real reason he's saying all this. Could it be? She spun around. It looked like she'd finally put the pieces together and was ready to do something about it. I get it now. So this is all about marrying me off first. That's the only way you'll be able to rest easy, isn't it? She cried out. I knew it was coming. Liwa asked, tell me, Jiaoer, in the entire world of cultivators, is there any young master who has caught your eye? Don't you worry. I still have enough pull to make it happen. Jiaoer was flustered by the question. She didn't know how to answer. Godfather, I don't think I'm ready. Her godfather immediately launched into a lecture. Why not? When a daughter comes of age, it's time for her to marry. It's high time you were married. You're not a little girl anymore. Jiaoer turned her back to him, covering her ears. She didn't want to hear another word. Just then, someone rushed in to report. Sect Master, Sacred Ancestor Su Ling is here for a visit. He was completely taken aback. He never thought he'd see the day. The Supreme One, visiting the Myriad Laws sect? A figure was seated on a high throne, speaking with an imperious voice. He then asked, what is everyone doing here? Lihua is all I need to receive me. The rest of you can go. One of the elders stammered, flustered. But the others didn't know what to say either. Sir, suddenly, a voice cut through from behind, seemingly saving them from their predicament. Elders, you may leave everything here to me. They obeyed at once. Yes, sir. Lihua and Jiaoer both bowed deeply. Greetings, Supreme One. Zhang Tianli clapped his hands, as if applauding. Clap, clap. Ah, so you've come. At that moment, the young lady was pleading in terror. Please, Your Eminence. Jiaoer pointed at Lihua next to her. Her face was a mask of despair. She allowed a choked sound. Huh? Lihua asked, puzzled. May I ask what business brings the Supreme One to my Myriad Laws sect? Zhang Tianli replied with a taunting smirk. Weren't the privileges of your Myriad Laws sect suspended? I'm here to arrange for the future of your sect. He couldn't stop his brow from furrowing. Anger flashed in his eyes. Supreme One, my sect may have followed your request and renounced our position as one of the 6 great proclamations. But we have always been and will always be an independent sect. Lihua immediately pressed a hand to his forehead. You may be the Supreme One, but you are an outsider nonetheless. The future of my sect is no concern of yours. His response was even more insolent. And it seems I have no other choice. Your grand disciple isn't listening to you. So what is to be done? Crack. He suddenly called out. And then he screamed. Get him. Only then did the girl recognize the stranger. She was stunned and utterly shocked. Grand Ancestor to Yun. Lihua trembled with fear. He stammered. You're not. Grand Ancestor to Yun spoke. I was unable to save his body. All I could do was barely preserve a remnant of his soul. The old man's face darkened. He retorted. The plan to deal with the 10,000 Dermas sect was my proposal. Do you have a problem with that? Lihua immediately dropped to his knees. He said, terrified. No, I wouldn't dare. We will proceed as you have commanded, Grand Ancestor. Xia Jiao glanced over. It was the first time she had ever seen her master so frightened. So this is the aura of Grand Ancestor to Yin. Grand Ancestor to Yin said with a theatrical huff. Well now, if it isn't the little girl with the harmonious spirit body. Then the old man shot up from his throne and appeared beside Xia Jiao. He patted the girl on the head. She couldn't help but blush. Hith. He made her an offer. Little one, interested in becoming the sect leader? I think you're much sharper than that blockhead over there. So, think about it. Lihua was shaking in his boots. Grand Ancestor. This is no. Grand Ancestor to Yun made a strange, almost comical expression. He barked at Lihua. The adults are talking. A child like you shouldn't interrupt. Lihua flinched. He said, trembling. Yes, sir. Zhang Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. He said impatiently, all right, that's enough. This little family reunion is over. Let's get down to business. Lihua's expression turned serious again. The main business? Grand Ancestor to Yun's side. It's about the cause of this catastrophe and what the Supreme Ones did back then. He continued speaking, as Lihua and Xia Jiao listened with rapt attention. It's a bit complicated to explain, but in short, this all started after we destroyed the evil dragon. And so, the story began to unfold. After we sealed the evil dragon's incarnation of the heavenly Tao, the surviving supreme ones all returned to our respective sects. However, it wasn't long before we all discovered that we were being corrupted by the heavenly Tao. Our thoughts and actions became erratic, spiraling out of control. The scene shifts to the distant past, 1,000 years ago. A magnificent city stood tall and imposing. An ominous red, demonic energy radiated from within. A man sat upon a throne. He was the source of that red glow. He was the supreme, one of the 10,000 Dermis sect. He slowly opened his eyes. His entire body was bound in heavy chains. His face was expressionless, his gaze distant. Red veins crawled across his pale skin and face. He spoke. My moments of clarity are growing shorter and shorter. I'll have to strengthen the array next time. His hand reached for a purple vial resting in an open wooden box. His scarred hand closed around the vial. He said, this time, it's the bone-melting essence-dissolving powder. It can permanently damage one's very origin. I wonder if it can destroy a part of this body. With that, he emptied the vial into his mouth. Suddenly, the vial slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. He screamed in agony. Purple lightning engulfed his entire body. His eyes shot wide open. His mouth gaped open in a scream of agony. His young disciple's frantic voice reached him. Master, what's wrong? Lihua furrowed his brow, confused. In those final days, he was constantly destroying his own body. Ancestor to Yun spoke. We weren't destroying ourselves. After being corrupted by the heavenly Tao, our own will began to surface less and less. We couldn't even be sure if the us of tomorrow would still be us. He unconsciously recalled the scene. He angrily crushed the heart in his hand. His face was a mask of fury. Do you have any idea what it's like to wake up, only to find yourself crushing the heart of your own beloved disciple? A voice echoed. I've lost control again. His disciple collapsed to the floor in a pool of his own blood. Without even realizing it, he had torn out his disciple's heart. A man whose primal instincts had overwhelmed his reason. Moiza. And back then, every supreme one had to face something like that. Xia Jiao said, terrified. That's horrifying. Zhang Tianlin interjected. But even so, as supreme ones, couldn't you even bring yourselves to end your own lives? Ancestor to Yun replied. We couldn't. If we killed ourselves, that thing inside us would no longer be suppressed. The moment our bodies died, we would turn into completely corrupted monsters. Only by clinging to life could we have any moments of clarity. He continued to recount those years of struggle. While we were still alive, we had to use every moment of lucidity to find any way to weaken ourselves. That way, even when we were no longer ourselves,